Mujia's young master, Mu Tianran, because he was seen as a lowly slave bloodline, was framed by his half-brother, deceived, and had his dantian crippled by his own father, banished from the family, forced to live a precarious life amidst the discrimination and scorn of everyone. Even his mother was taken away to reclaim land in the Arctic primordial zone because she gave birth to him, but little did they know that Mu Tianran didn't have slave blood at all, but the strongest demon-god bloodline on the continent, the god-demon bloodline. It was a gift from the heavens. Not only could it automatically heal all wounds, but he was also invincible within the same stage. Encounter him in the same realm, and they'll get their asses beat. The story begins one evening in the Donghai district, Yun City. Inside the Mu's family hall, a man roared, "Rebellious son Mu Tianran, as a slave bloodline, you dare to secretly learn the family's martial arts, disgracing the Mu's family. Today I will deal with you according to family law." The youth named Mu Tianran stammered in fear, Father, I." The people around him buzzed with discussion. A young man said to a middle-aged man, "The Mu family only has a little reputation in Yun City. The master won't forgive this stain." The man sighed. So the young master is a slave bloodline. Truly a misfortune for the family. At this moment, the woman behind the man frowned slightly, her eyes filled with tears, and said, "Mu Yuanshan, he's your own flesh and blood." The man glanced at her upon hearing this, and said nonchalantly, "Yi Ying, if not for your sake, I would have sent him to reclaim land already." After speaking, he immediately unleashed a move towards the youth in front of him, and said, "Originally, I hoped you would be content and live an ordinary life, hidden in this world." This man was Mu Yuanshan, at the 7th stage of the Earth realm. Mu Tianran was stunned when he saw him rushing towards him. Because he wasn't prepared, he took a full blow from Mu Yuanshan. He continued, "Since you refuse to give up your greed, and even covet the Musha family's martial arts, if it gets out, how can my Musha family stand firm in Yun City? Where will my, Yuanshan's, face be?" The stream of spiritual energy from Mu Yuanshan's palm entered Mu Tianran's body. Forming a spot of light with many small dots around it, Mu Yuanshan shouted, "Cripple him!" Instantly, Mu Tianran was sent flying backwards, sliding about 1 hectare after landing on the ground. Ye Ying screamed in shock at the sight. Tian Karan. Hidden in the crowd, a young man sneered, saying, "Did you think I would show brotherly love and teach you martial arts? This time, even your mother can't protect you." At this moment, Mu Yuanshan said again, "I'll cripple your dantian first. Next, whether you can withstand it or not is up to fate." The young man stepped out of the crowd upon hearing this, and said to Mu Yuanshan, "Father, no need to dirty your hands, leave the rest to me." He saw the young man approaching, and softly called, "Lian Xie." This young man's name was Mu Lian, at the 2nd stage of the mysterious realm. He cracked his knuckles, and sneered, "My good brother, if the other families know that we're harboring a slave bloodline like you, the entire Mu Li family will be completely doomed." Mu Tianran was in the distance, struggling to support his aching body, panting heavily, and softly called out, "Mu Lian." He staggered to his feet, and continued, "I trusted your words, believed you truly saw me as family, believed the Musef family would accept me." At this moment, Mu Lian rushed towards him again, interrupting his words. "Nonsense. Everything Mu Lian does is for the family." Mu Tianran clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and thinking, "The dantian is destroyed. I can't condense true Kia, but I absolutely won't give in." Immediately afterwards, he threw his fist forward, but Mu Lian easily caught it. He used one hand to hold his hand, and the other hand slapped his face hard, smiling mockingly like a devil. "HMPH, you're a fish on the chopping block, struggling before you die." His movement caused the joints in Mu Tianran's elbow to break, and he screamed in pain. At this moment, Mu Lian raised his hand and grabbed his head, kicking Mu Tianran in the stomach. He said, "You've always been like this since you were a kid, never knowing your place, born with slave blood, poor talent, and a stubborn personality that refuses to give in. Having a lowly younger brother like you is an eyesore." After saying that, he kicked Mu Tianran's chin hard again. His kick made his face tilt up to the sky. The corners of his mouth were bleeding fresh blood, and his face was quite scratched. But Mu Lian still didn't stop. He pointed 2 fingers at him, gathered spiritual energy, and shouted, "Go to hell!" He performed the Huang rank technique, severing iron finger. Immediately his hand moved extremely quickly, hitting many places on Mu Tianran's body. The powerful spiritual energy struck, causing Mu Tianran's bones to break into many pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood in pain, and in that moment he despairingly thought, "My meridians are all broken." Mu Tianran lay face down on the floor in pain, while Mu Lian was unscathed, and said casually, "I've had my fun, now I'll let you die a happy death." At this moment, Ye Ying behind Mu Yuanshan suddenly shouted, "Mu Yuanshan, listen to me. If Tianran dies, I don't want to live anymore. Don't you always want the secret treasure of my Yi family? I'll give it to you. She painfully made a condition. Hearing her say that, Mu Yuanshan immediately turned around and said to Mu Lian in the distance, Mu Lian, stop. Mu Shilian was very surprised when he heard this, and he asked, dissatisfied, why, I can take care of him right away. But Mu Yuanshan was still firm. I said, stop, do you not understand? Even though Mu Lian didn't want to, he didn't dare to disobey his father's words. So he reluctantly clicked his tongue. In the end, Mu Yuanshan made a decision. Throw him to the outskirts of Yuncheng. Let him live or die on his own. Ye Ying cried with joy when she saw that her son didn't have to die, and softly called out, Tianran. Mu Yuanshan's voice echoed. From now on, this child is not allowed to step into the Mu family's door. Mu Tianran struggled to get up, smiling sarcastically. Ha ha ha. He frowned and replied, okay. Anyway, I've completely lost hope in this family. It's just that Tianran has made mother suffer. I'm sorry. Hearing him say that, tears streamed down her face. She was extremely heartbroken. She watched him being tied up by 2 servants, and the 2 of them grumbled, get up, what are you pretending to be dead for? Late at night, the 2 young men threw the shivering Mu Tianran into a deserted forest. One person said, it's okay to throw him here. He's already a cripple. If he's not eaten by wild animals, he'll starve to death. Why go so far? While speaking, the 2 of them laughed very gloatingly. The other person replied, that's right, it's not good to waste our energy. Let's go, let's go. They left, leaving him with his body full of wounds and a bag behind. Mu Tianran lay face down on the ground, frowning, trembling, and cursing inwardly. Damn it, I can't die here. He remembered Ye Ying's gentle appearance. Even if I'm of slave blood, I must become strong, and one day I will take mother out of here. Accidentally, at this moment he saw some kind of animal approaching, wondering inwardly. In front of him was a small dog tilting its head and looking at him. Mu Tianran wondered. A puppy. He smiled slightly and asked it, are you alone too? Then he stretched out his trembling hand. Could it be that you were also abandoned by others? The puppy didn't understand what he was saying, barked once, and suddenly it opened its mouth and bit his outstretched hand. 2 sharp fangs sank deep inside, bleeding, causing him to scream in pain. The forest echoed with growls, a dog's bark, and Mu Tianran's blood-curdling screams. After a while, the dog clamped down on his baggage while growling at him. He trembled, lamenting inwardly, my baggage! And it didn't stop there. The mutt even had the nerve to pee right in front of him. Its wastewater flowed all over his head, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it, sighing to himself, now even dogs can bully me, and I can't do anything about it. He watched the dog and his baggage disappear further and further away. Mom, I'm afraid Tianran won't be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. I'm so not gonna let this go. Right then, a heavy rain began, with lightning flashing brightly. Someone passed by in the rain, leaving a striking trail of purple footprints. A man created a rain shield with spiritual energy and approached Mu Tianran. He stopped right in front of him, marveling. I didn't expect the Tiancheng lineage to still exist. Interesting, very interesting. He stood in the rain, sizing up Mu Tianran. Mu Tianran gradually woke up in a daze. He was soaking in a warm medicinal bath, with white steam constantly rising above. With his consciousness not fully awake, Mu Tianran slowly opened his eyes. The strange scene before him gradually came into focus. He immediately wondered, where is this? Looking at the bright red medicinal water below, Mu Tianran continued to murmur to himself, am I dead? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Finally awake, he was startled, and exclaimed inwardly, a grim reaper. The man appeared, and sternly warned, don't move, stay there obediently for me. Mu Tianran was immediately terrified. He reached out to cover his entire body, constantly uttering in fear, you, who are you? What do you want to do to me? The man approached Mu Tianran. Their eyes met, and he asked him in return, what do I want to do? Can't you see for yourself? At this moment, Mu Tianran gradually noticed the healed wounds on his body. He looked at his hand, and suddenly exclaimed, my hand! He touched his body in confusion. The wounds, they've all disappeared. In his heart he kept thinking, the wounds on my body, what's going on? My flesh, meridians, even my qi and dantian have recovered. A spherical energy source continuously shone brightly inside his body, along with strange characters. Mu Tianran immediately sat down, splashing the medicinal water to cover his mouth. He wondered, he brought me here, and then healed me. The man called out, kid! He was startled, and replied, yes. The man stroked his beard and questioned, I ask you, how much do you know about the bloodline in your body? Hearing this, Mu Tianran immediately said in confusion, bloodline? What? Looking at his reaction, the man frowned slightly and continued to ask, in layman's terms, it's a slave bloodline, right? Countless thoughts flashed through Mu Tianran's dazed mind. Slave bloodline. Could it be that he wants to make me one too? Why did he save me? The man quickly reassured him. Don't overthink it. This old man doesn't mean anything else. Just curious. Why were you severely injured and collapsed outside the city? Mu Tianran hesitated. I. He didn't finish his sentence but thought of the painful events that had happened to him before. The man didn't seem to want to force him and said, It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Now that your wounds are healed, leave on your own. At this point, Mu Tianran quickly stood up and exclaimed, Senior, please wait. After listening to the whole story, the man said while meditating, So that's how it is. This old man is sorry for your situation, he calmly asked. But what do you think? This old man wants to know what you think about your bloodline. Mu Tianran sat down opposite him and replied, Slave bloodline. He tapped his hand loudly, seemingly unwilling, and began to recount. When I was at the Huang realm beginner level, I didn't feel like I was inferior to anyone. Facing people of the same age, I could even take on two at once, but everyone was cultivating the same techniques, and when others were advancing to Huang realm level 2 or 3, I was still stuck in the same spot. Others would become much stronger after a period of cultivation. But Mu Tianran remained the same, Mu Tianran said helplessly. Because my cultivation progressed slowly, the family confirmed that I had a slave bloodline, and then I was looked down upon by others. Wherever he went, he was cursed by people. What bad luck, a useless piece of trash. Get lost, stay away. Take him away to Pioneer, Mu Tianran continued. I tried to change, but it was all in vain. Or we were born one step lower than others. Although I was unwilling, I could only endure it. After listening to the entire story, the man burst out laughing in delight and affirmation. Sure enough, you are the one I'm looking for. Mu Tianran saw that incredible scene, sweat constantly pouring down his face. He raised a hand and scratched his head, asking, Old senior, are you looking for a slave bloodline? A thought flashed through his mind. Hearing how miserable I am and still being happy, is this guy sick or something? The man gently closed his eyes and continued. Follow me. I will tell you a story. A story that was arbitrarily altered by the 6 great Yuan Zuns. A story related to the history of the God-Devil Bloodline. Mu Tianran couldn't help but ask curiously. The story of the God-Devil Bloodline. He began to recount that story. The current Zhumo continent is divided into 6 regions. Demon Realm, Beast Domain, Tiancheng, Zhaoqi, Dark City, and Lulin. Each region is ruled by a Tianzun. But in fact, at the center of the continent there is another area. On the map, right in the middle, is a strange land that has not been mentioned, the man continued, and that area is the God-Devil sect. He immediately clarified. The God-Devil Bloodline is a heaven-sent grace, an extremely rare genius, the future of the Zhumo continent. If cultivated properly, it can unleash several times the strength of ordinary people in the same realm. An old event was once again uncovered through the story. People with the God-Devil Bloodline are very few, so the overall strength of the God-Devil sect is the weakest on the continent. But as time goes by, the number of people with the God-Devil Bloodline is increasing. There is no restriction of Tianzun, no limitations of the family. As long as they have a commonality, they will be accepted. The commonality is the God-Devil Bloodline, the man continued. The growth of the God-Devil sect began to make the Tianzun of each region feel worried. To ensure their own rule, the 6 great Tianzun decided to cooperate and destroy the God-Devil sect. Then, according to him, in this battle, although the God-Devil sect was strong, it was difficult to resist the combined forces of the Tianzun. After the sect leader of the God-Devil sect disappeared, more than 10,000 people of the God-Devil sect only had a few thousand people who managed to escape successfully. The rest were destroyed. History is always written by the victors. The God-Devil sect was trampled and ravaged by the 6 great Tianzun, and now it is portrayed as the God-Devil sect being greedy, intending to attack the 6 regions but failing, and being eliminated by the 6 great Tianzun. The man once again clarified. After the God-Devil sect declined, no family or sect was allowed to accept the God-Devil Bloodline to prevent future troubles. Later, the 6 great Tianzun also issued an expulsion order against the God-Devil Bloodline, a wanted order, saying that no sect or family was allowed to accept those with the God-Devil Bloodline, and that knowing the whereabouts of those who possess the God-Devil Bloodline must be reported immediately, with a generous reward, the man continued. Every time the God-Devil sect made any movements, it was considered an extreme action that made the regions even more disgusted with the God-Devil Bloodline. To prevent future troubles, the 6 great Yuanzong then issued an expulsion order against the God-Devil Bloodline, and as soon as someone with the God-Devil Bloodline was discovered, they would be taken to pioneer the unknown regions of the continent. From the past until now, going to pioneer is always a slim chance of survival. For the sake of survival, everyone chooses to hide their identity, living a precarious life, not daring to reveal their strength, and not daring to inherit the martial arts and cultivation methods of the God-Devil Bloodline, which have gradually been lost. Without the correct cultivation methods, the cultivation of the God-Devil Bloodline is extremely slow, and for hundreds of years, the heaven-sent grace has naturally become a slave bloodline, hated by many people. After listening to the long and complicated story just now, Mu Tianran's head was spinning in confusion, and he blurted out, "Slave! God-Devil, ah! With stars of confusion spinning around his head, he said blankly, "So, I'm not trash anymore?" Then he laughed heartily, causing the man to feel helpless. He stepped forward and knocked hard on Mu Tianran's head in anger. "Calm down," the man seriously instructed. "Digest it a little. After all, I have overturned what you know about the continent," he reminded. "Put on your clothes first," Mu Tianran replied happily. "Thank you, old senior. The lizard just now has achieved a victory. It is grabbing its prey in its mouth." After changing clothes, Mu Tianran asked, "Old senior, if what you said is true, then where are the strong people of the God-Devil Bloodline who are pioneering in the border regions of the continent? Why hasn't there been any news for so many years?" At this point, the man frowned slightly and said seriously, "No, if it was just going to pioneer, the God-Devil Bloodline wouldn't have been wiped out." On the other side, at the Arctic wilderness, the weather is extremely harsh with blizzards, and the floating islands above the mid-air are connected to the ground by a large chain below, where people constantly pass by and work, the man said helplessly. "It's just that behind it is a conspiracy full of blood." In this desolate and remote place, a hoe was tremblingly lifted up, where an elderly man, with both hands chained, his body trembling constantly, thrust the hoe straight into the ground to continue excavating in the cold weather without anything to keep warm. The elderly man immediately sighed with difficulty, saying, "I'm too tired." Suddenly, the figure of a large body appeared before his eyes, causing him to pay attention. The helmeted man angrily asked, "Why did you stop after just arriving?" The old man trembled uncontrollably, his body exhausted, his voice faltering. I need to rest for a bit, just a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, a desperate, blood-curdling scream echoed. Turning back to Mu Tianran, he curiously asked, "Senior, what happened to them?" The old man approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and stroked his beard as he replied, "It's useless for you to know too much right now. Instead of worrying about that, think about your mother. She's from an unknown family, and gave birth to someone with a God-Devil bloodline like you. You've been exiled, so what will become of her?" Hearing those words, the image of his mother in despair flashed through his mind. Mu Tianran looked straight ahead and thought to himself, "That's right. I don't know what kind of punishment mother is enduring right now. The urgent thing now is to rescue her, but with my bloodline, I can't cultivate ordinary cultivation methods at all." He clasped his hands in front of him and said respectfully, "Senior, please teach me the cultivation method for this bloodline." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man on the other side gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "It's true that this old man can teach you the cultivation method of the God-Devil Bloodline, but why should I teach you?" Mu Tianran continued to keep his hands clasped in front of him, sweat pouring down his face. He said with a little fear, "If Senior was willing to save me, I believe this bloodline has a special meaning to you. And Senior just said that I am the person you've been looking for." The old man immediately shouted angrily, "What big talk! You and I have only met once. What qualifications do you have to demand anything from me?" Mu Tianran was stunned for a moment. Then he looked straight ahead with determined eyes and affirmed, "Senior told me so much about the history of the God-Devil Bloodline, and the medicinal bath used to treat me was definitely not ordinary. If there wasn't something special about this young man, Senior wouldn't have gone to such lengths to save me." Hearing this, the old man lowered his voice and said, "What you said leaves me speechless." He rushed forward and hugged Mu Tianran tightly, joyfully exclaiming, "Brat, this old man likes you more and more." He was suddenly taken aback by the hug and felt extremely confused. With a cheerful and excited face, Mu Tianran hopefully asked, "So, Senior agrees?" The old man gently looked straight at him and said, "This old man doesn't pass on his cultivation methods to outsiders." Hearing this, Mu Tianran immediately knelt down, kowtowed to the ground, and said, "Master, your disciple Mu Tianran greets you." At that sudden action, the old man burst out laughing, looking extremely satisfied, and kept praising. "So clever, so very clever," he said contentedly. Then this seat is Murong Tian. A powerful, mysterious purple energy began to appear. Murong Tian's affirmation continued to echo. "Under the witness of heaven and earth, I accept Murong Tianran as the 7th generation disciple of the blood demon sect. Not asking you to be famous throughout the world, only hoping that you are not ashamed of your heart. May the heavens bear witness for this seat." The dense purple energy continued to appear more and more, spreading powerfully around, looking extremely majestic. Mu Tianran couldn't help but exclaim in panic, "Blood demon sect, could it be that you are?" Murong Tian smiled gently and said, Who this old man is doesn't matter, but from today onwards, you will be a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. He looked at the fierce energy radiating before his eyes, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. So powerful. This is the powerhouse of the God-Devil Bloodline. The God-Devil Bloodline that terrifies even the 6 heavenly sovereigns, Murong Tian explained clearly. This is the God-Devil art. It has no level, but will use the talent of the bloodline to determine its greatness. Cultivating it requires abandoning your original cultivation method. But you might also become a cripple, forever unable to cultivate. Even so, would you still choose it? A scroll of secret manual with fierce and powerful energy surrounding it appeared in his hand. Mu Tianran lowered his voice and said, "Become a cripple. If I don't choose it, how will I be any different from a cripple in the future?" He clenched his fist and shouted with determination, "I must become strong, so that others will not be able to threaten those I care about." Murong Tian pointed his finger forward, shooting out a powerful ray of purple energy. He said with satisfaction, "Good, you have ambition. This master will bestow the God-Devil art upon you, but what the outcome will be depends on the strength of your bloodline." The ray of energy flew and struck the center of Mu Tianran's forehead. Information about the God-Devil art instantly entered his head, giving Mu Tianran all the cultivation methods related to the God-Devil art. A mysterious and extremely large creature appeared before his eyes, its entire body bound by magic chains. Everything was transmitted directly into Mu Tianran's head. He immediately exclaimed, This is the God-Devil art. What a powerful cultivation method." Suddenly a strange feeling came over him, causing Mu Tianran to suddenly freeze. He wondered in confusion, what's going on? The level of primordial energy that I've cultivated for so many years is constantly decreasing. My whole body is being enveloped by a violently fluctuating energy. Murong Tian, who was watching, began to explain. The God-Devil art is eliminating your previous chaotic cultivation methods and bodily impurities. Endure it. Hearing this, Mu Tianran could only grit his teeth and endure. Sweat poured down, and a tear immediately appeared in the corner of his eye. After a while, some kind of strange black liquid appeared on the ground. Seeing the scene before him, Murong Tian couldn't help but say with satisfaction, "Excellent." Even stronger than this old man anticipated, Murong Tianran was going through an extremely difficult purification process. He wore a smug smile on his face and gently instructed, "Rest and adjust for one night, and tomorrow morning we'll begin new training." Mu Tianran's cheeks were sunken. Sweat poured down his face. He gasped wearily and muttered to himself, "This is the true form of a bloodline slave. The God-Devil Bloodline." Mu Tianran raised his hand in front of his chest, and a dense crimson energy radiated around him. He watched and thought to himself, "Although my body is thinner, my strength keeps surging, and the primordial energy flowing through my body is much more intense than before." The spherical energy source within his body had transformed from its previous state, its structure becoming noticeably stronger and more complete. A thought flashed through Mu Tianran's mind. This feeling is no different from shedding skin and changing bones. With sharp eyes full of determination, Mu Tianran flashed an extremely confident smile on those lips and affirmed, "Master, I don't need to rest. Let's start cultivating now." A month later, light suddenly shone from within the forest. Mu Tianran, deep within the cliff, was currently practicing his cultivation. He used incantations to lift the surrounding boulders. Then Mu Tianran raised his fist forward, looking strained. Standing beside him, observing his practice, Murong Tian couldn't help but exclaim in praise, "Not bad, this kid has entered the nascent stage. Take this." Saying that, Murong Tian pointed his palm towards Mu Tianran. A purple beam of light flew straight from Murong Tian's palm, splitting into 2 parallel lines heading towards Mu Tianran. Mu Tianran stood still, facing Murong Tian's power, surrounded by an aura. He looked at the light approaching him and thought to himself, in just a flash, Master released 2 aura blades with such fierce attacking power. Master is testing the results of my cultivation. When Murong Tian's aura blade was close to Mu Tianran, he immediately used his skill, using his primordial energy to block it. Absolutely cannot back down. Suddenly, Murong Tian's figure became even more terrifying. His aura blade directly pierced Mu Tianran, causing him to crash into the boulder behind him. Murong Tian's striking force was so strong that a large patch of ground behind Mu Tianran was destroyed. Murong Tian faced Mu Tianran, who was sitting on the ground. He closed his eyes and said to him, "Your ability to observe primordial energy isn't bad, but your personality is still so stubborn. When facing a stronger enemy, you don't necessarily have to fight to the end. Running isn't shameful." Mu Tianran's face was covered in sweat, silently listening to Murong Tian's instructions. Then Murong Tian turned to leave. "Next, let's find another place to continue cultivating." Mu Tianran made a gesture of gratitude to him. Yes, master. It was already dark. Mu Tianran was still diligently practicing the God-Devil, sacred eye of the God-Devil art, which could only be practiced at night. He opened his eyes. The color of Mu Tianran's eyes had changed to purple, accumulating primordial energy within his eyes, absorbing the essence of lunar eclipse. The aura emitted from Mu Tianran swirled upwards in a vortex. His train of thought was uninterrupted. The God-Devil Sacred Eye can observe the spiritual power and trajectory of primordial energy that cannot be seen with the naked eye, and is the basis for cultivating the God-Devil art. The human body is a container for primordial energy. To advance to the next stage, you must break through the boundaries of the level. The levels are divided into Huangshuan, Diman Huang, Xuantian, Yinyue, Xingchen, Haohan, Tianzun. Because the limits of the God-Devil bloodline are extremely high, the same level of strength is stronger than ordinary people. But correspondingly, the boundaries of the levels to be crossed are even thicker. Ordinary cultivation techniques rely on distribution, making it difficult to break through thick level boundaries. But the God-Devil art is about converging at one point to break through, and only those with the God-Devil bloodline can withstand it. The God-Devil art requires gathering enough power at one point to break through the boundary. Mu Tianran clasped his hands together. As long as I master the method of breaking through the boundary, I can unleash the advantages of the God-Devil bloodline. He blew out a breath. By the time dawn broke, Mu Tianran's aura was still surrounding him. Mu Tianran broke through the Xuan stage. Right then, a noise echoed through the forest hill. Mu Tianran rushed to Murong Tian, excitedly yelling, "Shifu, I've broken through to the profound stage!" But upon entering, Mu Tianran found no one. Calling out to his Shifu again, he eyed the object before him, puzzled. A Qiankun pouch. Why would Shifu leave a Qiankun pouch here? Mu Tianran illuminated the area with the purple light in his hand, utterly perplexed. And a mark of spiritual power. What's that about? The mark of spiritual power gradually transformed into a circle, resting on Mu Tianran's hand. From the mark of spiritual power, words appeared. No feast lasts forever. Upon seeing this mark, your teacher has already continued on the path to save those with the divine demonic bloodline. Not only that, Murong Tian also left instructions for Murong Tian. The Qiankun pouch contains techniques suitable for the origin energy you're wielding. Remember, intensify your cultivation, and when you've grown strong enough, your teacher will reveal all secrets to you. But for now, go do what you must. Mu Tianran's hand nearly clenched shut as he read these lines. Mu Tianran, remember the promise you made to your teacher. If you encounter someone with the divine demonic bloodline, spare no effort in rescuing them. I firmly believe that we will meet again someday. Reaching the final lines, Mu Tianran slowly bent over, kneeling and bowing his head to the ground, muttering, "Thank you, Murong Tian Shifu. Your kindness, Tian Sharan, will never forget. I will absolutely not fail your expectations of me." Finishing his words, Mu Tianran raised his head, his expression resolute. Disciple Mu Tianran remembers Shifu's teachings. The scene shifts to outside the city. Mu Tianran walked to the front of a large gate, thinking, this town, riding a flying demonic beast back to Yun City would still take 3 days. He forced a smile, sighing. But in the Qiankun pouch, besides that technique, there isn't a single copper coin. If Murong Tian knew, wouldn't he blame me? Suddenly someone shouted, "He's hitting someone, someone's hitting a woman. Go see what's happening." At this moment a scar-faced thug was berating a woman. "You stinking wench, you dare steal my love." The woman, Lulu, was sitting on the ground, looking weak and speechless. The scar-faced thug couldn't contain his rage, seeing her like this, raising his fist, still pretending, "You want to die?" Just then, a loud noise rang out. Lulu was somewhat surprised and confused, while the scar-faced thug sneered mockingly, "Oh, got back up, do ya?" It turned out that Mu Tianran had appeared, blocking the scar-faced thug's fist, saying, "No, I just think a man bullying a woman isn't a pretty sight." The scar-faced thug continued, "So, you are her accomplice?" Mu Tianran's eyebrows furrowed, sweat beading on his face, not saying a word. It seemed he was assessing the situation. Suddenly the scar-faced thug lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow. "If this daddy doesn't show his might, I'll get bullied by you lot today, huh?" Luckily, Tian Sharan was quick on his feet, scooping up the maiden and helping her evade the attack. "Be careful." Then he instructed the bewildered maiden in his arms, "Miss, get to safety first." While Tian Tran was extremely tense, the maiden replied shyly, "Thank you, young hero." The scar-faced thug seemed to have completely lost it, and a blazing red flame erupted from his body, gradually transforming him into a gorilla. "Dares to flirt right in front of me." His eyes turned blood red, and he roared, revealing sharp fangs. "Do you know how long this old man, Du Ji Yu Chu Bai, has been around?" When everyone saw the guy using Rampage Beast transformation, they scattered and fled. "It's Rampage Beast transformation. Is this guy from the Beast domain? Everyone, run!" On the other side, The maiden's face flushed red, because she had just been saved by a handsome guy. So embarrassing. This only made Tianran laugh awkwardly. Are you misunderstanding something? Just as the two finished speaking, the raging beast roared with murderous intent. A terrifying power radiated from his body. To explain further, Rampage Beast Transformation is an innate skill used to strengthen oneself in the beast domain, by stimulating one's beastly bloodline to evolve, causing one's strength to increase. Tianran's expression changed at this moment. This is my first time seeing it. Is this the unique beast transformation of the beast domain even appearing in Tian City? Could be mercenaries, but I can't just stand here and take it. So he quickly lunged forward to attack first. The beast domain's specialty is physical enhancement. He thought to himself, let's see what I can do now. At the same time, his fist was already on the way to that guy. When his fist landed on the guy, it created a massive shockwave. The rubberneckers were also stunned by this scene. This little punk is fierce. He's holding his own against that beastman even with his bare hands. The young lady was equally surprised, her eyes widening as she looked at Tianran. She saw a rich flow of primordial energy radiating from him. Abundant primordial energy. He's a genuine cultivator with real power. The guy, not to be outdone by the blow, raised his fist high. You little brat, you've got some skills. At this moment, Tianran's eyes suddenly lit up. Then bring it on. Just the chance to test Shizun's technique. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of Tianran, startling him. A small hand reached out to block in front of Tianran's body. It was the young lady, stepping in to prevent a fight. Stop fighting, it's all my fault. Then she picked up the money pouch, her eyes pleading. Your money pouch is here, but I didn't steal it, just now I— Upon hearing this, the guy cooled down immediately, and shifted back into human form. He snatched the money pouch. Wouldn't it have been better to just hand it over sooner? Then the guy turned and left. Meanwhile, the young lady kept her head down. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Tianran was still not convinced. He looked unhappily at the scarred guy. You're not even going to apologize before leaving. The guy's back view gradually faded, but he remained silent and strode away. Tianran couldn't help but curse under his breath. Suddenly, the young lady spoke, startling him. Thank you for helping me. Then she gave a bright smile and introduced herself. I'm Lulu, a material staff of the Desert Mercenary Group. Tianran also happily replied. I'm Mu Tianran, just passing by, looking to do some bounty missions to earn some travel expenses. As soon as he finished speaking, he was tightly embraced by Lulu, her bountiful melons pressed against him. That's perfect. I'm here today to recruit temporary members for a mission. Please join us. Tianran, being pressed against her melons for the first time, was a bit shy. His face flushed red. If I can earn some money for the road, then I might join. I can't breathe. Only then did Lulu let him go. Sorry, he replied. It's okay. The two continued chatting until dusk. Thank you for helping me today and for helping me shop for a hotel. It's just a small matter. Lulu smiled brightly and continued. Why not stay here tonight first? I'll bring the captain over later to introduce you. Tianran looked a little shy, scratching his head. Thank you, Miss Lulu, but I don't have money for the room fee. Then Lulu took Tianran's hand. She replied in his surprise. How could I let you spend money? We're teammates now, and you're my lifesaver, she continued. Also, just call me Lulu. The sky was gradually turning dark, so the two decided to rest. Okay, you go rest first. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. As soon as he entered the hotel, Mu Tianran plopped down on the bed. It's been so long since I've slept on a comfy bed. This is too great. His face was full of satisfaction. On the first day, I found temporary work with the mercenary group, met a good person, and even have Miss Lulu. Could my lucky streak be starting? Suddenly he sat up straight. No way, Mu Tianran. You must remember what you have to do tonight, then you must quickly cultivate in the dead of night. Tianran climbed onto the roof of the hotel. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself, evening cultivation is really not that convenient. Suddenly, a muscular figure with glowing eyes appeared behind Tianran while he was sitting and cultivating. The two jumped on the roof, exchanging blows. Scarface was about to punch Mu Tianran, but he quickly dodged it. Mu Tianran frowned and asked, Who? Scarface didn't reply to his words but said, Tonight I'll definitely settle the score with you guys. Suddenly, Mu Tianran's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Scarface jumped up, clasping his hands together and shouting, Now I'll send you to accompany my brothers. Mu Tianran, not understanding, angrily yelled, I don't understand a word you're saying. He concentrated his chi into his fist, releasing an aura, waiting for Scarface to rush in to attack so Mu Tianran could punch him. But from below, a surge of power was rushing toward them. That blue light like a ripple, sending Scarface flying. He was hit so hard that blood flowed from his mouth, painfully saying, It's you. Mu Tianran suddenly turned to look. One move to cut off his transformed state. Who is it? Looking down, Mu Tianran discovered someone standing beside him, Lulu. The person beside him is. Immediately, That figure disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Scarface was sent flying into the air. 2 seconds. 17 cuts. The one who hit him was Manhwa Fei, the Earth-ranked 9th stage captain of the Desert Mercenary Group. Mu Tianran couldn't help but admire after seeing this person. So fast. It's a martial arts-based technique. Scarface fell from the sky, face-planting into the ground. Manhwa Fei stood on the rooftop and shouted down to Lulu. Lulu, go inform the patrol team to come and arrest the horse thieves. Yes, Lulu replied. He glanced behind him and asked Mu Tianran, Kid, are you okay? Mu Tianran waved his hand and replied, Ah, I'm fine. May I ask who this senior is? Manhwa Fei turned back and happily said, Good that you're okay. If something happened to you, Lulu would blame me. After all, you're someone she cares about. Mu Tianran asked in confusion. Huh, Captain, please don't speak nonsense, Manhwa Fei continued to tease. My precious daughter's anger is so cute too. Only then did Manhwa Fei introduce himself. I'm the captain of the Desert Mercenary Group, and also Lulu's father. He smiled politely at Mu Tianran. I'm sorry, you almost got implicated. Mu Tianran didn't reply but asked, You said you wanted to avenge your brothers? What's that about? Manhwa Fei laughed and replied, Because I sent his comrades to the prison earlier. It's only natural he wants revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Manhwa Fei's expression changed. But putting them in prison is too easy on them. Mu Tianran didn't understand, tilting his head and asking, What's going on here? Lulu put her hand to her mouth, signaling silence. Shh, Tianran, don't ask. Manhwa Fei ignored her and said to him, It's okay, Tianran will become a temporary member of our group. It's fine to tell him. Lulu looked at her father with concern. Father. Manhwa Fei began to recount to him. The town we're in is Talong. And to the north of this place is a place called the desert. Talong is where my mercenary group earns the most rewards. The cores and primal stones of desert behemoths, even domesticated beasts, can be exchanged for money. The rewards are extremely high, but correspondingly, the harsh desert environment and ferocious behemoths are extreme dangers. TMD. Damn it, they are robbers who specialize in stealing other people's spoils. My group members were killed in the previous mission, and finally his accomplices were caught, but he escaped when I was seriously injured. Unexpectedly, he infiltrated the mercenary recruitment. Luckily, I discovered him. After hearing Manhwa Fei's story, Mu Tianran felt a little embarrassed. So that's how it is, senior. Please don't be too sad, he thought to himself. So that guy was so dangerous. Then Manhwa Fei hugged Lulu, moved. If it wasn't for this little bro helping out today, Lulu, I might not have seen my precious daughter again. No, it's nothing, he replied. Seeing the father and daughter so emotional, Mu Tianran admired. Their father-daughter relationship is so good. After their chat, Manhwa Fei said his goodbyes. Little bro Tianran, get a good night's rest. We'll meet up at the city gates tomorrow, Mu Tianran replied. Alright, sounds good. When dawn broke, a crowd had gathered. Manhwa Fei's voice boomed. It's Manhwa Fei's honor to have all of you trustworthy folks gather here today, he said sternly, raising his voice. Here, we don't care about your background or ask about your past. All I know is that we're all brothers who'll live or die together now. Whether the mission succeeds or fails, I'll give all of you bros the corresponding reward. Some below thought, this squad leader is pretty generous. Others thought, as long as I get paid, I'm good. Manhwa Fei raised his hand high and declared loudly, If danger comes, I'll be the one standing in front of you all. If anyone wants to hurt you, they'll have to step over my dead body. After hearing that, everyone raised their hands and shouted along, Squad leader is mighty, squad leader, we believe in you. Mu Tianran watched this scene, thinking to himself, Seems like squad leader Manhwa Fei is decisive and well-loved. At this moment, Lulu walked over and called out to him, Tianran. She held out her palm, a round pill on it, and offered it to Mu Tianran. This is a Yuan Yi pill. The desert's dry and waterless. If you eat this, you can go 3 days without drinking water. Thanks a lot, Mu Tianran replied politely. Lulu happily left. I'll go give it to everyone else first. She seemed very enthusiastic. As she told everyone, Everyone gets one, hold it carefully. Mu Tianran saw her energetic figure, and his face flushed slightly. Lulu is both beautiful and kind-hearted. If me and her, Manhwa Fei shouted loudly again. Brothers, let's prepare to set off. Everyone started discussing excitedly. I heard the squad leader hired desert seals for us to ride on this trip. So generous, I'm tired of riding camels. Mu Tianran heard them say that and thought, desert seals? The ground started to rise, and a large creature appeared. These are desert seals. Large-sized transport beasts. Everyone was excited when they saw it. Wow, it's my first time seeing this thing up close. Squad leader's too good. Mu Tianran was no exception. So awesome. Manhwa Fei and Lulu walked over to Mu Tianran to chat. Tianran, let's ride together. Mu Tianran was a little shy. Ah, is that okay? Lulu happily grabbed his arm. Great, I can ride with Tianran. Ma Fei saw his daughter following another man and sighed. That's just how it is when your daughter grows up, can't keep her? Lulu turned back shyly and said, Dad, what nonsense are you saying? Only Mu Tianran's face was completely red. He seemed very excited, his eyes shining. Looks like my peach blossom luck is really blooming. This beast with a single horn and large fangs is called a desert seal. It carries a huge house on its back as it crawls through the desert. A sound like someone wanting to vomit suddenly came. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Someone's voice asked, Tianran, are you okay? Mu Tianran was standing by the window. His expression changed, trying to suppress his nausea. I feel like everything dog-like is my natural enemy. I'm a little seasick. Meika Fei raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tianran. He said, Do we need to rest for a bit before setting off? Mu Tianran was speaking when that feeling came again. I'm fine, no need to worry about me, ugh. Meika Fei frowned as he looked at him. He's even puking out the Yuan Yi pill, and he's still saying he's okay. The desert seal grimaced helplessly as it listened to them talking. Little bro Tianran, let's rest here for a bit, Tianran kept refusing, while his face and expression were contradicting his words. I'm really okay, squad leader Meika Fei. Ugh. They didn't know that there were people following them from afar, Meika Fei said. Brothers, let's take a break on the spot. After being stopped, Tianran sat on a rock and drank water from his flask. He thought to himself, It's my first time riding a desert seal, and I've already puked out my guts. How embarrassing. To actually do something shameful in front of Lulu. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head and asked, Can you hear me? Tianran was a little worried, sweat pouring down. The voice in his head kept asking, Can you hear me? Tianran wondered. What sound is that? A black silhouette of a girl appeared in his mind. The voice in his head seemed to be shouting, Finally! You can hear this queen's call. Answer this queen quickly. Where are you? Where are you? His body seemed to freeze. Tianran shook his head, trying to stay conscious. Crap, I think I'm hallucinating from puking. His face contorted, more sweat pouring out, and he looked even worse. Lulu ran over and called his name, Tianran. He also turned to look at her and said, Lulu, you! His cheeks flushed. Lulu cupped her chin and offered him a blue pill with her other hand. This is a Yuan Yi pill. I saved it in case you needed it. Tianran was suddenly so touched that tears and snot ran down his face. Other than my mom, no one has ever cared about me. Lulu, you're the best. She helplessly reminded him. Tianran, your nose, your nose. Lulu sat down next to him, put her hand on his shoulder and said, Quickly drink the elixir, otherwise you'll wither away. Tianran turned to look at her and said, But... He trailed off, making her a bit curious, so she asked. He looked down at the desert sand, not daring to look her in the eye, and asked, Lulu, why are you so good to me? She suddenly pinched his cheek and smiled. You're such an idiot. He opened his eyes wide as his cheeks were pinched, and exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Tianran noticed Lulu's luscious lips, she whispered. You once saved me, and you didn't discriminate against me. What? You? Are you talking about? He unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Lulu asked him, Don't you understand my feelings? She moved closer to him, her gentle smile gradually turning into a mischievous one. Suddenly someone shouted, making Tianran sweat. The desert bandits are here. He immediately jumped up, clenched his fists, and exploded. Who's here? Lulu stared at him blankly, speechless. A group of people wrapped in bandages rode on some kind of beast. They were the desert bandits. They excitedly said, Ai Jia, hooked a fish. Looks pretty plump. A person with dark green hair in the group looked at Meika Fei and asked, Captain, what's wrong? He frowned and said, Everyone, be vigilant. Don't underestimate the enemy. The desert bandits ambushed them. One of them jumped up and shouted, Rob them! Meika Fei stepped forward and said, If you want to harm my brothers, you'll have to get past me first. They chopped and jumped high, swarming to attack Meika Fei. A few moves of his left the bandits numbed. They were surrounded by a blue light from Meika Fei's sword. The bandits stood up fiercely, their eyes bloodshot, and their bodies exuded a blue aura. They said, He's a strong Earth Realm cultivator, so let's try this move. Meika Fei was a little surprised at this moment, he thought. The wounds have healed, but the aura on their bodies is a bit strange. The bandits suddenly created a tornado with a pile of ice covering them, they shouted. Fusion technique. Meika Fei was a little worried at this moment. He asked in his thoughts. The aura of primordial energy is rapidly increasing. That tornado is turning into a giant pharaoh with pieces of ice wrapped around its body. Blue auras surrounded it. There was a large red hole in its abdomen that can only be a Tier 9 Earth Realm desert giant demonic beast. Lulu stood far away, watching the people on Meika Fei's side. They were all screaming in fear. Our captain's side has casualties, hold on tight. She seemed worried, thinking to herself, unaware that someone was approaching her from behind. What's going on? Why did desert bandits suddenly appear? A desert bandit's voice sounded behind Lulu. He chuckled and said, "Isn't this the young miss of the captain's group? Are you waiting here alone for me to take you hostage?" The bandit licked his chapped lips and wiggled his fingers. He suddenly lunged forward and tore her clothes with his fingers, revealing her slender shoulders. The desert bandit said loudly, "Then this young master will grant your wish," Lulu shouted unexpectedly. Wakia. Tianran suddenly appeared from above him and kicked him straight in the head. He shouted, "Stay away from Lulu." The bandit fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Ugh, Tianran looked at the bandit with a displeased expression and said seriously, "I noticed something unusual from the start. I didn't expect you to be an internal agent of the desert bandits." That desert bandit sat up and rubbed his chin. "Haha, so that's how it is. I've changed my mind." The bandit sneered, blood dripping from his mouth. "You couple of lovebirds, I must eliminate both of you." Ma Fei, worried about his plum wine, loudly reminded her, "Lulu, be careful." That desert giant monster took momentum and jumped up more than 1,000 meters into the air. He was startled and turned his head to look at the monster with a panicked expression. That monster waved his hand, and his entire hand clenched into a fist, aiming at Ma Fei and Lulu and descending fiercely. In his body, flames burst out from the wound, burning fiercely as if they could not be extinguished. The monster's strong body stretched out and roared loudly, taking all his strength to prepare to strike them with a blow that pierced the sky. He jumped and landed on the ground, as fast as the wind. The air currents were still lingering there. Boom! It felt like an earthquake occurred. The force from that giant monster's landing alone sent everyone flying. Many were too injured to even stand, let alone fight. Ma Fei frowned and cursed. "Damn it! The desert wind is picking up like a storm again." Tian shielded Lulu with his body. "Lulu, be careful." Suddenly, mocking laughter echoed. "A bunch of little punks. We've got all the advantages here in the desert." The festering sores on its body began to emit streams of energy, greedily sucking in all the surrounding life force. It channeled its power, creating gale force winds and roaring endlessly. Slowly, a mummy emerged from the wound on the monster's stomach. Its eyes glowed dangerously, and a sinister grin stretched across its face. Witness the difference in power. The giant mummy desert monster threw back its head and roared deafeningly. A wave of power radiated outwards, repelling everything. A perfected Earth-rank desert giant. Ma Fei shielded his face from the terrifying wind. "Its elemental energy is even more intense than mine." Sensing danger, Tian anxiously turned to discuss with Ma Fei. "Captain Ma Fei, what do we do now?" He gritted his teeth in anger, trying to figure out a plan. "You watch over Lulu. Even though my level is a bit lower, I still have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward, approaching the giant monster. Ma Fei was filled with worry. To think a small-time desert bandit would put me in such a miserable state. He channeled all his inner power and charged forward, unleashing a straight, long sword strike. Using the Earth-rank movement technique, instantaneous freeze, his sword seemed to freeze into ice. He shouted loudly, and instantly the sword seemed to thaw and move again. Ma Fei, wielding his Qingbao sword, slashed fiercely at the giant monster. Each green sword aura appeared and crisscrossed in the air. The mummy monster couldn't defend and cried out in pain, then collapsed backward. Ma Fei realized his plan was half successful, tumbling a few times to regain his strength. With a final move, he slashed the sword into the middle of its back and growled each word. Vongben Zahan. Ma Fei unleashed his ultimate move, exhausting all his strength and falling to the ground. The others rushed to catch him, cheering excitedly. "Captain, you're amazing. We're sure to win." But in his heart there was no joy. He remained vigilant. "That was already my strongest move." The monster's body emitted streams of green energy. Elemental energy was leaking out from its wounds. It seemed like the end. But it wasn't that simple. Tian saw the problem and shouted, "Captain Ma Fei, be careful, that's the divine devil Holy Eye." The monster angrily cursed. Naive. Then it bent down and punched wildly at everyone. Ma Fei didn't anticipate this and was sent flying. Tian quickly jumped forward to catch him. "Captain Ma Fei." He jumped up, catching Ma Fei from behind, then wrapped his arms around him, gently gliding them down to safety. Tian asked Ma Fei, "Captain, are you all right?" He frowned in pain. "This guy isn't hurt at all. How is that possible?" Lulu, seeing Tian's eyes light up, was startled and asked, "Hey Tian, little bro, your eyes, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Ma Fei reflexively turned to look, and indeed, his eyes were glowing with a brilliant purple light radiating outwards. Tian hastily made up an excuse. "This is my family's technique. It can sense the enemy's elemental energy." She nodded. "Oh, I see. Sense elemental energy. Isn't that a skill only heavenly rank experts have?" Tian stared intently at the giant monster. his eyes filled with its image. This demonic beast's elemental energy is incredibly strong. It can constantly absorb the desert's energy, Captain Ma Fei. Even though your power is very strong, if you can't kill it in one hit, it can recover by absorbing energy. Ma Fei pondered. After hearing his analysis, he turned back and asked, "Are you saying my attacks have no effect on it?" A light emanated from its body, a blinding flash, gone in an instant. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. Although both were at the peak of Earth rank, its attributes countered his techniques. Now should I use that? If I do, this entire journey will be wasted here. Tian shouted, startling him from his wandering thoughts. "Captain, old Ma Fei, can I borrow your blade for a moment?" He rubbed his eyes, hardly believing his ears. Again, that face, those eyes, all shone with unwavering determination. "I have a plan. One chance to destroy it. But I need that weapon." Ma Fei was stunned. "Even I can't do it, so you can. You're facing it with your profound stage cultivation. That's peak Earth stage." He thought to himself, this kid looks serious. Does he have some hidden secret technique? He handed the sword in his hand to Zhu Feng. "Trust me. Team leader Ma Fei, is there anything I can help with?" Zhu Feng took the sword and turned towards the monster. "Please assist me, team leader. I need some time to gather my vital energy into the sword." Hearing this, Ma Fei seemed to realize what Zhu Feng was about to do, and his face turned pale with fear. "Still using martial arts techniques, but confident it's stronger than my swordsmanship." Lulu watched from the side. What is he trying to do? The monster saw Zhu Feng like that and laughed scornfully. "Don't resist in vain, just die." Zhu Feng recalled what Murong Tian had told him. Master once said, "The divine demon bloodline can challenge opponents above its level. By judging a person's personality, one can know the characteristics of natural vital energy. Your personality is straightforward, so you're used to channeling energy into your body and fighting directly with your opponents. Although this fighting style is a bit reckless, this characteristic allows you to defend and attack simultaneously. Therefore, your master believes this technique is suitable for you to cultivate." Zhu Feng circulated his energy around the sword and brought it behind him. "Master always reminds me that running is the best option when facing strong enemies, but to protect my teammates I can only risk it all." Zhu Feng swung the sword in front of him, murmuring a few words. His eyes were full of determination and steadfastness. Ma Fei looked and recognized Lulu, also startled and panicked. The vital energy fluctuations are too strong. A purple aura spread across the sky, forming a large and mighty bird. Zhu Feng's face remained unchanged, still wide-eyed and determined. Tian began to shout loudly, "Myriad sword art, second form." The giant monster saw a great power before it and became cautious and worried. This little brat can gather such a powerful amount of vital energy. No wonder he was so confident before, but ultimately he's just shaking in his boots. Tian was still merging the vital energy in his body with Ma Fei's sword, the power of the light growing stronger and more intense. The monster, with fiery eyes, chuckled scornfully. "Now I'll kill this little brat first, and then I'll keep you two around to torture Ma Fei." Ma Fei glared at the monster and retorted, "Get past me first!" Provoked, the monster immediately circulated its energy, strong winds swirling around it. It looked straight at Ma Fei and cursed. "You, who can't even wield a sword, have the nerve to shout at me." Without fear, Ma Fei smirked and said, "Stop with the empty talk. Come and get me if you dare." The monster laughed contemptuously, agreeing, "You overestimate yourself." It immediately stomped heavily forward, the ground shaking violently and sand flying everywhere. Creating a cloud of dust, Ma Fei quickly stepped forward, creating a shield to withstand the monster's strange move. Covering for Tian, he was full of confidence, believing he could easily withstand it. HMPH, what can a little sandstorm do to me? In less than a second, the monster punched Ma Fei squarely in the face, distorting his features, and sending his glasses flying. The power was terrifying, each blow a white blur. Ma Fei had no strength to resist, and flew back several meters. Seeing this, Tian shouted anxiously, unable to help, "Team leader Ma Fei." The monster defeated Ma Fei as easily as flipping its hand, becoming even more arrogant. "Ha ha, I couldn't care less about you." The monster turned its attention to Tian, its face full of lust and excitement. "Then you're next, little brat." Zhu Feng frowned, annoyed, his energy circulation not yet complete, thinking, just a little more, damn it. If I stop now, everything will be for naught." With no other choice, Lulu fearfully closed her eyes and shouted for help. "Team leader, please help Tian." Hearing her voice, Ma Fei woke up, his eyes darkening, regaining his strength. "Lulu!" He slowly pushed himself up from the pile of sand, his face covered in dirt and bruises, and began to regain his strength. A green light emanating from him, he angrily cursed inwardly, "Damn desert bandits." The giant monster spread its large hand, slowly descending towards Tian, as if wanting to crush him to death. Tian still didn't move, still holding on to the end. Lulu froze in fear, witnessing everything. Tian's eyes shone even brighter, her face revealing a clear look of determination, resolution to fight, and determination to win at all costs. Ma Kefei's group also stood watching in a panic, each with their mouths agape in astonishment. He slammed his hand down hard, sending bursts of sand flying everywhere, pressing the person down. One of Ma Kefei's men seemed to have been struck, painfully coughing. Cough, 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 incessantly. Everyone gathered around, asking with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" That person shook his head. "I'm fine," but drops of blood flowed incessantly from his mouth through his fingers and fell. Impossible. It was affected by the ripples of the attack. The monster, seeing the person like that, put on a puzzled look. "I don't know what kind of BS this is." That person looked down at his hand, moving it tentatively. Mei Fei took advantage of the opportunity to rush forward, launching an attack. "I already said, step over my dead body first." The monster, seeing Ma Fei stubbornly getting up to attack, wearily hated it. Seriously, as persistent as a leech, how boring. He lowered his hand and squeezed Ma Fei's person. The attack power was terrifying. Blood flowed out incessantly. "You want to die that much? Then you go die first." On the tip of the sword there was also a worm curled up. Ma Kefei's people cried out in panic, Hey! This time even the team leader can't hold on any longer." The person who was hit earlier gradually passed out and fell. "Brother, wake up. Endure." Ma Fei gritted his teeth, frowned as he looked at the monster, determined not to succumb and give up. "As long as I still have a breath, I won't let you harm them." The tip of the sword gradually pierced deeper into the person of that worm. Its whole body trembled incessantly, then gradually became unconscious. Its mouth also disappeared, and finally turned into wisps of smoke, blending into the air and flying away. And Ma Fei's body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, vomiting blood, and finally unable to resist any longer, he fell. Seeing this, that monster also retracted his hand and sneered, "What a fake little brat, you're next." Tian's eyes softened, not expecting too much from his move, and said, "Lulu, I can only do this much. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." Suddenly, the monster startled in panic. Just now, Tian is nowhere to be seen. Where is he? In the high heavens, those streams of purple energy gathered and transformed into a large, majestic phoenix, rushing straight towards the monster. He frowned, shouting loudly in his head, recalling the time before with Ma Kefei, how happy they were. Team leader Ma Kefei. With a swoosh, he rushed straight towards the monster, using all his strength to fight against it. "It's all thanks to you for helping me seize this crucial moment." The eyes of that phoenix gradually flashed, then the beak. Everything gradually became more complete, and the power became even greater. He shouted violently, "I can finally complete this move." That stream of power was truly terrifying and violent. The golden and purple lights blended together quickly. Tian held the sword and rushed straight down at the demon, reverse sword phoenix. The scene was only a little bit away. Boom! With a bang, a loud sound rang out. The sword flashed so brightly, terrifying golden lightning radiated out. The desert plunder monster stood still, without any movement. Tian shouted out with determination and steadfastness. Die! Tian now didn't think about any danger. The images of Ye Ying kept appearing in his head. He shouted resolutely, "This moment is for me to protect the people around me." The golden light flashed so brightly, he still rushed like a rocket towards the demon. Both the sword and his whole body lit up like fireflies, with the tip of the sword pointing straight at the demon, hoping to destroy it. Feeling the radiant light of the 10 directions Buddhas, that mummy monster also had to be wary and scared. This can't be wrong. It's the power of the heaven tier level. The light radiated brighter and brighter, dazzling. But impossible. How can a Xuan tier kid? The sword stabbed straight forward. Streams of lightning surrounded the sword. Tian's eyes rolled back, shouting loudly with courage. As for the monster, he was full of fear and worry. Boom! With a bang, a huge, earth-shattering sound rang out. A huge and enormous stream of power slammed down, radiating out from Ma Fei, who was injured and standing in a corner, thought, "This kid is really hiding his skills." Lulu looked up, looking full of admiration and respect. "So OP, the sword's like shattered into tiny pieces, and I'm fading fast, free-falling to the ground. But I'm so stoked, ha ha ha, Mu Tianran, I'm not dead weight anymore, I can protect the people around me. That mummy monster, the desert bandit, its body is fading, and poof, gone into thin air. Tiantian's just plummeting from the sky, and it feels like I've sunk to the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by total darkness." Then I hear this weird voice, like someone's been waiting. "Finally, your consciousness is weak enough, I can fully merge into your spiritual realm now. Musha Tiantian sounds like not one of our folk." And I snap my eyes open, looking around like, who's there? Who's talking? Am I tripping balls again? These black and red energies are swirling together, and the voice keeps getting louder. It keeps saying, "Fine, then obey this queen's instructions. Give in, listen to me, and I'll not only save you from the desert, but also grant you wealth and glory. I stare ahead, all hazy and confused. Who the heck are you? And why me? The figure is all blurry in the darkness, echoing my words. Why you? She reaches out and lifts my chin. I've tried countless times over thousands of years, and only you can establish a connection with this queen. She leans in close, calm and soft. I also want to know why you guys are lost in the desert. Listen to this queen. She pauses, staring into my eyes, unblinking, then suddenly turns away, giving me one last warning. It's your only way out. You should know this queen is waiting for you here, Mu Tianran. I jolt awake with a start and scream, sitting bolt upright. Whoa! Ah! No way! But I'm just lying in a cruddy, straw-filled room, and there's Lulu standing in front of me. Looks like she was braiding hair. She flinches a little when I suddenly sit up. Tianran. She rushes over, so moved that she hugs me tight. Tianran, you're finally awake. My cheeks are all flushed with a mix of happiness, but I gotta keep my cool, I stammer. Lulu, where am I? She lets go and replies, this is our makeshift tent. You've been out cold for a day, Tianran. Okay. I just laugh it off, glancing away like, I'm fine. What about everyone else? She suddenly grabs my hand tight, thanking me like crazy. Thank goodness for you, Tianran. Everyone's safe. Otherwise, she trails off, her face falling into a slump. It's just that mentioning father, Lulu, Tianran also becomes quiet, face darkened. Captain Ma Fei. I sadly recall when Ma Fei was beaten badly by that monster, and I feel bad, blaming myself. Captain Ma Fei helped me buy time. It's all my fault for being so weak, if only I could. While the young couple were very sad, Uvu was thinking wildly, Ma Fei has been standing there for a long time. The atmosphere became really quiet and strange, but before anything, I thought Ma Fei was dead, and he looked at me and yelled, you are so bad. Do you want me to die and take Lulu away? Tianran was startled and scared. Captain Ma Fei, you, he said loudly. It's my knife was shattered by you. Mo Qing shouted through the night. Lulu seemed to burst out laughing, explaining, because the knife was broken, father is saddened. Tianran felt embarrassed, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. He looked Ma Fei up and down, from head to toe, and felt a little confused and didn't understand. By the way, Captain Ma Fei, why did your injury heal so quickly? Hearing this, he laughed loudly, bragging, boasting to the point where his nose stretched a meter long. Of course it will heal quickly if there is no fatal wound. Everyone calls me Ma Fei. Clearing all difficult tasks is just a few years to us. Tianran had an expressionless face, but still applauded to make him happy. Ma Fei is amazing. Then he continued. When are we leaving for the secret treasure trove next? Even though he said that, he was still worried. Captain, are you really okay? Lulu was startled when she heard him ask. Tianran? What are you talking about? Didn't you bring us here? Tianran was even more startled when he heard this, and he vaguely remembered nothing. What? I brought you here. Ma Fei stood aside as if he realized that Tiantian's head was not very stable and he was not very awake. Sure enough, you were not conscious at that time. Come out and see. The previous image seemed to appear before his eyes. At that time, Tianran acted like a monkey escaped from the cage, teasing, and told Lulu and Ma Fei where the secret treasure was. Go this way. After defeating the desert robbers, you sleepwalked and showed the way, and then we followed you here. The two of them were also very reluctant to follow him. How did Tianran know where the secret treasure was? Tianran stepped out of the tent. Although there are many of these buildings in the desert, after I checked, this is indeed the entrance to the secret treasure trove. There's also a massive stone structure standing tall. If we find the secret treasure trove, I won't hold a grudge about you scaring away the desert seals. But suddenly, Tianran starts bawling like a crybaby. Ma Fei turns around, surprised, and asks, what's wrong, Tianran? He kneels down, tears streaming down his face as he says, overwhelmed, I'm finally about to complete the mission. I almost died on the road just trying to earn a bit of money for my family. Mu Tianran says that the secret treasure trove is the most mystical place in the desert. Rumor has it, it used to be a demon realm, like a fairyland. But disaster struck suddenly. A raging sandstorm devoured everything, turning the fairyland into a barren, lifeless desert. Eventually, the demon realm abandoned this place, and it became part of Tiancheng. He continues, the demon realm buried by the sandstorm that year is where the secret treasure trove is. It's filled with countless riches and powerful weapons left behind by the demon realm. Back to the present. Standing before this strange place he calls the treasure trove, Mu Tianran excitedly says, the secret treasure trove is right before our eyes. Ma Fei looks at him and smiles, saying, all thanks to you, little brother Tiantian. But Mo Fei quickly gives Mu Tianran a helpless look. Mu Tianran turns around and starts gulping down water from a nearby stream. The desert is too dry, he needs a drink. Lulu comes out and says, Tian Tian, there's water in the tent. Mo Fei asks Lulu. Lulu, didn't you give Yuan Yidan to Tian Tian? Lulu turns around and replies, the enemy attacked just then, and after that, I didn't see it anymore. After drinking water from the stream, Mu Tian innocently says, it's okay, I'm fine with just water. Suddenly, Mo Fei looks at him seriously and says, if that's the case, little brother Tian Tian, join us after this mission. Mo Fei's suggestion surprises Lulu, who looks over. Mu Tian is also extremely surprised to hear that. He looks up, water from his recent drink still dripping from his mouth. Mo Fei holds out his hand, wanting to shake Mu Tian's. He continues, our mercenary group welcomes strong people like you to join. Mu Tian himself still seems surprised. He looks at Mo Fei and softly says, Captain Mo Fei. He smirks, remembering the insults from the past. Don't ever step into the Mutz family's door again. You're just a burden, a waste. Get lost. The Mutz family doesn't need you. Mu Tian happily thinks to himself, I finally have someone who needs me. Then he grabs Mo Fei's hand. Mu Tian smiles happily and says, I'm very happy to receive an invitation from the captain, but there's something more important waiting for me. Mo Fei asks back, you're refusing? Lulu beside him also asks, Tian, won't you consider it? He puts his hand behind his head, smiling cheerfully as he replies, no, I still plan to hone myself further. Mo Fei doesn't intend to force Mu Tian, he says. Alright, if little brother Tian has other ambitions, then I won't force you. Rest well tonight, he replies. Okay, got it. On the other hand, Mo Fei and Lulu are now sitting on a cut tree trunk, looking at the fire burning in front of them. Mo Fei asks her, are you disappointed? Lulu asks back, not being able to recruit someone strong like Tian. Isn't it Dad who's disappointed? He replies, there's no choice, it's his decision. Mo Fei instructs his daughter, saying, it's late. Prepare a bit for tomorrow, Lulu replies. Okay. As the captain, Mo Fei starts instructing the other mercenaries in the group early in the morning. Brothers, although we've arrived at the secret treasure trove, there are still many dangers and accidents inside. But as long as we are united, countless treasures will be ours. The members of the group shout, yes, Mo Fei continues. During the desert bandit encounter, I didn't fulfill my duty to protect everyone, causing one brother to leave us. The fatty below frowns and says, I think Asu's injuries weren't life-threatening. A mercenary standing next to him says to him, Fatty, think positively. At this moment, above, Mo Fei says seriously, after entering, everyone be careful, I'll be at the front. If we encounter danger, everyone retreat outside first. Now, we set off. Then, the group quickly enters the secret treasure trove. Seeing that Mu Tian doesn't look well, with his hands constantly clutching his stomach, she asks, concerned, Tian, what's wrong? Something on your mind? Outside, Mu Tian waves his hand, pretending to be okay, saying, I'm fine, let's continue. But inside, he thinks, crap, I drank too much water, now I need to take a leak. Continuing the journey, they pass long flights of stairs, behind which are traps always waiting. One careless move, and you're dead. Not to mention when they encounter human skeletons inside. At this moment, in front of the group is a glowing gate. Captain Mo Fei says, we're probably almost there. They approach, the light radiating from the door getting stronger. After stepping out, they were all astonished by the scene before them. Mo Fei spoke up, here, this is where the secret treasure is hidden. They stood gazing at the scene, a complete contrast to the arid desert they had been. Even Mu Tianran, observing, secretly admired this beautiful environment, completely unlike the desert, like another dimension. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his head. Hurry and come to me, Mu Tianran exclaimed in surprise. Who? Seeing his strange reaction, Lulu immediately asked, Tianran, what's wrong? He replied. Ah, no, it's nothing. Mu Tianran thought to himself, puzzled. It's that hallucination again. Is my mind too stressed? Mo Fei ordered the mercenary group to move forward, saying, the valuable treasure is probably in the pagoda. Let's immediately go and search. At this moment, Mu Tianran, who had been needing to pee for a while, separated from the group. He thought to himself, I can't hold it anymore. He walked towards a forest, thinking, there are many trees here. I'll just relieve myself nearby. Suddenly, Mu Tianran slipped and fell, unable to maintain his balance, and rolled down a few times, the rolling speed getting faster and faster, causing Mu Tianran to hit his head against the entrance of a cave. Mu Tianran raised his hand to his bleeding nose, painfully thinking, my nose. My nose. Slowly he opened his eyes and looked around. In front of him was a rock, emitting a red light. He looked at it, puzzled, thinking, what? The rock is glowing after absorbing my blood. The rock is also slowly opening up. Seeing this, Mu Tianran started sweating, thinking in confusion. What's going on? Is this a secret passage? He stood waiting for the door to open completely. Looking inside, he wondered, Did I just find a secret chamber? Mu Tianran walked inside the secret passage thinking, whoa, it feels so cold here. Maybe there's some kind of secret here. Before his eyes appeared a staff which looked old and worn at first glance. He spread his arms out, looking at the staff. What the heck? Just an old staff, Mu Tianran happily thought. Whatever, I can use the staff to guide me so I don't get lost. An image of a waterfall appeared. Mu Tianran was enjoying this comfortable feeling, his face showing a clear expression of ease. Suddenly a voice spoke. You want to die? The staff started speaking. You want to die? How dare you do that to me? Seeing this, Mu Tianran was startled. Realizing this voice sounded too familiar, an indistinct image of Dinji appeared in his mind. Mu Tianran angrily shouted, I remember now. It's you. From the moment I entered the desert, the sound has been constantly appearing in my head. So it's this lousy staff. The staff immediately started cursing. Impudent. It then released strange bursts of power that surrounded it, reflecting the image of Dinji. It began to scold Mu Tianran. You ignorant brat. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? I order you. Immediately drip your blood onto this sword and help me break the seal. Hearing this, Mu Tianran was puzzled, not knowing what this staff ultimately wanted. He smirked with confidence and said, You talk big, but why should I help you? Mu Tianran added. You also said you were sealed, so you can't get out right now, right? If I let you out, what if you want to kill me? I'm not that stupid. Hearing this, the staff was startled and surprised, then cursed him. You little punk, the staff continued. It roared in anger. I'm gonna kill you right now. Mu Tianran calmly walked over to the staff, which surprised it. He found a spot to relieve himself, and said with satisfaction, Phew, that was scary. Then he turned to leave. I just came here to take a leak. Now that I'm done, I'm leaving. Goodbye, and good riddance. This made the staff furious. Mu Tianran gradually walked out of the cave entrance. He smiled happily and said, Haha, the outside world really has everything. Once I get the treasure and rescue my mother, I definitely have to keep exploring and broadening my horizons. The staff tried to grab him. You little brat, don't you leave! It struggled and shouted, Release me now. Inside the fortress. At this time, the mercenaries were happily looking at the piles of treasure inside. They discussed, Wow, we hit the jackpot this time. Yeah, we couldn't spend it all in 8 lifetimes. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mo Fei startled at something. Huh. He looked at the sword over there, realizing he had found the right treasure. The aura of that sword, I found it? No mistake. This is a heavenly grade weapon. Mo Fei happily held the sword in his hand. This secret treasure trove is indeed well deserved. This is even better than my old Shuan grade weapon. He then called Lulu over to admire the treasure sword he had just found. Lulu, look what I found, she asked in surprise. Yes. Mo Fei showed Lulu the sword and said, With its help in cultivation, I will soon break through to the earth realm and advance to the heaven realm. Lulu smiled slyly and said, That's great. It just makes up for the damaged Shuan grade weapon. Suddenly, Mo Fei grinned sinisterly. He said, That's right. I haven't even settled the debt for damaging my weapon yet. Mo Fei continued to ask, Lulu, what's your estimate of the amount of treasure here? She replied. The treasure here added up can be comparable to some major families. We can spend it for several lifetimes. At this time, Mo Fei revealed his true nature. He grinned, his eyes full of greed, and said, Okay, time to close the net, he shouted. Gather all the members of the mercenary group. You all have worked hard to come all the way here with me. Everyone was confused. Huh. The skinny guy just now smiled and said, Captain Mo Fei, what are you saying? Isn't it our duty to come here with you? The fat guy echoed. We also consider ourselves to be following the captain. Ma Fei revealed his true nature, mocking them. Honeyed words. How pleasant to hear. I'll give you a full corpse, how about it? Then, they startled in panic. Captain, what do you mean? Lulu sneered on the side. A bunch of idiots who don't know their own limitations. So does that mean you're all out of use? He angrily pointed at the two and cursed. You ungrateful bastards, do you want to monopolize all the treasure? We worked so hard to follow you here, and even one of our brothers sacrificed himself for it, Ma Fei growled. It's true that we couldn't have gotten here without you, but I never relied on your martial strength from the beginning. You only exist as scapegoats for me and Lulu. Now that the treasure has been found, you must all die. The crowd was furious when they heard this. Too much bullying. Do you think we can't fight an Earthrealm cultivator like you? Everyone, attack together, overwhelm him with numbers? Facing them, Ma Fei just sneered contemptuously. Lulu, make your move. She smiled, winking in response to him. Understood. Then Lulu snapped her fingers, and all the people in the room instantly exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Her voice was no longer as gentle as before, but became extremely cold. Being able to die for us is already your honor. When you swallowed the origin essence pill, you became our puppet corpse. As long as I want, you will all explode and die. At this moment, Mu Tianran returned, and unintentionally witnessed everything. With a bewildered look, he still couldn't believe that Ma Fei and Lulu were such cruel and ruthless people. Lulu turned back, smiling at him with a sigh. To be honest, there's a bit of regret, but if I can't rope you in, then I'll just have to let you die. Mu Tianran. Only now did Mu Tianran realize that everything before was a charade. Mei Crefei chimed in, a little newbie who hasn't been around for long, indeed so naive, so adorable. Out of consideration for his past help, let him die knowing why. We specialize in taking advantage of naive people like you. We like to disguise ourselves as mercenary groups, gather a bunch of fools, then implant parasitic GU worms into them so in dangerous situations we'll have a life-saving charm. The monkey in the city was one of those fools. And the desert bandits actually used to cooperate with us, but we double-crossed them. As he spoke, Ma Fei and Lulu reached out and tore off the disguise on their faces. This is their true identity: Dao Situ Banwei, Earth Realm Rank 9, Ye Nu Tai Lulu, Heaven Realm Rank 1. Then, Lulu suddenly placed her hand on the scorpion tattoo on her chest. Go forth, my little darling. Immediately, a giant scorpion appeared before him. The human-faced scorpion GU, a Heaven Realm Rank 2 demonic beast. At this moment he began to recall his master's instructions after the god-demon sect was destroyed. This old man realized a truth. In this life, you can only trust yourself. Always keep a way out for yourself, otherwise you'll suffer. Back then, Mu Tianran naively thought that his master was too pessimistic. There must still be many trustworthy people in this world. Once you've experienced more, you'll understand my words today. Master, now I'm starting to understand. I was too trusting of others. Those people who were just with me, a moment later they all disappeared. But there are still people at home waiting for them to return. Some people wanted to earn a little extra money to rebuild a new house, so their loved ones could have a better life. Some people hoped that after finishing the mission, they would go back to their hometown to marry and have children, living peaceful days. Thinking of this, Mu Tianran couldn't help but grit his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. These assets are half their lives, wishes. You guys are so selfish, killing everyone. Absolutely unforgivable. I still have to go back to Yun City to find my mother. I still have to fulfill my master's wish. I must gather all my spiritual energy into this fist. So what if it's a Heaven Realm demonic beast? One move decides the victory. However, Mu Tianran underestimated the scorpion's strength. Lulu sneered. You naive kid. Heaven Realm strength is not something someone like you can break through. A loud crash rang out in front of the CP building. Dust filled the air. Mu Tianran suddenly shot out into the distance, his clothes torn by the attack. He narrowed one eye, secretly assessing. Completely different from a peak Earth Realm giant beast, I almost got melted. In front of him, the human-faced scorpion GU was still standing in the smoke. When the dust cleared, he was shocked. Completely unharmed. Dao Banwei sneered, haha. If you could use that move against Sa, maybe there'd be a little hope. But you can't. Moreover, I won't give you time to accumulate spiritual energy. Mu Tianran frowned upon hearing this. He remembered when he first saved them, secretly complaining, what a waste that I saved you two in the first place, and was even happy about it. Damn it, think of a way, I can't die here. Tai Lulu stretched her hands over her head again, laughing. Summoning a GU every second consumes a lot of my spiritual energy. Don't struggle in vain, my little Tianran. Just obediently die, that way you can suffer a little less. After speaking, she ordered again. Kill him, Scorpion GU, human-faced Scorpion GU. Hearing the order, it immediately roared, ready to charge forward. Mu Tianran also clenched his fist to gather Yuan Qi, but immediately after, he relaxed his hand, looking at it in dismay. Oh no, I exhausted too much Yuan Qi messing with the Sword Phoenix earlier. I've hit rock bottom. He froze in despair. Because I foolishly trusted Mu Lian, I almost died. Heaven gave me a master. Gave me a chance at rebirth. But now I'm stupidly trusting again. With no way out, I resent this. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ha ha, pathetic little devil. I'll give you one more chance. Do you trust me? If you don't want to die, get back to my side. Facing him, Ren Yuan Yet Ji was itching to charge forward. He frowned, sweating buckets, muttering, the sound of that sword? Just then, Mu Tianran decisively turned and ran. Tai Lulu chuckled upon seeing this. Want to run? Chase him. As he ran forward, Du Banwei said nonchalantly, leave him to me. It's a good chance to test the power of the heavenly weapon. He gripped the black sword tightly in his hand and swung it forward in a slash. His slash powerfully swept horizontally over Mu Tianran's head, instantly snapping the trees in front of him in half. It didn't hit him, but struck the outer barrier. Seeing Du Banwei's power, Mu Tianran's eyes widened in shock as he muttered, this power. His sword almost kicked up so much dust that Mu Tianran was obscured within, he thought as he ran. Take advantage of the dust cloud and run. Although he missed, Du Banwei wasn't angry, but laughed mockingly. Whoops, my bad. Looks like I'm not used to the new weapon yet. Its attack power is 10 times stronger than before. This is the heavenly weapon, huh? Then he waved his hand. Though, it seems he escaped, Tai Lulu chimed in. It's okay, he can't escape from the palm of my hand. Let's get on Yet Gu and chase after him. On Mu Tianran's side, he had run to the front of a large cave, muttering through gritted teeth as he ran. Her seals reached to the point. It seems that her real strength has at least reached the heavenly level. But Mao Fei and Lulu are also earth and heaven level. If they are made to fight each other, I can take the opportunity to escape. Whatever. No more thinking. Just live for as long as I can. All lead to death. I have no other choices. He continues to run, without stopping. At this time, Du Banwei and Tai Lulu were also chasing behind Mu Tianran on Yet Gu. Du Banwei turned to ask her, "This kid is hiding in the forest. Can Lulu summon some primeval key?" She replied, "Have you forgotten that Yet Gu has a more sensitive sense of smell than a dog?" Before long, they caught up to him. Just as he ran into the cave entrance, Lulu shouted, "Look, hasn't he been found already?" Yet Gu carried the two of them to a stop in front of the cave entrance. Du Banwei and Tai Lulu jumped down at the same time. She chuckled and said, "He ran inside the cave." Du Banwei continued, "Like the maze before, there must be hidden traps in the cave. Lulu, be careful." Hearing this, Tai Lulu's face immediately turned gloomy, full of bloodlust as she said, "That's right, this is the only way, human-faced Yet Gu. Spew out as much poison as you can for me." As soon as she finished speaking, Yet Gu immediately tensed up. Mu Tianran knelt on the ground, panting heavily. "We meet again." The person inside the sword laughed again. He struggled to get up and asked, "You said you could help me." The blazing red sword asked, "Is this the attitude you want me to help you with?" The woman continued, "You're so rude to me. I definitely won't spare you when I get out." Mu Tianran was still panting, his face covered in sweat. He frowned, looking at the sword in front of him, before finally speaking after a moment. "All right, spill it. What do you want to be set free?" The voice inside the sword asked calmly. "What's wrong? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you once I'm out?" he replied, gasping for breath. "You said it yourself. You're the only one who's been able to connect with me for thousands of years. So I'm betting on it, betting you won't kill me." Then he grinned. "Because to you, I'm still useful." The voice chuckled, clearly amused. Shadowy energy poured out from the sword, enveloping Mu Tianran. "Ha, you little devil, you're interesting. But if your bet fails, don't blame this empress for drawing your blood onto the sword. My seal will be broken." Hearing this, he resolutely said, "Deal." He then dripped blood onto the sword. Outside the cave, Tai Lulu ordered her Gu insects. "Fill this cave with your poison." The human-faced scorpion Gu obeyed, immediately spewing a glob of thick, green liquid into the cave. A single drop of its poison almost landed on a roadside tree. When it fell to the ground, the clump of bushes was instantly corroded, leaving nothing behind. Tai Lulu and Tu Banwei stood outside the cave, she said. "Even gold melts from the scorpion guy's poison. There won't be anything alive left in this cave," Tu Banwei cackled. "HMPH, you stupid little brat. Couldn't you just die obediently? You had to die a gruesome, bloody death. Haha," Tai Lulu said to him. "Let's go back and check out the treasure." Then she gave a sinister smile. "From now on, we can wash our hands of this business and build our own power." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "How dare you defile this empress's territory?" The loud voice covered the human-faced scorpion Gu and the two of them. "Which stinky insect has the audacity?" Tu Banwei froze in fear, and so did Tai Lulu. The two of them were sweating buckets, thinking, "Impossible! There's someone inside the cave." This oppressive feeling. Just then, a pair of slender legs appeared. Tu Banwei and Tai Lulu shouted, "Who the hell is it? Stop acting mysterious and get out here." Next, a slender hand collected the human-faced scorpion goon's venom. The person asked, "Who are you? Just a couple of puny ants? Do you even deserve to know?" The one who appeared was a beautiful woman. This person was none other than Dinji. Her level was extremely profound. "Impossible to know," Dinji continued. "Unexpectedly, you've offered a welcome gift for this empress's rebirth, but this flavor still isn't as good as the demon realm's bubblegum." With that, she opened her mouth and sucked up the human-faced scorpion gun's venom. Tai Lulu saw this and gritted her teeth, thinking, "Who are you? Why can you swallow poison? Are you training in poison arts? Your strength is definitely not simple, but there isn't any strong origin energy on you at all," she shouted. "HMPH, now that things have come to this, if the poison doesn't work, then try this." Dinji glanced at her and said, "Crazy bitch. This empress will show you what's what so you won't dare forget, even after 10 reincarnations." Tai Lulu ordered, "Human-faced scorpion Gu, tear her to pieces for me." With that, the scorpion Gu immediately swung its leg. Dinji raised her hand. "You stinky insect, you're disgusting just to look at. Scram." With that, she waved her hand, immediately slashing into the human-faced scorpion gun's body. She only used a light technique, but it already made it tremble. Half of its body was chopped off. Thick green venom gushed out. Tai Lulu screamed, "Human-faced scorpion Gu, she dared to kill the Gu beast I've been raising for years. You will pay with your life." With that, Tai Lulu waved her hand in preparation, thinking, I can't drag this out, I have to kill her instantly, I'll beat your face until it's as swollen as a beehive, and use your corpse to nurture my GU worms. Tai Lulu used her iron thread worm technique. Immediately, a swarm of black worms shot towards Dingy, but Dingy just lightly pointed her finger. Those worms were severed and fell to the ground. Dingy said, Unbelievable. Tai Lulu saw the scene before her and widened her eyes in fear, sweat pouring down, thinking, even top-grade profound weapons can't cut through my iron thread worms. How can this be? At that moment, another person suddenly jumped up. That person was Tu Banwei. He swung his sword, using the One Wonder 34 blade technique, to slash towards Dingy, arrogantly shouting, In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that can't be broken. You stinky woman. Let me show you the power of a heavenly soldier. The smile hadn't even left his face. Blame yourself for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. But the next second his face paled, terrified, and he muttered to himself, What? My heavenly weapon? At this moment his heavenly sword was already broken. One half of it was lying in Dingy's hand. She said, What kind of rag is this? Can't even cut a single hair of this empress. She chuckled, looked at Tu Banwei, and then gently threw half of the heavenly sword blade to the ground. The next second, she asked softly, Right? What did you call this empress just now? The tone was extremely vicious. As if piercing through Tu Banwei's body, he trembled with fear. Dingy said, Now, immediately. Then she opened her eyes wide. Get the hell out of here. Tu Banwei's whole body trembled violently. His brain felt like it was pierced by something. His blood vessels clogged, swelled, and then he exploded into pieces right in front of Dingy. After taking care of Tu Banwei, Dingy chuckled. Ants are just ants. Only now did Tai Lulu see Dingy's strength. She was extremely frightened, secretly guessing, You're Heavenly Realm Peak. No way, you're stronger than that. Immediately after, Dingy landed on the ground. She walked in front of Tai Lulu. Speak, now it's your turn. Her shadow was extremely large, completely covering Tai Lulu's shadow. Tai Lulu screamed in fear. Goddess, please spare me. After saying that, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I have eyes, but couldn't see Mount Tai. I offended the goddess. She also cried extremely miserably. This lowly one is blind. I will get out of here right away. Please spare me, goddess. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A puddle of tears had already appeared on the ground in front of her, Dingy said. Although this empress has been reborn, I've been separated from this world for thousands of years, so now is the time to need a servant. Tai Lulu was stunned when she heard this. Huh? She asked timidly. You mean you won't kill me? She looked at Dingy's beautiful face and thought to herself, Lucky, at least I escaped, but if I submit to her now, it means I'll be protected by her. Wouldn't that be even better? Thinking of this, Tai Lulu stopped crying and smiled happily, sincerely saying, Thank you for the goddess's grace. Thank you for the goddess's grace, she thought. All these years I've been evading the wanted orders of those old hags from the Wan Jiu sect. Now that she's protecting me, I don't have to be afraid of them anymore. On the opposite side, Dingy frowned. Closing her eyes tightly, Tai Lulu clasped her hands in front of her chest, obediently saying, Goddess, this lowly one is your servant. I'm willing to be a cow or a horse. Hearing this, Dingy opened her eyes and asked, Be this empress's servant? Tai Lulu saw Dingy approaching her and laughed secretly in her heart. Ha ha ha, this is really lucky, so easy. As long as I listen to her, I'll definitely gain her trust. Dingy got closer and closer. Tai Lulu saw her thighs and then her feet. She continued to think. As long as I pretend to be weak and take advantage of her, I can collect even more resources, her cultivation methods, her martial arts techniques, her secrets. Dingy's feet in Lulu's eyes gradually turned gray, slightly tilted, and then flipped upside down. When the time is right, I can betray her. Ha 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 ah ah. She let out her last thought. Could it be that I'm dead? Dingy had gently severed Tai Lulu's neck. She glanced at her and said, A tiny ant dares to look directly at this empress. Inside the cave, Mu Tianran was looking outside. He reached out and covered his chest, frowning and thinking, if I'd waited for them to fight each other, I could have made a run for it. Now I'm all out of Kyo, what am I going to do? Right, play dead. Maybe she'll spare me. With that, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and fell to the ground. But Dingy's voice rang out, 3 seconds, and you better be groveling before me, or else. Hearing this, Mu Tianran's eyes shot open. Dingy began to count. 1. He frantically scrambled to his feet, shouting, I'm here, I'm coming. Reaching her, he even obediently said, Benevolent Miss DG, I'm here. DG, with her back to him, remained silent. The silence between them made the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Just then, Dingy caught a whiff of something terribly stinky. She turned to face Mu Tianran, her eyes sharp and chilling, and said, Forget it, you're better off dead. Mu Tianran looked at Dingy like she was a demon before him, waving his hands in panic. No, don't get worked up. Actually, being doused all over isn't a big deal. I've tried it before. It's fate, haha. He spoke while covering his mouth, trying to stifle his laughter. There's a saying, rising from the water, a lotus, puffed, no, benevolent, generous little miss, please, let me go. This only angered her more, she said grimly. You little stinky brat, you're about to die, and still running your mouth. Hearing this, Mu Tianran immediately stopped laughing, but there were still tears in the corners of his eyes, and said, Dingy didn't care. She swung her claws, saying, then I'll grant you your wish. Seeing her swing her hand towards him, Mu Tianran recoiled in fear and fell to the ground, shouting, Dingy, you demon! Then, right beside him, the sky thundered and flashed, dazzlingly. Mu Tianran saw Dingy wave her hand and turn away, saying, you're not the only one who's made contact with me. I would have torn you to shreds long ago. He chuckled inwardly. Phew. If I hadn't dodged in time, I'd be dead. Is it okay to act grateful but still needs to pretend to be grateful to her? Thank you, benevolent little miss. Can I go now? My mom is at home cooking dinner, waiting for me. Dingy turned to look at him and said, my name is Dingy. Don't call me benevolent something or other. Hearing this, he fawned. Dingy. What a great name. My mother says people with names like Dingy are bound to be stable and achieve great things. His words immediately angered Dingy. A moment later, Mu Tianran's cheeks were bruised and swollen. He obediently said, sorry, great Dingy, I won't call you the wrong thing again. Then lamented, I just wanted to make some extra money. It was just a task. How did it turn out like this? Dingy turned and walked away, saying to him, follow me. He blankly asked, I'm following you. I still have to go home. Then he tentatively negotiated with her. Great Dingy, can't I just not go? Hearing this, Dingy frowned and threatened with her eyes closed. Say another word and see what happens. Chapter 17. On a road, lined with trees on both sides, Mu Tianran trailed behind Dingy. He mused, continuing like this isn't the way. This she-devil is strong. If I keep resisting, the ending will definitely be even more tragic than before. Unfilial son. Master. I've failed you. The sinful thought made Tianran want to bang his head on the ground and ascend to heaven. Suddenly, Dingy, who was flying, stopped. She coldly ordered, you, go back. Tianran was startled, saying, great Dingy, you're really letting me go back. He happily thought, looks like this she-devil isn't as bad as I thought. Tianran, with his dirty face, hastily said, then this humble one thanks you for your great virtue, great Dingy. We'll meet again someday. To be able to meet great Dingy is my good fortune. To be honest, I still want to be a servant and call you master. Cautiously, Dingy replied, I told you to go back to the mountain cave and bring the black sword. As for your desire to be my servant, I've approved it. What's with that expression, are you not happy? Tianran was disheartened upon hearing that, tears welling up in his eyes as he blankly asked, no, nothing. So you just wanted to get your sword, huh? He glanced at the black sword Dingy handed him with annoyance. Tianran examined it, thinking to himself, looking closely, it's clearly the shape of a sword, but it's a pitch-black wooden sword. He spoke up. That's right, master. You're amazing. Who sealed you in this black stick back then? Dingy replied. It was this queen herself. Tianran was stunned by this answer, asking again. Sealed yourself, he thought to himself. At least she's finally talking normally, she continued. Also, is that staff in your hand some kind of divine weapon? Dingy said again. This sword is called He Yuan, Black Abyss. A divine weapon forged by the holy shrew of the demon realm. It can assist the user in elevating their cultivation to the extreme. But it hasn't acknowledged you yet, so it can't reveal its true nature, Tianran curiously replied. Acknowledged me? You mean give it to me as a weapon? Dingy said. That's right. It no longer has any use for this queen now. She turned her head and continued walking, saying, this queen must now rely on the blood oath with you, but you are too weak. A divine weapon can make you stronger. Tianran was overjoyed upon hearing this, thinking to himself, a divine weapon for me, I'm going to be rich. He scratched his head shyly and said with a grin, thank you for the reward, master, but what's this blood oath about? Dingy angrily turned her head and asked in a low voice, why do you ask so many questions? He fearfully and timidly said, master, please calm down. She explained. The blood oath is the oath I made after sealing myself, a secret technique used to unseal and stabilize my primordial spirit. You have a bloodline similar to mine. Dripping blood onto this black sword will break the seal and create a blood oath at the same time. Now that I am a state of spiritual consciousness and must escape from the real world, the black sword needs to borrow the origin energy of the contractor. Simply put, I will now reside on your body. To put it simply, Tianran would supply Dingy with origin energy while she resided on his body. She said, you should feel lucky. Before I can materialize a real body, I will accompany you. Tianran was dumbfounded and retorted, what's so lucky about that? You're just a vampire, sucking me dry." He thought one thing, but he said another. "That's right, it's my luck." Dingy reached out and patted his head, saying, "That's why I say if you die, this queen will also disappear. During this time, this queen won't let you die. When necessary, even if your heart or brain is dug out and soaked in a jar, I will have you resurrected. If you don't listen to me, imagine your death. Even if you go down to hell, this queen will snatch you from the hands of Yama, then mince your flesh." Tianran flinched upon hearing that. He immediately knelt down on both knees without hesitation. Sweat pouring down his face, Tianran thought in fear, "That's too terrifying. Just what kind of deity is she?" He suddenly realized, wait a minute. She just said that only those with a similar bloodline could rescue her. Tianran spoke up and asked, "Great Dingy, could it be that you also have the bloodline of the god demon?" Dingy replied. "That's right," Tianran suddenly said. "Could it be that back then you were hunted down by the 6 great celestial sovereigns, so you sealed yourself to escape the calamity? Do you know my master, Murong Tian?" She crossed her arms, showing indifference, and replied, "A nameless nobody. This queen doesn't know him. Furthermore, this queen wasn't hunted down by the 6 great celestial sovereigns. This queen only has one enemy." Tianran said again, "Great Dingy, don't you know about the affairs of the god-demon sect and the god-demon bloodline?" He tried his best to tell her all the details. Like this. Dingy immediately became impatient and turned to leave, saying, "I don't know if the things you're talking about have anything to do with this queen." "You talk too much? Let's get going," Tianran, after a long tirade, blankly asked. "Huh." He thought to himself, Dingy's reaction seems like she doesn't know about the god-demon sect. "Also, are we just going like this?" Tianran shouted with all his might. "Master, your humble servant has one more thing to say." Dingy's eyes lit up with rage. She turned her head and warned, "Mu Tianran, don't think that just because I haven't killed you, you can take an inch when given a foot. I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead." He fearfully tried to explain. No, master. You've misunderstood. Right now, this one's got nothing, and if I don't grab some loot, it'll be inconvenient to move around outside. Tianran was so scared his soul almost left his body, he continued. "Although Master is all-powerful, you can't be too flashy. I'm just taking a little for travel expenses, and I wouldn't dare take much from home," Dingy replied sarcastically. "Do you think I care about such things? I'll give you a quarter of an hour. Whatever you can take is yours." Tianran happily replied, "Huh. Thank you, Great Dingy. Thank you, Great Dingy." Qiankun bag in hand, he was speechless with happiness, calculating in his head. Stuffed to the brim, leaving nothing behind. Sucking dry all of Sifu's Qiankun bags is so convenient. This time I'm rich. On the desert, a South American dragon was leisurely standing in one spot, breathing in the air. But before long, it suddenly turned its head and ran off without a trace. Because from afar, there was a loud bang like a small planet falling from outer space to Earth. Mu Tianran breathed out with difficulty, confusedly saying, Cough. Wouldn't it have been better to just follow the old path? Jumping here in one go is too violent, too much sand. Cough. Dingy angrily shouted. Stop wasting words. He, wearing only a single piece of clothing, awkwardly looked around, calling out, Huh? Where are you, Great Dingy? Where are you? She said. I am here. A faint sound came from the sword he carried on his back, she continued. Your original energy is too weak. Not enough for me to stay outside for too long, Tianran blankly said. Huh, Dingy ordered. Now, immediately find offerings. High-grade spiritual herbs and demon cores for me, unless you want me to punish you. How much original energy do you have? Find that much, Tianran confusedly replied. Yes, ma'am, but... Great Dingy, how do we get out of this desert? A silent atmosphere covered the surroundings. Dingy said sullenly. How could I encounter such a useless thing like you? Tianran spoke up. I've never used this before, I don't know how to do it. She carefully observed his face, saying, looking closely. You also seem quite handsome, not considered rude, Tianran awkwardly said. Great Dingy, what are you doing? She gestured with her index finger, signaling him to come closer to her. Suddenly, he noticed the Qiankun bag. Dingy sympathized with him, saying, seeing you with no clothes, I feel really embarrassed. She held the Qiankun bag in her hand, saying, casting a magic circle around Tianran. He happily said, Wow, Great Dingy, turns out there are clothes in here too. Dingy turned away. She snapped her fingers and said, Shut your mouth, Tianran, inside the magic circle, uncomfortably said, Ugh, can't breathe. He was confused. Great Dingy, this outfit, Tianran got a makeover, his hair was pinned up securely, there was a stylish knot on his shoulder, and he was wearing a magnificent outfit, he said. This outfit feels very high-end, and it also has a feeling of original energy flowing. Dingy waved her hand and said, This outfit has a trace of my original energy. It can help you. Consider it a reward from me, Tianran hurriedly said. Thank you, Master. Dingy ignored him. She turned around and ordered, Get everything ready. After walking away from him for a while, she turned her head again and said an incomprehensible sentence. Control of your body temporarily belongs to me, Tianran blankly said. Huh. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened, unable to move. Dinji quickly ran into him. Tianran closed his eyes. He opened his eyes. His two black pupils emitted a red light, saying, contract compatibility. Acceptable, Tianran blankly said. Merge, great DG, what do you want to do? DG happily said. Enough talk. If you want to leave the desert, give your body to me. He stood bewildered in the middle of a vast, desolate desert, asking, So, great DG, how do we get out of here? That's right, you will lead the way. It must be like that, great, Tianran remembered. The flame cliff in Yuncheng is located to the west. Woohoo, he said, and quickly ran off without a trace. Dinji in his body spoke. I want to see how the Shuluo continent has changed over the past thousands of years. Tianran just flew easily into the air like a bird, without encountering any obstacles. Inwardly, he cunningly thought, flying through the air. What level is Dinji's strength at? Like she read his mind, she snapped, Don't even think about knowing my true power, you're not worthy. Tianran flinched and turned his head, terrified. Yes, your highness DG, he thought. I was just wondering how to fly. Are you going to suck my energy dry? Dinji leaned in close to his ear and asked, So what if I do? What can you do about it? Tianran, scared stiff, sprayed himself with hairspray, yelling, Eek! He turned away and replied, How do you know what I'm thinking? Dinji retorted. I control your body, of course, I coexist with your consciousness. I killed that heavenly grade demon beast. And I can use its demon core for a while longer, so relax, Tianran said with a forced smile. Got it, he thought to himself. Can't just think or say anything carelessly now. At Yun City, a huge explosion, like a bomb, rocked the city gate area. Two men standing in the distance saw it and asked each other, What was that? Looks like someone fell. Let's go check it out. Dinji spoke up. You little punk, giving wrong directions. You made me waste my energy. Thanks to you, the heavenly grade demon core is all used up, Tianran protested, feeling wronged. It's because your highness DG was flying too fast. I didn't even get a chance to speak. Two strange men approached and warned. Hey, don't move. Who are you? What are you doing outside Yun City's gate? They continued. Do you even know who Laozi is? Laozi is the captain of the Yun City Guard. Arresting you is no problem. The two men were Patrol Captain Liang Zhuangli and Patrolman Ma Ying. Captain Mu Tianran didn't care much and stood coldly in place, unleashing a sonic wave that froze the two men in place. Dinji said with satisfaction, Truly ignorant, daring to be insolent in front of me. One of them was so scared he peed his pants, drops of urine falling to the ground. Ma Ying and Zhuangli trembled with fear. They said to each other, Captain, what do we do? Quickly report to the city lord. Tianran spoke up. Your highness Dinji, please have mercy. Too much commotion will attract trouble. Experts from everywhere, she replied. So what, I'm not afraid, he explained again. But if that happens, obtaining spirit herbs and demon cores to stabilize Dinji's primordial spirit won't be easy, she warned unhappily. Don't talk so much, he persuaded. Your highness Dinji, just leave this situation to me, I guarantee I'll handle it properly. She quickly tossed him a Qian-kun bag, and said, HMPH, hurry up and deal with it. Ma Ying spoke up. Captain, this person with the womanly voice is standing still. Let's run, Zhuangli responded. All right, makes sense. Tianran suddenly called out, Hey, you two! Then startled. This humble one was just cultivating on the mountain, and accidentally fell down here. He said cheerfully, I hit my head when I fell. If I offended you two officials, please forgive me. Zhuangli asked blankly. You, what do you mean? Tianran placed a gold nugget in his hand and said, This is just a small token of my sincerity. A way for this humble one to atone to you two officials. Zhuangli cleared his throat. Turns out you're just a little rascal. He stood with his hands clasped and said, This humble one is visiting relatives in Yun City. Please forgive me. Having been bribed, he readily forgave him, saying, HMPH, it's nothing. Tianran replied sincerely. Thank you, Captain Big Brother. Ma Ying on the side called out, Captain, this kid looks familiar to me, Zhuangli asked blankly. Huh. He looks familiar. Looking at Tianran's receding figure, he kept pondering but couldn't figure it out. Then he stroked his chin and muttered, Listening to you, I think he looks quite a bit like the city lord's son. No way. That person exudes a very strong aura. Not like him. That's right, the Muhana family kid is a slave bloodline. Haha, this makes the city lord lose a lot of face. Keep it down. The other families in Yun City have long stopped respecting the city lord's family. The two kept chatting back and forth, not noticing the wall above the city gate cracking. What had to come, came. And several large stones fell. Hitting one of them, he cried out miserably, My leg, help me up. The other asked blankly, What's going on? The city wall was just repaired last month. Don't say any more. My leg? Hurry up and move the stones. Can't move it, Captain. Zhuangli cried out. It hurts like hell. Get someone to help me, quick. Inside Yuan City, Dinji, seeing the scene, said with satisfaction, Wu, you're this angry? Looks like this incident affected you quite a bit. Need this empress to step in and take care of it for you. It's just a small matter after all, he replied. No need. Tianran said to her with a determined look. Great empress. This is my business. I'll handle it myself. She laughed and replied, Ha ha. Not bad with the spirit. This empress will wait for your exciting show. Tianran calculated. From Yuan City Gate to the Mugia family is about 2 miles. Dinji urgently ordered. What are you waiting for? Go find spirit herbs for this empress, quick, he replied. Great empress, don't rush. Aren't I trying to figure it out? He looked at the map and said, Moreover, the things you need are indeed making things difficult for the Yuan City pharmacies. Furthermore, Dinji drew some shapes, she angrily asked. You got a problem with that? These kinds of spiritual items are only available in some smaller, more remote pharmacies. You find places to buy them for me? He sighed, rolled up the map, and said, Of course, I know to buy them. Haven't I arrived already? Inside the rundown house a man shouted, Hey you! He raised his hand to block Tianran, he thought to himself. The Tianlong auction house. Even though I grew up in Yuan City, this is the first time I've set foot here, the Muga family was always rude to me, never took me out, let alone to this kind of high-class place. The old man spoke. Stop. This isn't a place for your kind to enter. He's Chen Gui, the external affairs supervisor of the auction house, he continued. His eyes lit up. Let me tell you, you can't go in there, you'll dirty the floor, and you probably can't afford to pay for it. Tianran hated this scene. He frowned and thought, a bunch of people who look down on others. Without a word, he just threw a gold nugget right at the old man's face. He painfully fell to the ground, screaming non-stop. You little punk, you dare throw at me, someone? Quickly catch this brat from me. He was about to shout, catch, catch, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Seeing him, he suddenly stopped shouting, his mouth agape, saying, Tianran, he asked. Catch what? As soon as he saw the money, Chen Gui quickly stood up, smiled and said, Catch young master unlucky, please come in. He warned. Watch your mouth. Chen Gui waved his hand and said, Young master is generous. This humble one will slap myself. Welcome guest. Arrange for this young master to have a VIP room. Dinji, seeing this scene, said, Not bad, kid. This empress is quite pleased. Tianran replied awkwardly, So, he thought to himself. If I didn't do that, you would definitely kill him. 2 girls led the way. Please come this way, young master, Tianran replied. Ah, okay. He walked inside, stroking his chin, observing the room, said, This place is very spacious. But where is everyone? Did I come to the wrong place? Suddenly realizing something, he thought to himself, It's the incense, it's too fragrant, it makes people feel relaxed. Suddenly a voice rang out. Greetings, young master. It was a very pleasant female voice. A stunning beauty walked in, gently said. Because the auction has already begun, so everyone has left the waiting room and entered the hall. This little one is the auctioneer today. Yingran is here to serve the young master. Tianran was so embarrassed that his face was as red as a tomato. Smoke puffed out of his mouth, stammering, Oh, you! Dinji noticed his change. She warned, You idiot! Snap out of it. Yingran wondered. A charm being broken. Tianran suddenly sobered up. He wondered. Just now Dinji explained. You were hit by her charm. This is a common trick at the auction house, making you confused, then bidding higher and higher. Yingran held out her hand and said, Young master, hello. I don't know how to address you. He smiled and replied. Mu Tianran, Dinji said angrily, dares to use charm techniques in front of me. I'll teach you a lesson, Yingran interjected. Hello, young master Mu. Her hand grasped his, a kind of dark magic that bound her in suffocating pain. Yingran thought to herself, such strong spiritual power. Just what kind of deity is he? She quickly retracted her hand. Dinji spoke up. I've already taught her a lesson. The rest is up to you. Tianran smiled kindly, saying, Miss Yingran is too kind. She lowered her head and said, Apologies, young master Mui. I was overreaching myself. Please forgive me. I don't know if young master has come here to sell items or to bid at the auction. Whatever it is, the Heavenly Dragon auction will wholeheartedly serve young master. Tianran answered frankly. I'm here to buy something, but it's quite rare, she replied. There is nothing that the Heavenly Dragon auction can't find in the Shumo continent. Of course, there are also membership tiers here. High-level members can immediately get the prices of all commodities and information at the Heavenly Dragon auction house. A high-level membership card is quite cheap. It only costs 200,000 Shumo coins. Like a bolt from the blue, Tianran repeated blankly. 200,000, Yingran asked blankly. Young Master Mu, what's wrong with your complexion? Are you feeling unwell? He sweated and replied, No, money is not. I mean, 20,000 is quite common, she replied. Of course, except outside the city, high-level members at the auction house in Jumo continent all use this price. This is the basic price. Dinji ordered. Mu Tianran, you're too stingy. What kind of demeanor is that? You are my person. There's everything you could want in your Qiankun bag. From now on, don't act so ignorant like a child. You're only making me lose face. After speaking, she pointed her index finger at the Qiankun bag, letting 3 jade stones fly out. Tian Kuran caught them and exclaimed, Aya, great Dinji, my Qiankun bag. Ying Ran quickly caught the 3 gemstones. Observing them in her hand, she thought to herself, the colors are evenly distributed and dazzling, proving there are no impurities. Each of these gems is worth 500,000 Jumo coins. So generous, you must have an extraordinary background. She opened her mouth. Haha, young master wants to exchange these 3 gemstones for Jumo coins. Tianzhan awkwardly held his head. He replied, yes, that's right. Is that okay? Ying Ran smiled and said, of course it is. But I have a better suggestion. I will auction these gemstones now. Someone, quickly register a top-level membership for this young master, and then add these 3 gemstones to the auction list, someone replied. Yes, Ying Ran continued. After registering the membership information, young master Mu can enter the venue. After the auction of these 3 gemstones, the money will go into young master's membership card. Of course, we will deduct a membership fee and various related auction fees from it. Tian Chuan unexpectedly thought to himself, unexpectedly, it can really be auctioned off. He immediately replied, okay, no problem. Ying Ran conjured the information of 20 sets of 10-year-old origin spirit fruit, 5 sets of 50-year-old fruit, 5 of 100-year-old fruit, and 30 sets of 100-meter deep frozen ice ginseng, 8 sets of 1,000-meter deep ginseng, and 2 of 3,000-meter deep ginseng, she said. In addition, according to young master Mu's request, Ying Ran has checked the warehouse in Yuncheng. The quality and quantity of origin spirit fruit and frozen ice ginseng are all recorded here. Young master can refer to it for auction. Tian Ran politely said, thank you, Miss Ying Ran, he thought in confusion. Finally completed Dingji's request, otherwise I would definitely be torn to pieces, Ying Ran said again. As long as young master Mu can directly purchase items at the Heavenly Dragon auction through future auctions, this is also a privilege of high-level members. A servant brought out a mask and a black card, saying, please, this is the guest's membership card, and the silkworm soldier mask. Guests can choose whether to wear it or not, Tian Ran replied. Thank you, Ying Ran gently invited. Young master, please go this way, the auction is about to begin. Seeing him go out the door, she said loudly, young master Mu, I wish you a happy auction. Looking at his appearance, Ying Ran stroked her chin, thinking, he looks so young, yet he can break my charm technique. It's really intriguing. The Musa family, could he be from the Musa family of the city lord? But is there still such a strong person in the Musa family's generation? Tiantran walked to the auction hall. He awkwardly looked for his seat, thinking to himself, wow, first time coming to such a high-class place. I'll find a place to sit for a while. Just as he touched his butt to the chair, a loud laugh rang out. Haha, brother Wang, what are you eyeing this time? Tianran noticed them, thinking to himself, they're all rich people in Yuncheng. The person below laughed even louder, saying, haha, brother Sheng, do you think there is anything in Yuncheng worthy of my attention? I came this time for Meng Shui, from my family. Tianran was curious upon hearing this. The Wang family, Meng Shui. Another person agreed. That's right, brother Wang's daughter entered the heavenly refining sect at a young age. It really makes our Yuncheng proud. So brother Wang must be bidding on spiritual medicine this time for your precious daughter to use in cultivation, right? Another person mocked. The eldest son of the Mushen family can also enter the heavenly refining sect. But why don't we see City Lord Mushen coming to the auction to replenish his son? Haha. Sheng Xiaju from the Shang family, one of the 4 great families in Yuncheng, who is worth 5 million, said, Brother Liu, how can the 18-year-old son of the Mu family compare to my daughter? She is a genius. She entered the heavenly refining sect at only 14 years old. That guy is Liu Xiaoyun from the Liu family, one of the 4 great families of Yuncheng. Jia worth a fortune, replied, indeed, it's been many years since Yuncheng has seen such an outstanding young generation. Congratulations, brother Wang. The other person is Wang Xiang from the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Yuncheng. Jia Ye, worth tens of millions, responded, Shui Meng is indeed my pride. You praise me too much, brother Sheng and brother Liu. Mu Yuanshan just came to my house to borrow money. Out of respect for our ancestors, good relationship, I lent it to him. But with his business sense, it would be strange if he didn't lose money. How could he have money to come to the auction? Xiazhu stroked his beard and said, it's been a long time since the young son of the Musha family has been seen. It's said that he has the bloodline of a slave, which is why Mushuan Yuanshan drove him away and severed all ties. Although the Musho family said he died of illness, we all know the truth. With the family fortune declining and such a son, it's truly a misfortune. Wang Xiang smirked and replied, "If it weren't for the old ancestor Yu Yunlong's past meritorious service in Tiancheng, relying solely on Mu Qingshan to become the city lord, the Mu Qiang family would have been finished in this generation? How long do you think the Mu Qiang family can remain in charge of Yuncheng?" He mocked. "The 4 great families of Yuncheng will be renamed the 3 great families in a few years." Ha ha! Sheju laughed loudly and replied, "Brother Wang is right. The position of city lord is due to the meritorious service of his ancestors. In terms of contributions to Yuncheng now, Brother Wang is more worthy of being chosen for the position of city lord. Ha ha ha. Back then, they even wanted your family's Meng Shu to marry that slave bloodline, a toad trying to eat swan meat." Wang Xiang laughed and said, "Ha ha, I can't say that, but I really like hearing you say that. Tone it down a bit. Wang Mu doesn't like being too flashy. Ha ha." DG and Tianran heard everything that was said. She helplessly exclaimed, "I don't know if you're unlucky or if I'm unlucky. My servant gets ridiculed so many times a day," he replied. "Your Highness DG, please calm down. Even if no one in Yuncheng is your match, just leave these trivial matters to me." However, some of the things they say are true. The Mukia family indeed lacks strength, so it's natural for them to be ridiculed and bullied. Even with me here, the Muzhou family is only so-so. On the surface, I only care about my mother. Let them say whatever they want about the Muzhou family, I don't care. On stage, Ying Ran appeared, introducing, "Distinguished guests, welcome to today's Tianlong auction hall. Today's auction officially begins. I am today's auctioneer, Ying Ran. Please take care of me. Little Ran will take you to an extremely rich auction, ensuring you are satisfied." The audience below all stared at her, exclaiming endlessly, "Wow, the auctioneer is so beautiful. That's right, much prettier than the previous auctioneer." Wang Xiang spoke up, "Bewitching arts, some petty tricks. But the Tianlong auction doesn't skimp on good stuff." Ying Ran on the stage introduced, "To thank you all for supporting Little Ran, and as a starting point we will first auction off a low-value treasure, an advancement pill made by a high-level Dan master. Those below the Earth Realm will immediately advance 4 levels after taking the pill, and those above the Earth Realm can improve their cultivation effect. The starting price is 150,000. The starting bid is 150,000. Wang Xiang spoke up, "I'll take this, Brother Shang, Brother Liu. Don't compete with me." Xiaju stroked his beard and replied, "We won't compete for our nephew's stuff, please, Brother Wang," Ying Ran announced. The auction now begins. He immediately raised his hand and said, "I bid 15. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud voice immediately echoed throughout the hall, 20,000. The stage lights immediately shone on Tianran. He confidently wore a mask, sitting still with a victorious smile. Everyone was surprised by the number he gave, saying, "Wow, someone is going against the Wang family and bidding 20,000. Wang Xiang's eyes immediately turned to Tianran. He thought, "Is there anyone in Yuncheng who would go against me? Could they not be from here? HMPH, ignorant brat?" He cursed inwardly. "You bastard," Dinji happily said. "Not bad. You have to let him know how to behave from the start." "Spend my assets as you please," Tianran smiled and replied. "Thank you, Your Highness Dinji, but this is what I need." "I believe it will be more effective for Your Highness after I advance," Wang Xiang declared. "In Yuncheng, I must have whatever I want." He immediately bid 210,000. Ying Ran repeated. Lord Wang bid 210,000. "Is there anyone who will bid higher?" Tianran spoke up. No wonder the Wang family is wealthy in Yuncheng. So Lord Wang is so frugal, only adding 10,000. He loudly said, "I bid 300,000. All eyes were on this strangely handsome young man again. Mu Tianran, sitting quietly in his seat, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "Junior, are you deliberately going against this old man?" He frowned and wondered. "Sound transmission into the secret," Tianran replied. "Lord Wang, this is an auction. Of course, whoever bids higher gets it. The Wang family has assets worth tens of thousands. It's just one advancement pill. Why don't you yield it to me?" people whispered among themselves. Ying Ran on the stage announced, 300,000 for the first time, 300,000 for the second time. Wang Xiang continued to reply using sound transmission into the secret, "Ignorant brat. Then don't blame this old man for being impolite." Someone transmitted a message, and Ying Ran said, "Young miss, do you need me to take action?" She continued to announce, 300,000 for the third time, and then replied to the other person, "Lord Wang is just warning him. We can stop them after they make a move." She spoke up, "If no one bids higher, this advancement pill belongs to—" Before she could finish speaking, Wang Xiang hurriedly said, 350,000. Ying Ran asked. Lord Wang bid 350,000. Is there anyone who will compete with him? First time for the 3 years pill, Zhao Yun muttered. That kid has no manners, Anran continued. Second time for the 3 years pill, Wang Xiang, certain of victory, smirked and said, of course in Yun City, if the Wang family wants something no one dares say no. Third time for the 3 years pill. Before he could finish, Tianran quickly raised his hand. 400,000. Zhao Yun frowned upon hearing the price. Xiaju stroked his white beard and said, "This little punk." Everyone was shocked by his clear bid and exclaimed, "Oh my god, he dares to oppose Old Master Wang." Wang Xiang, who had been silent, was now filled with murderous intent. Tianran mocked. "Old Master Wang is holding back." Anne Ran found the scene fascinating, giggling to herself. Mu Tianran, this guy is really interesting. Wang Xiang placed his hand on the armrest, gripping it so tightly that it cracked, letting out a soft snap. He was as angry as an erupting volcano, now in the 8th level of the heavenly realm, and roared, "You little brat, do you want to die?" Everyone was terrified at this sight, someone said. "Old Master Wang is furious, let's run." Wang Xiang glared, his face filled with icy, murderous intent, as he observed for a long time. Wang Xiang judged. "The spiritual energy here is many times stronger than mine. Is it one of them?" The organizers, sensing that he was about to fight, used a secret sound transmission to say, "Old Master Wang, please don't be impatient. We welcome distinguished guests to spend money here, but if you cause trouble, we won't stand for it. Please give face to our Heavenly Dragon auction house." Anne Ran smiled beautifully. Wang Xiang sighed and pondered. HMPH. The murderous aura on him, which was previously strong, gradually faded and disappeared after the warning. He slammed his hand on the armrest, trembling, and said, "How annoying, this old man doesn't want it anymore." Xiaju, sitting beside him, comforted. "Brother Wang, no need to get angry at that brat," Anran announced. "That was just a small part, the auction continues," she said. First time for the advancement pill at 400,000, Tianran was overjoyed and complacent. Wang Xiang's attendant whispered to him, "Master, even inviting a high-level alchemist in Dacheng town wouldn't cost this much?" "Don't be angry," the old man replied. "Money is just a small matter, face is what matters," Anran announced. Second time for 400,000, third time for 400,000, sold. "This young master has successfully bid for the advancement pill," the attendant said again. "Master, this place is owned by the Long family after all. If we make a move here, the Long family definitely won't let us off. I'll send someone to take care of that brat later," Wang Xiang ordered. "Make it clean," Anran announced again. The next auction item is 3 supreme gemstones, which can be placed in weapons to enhance their power and defense. The starting price is 200,000. Tianran suddenly wondered. Didn't they say these 3 gemstones were worth 500,000? Why is the starting price so low? Dinji explained. "Idiot. Many people want these gemstones. Setting a low starting price will make people bid like crazy." He smiled understandingly and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then, I'll help raise the price of our gemstones." Wang Xiang's attendant advised. "Master, these 3 gemstones are worth buying." The old man cursed in annoyance. "Do I need you to tell me that? Get out of the way and don't bother me," he obediently replied. "Yes, this humble servant was being nosy," Wang Xiang generously said. "Brother Liu, Brother Sheng, Wang will definitely get these 3 gemstones." People around them were still competing, with someone bidding 200,000. The old Wang continued. "After I win the bid, I'll give each of you 1 gemstone. From now on, let's cooperate together in business." People around them were still bidding, and the number had risen to 400,000, Anran announced. First time for 400,000. Anyone bidding higher? Zhao Yun politely replied. "Since Brother Wang has said so, thank you, Brother Wang." Someone else bid 470,000. Xiaju added, "If you need anything from us in the future, just let us know." Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "Wang bids 600,000. Everyone was shocked by this number. Someone whispered, "Old Master Wang has bid. Should we follow or not? In Yun City you shouldn't offend anyone, especially Old Master Wang. No more bidding, no more bidding." Anne Ran, standing on the stage, worriedly thought, "If he keeps bidding like this, he clearly wants to buy them. In this situation, no one dares to bid higher. Are these 3 gemstones just going to be sold at this price?" she announced. Then, first time for 600,000. Wang Xiang pondered. 600,000 is the entire annual income of a smaller family. If they offend me, they definitely won't have an easy time. A clear voice rang out, petrifying Wang Xiang. 3 million, Tianran said. "Wang Lao Ye, Old Master Wang, I really like these 3 gemstones. Why don't you just give them to me?" His attitude was extremely arrogant, clearly showing the spirit that having money means you can do whatever you want. Wang Xiang glared at Tianran angrily, cursing. "You little punk," he said calmly. "Wang Laoye should hold back," Anran thought to herself happily. "This kid is really interesting. Then I'll just go with the flow and push the price up a bit more." Anran spoke up, asking, "Wang Laoye, are you going to continue bidding?" He turned away and sighed. Wang Xiang gritted his teeth and brought out the number 3 million. Tianran was very surprised by this number from him. He couldn't help but tease. If Wang Laoye is straining so painfully to raise the price, why not just admit defeat and give way to me? He punched the old guy in the face with a bid of 5 million. The sweating servant stepped forward and whispered, Laoye, these 3 gemstones for 5 million? Not worth it at all. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang was trembling with anger. Zhao Yin and Xia Ju reassured him. Wang Xiang, calm down, he said angrily. No one in Yuncheng has ever dared to challenge me, Wang Xiang. You want me to lose to some brat? If word of this gets out, where will my face be? After saying that, he clenched his fist and bid 4 million. Tianran gave him a thumbs up in approval, saying, Wang Laoye is truly generous, I admire you. He grinned wickedly and continued. Then 5 million. Wang Xiang was so angry that smoke billowed from his head, forming thick layers. The people around him tried to persuade him. Laoye, calm down, Wang Xiang, just give up, calm down. Wang Xiang roared decisively. Don't try to persuade me anymore, I bid 5 million. The servant could only cover his face in shock, speechless. Call Laoye. Everyone around enjoyed this scene immensely, whispering, Haha, rich idiots. Keep it down, or they'll hear you. 5 million. Are they really gonna buy it? Anne Ran thought to herself happily. Wang Laoye has fallen into the trap. The servant was so shocked that the whites of his eyes were showing, constantly yelling, Laoye, calm down. Wang Xiang considered this a victory. He turned his head and smiled at him, saying, You little brat, see how much you can bid. But just seeing him shocked Wang Xiang so much that his eyes narrowed. Tianran sat in his seat, covering his mouth as he yawned, constantly complaining. So sleepy, he gave him a thumbs up, saying, Congratulations, Laoye, on winning the gemstones. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Everyone laughed at him, saying, Haha, Wang Laoye has been tricked. This kid is really interesting. I wonder what treasures will come next. The old man knew he was super embarrassed, so he just sat there stiffly, not daring to move. Xiaoju next to him said worriedly, Wang Xiang, why don't you just keep the gemstones? Zhao Yin on the other side was shaking like a leaf, his face covered in sweat, saying, That's right, we wouldn't dare to accept such valuable items. Wang Xiang said angrily, I spent money to buy things for you guys, and you don't accept them? Do you think I'm an idiot? The 2 old men next to him jumped as if they had been stabbed in the heart, saying awkwardly, Wang Xiang, calm down, we didn't mean that. Wang Xiang, don't be angry, we'll take them. The old man called out. Wang Ju, he replied. This humble servant is here, he pointed towards Tianran, saying, From now on, I don't want to see this person again. The servant understood, and immediately ran off, replying, Yes, Laoye, this humble servant guarantees to do it quickly and cleanly. After a long while in the room, An Ran spoke up. Congratulations, Mu Gongzi, young Master Mu, on winning the desired item. This is the remaining money after the auction. Please accept it, Tianran replied. Thank you. An Ran smiled and said, We should be the ones saying thank you. Gongzi risked compensating us by raising the price, and Tianlong must have made quite a profit from it. However, Gongzi has offended Wang Laoye, he definitely won't let it go easily. Tianran just straight up replied, The more I sell, the more I earn. It's a win-win. Plus, I ain't afraid of making enemies. Ying Ran chimed in. Then I was being too suspicious. May I be so bold as to ask, is Gongzi Mua from the Mu family of Cheng Lord? Tianran heard the question and wondered, why is she asking about this? Without missing a beat, he answered, I am not. Ying Ran understood and said, Oh, apologies for my impudence. Tianran replied, No worries. I'll be going now. Ying Ran politely said, Have a safe journey, Gongzi. If you need any help, you can contact us using your membership card. The Longcheng auction house greatly values each of our VIP members. He turned and left, replying, Got it. He then thought, She's hinting that if I run into trouble, I can ask them for help. In a remote and desolate mountain region, Tianran said, Daji, we'll reach the Mushe family after crossing this forest, she replied. This queen doesn't care about your trivial matters. He remembered. Oh yeah, Dunji, what exactly do you want to buy spirit herbs for? She answered. Firstly, to consolidate my Yongyin Shen. Secondly, to prevent me from draining all of your Yongyin Shen when I manifest. Right now, this amount of spirit herbs is enough for me to use for 10 days. Otherwise, with your measly amount of yuan qi, it wouldn't even be enough for me for a single day. Tianran sweated profusely, helplessly and awkwardly saying, Sorry, he thought to himself. Looks like I need to grow up quickly, otherwise how much money will be enough for this consumption rate? Danger reminded him. Stop talking so much, aren't you annoyed by these insects following you? He considered. You're right, it's kinda annoying, she assessed. Seems like your Yuncheng is truly a poor place. Is this all the assassins you have? A bunch of trash earth-level cultivators. On the trees, several unfamiliar figures were following Tianran, observing his every move. One of them ordered, Move out. Tianran noticed something was off. He secretly unleashed a move, channeling Yuan Qi, and said, Even if I don't want to cause trouble, I can't avoid these flies and mosquitoes looking for problems. A sword quickly flew out from his Qian Kun pouch. Tianran glanced at it and said, "Let me test out the power of Qing Hao Yuan," one of the masked figures ordered. The client said, to cut off his limbs. Tianran secretly launched several light, swift strikes towards the followers. Tianran confidently said, "I, Mu Tianran, am not just some random dog or cat that can be bullied easily." A chaotic battle was unfolding deep in the forest. Mu Tianran taking down each person one by one. They fell to the ground one after another. Behind a large tree, the Wang family's steward was hiding, observing, and eavesdropping. Seeing each person being defeated by Mu Tianran, he thought, "I've been keeping watch on the Muta family for the master for over a decade. There's no way I'm wrong. He's the youngest son of the Muta family." Then the old steward continued to judge. "But isn't he of slave blood? Why is he able to practice martial arts and defeat Earth-level assassins in such a short amount of time? The Yuan Qi on his body is—" Suddenly, a voice from afar interrupted his thoughts, causing the steward to gasp in shock. "Get out here!" Mu Tianran held his sword, arrogantly saying a threatening sentence. "If I find you, you won't have an easy time." Guilty conscience much. That scheming steward remained silently still, unmoving. He frowned as he thought, "I've already taken the Yin Yuan Dan, he's just guessing. I'll report back to the master after he leaves." Whoosh! Mu Tianran pounced toward the steward. Turning around in surprise, he exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Getting rid of his suspicion and seeing the Wang family's steward, he frowned. "So it's you." Before he could finish speaking or think any further, Mu Tianran immediately gave the old man a powerful punch. Then the force from his fist pushed him far away, and because of the sudden impact, the steward lost his balance and fell backward, stumbling so hard that he crashed into the rock over there. Dust from the rock flew up and covered the Wang family steward's face. He angrily gritted his teeth. "You brat, you dare hit me!" he shouted. "Do you think the Mu family can afford to offend our Wang family?" Hearing this, Mu Tianran chuckled and retorted, "I don't know what you mean by the Mu family and Wang family. I'm just a normal person passing through Yancheng. All I know is that you wanted to kill me but failed and got caught instead, yet you still have such a big mouth." Seemingly hitting the nail on the head, the old steward was at a loss for words. "Yo!" Then Mu Tianran continued, "Born a human but got dog eyes. I'ma have to teach you a lesson today." Before he could even get up, the old butler started yapping spitefully, puffing himself up as he said, "You think I don't recognize you? The arrogant garbage runt of the Mu family. What kind of skills do you have? I am Wang Ju, the dignified grand butler of the Wang family. You dare touch me? I won't let your Mu family off easy. The decline of the Mu family gave birth to an animalistic bloodline like you. You think I'm afraid of you?" Hearing those words was like a punch to the ears. Mu Tianran froze. Even though he knew his words were 10,000 times too much, he was inherently mean-spirited and ill-mannered, so he continued to utter insults. "Slave bloodline, born to be trash. Although I don't know which expert is helping you, no matter how strong you are, you're just a heaven level. You think the Wang family will be afraid of you because of this." Finally, he laughed loudly, concluding with, "If the Mu family elders don't send you to the wastelands, our Wang family will. And then we'll send your slut of a mother there too." Mu Tianran listened to each word, taking steps closer to the old man. But when he suddenly mentioned his family, Mu Tianran abruptly stopped. His body began to tremble. The old butler seemed pleased to see him stop, thinking to himself, "Looks like I scared him stiff. Just a snot-nosed brat." Swing. A single strike. The sound of the blade was strangely sweet, as if lightly touching something and cutting it in two. Turns out, Mu Tianran, enraged by those words, gave the butler a slash, severing his arm. His cold, sharp eyes didn't even blink. He sternly said, "I don't care how you insult the Mu family." Mu Tianran continued, "You dare slander my mother, I will kill you." With that, he pounced, aiming another strike at the old butler to end his life. But unexpectedly, another blade blocked his strike. Mu Tianran exclaimed. Another one from the Wang family. The one who blocked the blow for the old butler was Long Yan, 8 Dan of the Wilds. He politely replied to Mu Tianran, "No, I am Long Yan, a law enforcer of the Sky Dragon auction." Seeing someone come to his rescue, the old butler was overjoyed. He clutched his wounded arm, his voice hoarse as he looked at Long Yan and asked, "Did the master send you to save me? Quickly, kill this beast." The old butler smugly threatened, "Mu Tianran, you're done for. The master is a mid-level member of the Sky Dragon auction." Before the old butler could finish speaking, Long Yan said, "Young Master Mu, killing people will have a negative impact on you. Please leave it to me." Hearing those words, the old butler was utterly confused. He glanced at Long Yan, saying, "What did you just say?" Then, with a single cut, he was split in two. He only managed to let out a scream. The scene was horrifying. After finishing the job, Long Yan turned and casually sheathed his sword. Mu Tianran didn't understand what was happening. He frowned and questioned, "Long Yan, what do you mean by this?" Long Yan respectfully replied, clasping his hands. "Young Master Mu is a high-level member of the Sky Dragon auction. We will resolve any matters within our capabilities for you." It seemed all right, and he didn't need to lift a finger. "So," Mu Tianran casually replied. "Is that so? Thanks." With that, he turned to leave. Long Yan continued, "Although young Master Mu is the highest level member, I must still remind you not to bite off more than you can chew." Long Yan continued, "An Ran is not only the most outstanding auctioneer but also the young mistress of the Long family. The Long family is not the kind of small, outer-city family that you can reach." Hearing that, Mu Tianran held the sword in his hand, and his hand trembled inexplicably. Then Long Yan frowned. "These are my words as Long Yan, not representing the Sky Dragon auction. Think about it yourself." Mu Tianran didn't bother to care and left, ignoring Long Yan's words. But Long Yan stubbornly said, "I will not allow you to affect Anran's future." Instantly, a purple aura enveloped Mu Tianran. Mu Tianran then turned his head, glared coldly, and said, "I have no interest in your Long family, and even less intention of climbing the social ladder. However, I also have a warning for you. Don't mess with me." Watching Mu Tianran silently leave, Long Yan felt something he couldn't quite describe. He thought to himself, "Although I didn't use my full strength, he's got some skills if he can fully deploy my primordial energy." Long Yan pondered. "His talent is very good, but he's just a small frog. Why does the young mistress value him so much?" By the time he arrived at his destination, the sky had turned gray, accompanied by flashes of lightning competing to flicker. Mu Tianran murmured, "Finally back, to the place that makes me feel so wronged and humiliated." He closed his eyes, a bittersweet feeling washing over him. A place both familiar and strangely distant. He arrived at the mansion gates, where two subordinates stood guard. They pointed at Mu Tianran mockingly. "Hey, look who it is!" The two-toned hair guy chimed in. "Scared the crap out of me, thought I saw a ghost." They continued to insult him. "Oh, isn't this the young master? Got new clothes, which sugar mama with bad eyesight is keeping you now. How dare you show your face here? The master has ordered that no beast is allowed inside." The two men relentlessly chased Mu Tianran, yelling, "Get lost, or don't blame us brothers for throwing you out." A flash of white, Mu Tianran charged forward furiously, cursing, "A bunch of dog-eyed bastards who look down on people." Then he gritted his teeth in anger. "What a waste to dirty my hands." Turns out Mu Tianran had sent them flying, smashing through the main gate. The two goons' pants fell down to their ankles, a truly embarrassing sight. Afterwards, Mu Tianran strode proudly into the Muta mansion, whispering to himself, "Mother, just wait a little longer. I'm here to get you. You were possessed by this queen, and with the spirit pills you devoured, you've now reached the peak of the profound realm. Plus, with He Yuan's help, anyone below the heaven realm isn't your match now. Show this queen your determination for revenge." The guy that Mu Tianran had yeeted into the gate was flabbergasted. "What's going on? One moment and I'm pinned on the gate. Isn't the young master a trash bloodline slave?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Gotta tell the steward and the instructors." Just then, an announcement from a Murong mansion servant boomed. "Guards! Someone's breaking in." Seeing this, the city lord's mansion steward ran out, shouting, "Hey Gao, what's all the commotion? Who dares to barge into the city lord's mansion?" "The master ordered to stop him for me." Stepping out the door, the old man stammered in utter shock. "Why you? Are you one of our people?" Looking at Mu Tianran, everyone was equally stunned and speechless. Isn't that the young master? Shh, he's not the young master anymore." The old steward's eyes widened as he froze, thinking to himself, "Isn't the young master crippled and exiled from the city?" he thought. But now the young master seems reborn, though the bloodline slave part is still true. Then the old steward pointed at Mu Tianran, saying, "Master Leek has already expelled you from the Muti family, young master. Leave now, or it'll be too late when the master arrives." Hearing those words, Mu Tianran wasn't angry, but calmly drew his saber, retorting, "Head steward, it's not that he kicked me out of the Mu family," he continued. "It's that I, Mu Tianran, don't need this family. I'm here for my mother. Anyone not involved, step aside." With a flick of his wrist, the energy in his body instantly burst out, hindering everyone's strength. The old steward shielded himself with his hand, musing, "This oppressive aura, something's not right. Isn't he supposed to have a slave bloodline? How can he cultivate? It must be the aura of the weapon in his hand." Immediately afterwards, disregarding Mu Tianran's words, several Mu Tian family subordinates stubbornly charged forward. They shouted, "Mu Tianran, you're not a Mu Tian family member. Barging into the Mu Tian mansion without permission cannot be tolerated." One by one, those men charged at Mu Tianran, trying to drive him away, but he didn't hesitate to draw his sword to eliminate them one by one. At this moment, Mu Tianran was furious. He thrust the tip of his saber into the stone pavement, shattering it, and yelled, "I'll say it one more time." A red energy surrounded him, blasting outwards, he continued. Or don't blame me for being impolite. The saber he held in his hand, perhaps still a mystery, said, Looks like He Yuan is starting to acknowledge you. Finally, you didn't disappoint this queen. The sword also began to turn a dark black. Glancing at it in his hand, Mu Tianran thought to himself, Is this He Yuan's true form? It feels like it contains immense power. One by one they were defeated, helping each other up and asking, How are you? Are you okay? The one clutching his chest groaned. Too strong, he used primordial energy to push us back. Unable to bear seeing his subordinates defeated, the Mu family's old steward immediately pointed and ordered, Seize the young master's weapon, but don't hurt him. The two gate guards from before chimed in, emboldened. That's right, he's a bloodline slave. It must be that martial weapon causing trouble. Listen to the order, subordinates, charge again. He yelled. Charge! The Qing blade began to stir. Mu Tianran had to grip it with both hands to hold it firmly. One swing from him split the massive energy released from the sword. The old steward stood in a corner, witnessing it all, sweating profusely. The scene seemed so unbelievable that he stammered. Is this person really the young master? Mu Tianran didn't stop. He continued swinging the sword, saying, Initiate. The old steward could only stand by helplessly, mouth agape, as he started to panic. Young master is changing his attack patterns. If not, the young master's strength, I fear no one in the Mu family can match. In the midst of the intense battle, a figure flew down from behind the roof. He declared, I wondered who dared to act presumptuously here. He chuckled and continued. Turns out it's my lovely student. The guy is Xuan level Gongfa, Kong Mingquan. With that, Kong Mingquan jumped down to the ground, dodging all of Mu Tianran's attacks. Seeing this, Mu Tianran looked up and fell silent. Dodging in time, Kong Mingquan looked pretty impressive. Kong Mingquan wasn't just a name, he was also the martial arts instructor of the Mu family's guards, Mu Hu, Earth level 5th stage. Then he greeted, Long time no see, young master Aran. Seeing this, Mu Tianran mused. Instructor Awu. Remembering how close he once was to him, Aran, how about this young master teaches you martial arts? Mu Wu raised his hand in encouragement. He grinned smugly. Aran, not bad. Let me see how good you are now. Mu Tianran grimaced as if stabbed in the back. He frowned. Awu, instructor, are you stopping me too? Then Mu Wu quickly replied nonchalantly. Although I don't discriminate against you, the master has orders, and I have to earn my keep. Just beat me, and I'll let you see your lady. The old steward stood there, disagreeing with Mu Wu's decision, and scolded. Hey, Awu, what are you trying to do? Mu Wu didn't hesitate, retorting, Shut up, old man. Mu Tianran lowered his blade and responded to Mu Wu. I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Are you telling the truth? Mu Wu clasped his hands. A promise is a promise. But only the sword knew the truth. It said, Idiot, he's lying to you. Mu Tianran quickly replied. Don't worry, Lady Dinji. After all I've been through, I certainly won't make the same mistake. Then, switching to the offensive, Mu Tianran started in an attack stance. He sternly said, Come on, I just want to see how far I can get without relying on He Yuan. Seeing Mu Tianran's determined look, Mu Wu said, Full of vigor, Aran. Mu Wu, muscles bulging, charged straight at Mu Tianran. He yelled, Mu Tianran, you're still as gullible and trusting as ever. Hearing this, Mu Tianran became even more determined. Mu Wu continued, What are you guys waiting for? Charge, a dirty tactic indeed. Ganging up on one person. Mu Tianran's eyes widened upon hearing Mu Wu shout. Immediately afterwards, Mu Wu approached him, his face contorted like a fierce beast, preparing to devour a delicious prey. Before his eyes he sneered. Good, I didn't expect him to actually obediently put down his weapon. Don't blame me, you only have yourself to blame. With that, Mu Wu bent down, using his two legs to clamp tightly onto Mu Tianran's legs. Then he leaped up and hugged him tightly. Looking at this scene, a huge, burly man like Mu Wu was tightly embracing Mu Tianran's body. Even if Mu Tianran was strong, he would probably have a hard time winning against his massive size. Mu Tianran began to ridicule. They're arrogant, foolish, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Just then, Mu Tianran's body began to grow larger, he smiled. Surrounding his body is a purple energy. It is the divine demon art activation. Mu Wu continued to provoke, he taunted. The only thing you haven't changed is still being stubborn, even when death is at your door. Before he could even finish speaking, Mu Tianran lunged forward, attacking Mu Wu with his iron fist. He roared. Die? With a thud? Mu Wu frowned. He gritted his teeth. One of his fists was swollen and red, and he used his other hand to support his injured arm. Trembling, Mu Wu was bitter. My arm, what exactly is going on? He muttered in his mouth. Primordial chi to protect him. No way. A bloodline slave, how could he possibly do that? Mu Tianran's weak body is a thing of the past. Now he's a beefy, towering young man, fearing neither heaven nor earth. Mu Wu stood there, dumbfounded. What is this? Mu Tianran sneered. a smirk playing on his lips. Instructor Mu Wu, need me to just stand here and let you hit me? Not hearing any of that, Mu Wu started losing both the argument and his strength, he retorted. Even though I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, just keep acting tough. Then he ran over and grabbed the azure blade, gritting his teeth as he said, without this blade, you're nothing. Mu Wu raised the azure blade. Playing dirty, he roared, looking all brave and stuff. But he actually couldn't win, just putting on a show. Mu Wu yelled, I'll use this to chop you in half. Before he could even move, the old steward nearby ran over and shouted, stopping Mu Wu. Mu Wu stopped his hand. The azure blade almost touched the top of Mu Tianran's head before stopping. Mu Tianran's body was a man's, but his soul belonged to two worlds. A girlish voice secretly interweaved with laughter. Ignorance is bliss. This Mu family has finally broadened this empress. Horizons. Emperor Ji. Is this the characteristic of the dark abyss? At this time, Mu Wu's hand began to deform. The area around his hand began to wrinkle and shrivel as if burned. This is because the azure blade is named Dark Abyss, because it's like a bottomless pit that can suck up primordial chi. Then Mu Wu brought his hand up close to his eyes to observe, he exclaimed in shock. My primordial chi. The lackeys around him were startled, and asked, Instructor Mu Wu? On the other side, someone was equally confused and wondered, is this a scam? Mu Tianran stood there and warned the two of them. Let go. After speaking, he used his strength to blast them away and took back the sword, taking advantage of Mu Wu's fall. Mu Tianran pointed the tip of the sword at Mu Wu's face and said, Instructor Wu really thinks I don't know anything, he continued. From the time I started practicing martial arts as a child, you looked down on me. Even though because of my status as young master, you smiled every time we met. But in reality, you only listened to Mu Lian, when Mu Lian tricked me into learning the Mu Lian family's martial arts, and then told Mu Yuanshan. Mu Tianran widened his eyes and solemnly asked, Am I wrong? As if speaking to his heart, Mu Wu laughed dryly, he continued. A bloodline slave originally has no qualifications to cultivate. The young master is just finding an excuse to make you disappear. Also, for the sake of the family's reputation, someone like you deserves to be sent to the frontier. Staying here will only harm people and property. Hearing these words, Mu Tianran was also very angry. But a gentleman takes revenge after 10 years, it's not too late. His purpose in coming here wasn't to fight him, so he turned around to leave. Mu Tianran sheathed his sword, leaving Mu Wu stunned and asking, What do you mean? Mu Wu was very bitter because he was the one showing off at first, he was the one boasting to the heavens. But before victory or defeat could be determined, Mu Tianran left. Mu Wu shouted, Don't think you're all that. Just because you have some power, your whole life you'll only be a bloodline slave. Got it? Mu Tianran didn't bother arguing, he said. You want to provoke me? Forget it, looking at you guys makes me feel ridiculously pathetic. Seeing himself being ridiculed, Mu Wu clenched his teeth. As you were taking a few more steps, the old steward blocked Mu Tianran. His eyes were completely different from before, the time before he fought with Mu Wu. He said affectionately, Young master is completely different from before. Mu Tianran recalled the memories he had experienced, like the time Mu Yuanshan used his strength to attack him, and he stood there weakly, stunned when he was about to be attacked, unable to control himself. Those enemies who relied on their strength to beat him mercilessly. Even when he was injured and tried to beg, he was ignored. And most painfully, the image of the person he loved, tears welling up, reaching out to him but unable to. This place has taken everything from me, today I must take it all back. He coldly pushed the door open forcefully. The door swung open, revealing an old man with his hair tied up in a bun, his back to him. He didn't care about him, just wanting to go inside. He turned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Young master, even though you don't want to hear this right now. He heard what he wanted to say, and frowned, glancing over to see what he wanted to say. His voice still echoed steadily, but the old servant thought if the young master could give up hatred, beg the master for forgiveness. He wanted to advise him sincerely. Your progress now, the future will definitely be a choice for the position of family head. Mu Jiaying coldly retorted, Grand Steward, the Mu family is no longer related to me. I'm only here to pick up my mother. His eyes were firm. The Mu family head was nothing to him now. Beyond the door lay a red-carpeted path, but the space within was rather gloomy. The Grand Steward turned completely, his eyes pleading. Young master, please reconsider, he added, trying to bring him back to the Musi family, to help revive it. The Musi family isn't as prosperous as it used to be. But if young master, perhaps you could be like our ancestor Mu Yunlong, and bring the Mu family back to its former glory. He ignored the Grand Steward's words, striding forward, his gaze as unwavering as his ancestor Mu Yunlong's had once been. The image of his ancestor seemed to walk alongside him. He disappeared from sight, leaving only the open door behind. He stopped not far away. Mu Yuanshan sat on a chair, and upon seeing him he called out, I see you've improved quite a bit lately. Not only are your meridians reconnected, but you also have a formidable weapon. Was he praising him? He stood a distance away from him, resting his hand on his face. Mu Yuanshan continued nonchalantly. So, Do you want to beg me to return to the Mu family? His hateful gaze shot straight at Mu Yuanshan, without any restraint. Mu Yuanshan, where's my mother? Seeing his attitude, Mu Yuanshan dropped his nonchalant facade and replaced it with anger, his teeth clenched, his brow furrowed. Insolent child, show respect when you mention your mother. I'm furious. You dared to use this wooden box and pass it off as the night market treasure to deceive me, Mu Yuanshan said, pulling a dark box from his robe. He was so angry that he threw the wooden box violently to the ground. She drained her mind, saving your life. The wooden box wasn't too big, nor too small, and slowly landed squarely on the ground. Remembering back to his childhood, a small hand picked up the wooden box from the floor. It was him as a child. He held the wooden box with both hands in front of his mother, his innocent face beaming. Mother, why do you always seem lost in thought whenever you see this box? His mother in her youth was a very beautiful woman, with long, pinkish-purple hair and fair skin. She gently took the box he offered, a natural, gentle smile gracing her lips. Mother only has one hope, a hope for our family, even though they're all gone now. But every time I see this box, I feel like they're still with me, she explained softly to him. He looked up, listening intently. Outside the sun was setting, with shadows of trees, big and small, cast everywhere. He asked innocently, "Where is Mother's home?" She looked at him. Her eyes filled with a mother's warmth, the smile still on her lips. Mother's home used to be very far away. This box is our family's heirloom. But now, wherever Tianran is, that is my home. Hearing that the wooden box was a treasure, he excitedly clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Wow, a treasure! How do you use it?" She raised her hand, signaling him to be quiet. "Speak softly. Don't let your father hear. Okay. Mother doesn't know either, because Mother only knows a little medicine. When Tianran grows up, will you help Mother study this treasure?" He looked serious, his little hands clenched tightly, his voice confident. "Yes, I'll grow up quickly, and then help Mother study how to use it." An image of his mother, her hands touching the box, her voice evened. "Then you must cherish it in the future, because it's very important to Mother," his young voice quickly replied. "Yes, as long as Mother thinks it's important, I'll think it's important too." The adult Tianran added gently. My Tianran is so understanding. The two of them were truly close, unlike being distant with her. Breaking free from his memories, his trembling hand picked up the box. The box that he and his mother considered a treasure had been thrown onto the cold floor. His eyes widened, and tears welled up. He used his strength to pull the box back, surrounding it with his power. He really wanted to ask him, "Trash. What's trash in your eyes is a treasure in mine, Mu Yuanshan. Is kinship not even worth an object to you?" Mu Yuanshan shot to his feet, his face livid with anger as he glared at him. Before understanding anything, he first hurled abuse. "A Qiangkun bag! How do you have a Qiangkun bag? Did you use the Mui family's name to steal and deceive? You're just like your mother. Except for embarrassing me, you've contributed nothing to the Mui family. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to quell the anger in my heart." He was furious as before, grinding his teeth, the power of his angry eyes shooting straight at him. "This time, I must clean up the house." But he wasn't the weakling he used to be. His eyes were wide with hatred and resentment. He raised his hand, and power radiated from it. Mu Yuanshan was still as fond of listening to veiled remarks as before, his selfish nature unchanged. What qualifications did someone like him have to be a husband or a father? He gritted his teeth and thrust his hand forward, and power seemed to gather into a ball of light in the palm of his hand. One taste of this move of his was enough. The light from his power was so bright that it shone on Mu Yuanshan's face. Realizing the magnitude of the power, Mu Yuanshan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "What? This potent yuan qi? Such great power?" The light struck Mu Yuanshan directly. He crossed his arms, trying to block the attack, crying out in pain. "Ah!" Mu Yuanshan was knocked to his knees, his hands propping him up, his face darkened with anger. The aftershocks of his power flew out of Mu Yuanshan. Perhaps even Mu Yuanshan himself couldn't understand why he had become so strong. Mu Yuanshan grimaced, sweat pouring down his face. "How can this be? This old man confirmed your slave bloodline. I wasn't wrong. It's only been half a year, and you've changed. Did you receive guidance from an expert?" Dust swirled hazily below him. He stood sideways, his hand still enveloped in power, the power abundant, his cold gaze fixed on his father. "This is none of your business," he asked again. "Where is my mother?" Suddenly, Mu Yuanshan smirked. He, that slut was pushed to Kai Huang in your place." Furious, his words were like a bolt from the blue, completely shocking him. His face seemed to be frozen, immobile. He couldn't believe that he, a husband, would do such a thing to his wife. His eyes narrowed, his pupils now filled only with the image of Mu Yuanshan. His eyes seemed capable of killing him at any moment. What did you say? Mu Yuanshan was just as unwilling to be outdone. He stood up, power radiating from his body like a raging flame. He was Mu Yuanshan, Earth Grade 7th stage. The Mu family, wanting to return to its former glory, can't permit the existence of trash. Power enveloped him. Mu Yuanshan smirked, his eyes lit up. Trash must go to Kai Huang to contribute to Tian Cheng. As for you, Mu Tianran, this old man has changed his view of you. He suddenly boomed. Just withstand 5 moves of mine, and I'll acknowledge you as my son, giving you the opportunity to contribute to the glory of the Musha family. He put one hand on his hip and raised the other to his mouth, his whole body shaking. Really? He lowered his head and chuckled like he'd struck gold, laughing so hard he had to clutch his stomach, his whole body trembling. Then, he looked up, covering half his face with his hand, his laughter as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. Ha! Mu Yuanshan said, baffled, looking at him. What are you laughing at? Wiping away tears from laughing too hard, he said, I'm laughing at a stubborn old fool like you. Mu Yuanshan is a laughingstock of the illusory continent. So, if I win against you, I have to acknowledge you as my father. What a joke, his laughter still echoed. He swung his hand forward. HMPH. Lawless and unbridled. You've only grown 2 feathers, and think you know how to fly. He smirked, looking at him with disdain, his eyes filled with disbelief. Let me see where your courage comes from. He turned, his face serious, looking at the power emanating from him, thinking to himself, even though he's only Earth level 7th stage, my primordial energy has already reached heaven level. His thoughts flowed. The Muka family can be the leader of the 4 great families in Yun City. Besides the merits of their ancestors, there's something else. The Mu family has 2 Earth-level magical treasures guarding them. That's why the Wang family doesn't dare to move. True, he has a certain standing among the 4 great families in Yun City, and others really can't underestimate him. I wonder what else he can take out from the Mu family to face me. His ancestors were all people with both strength and a sturdy physique. He understood that clearly. Muttering in his head, firstly, there was the body-refining technique created by his ancestors, which, when cultivated to the extreme, could make up for the difference in levels. He recalled being attacked by a Mu family technique before, feeling like he was being shot at continuously. Mu Lian's cultivation of the severing iron finger was part of this technique. Shaking off his thoughts, he returned to reality. Mu Yuanshan was charging towards him like a rocket. Wherever he went, his power followed. He was startled, suddenly realizing, stating to himself, his speed is much stronger than before. He activated his God-Devil Holy Eye. It was as if something opened in his eyes, the black pupils now with a hint of starlight. Mu Tianran looked towards him, charging, and grinned confidently, as if he could see through him, thinking, even under my God-Devil Holy Eye, I can still see clearly. As long as I avoid his attack, aim at his weakness, I can counterattack, using speed to create massive damage. He clenched his hand into a fist, power beginning to emanate. He raised his fist of power, seriously watching carefully, waiting for the right moment. Mu Yuanshan, he was still charging madly towards him, just like before, his hand lunging forward, his power emitting endlessly, enveloping his entire body. The image of one person charging like lightning, while the other just stood, tilting his hand, waiting for the right moment. He was surprised when he lightly and quickly dodged his attack. In his heart, he told himself, today I must clench my fist tightly, pouring all my power into it. He seized the opportunity, striking hard at his abdomen. Wherever his hand swung, power radiated. He cried out in pain. He didn't think anymore, but spoke out directly. Defeating an arrogant fool like you? I've waited for this day to defeat someone who doesn't see anyone as anything. He was completely unfazed, but instead grinned sinisterly, his face extremely treacherous at this moment. Improving very quickly. It's a pity I'm still your senior. He kicked him away forcefully, still saying, not enough damage. He was kicked so hard that he had to drag his feet along the ground to reduce his speed, muttering to himself. Very surprising. Really don't understand what's happening, what's going on. His strength is constantly increasing. The head steward watched in his direction. It seems the father and son's conversation didn't go well. Muku also frowned as he watched him, retreating seriously, clenching his fist, even his doubts radiating power, still thinking in his head. Just now he used deflection to block my move, but why did his primordial energy increase? His gleeful laughter rang out. Ha ha, if it wasn't for your move just now, I would have been injured by someone. He remained serious, but at this point, he was a little worried. The head steward and Muwu turned to look in the other direction. He spoke. It's the master. Just now the young master was blasted away by the master. The servants in the room, at this moment, were gradually sneaking away, their faces full of fear. Quick, run! Are the immortals fighting? Mu Yuanshan was standing in front of the doorway, his eyes as bright as headlights, his robes fluttering in the wind, unable to clearly see his face, only seeing his dark, sinister face slowly emerging, his eyes glowing green, his smile still sinister, his power fluttering around him like clouds. He held a silver command token in his hand. It's been ages since I've used this. He tossed the token into the air, and a powerful whirlwind appeared from it. Hovering above his head, he shouted, "Glory to the Mushi family ancestors! It's like there's a strange figure in the whirlwind." The whirlwind slowly dissipated, revealing a shining blade. The blade's body was patterned like falling feathers, with the head of a dragon at the bottom holding the blade in its mouth. He reached out and grabbed the blade and slashed forward with great force, the blade emitting gusts of wind. He continued, "Silver Scale Overlord Spear, Mu Yuanshan, weapon manifests as heaven, unleash the triple stage." He stared intently at the face that was already showing a hint of fear, muttering to himself, "Silver Scale Overlord Spear, so his increased chi is because of this weapon." The head steward's eyes widened in surprise. Silver Scale Overlord Spear. The master used this weapon to defeat the Wang family 20 years ago, and now the master is using it, Mu Wu chimed in, puzzled and curious, asking the head steward, "What is that?" He turned back to explain to him, "All you know is martial arts, of course you wouldn't know the Mush family history." He began to recount. This spear was the personal weapon of the Mush family ancestor Mu Yunlong, and it's said to be a divine-level weapon. The ancestor single-handedly pacified countless enemies and made a name for himself. From then on, Mu Yunlong's reputation spread throughout Tiancheng, and outside Tiancheng there was even a folk song. Famous teachers and heavenly generals don't need to work hard. 1,000,000 soldiers and horses fear the silver scale. An image of Yunlong riding a horse, weapon in hand, fighting in the midst of a fierce battlefield appeared through his words. He continued. After the ancestor passed away, the Silver Scale Overlord Spear became the inherited weapon of each generation of Musai family head. Mu Yuanshan leaped into the air, once again charging towards Mu Tianran, sneering, "Brat, you were so arrogant just now." Then he swung the Silver Scale Overlord Spear down, shouting, "Show me what you've got, or I'll take your life with the next move." Mu Tianran knew that he couldn't continue to be careless with the danger of this battle, and he braced himself to meet Mu Yuanshan's move. Mu Yuanshan charged forward and said, "Second move, Torrential Rain Dragon Star Spear." This move is essentially hundreds of consecutive thrusts from the long spear in a few short minutes. With extremely high accuracy, Mu Yuanshan was trying to poke Mu Tianran full of holes, but what Mu Yuanshan didn't expect was that Mu Tianran could unleash attacks at a similar speed to him. He frowned, but his hands didn't stop, swinging his sword so fast that only afterimages could be seen, and not a single thrust from Mu Yuanshan reached his body, blocking the entire Torrential Rain Dragon Star Spear. The two immediately retreated, putting distance between each other, both in a state of extreme tension. With the divine demon holy eyes, Mu Tianran could see the strangeness of Mu Yuanshan. He thought to himself, "That spear is constantly emitting qi, channeling it into his body. His qi is constantly increasing. But I can't do the same, which means the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me." Mu Yuanshan saw that his useless son had actually blocked all of his moves, and laughed in delight, asking, "You blocked it? How interesting." He changed his stance and charged again, declaring, "Let's see how long your weapon can last." Mu Yuanshan swung the long spear behind Mu Tianran, but he quickly dodged it. Mu Tianran took a step forward, swinging his sword to slash at Mu Yuanshan, but it was blocked by his spear. A thrust from Mu Yuanshan's spear aimed straight for Mu Tianran's face. But what fell to the ground was a few strands of hair from the back of his head. A slash from Mu Tianran's blade also came close to his face, but it didn't go as planned. He only managed to cut off a piece of beard from the side of Mu Yuanshan's mouth. Outside the battle, the Mu family steward was just as tense as the two on the field, but also no less surprised, saying, "I didn't expect the young master and the master to be evenly matched, and the young master's moves aren't messy at all. Offense and defense are constantly neck and neck." Mu Wu, standing next to the steward, heard this and asked, "Oh, head steward, you understand martial arts too? It seems like Mu Tianran is always defending passively." The Mu family steward disagreed with him, scolding, "What do you know?" Under the master's fierce spear techniques, the fact that the young master can dodge completely is something no one in the city can do. The steward has been in this position for a long time, and has seen many kinds of experts in the world, so his analysis is also extremely accurate. The steward said to Mu Wu, "Moreover, look at the young master's eyes, calm and composed, not at all panicked." Mu Wu stood beside him, confused, but his experience and life experience were not as deep as the Mu family steward's, so he could only reply, "Old steward has a good eye. I can't even understand the young master's eyes." Inside the battle, Mu Tianran's sword swept across the ground, creating a spark with a piercing sound. Mu Tianran's sword-swinging speed became faster and faster, to the point where he could force the expert Mu Yuanshan to be startled and deal with it. The blade flashed like lightning. The blade was wrapped in a purple qi, the same color as his current divine demon, holy eyes. Mu Tianran looked extremely strange, no different from an emissary of hell coming to claim Mu Yuanshan's old life. He panicked and gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, "HMPH, it's not your turn yet. How dare you be presumptuous here?" Mu Yuanshan gripped the long spear tightly, swinging it high. The two sharp ends of the sword and spear collided head-on. Qi seemed to explode. Mu Yuanshan retreated extremely quickly with the long spear, and so did Mu Tianran. He looked at Mu Tianran and asked, "Even Mu Lilian hasn't reached this level, Mu Tianran. How did you manage it?" The Silver Scale Overlord Spear Xuan theory resonated once more. This time, it's the third form. Storm Dragon Star Spear. Mu Yuanshan held the spear and charged straight towards his opponent. His momentum and speed were exactly as the name implied. Majestic and swift, such a strike came crashing down, raising dust that clouded the courtyard, and Mu Tianran vanished within the dust-filled air. Seeing this, the steward spoke up to dissuade him. "Master, that was too heavy-handed. The Mu Manor's coffers are already running dry." Mu Wu, standing nearby, reminded the steward, "Head steward, that's not the important thing." But then suddenly, Mu Yuanshan gasped, a sound full of shock. He dodged to the side, looking at the violet light that had just flown out of the dust cloud. Mu Yuanshan knew what this was. Sword key, he thought to himself. Mu Yuanshan was incredibly astonished, but couldn't hide his joy and satisfaction, saying, "I didn't expect him to be able to block it." The dust slowly dispersed, and both the primordial energy and sword kwai were revealed. Immediately after that, the first form of the myriad sword decree. In the center of the mist, a violet light flashed, especially clear. It was Mu Tianran's sword kai. He's using sword kai to protect himself. The sword essence is mysterious. This time the sword kai has an ancient form, like the mythical black tortoise beast in legends. To be able to use this move, Mu Tianran's black abyss sword had to split into two. It has completed its responsibility. Mu Tianran withdrew the virtual sword back. Mu Tianran was exhausted. His divine demon holy eyes were still open. He panted, thinking, "With my current strength, dealing with a heavenly realm level opponent is a bit of a stretch. That first move just now consumed nearly half of my primordial energy." Seeing that he could still stand firm after his strike, Mu Yuanshan thought to himself, "You rebellious brat. Just who could have enabled a bloodline slave like you to reach such a level?" He suddenly rushed forward with dizzying speed, advising him. But there wasn't a hint of goodwill in his eyes. "If you don't die today, introduce that person to the Mu Manor." Then, Mu Yuanshan raised his spear high. He finished the rest of the sentence to glorify my Musha Manor. This one strike can't really be called a technique, but it's strong enough to make Mu Tianran struggle to resist. In his mind, an arrogant female voice resounded, like demonic whispers pouring into his ears. "You're so pathetic. If you keep this up, let this empress take action and kill him." But Mu Tianran didn't agree with her. He muttered in response, "Great Empress Ji, please don't be angry. I absolutely must defeat him with my own hands. All this arduous training for the past 6 months has been for today. If I have to rely on Great Empress Ji every time I encounter trouble, what difference is there between me, Mu Tianran, and a freeloader? This time, I have to take care of him myself." These words were perhaps a response to Empress Ji, but they were also a message to himself. Mu Yuanshan approached closer, asking, "What are you whispering about over there?" Then he announced, "Next is the final move." The image of Mu Tianran's respected master appeared before his eyes once more. Mu Tianran thought to himself. Master left behind the myriad sword decree at the time, basically divided into 5 forms. The first sword form takes the black tortoise divine beast as its model. The first form, sword net Zhuyan theory, relies on the speed of the sword swings to form a sword net. At the same time, the momentum of the Xuan theory can protect and defend, which is the move Mu Tianran used to defend just now. The second form, reverse sword phoenix, can generate extremely large damage through gathering primordial energy to attack in an instant. This next form takes the vermilion bird as its symbol. The vermilion bird in mythology is a bird, so the speed when Mu Tianran uses this move is also extremely fast. The third sword form, Spirit Sword Azure Dragon, this move requires the person and the weapon to reach divine harmony. The higher the coordination, the more agile the body. Needless to say, the Azure Dragon is a dragon. Although its body is large, it is graceful and agile, so this move must also ensure such things. It can be said that the myriad sword decree with its 5 forms is a symbol of the 5 elements of Feng Shui. Currently, Mu Tianran has grasped 3 of the 5 forms, and perhaps he will need more time to acquire the remaining 2 forms. Mu Tianran secretly made a decision in his heart. Although he only grasped it roughly, there was no chance to unleash Reverse Sword Phoenix, so he could only try the only move, which is Spirit Sword Azure Dragon. Mu Tianran moved extremely fast, even creating flickering afterimages, dynamically changing and constantly rushing towards his opponent. The Mu family steward stood outside, seeing Mu Tianran's move change again, and exclaiming in surprise, This move of the young master takes the dragon as its form. The footwork is unpredictable, and the speed is extremely fast. Mu Fiwu, not as knowledgeable as he, asked, "Moreover, is he mimicking the master's move?" But the steward quickly denied this, explaining, "No. The young master is using a completely different move from the master. The master's dragon form is stronger, while the young master's is more graceful." The battle on the field now is exactly a Mu Yuanshan standing in the middle, surrounded by Mu Tianran's afterimages. Impossible to tell the real from the fake. Although Mu Yuanshan was old, his body was still strong. He looked at all the Mu Tiankarans on the field and then said, "Want to use afterimages to confuse me?" The veins on Mu Yuanshan's forearms bulged, and the silver scale overlord spear emitted even more light, with lightning bolts beginning to appear on the spear shaft. Seeing that the situation seems stable, Mu Tianran crouched down on the ground to gain momentum. He charged straight towards Mu Yuanshan. The dragon's ultimate target has always been his opponent. The steward watched this scene with regret, sighing, "The outcome is near." Unlike the steward, Mu Wu couldn't keep up with the speed of the two Mus. He squinted, hoping to see something. Besides the afterimages, Mu Wu praised, "Great steward, your eyes are truly good. I can't see a thing." A loud clang, some petty tricks, rang out, followed by a silver arc appearing. Mu Tianran was completely knocked out. He fell flat on his back on the field, his bones slamming against the stone floor. Mu Wu didn't understand what was happening. Why did Mu Tianran suddenly fall? He asked, "Great steward, what's going on?" The steward became more serious. He explained, "I said the outcome is near, and it's that the young master is about to lose. Although the young master is much different than before, in terms of level, he still can't compare to the master." He completely understood all of Mu Tianran's attacks, the steward said. The young master has only reached the profound level, yet his strength has developed so much that it's astonishing. Then the steward said with regret, "But at the same time, the greater the power, the greater the consumption of primeval energy." He had to pause for a moment before continuing. "The master is the Muxia family's treasure. His primeval energy is extremely abundant. The young master can't compete, so the longer the fight, the more primeval energy the young master consumes." Sure enough, after Mu Tianran unleashed all three moves of the myriad sword art on the field, he was out of breath, staggering, and had to lean on his sword to stand upright. But no matter what he did, Mu Yuanshan remained as relaxed as ever. He laughed and said, "Haha, Mu Tianran, this old man accepts you." He now pretended to be an elder, rejoicing that his descendants had finally grown up, saying, "To dare to fight in this situation, the Muxia family can't have weaklings." Mu Yuanshan sneered, giving Mu Tianran a chance himself. Could it be that this old man misjudged? "Your slave bloodline should admit defeat now. Call me father, and this old man will allow you to learn the Mu family's techniques." Mu Tianran gasped for breath. The divine devil, holy eyes couldn't be maintained anymore. He struggled to reply, "Humph, no way, you are heartless, unworthy to be my father." Mu Yuanshan didn't bother listening to these words. He was still smiling smugly. "You ungrateful brat? Then this old man has no choice but to defeat you, but let's see if you survive this last move." Mu Tianran knew that his body couldn't withstand Mu Yuanshan's next attack. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his hands trembling, thinking, "Damn it, the profound realm has its limits. The primeval energy in my body has reached the bottom. Now I'm forcing myself to use my power." I didn't expect him to use the Mu family spear to raise it by a level. Mu Tianran's vision became increasingly blurred at this moment. But suddenly a proud female voice rang in his head. "How embarrassing. Step aside for this empress." Dianji's voice was enough to make him sober, even though his whole body was trembling and he wanted to kneel down. But Mu Tianran still stood firm, refusing Dianji once again. "Great Dianji, please don't." Mu Tianran's eyes remained unwavering as before. He said to himself, "If I don't have the strength to resist, then I will successfully block the final move." He reassured Dianji, also telling himself, "I won't lose. Even with the last bit of strength, I won't bow down to him. I said it. I will definitely do it. Promised my master, my blood brothers." Mu Tianran continued to monologue to himself. "Promised to let great Dianji raise my strength. Even if I can't, I have to use this body to resist. I promised Mom I would get her out of here." Past images reappeared, still as clear as if they had just happened yesterday. Mu Tianran gritted his teeth, tensing his trembling body, saying, "I will do these things," he told himself. "As long as I have my last breath, I can't fall." Not noticing that the Black Abyss sword was showing very strange signs, the primeval energy emitted from the Black Abyss was as red as fresh blood. It wrapped around Mu Tianran. Surprising him, he wondered, what is this?" After being tamed by the vine, the bright red primeval energy enveloped him, and Mu Tianran was completely shocked. He felt the primeval energy gradually recovering. In Mu Tianran's mindscape, Dianji floated, saying, "It's the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss is transferring all its primeval energy to you." Her face looked unhappy, and she continued, "I didn't expect the Black Abyss to be like this. Before, Even I never had this happen. Mu Tianran widened his eyes and asked, Dingji, even great Dingji has never encountered this situation before. Dingji could only sigh and explain. The Black Abyss is called the ultimate divine weapon, not only because it is a sharp and agile sword, it also has the ability to attract the primeval energy of others and use it to enhance itself. The Black Abyss was just like a normal celestial weapon when it was first forged, using its attraction properties to gradually accumulate and become a divine weapon. To get to where it is today, this divine weapon had to bathe in the blood and killing intent of countless fallen people. How greedy it is! That's how the mighty Black Abyss was created. Dingji looked at Mu Tianran. She smiled lightly in her eyes, full of appreciation, saying, To be able to make the Black Abyss make such a choice, it seems you are very worthy of this Empress's expectations. Mu Tianran received Dingji's praise, allowing Mu Tianran to absorb the Black Abyss's primeval energy even faster. But he himself didn't realize it, for Mu Tianran, being suddenly recognized by Dingji, surprised him so much that he could only stammer, Thank you for your praise, great Dingji. Dingji instructed, Next, just do what you want. Mu Tianran also replied to her. Much was said, but everything that happened in Mu Tianran's head could only be counted in seconds. He regained consciousness in reality, firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, assumed his stance, and shouted, Myriad sword art! The last strands of Black Abyss's primeval energy were madly pouring into his body to help him regain his primeval energy. Mu Tianran thought to himself. Originally, this move required a quarter of an hour to prepare primeval energy, but now it feels extremely easy. The eerie purple divine devil holy eyes also gradually appeared. Even a small movement by Mu Tianran in this arena was closely watched by Mu Yuanshan, let alone such a big action. Seeing him suddenly recover, his primeval energy overflowing again, Mu Yuanshan was extremely interested, saying, I didn't expect you to have this move, haha, very interesting. He raised the silver scale overlord's spear to the sky, and a lightning bolt struck Mu Yuanshan, greatly increasing his power. Mu Yuanshan laughed heartily. It's just a pity that no one in Yuncheng can withstand this old man's move. The silver scale overlord's spear, bathed in white lightning, trembled incessantly, and so did Mu Yuanshan himself. He braced himself, announcing, This move is extremely powerful. Even I can't avoid being injured, but to make you convinced, consider it me teaching you a lesson. Despite the fact that his own primordial energy was being drained away in bursts, Mu Yuanshan was still extremely confident in his victory and sneered. Ha! Seeing Mu Yuanshan like this, Mu Tianran frowned and asked, Are you crazy? With his divine demon saint eyes, he could completely see the essence of this move. He was extremely angry, loudly rebuking. For the sake of empty reputation, you hurt those around you again and again. Teach me a lesson, Mu Shan, you don't have the right. But Mu Yuanshan didn't listen, retorting, I don't have the right. For the prosperity of the Mook family, I can sacrifice everything. A realm like that, a rebellious son like you can't understand. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he looked at Mu Tianran, finally unable to treat him as an unworthy opponent. Two enormous pillars of energy appeared in the night sky, appearing extremely clearly. One pillar was purplish black, and the other was bright white lightning. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the manager anxiously spoke up. This formation, this time the master is extremely angry, he definitely won't show mercy. If the young master and the master reconcile, the position of the Mu family's head, Mu Wu sat slumped against the wall. He was trembling with fear, saying, The primordial energy is too powerful. What level has Mu Tianran reached? We can't stop the current situation at all. The manager was also sweating like a river, sighing tensely. Maybe in the master's heart, he can no longer treat the young master as a weaker opponent, a servant whispered. If the young master wins against the master, then the Musha family will surely return to its former glory. A lush green leaf was blown down by the wind, but halfway down it was struck by lightning and shattered. In the end, only a small piece remained. Mu Yuanshan leaped into the air. He raised his spear high, his whole body like a lightning rod. Standing opposite him was Mu Tianran, enveloped in faith flames. Mu family spear. Mu Yuanshan braced himself. Behind him, the primordial energy formed the shape of an extremely terrifying black dragon. Mu Yuanshan said confidently, Rebellious son, with such a gap in strength, let's see if you can still be so stubborn. But Mu Tianran definitely couldn't afford to lose. He entered the stance of the second form. His purple eyes lit up. His whole body's primordial energy also turned cold purple. Rebellious sword phoenix, the divine beast vermilion bird, with the help of Black Abyss, shone even more intensely. This will be the end of this battle? The phoenix has appeared. Both Mushada father and son knew this was the end. So everyone concentrated all their strength to win the battle. On Mu Tianran's command, the phoenix flew into the air, following Mu Yuanshan's guidance. The black dragon coiled down towards the earth. That was the azure dragon of the cloud sea and the rebellious sword phoenix. Mu Yuanshan roared, "Rebellious son, if you die here, it will be your good fortune." The manager and Mu Wu both widened their eyes. Even the manager didn't know what to say to the master's words. Mu Tianran focused all the primordial energy in his body for this decisive blow. He himself, like the phoenix, was trying his best to win the battle. On this side was the rebellious sword phoenix with its roaring purple power, while on the other side was the azure dragon of the cloud sea, with its powerful blue power. The azure dragon wrapped its body around the phoenix, creating immense power on both sides. Mu Yuanshan, with an eager expression, laughed and said, very good, someone who can reach this level. If Wang Xiang and the others see that Mu Yuanshan has such a son, who else would dare to underestimate the Mu Yuan family in the future? Who else would dare to underestimate Mu Yuanshan? Then he laughed loudly, in contempt. Mu Tianran angrily gnashed his teeth. He shouted loudly, "It's always about the Mu family. The Mu family. What else do you have besides face in your eyes?" Since ancient times, along with the glory of the family, has come the discord between the clansmen. Mu Yuanshan and Mu Chawu fell silent upon hearing this. He continued, "You say you're doing this for the Mu family, but it's really just for your own obsession." He realized something, and was horrified. He yelled, "From the moment you abandoned your own family, you lost the right to reminisce about the glory days." He controlled the purple power, making it even stronger, and attacked the blue power, creating a massive explosion. He exclaimed in panic. His origin energy is increasing. The two sources of purple and blue power clashed against each other. Mu Yuanshan's face was covered in sweat, and he gritted his teeth, saying, But I am the chosen one, and I have the innate heavenly mark azure dragon chi. How could I possibly lose? He starts shout out his powers gradually took over him, causing him to yell, "No, impossible!" The power enveloped him, and he couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. Impossible. His image gradually faded in Mu Tianran's power. A beam of purple power shot straight into the sky. It pierced through the clouds like a shooting star. In another scene, beams of light shone down from the sky, creating holes in the clouds. The black sky was turned blue in one area by those lights. From within that blue sky, a person appeared, falling downwards. It was Mu Yuanshan. He fell and landed on his back. He fell right onto his own mansion, creating a black streak. The surrounding people panicked and cried out, "Lord! Lord!" Mu Tianran broke through to the earth realm, and he landed there as well, saying, "Heaven realm strength." The servant, seeing this, exclaimed in horror, He can defeat the Lord." Fei Er thought. With the help of Black Abyss, he not only pushed his limits, but also broke through to the earth realm. Her expression turned serious as she thought, "This kid's talent and comprehension are higher than I thought. He might become my right-hand man in the future." He frowned, trying to stand up. "Mother, if you were still here, that would be great. I have succeeded. I have proven my ability." He raised his trembling hand. "Your son is strong enough to protect you now." He gradually clenched his fist. "But where are you?" a voice yelled out. Mu Tianran. The old servant slowly helped Mu Yuanshan to his feet. "Lord, be careful." He was trembling all over, coughing, and he said with a trembling smile, "Good son." Mu Tianran supported himself on the ground to help Mu Yuanshan, who continued to say, "Come, the Mushai family welcomes you home. I will make you the successor of the Mushai family. Whatever you want to learn, I will teach you. Just help the Mushai family regain its former glory, and I will pass on the position of family head, the position of city lord, everything to you." He smiled cunningly. His hand holding the sword was trembling at this moment. Suddenly, he shouted out, "By then, no one will dare look down on the Mu family anymore." Mu Yuanshan, "Stop talking nonsense," he said with eyes full of hatred. Mu Yuanshan was enraged upon hearing those words, and he asked in a low voice, "What? You're saying I'm delusional?" His eyes were bloodshot as he hissed, "Great deeds require ignoring small matters. Personal feelings can't compare to the family's reputation. Since the heavenly ancestor Cloud Dragon, the weak Mu family has still maintained its position as city lord, but the Wang family won't sit still." He continued to vent all the negativity of shouldering the Musha family for so long, constantly shouting, "I'm under pressure to revitalize the family. How could a rebellious son like you understand?" Mu Tianran just stood there silently, watching him, still obsessed with his delusions, going crazy and uttering such harsh words, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Mu Yuanshan continued to scold, "If you are a bloodline slave, you will definitely be a burden to the Muhi family. I absolutely cannot let the Muhi family be destroyed in your hands." He smirked and continued, "I abandoned you before. Who would dare say I was wrong?" "Are you done talking?" Mu Tianran coldly asked, ignoring his mad ramblings. "I'll ask one more time. I won this fight, fair and square. Tell me, where is my mother?" "You said you sent her to the wasteland to piss me off, didn't you?" Mu Tianran stared at Mu Yuanshan with cold, emotionless eyes. Seeing that Mu Tianran was still determined to know, He laughed mockingly and asked, "Why do you bring up that woman? I already said. She's gone to the wasteland in your place. The Zhuluo 6 great nations need you to go to the polar regions every year." Then, the old man continued to provoke him even further. "Your mother went in your place, and she did it willingly. Though, if she knew you became this powerful, she'd definitely feel it was worth it." Mu Yuanshan struggled to stand up, leaning on his long spear, and said, "You foolish son. When you grow up, you'll understand that everything your father did was right." Then, he flashed a proud grin. He ordered, "Come here, kneel down and acknowledge the treasure, and then we'll restore the Mu family together." Seeing the old man's fake act, Mu Tianran's face darkened, his whole body trembling with anger. He coldly questioned, "Those who have no value will be abandoned, right? Even those closest to you?" Mu Yuanshan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Those who have no value are those who can't help the family. Why should we care about them? Now this old man knows that I misjudged your slave bloodline before, but I'll make it up to you later." He mentioned his mother again. "As for Ye Lutian, just forget about her. This old man will find you one who looks exactly like her." Faced with his indifference and unrighteous actions, Mu Tianran was filled with extreme rage. He couldn't listen to another word from this heartless bastard, and shouted loudly, "Mu Yuanshan, shut your mouth!" Before he could finish speaking, Mu Tianran had already gripped the sword in his hand and swung it, unleashing a slash filled with all his resentment, cutting horizontally in front of the old man, leaving Mu Yuanshan stunned and unable to react. What? In your eyes, the glory of the Mu family is more important than everything else, right? Mu Tianran said coldly. Then, he directly declared, today I will destroy everything. Xing. With a crisp sound, the Mu family's proud silver dragon overlord spear was split in two, the spearhead flying far away and embedding itself in the ground. Seeing the treasured weapon destroyed, he panicked. "Are you crazy? You're insane. My Mu family heirloom." Mu Yuwu, who was behind him, was shocked at this sight. "The overlord spear is broken. Isn't it a divine weapon?" Mu Yuanshan was also extremely distraught, still gawking with wide eyes as he pondered. The Silver Dragon Overlord Spear isn't a divine weapon now, but history records that the Overlord Spear was even better than divine weapons. As he was saying this, he suddenly realized, it's because the ancestors infused their Yuan Qi into it. That's why its power became so great. Recalling the past generations of Musha family patriarchs, he finally realized the reason. But because none of the Musha family ancestors were stronger, the Yuan Qi passed down in this spear gradually deteriorated over the generations. Looking at the broken treasured weapon in his hand, he said tremblingly, "The Overlord Spear, my Silver Dragon Overlord Spear, my Musha family heirloom. The Overlord Spear, mine." Mu Yuanshan gritted his teeth and glared at Mu Tianran as he screamed, "You rebellious son? You want to rebel?" He only replied coldly, "I don't care about any of this. A cold-blooded and ruthless family that treats family ties like nothing. I want to rebel." As he spoke, he continued to swing his sword down. The sword collided with the ground, creating an extremely powerful force, causing a loud explosion that sent Mu Yuanshan flying backward. He continued loudly, "Yun City in the Shu Luo continent is only a part." The slash had already been unleashed for a while, but the shockwave and sword energy were still radiating powerfully. "Mu Yuanshan, how important do you think it is?" Mu Tianran questioned in an angry tone. He was now scrambling to get up after taking that blow and said, "Mu Tianran, how dare you? What is there that I don't dare to do? The ancestors of the Musha family would say I did the right thing if they saw you like this," Mu Tianran said as he unleashed another slash, plowing through the surface of the Muti family grounds. Dense smoke and dust billowed from the rubble. The family servants and disciples fled in fear, shouting to each other, "Run! He wants to destroy this place. Master, be careful." Only the old butler ran over to support his master, and asked him with concern while he was still cursing, "He's rebelling, this beast is rebelling." Seeing the father and son fighting each other and the family falling apart, the old butler quickly tried to persuade him, "Young master, please stop. If you do this, the madam won't be able to come back either, and she wouldn't want to see you become like this." Seeing them use his mother as an excuse to persuade him, he became even angrier, fell silent for a moment, then turned back and said with a voice full of hatred, "How dare you mention my mother?" With that rage, he swung his sword and unleashed a slash at eye level. The force was probably even stronger than before, cutting the Musha manor in half, when the others hadn't even had time to react. Seeing the mansion-covering plaque shattered into two pieces, the old steward was speechless. The mansion. He was stunned, but Mu Yuanshan felt 10 times the pain. My family's legacy. Just like that. The Mu estate that he had spent his entire life building and developing was collapsing right before his eyes. After venting for a while, Tianran retracted his sword, still shaking with emotion. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then straightened up, turned, and walked away, leaving the ruins and the treacherous people behind, still in shock. "From now on, I have nothing to do with the Musha family. Take these things." As he spoke, he pulled out a large money bag and said, "This is more than what I destroyed, so I'm done with it." He tossed it straight into the air, causing countless gold and silver taels to rain down. It was him. From the bag, gold ingots and money scattered all over the courtyard. "Consider it me buying the character Mu in the name. Me, from now on we owe each other nothing," he said coldly, looking at the back of the person he considered his unfilial son. After smashing everything, he threw money back as if it were charity, then turned his head and left. Mu Yuanshan was paralyzed. The steward and servants were surprised to see so much gold, and exclaimed, "Master, this is all real gold. If we exchange all of it for copper coins, it would definitely be 5 or 6 million. Such a large sum of money was exactly what Mu Yuanshan had always desired. But now, it was being given to him by his own son as pity. Holding the gold bars in his hand, he was both angry and humiliated, unable to laugh or cry, saying, "Unfilial son! Is this unfilial son using money to insult this old man?" The old steward said worriedly at this time, "Master, I'll arrange a place outside for you to stay temporarily." Mu Yuanshan seemed to go crazy. He laughed and replied, "A place to stay? This is my place to stay. I'm not going anywhere." Thinking about the countless efforts he had put in, the countless tricks he had used to build the family's position, he wondered in his heart, "What did I do wrong? For the Musukha family, I made connections with those who benefited us. I swore to bring the Musukha family back to the leadership of the 4 great families." He shouted, "Everything I did was for the Mua family. What did I do wrong after all? You tell me." Looking at his crazy appearance at this time, the old steward could only shake his head dejectedly, ignoring Mu Yuanshan's shameless orders. "Someone, pick up the money for me. There must be 5 or 6 million. He looked sadly at the gate, where the mansion plaque had been broken, and wondered, "Is it all for the reputation of the Muha family? Maybe we were all wrong." Only 2 people remained in the courtyard with the messy ruins that used to be the Muha state, and the gold coins scattered all over the ground, along with Mu Yuanshan's crazy laughter. After defeating Mu Yuanshan and destroying the Mu family to vent his anger, Mu Tianran had now left, arriving at another place, leaning against a tree on a hill. In the sunset, seeing Tianran sitting blankly under the tree, Dingji couldn't help but wonder, asking her questions. "You could have killed him to satisfy the hatred in your heart, but you chose to break the sword. Although you destroyed part of the Musa family, the money you left behind is enough for them to repair the Musha family 10 times over. Is that all there is to your hatred for your father?" Mu Tianran replied, "I can destroy the Musha family, I can also kill him, but in reality, we still have blood ties. As a person who values righteousness, he can't act cruelly towards his father like that. That's right. I hate him so much. I hate him. But if I act cruelly, how am I different from him? Moreover," speaking of this, he hesitated a little, looking up at the sky, admiring the pink clouds in the sunset. Tianran imagined the face of the mother he had been searching for so long, and he continued, "My mother definitely wouldn't want to see this scene." With that said, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, like the aura of a master passing by, startling Tianran to his feet. Long Yan appeared from behind the bushes, his body emitting a powerful spiritual energy. He looked at Tianran and said coldly, "I finally found you." At this time, Tianran showed clear vigilance, he thought to himself. "It's him. What is he doing here?" These 2 met as if they had found their match, quickly releasing 2 streams of true energy ready to fight like fierce dragons and tigers. At this time, Ying Ran also appeared behind, ordering, "Long Yan, don't be rude." "Yes, miss." Long Yan quickly obediently complied and withdrew his aura. "We meet again," she greeted. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, Mu Tianran also smiled and let down his guard. The girl approached, revealed herself, and said, "The young master of the Musi family in Yuncheng caused quite a stir. How does it feel now?" Tianran replied with a smile, "Miss Yingran, I'm not in a good mood right now. Could you please leave me alone?" Hearing this, Yingran confidently made a judgment. "Not in a good mood? Is it because of your mother?" She smiled and said with goodwill, "Maybe I can help you." Hearing this, Tianran stuttered in surprise. You can." Seeing Tianran's reaction, he must have been somewhat swayed. Yingran walked closer step by step, reaching out with a friendly smile. She offered, "It's getting late. Why doesn't young Master Mu go to the Tianlong Inn to rest? I will slowly explain everything to you." Tianran was a little embarrassed. Then Dingji's voice echoed in his head, urging, "Idiot, agree to her. The power of the Tianlong auction house can be used." Tianran stammered, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss Yingran," he happily agreed. "If Miss Yingran can help me find my mother, Mu Tianran will definitely repay this great kindness." At this moment, under the afternoon sun, by the big tree, the 2 holding hands created an extremely romantic scene. Oh wait, not 2 people, there's also Long Yan behind them. Seeing Mu Tianran holding Yingran's hand, he bitterly muttered, "He dares to hold the young lady's hand." He was so angry that he burst out with killing intent, causing Tianran to startled and look back. He thought to himself, Seems like there's a misunderstanding here, Yingran urged. Young Master Mu, you're too polite, let's get going please. Miss Yingran, please, Tianran said politely, while Long Yan did not forget to remind him in a grumpy voice. Young Master Mu, please keep your distance from the young lady. Scene changes to inside the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce's inn. At this time, Tianran was sitting in contemplation. How did Miss Yingran know about my mother? She said she could help me. What exactly is going on? His head was full of doubts. Could it be because I'm a VIP member that she's helping me? Suddenly, someone called from outside, interrupting his train of thought. Young Master, Tianran, was startled and turned around. Unexpectedly, the old steward rushed into the room from outside, happily saying, Young Master, this old man had such a hard time finding you. Seeing him suddenly appear in front of him in the middle of the night, Tianran was so startled that he screamed, echoing throughout the inn. He was so focused on thinking that, out of reflex, Tianran punched the old steward in the face, making one side of his face bruised and swollen. He quickly apologized. I was just thinking about some things, I didn't pay attention to you. The old steward was extremely resigned and quickly interrupted. It's okay, this old body of mine can still take it. Later, the two sat down at the table to talk. Tianran asked with a serious expression. Why are you here? I've made it very clear, I have nothing to do with the Musi family anymore. The old steward wiped his face while replying, No, young master, I'm here for something else. Tianran guessed that he was sent by his dear old man to call him back, so he flatly refused. Could it be that you're here to be a persuader for him? If so, go back. Hearing this, the old steward quickly waved his hand. To deny it, he said softly, Young master, please calm down, I'm here to talk about the madam. Hearing about his mother, Tianran was a little excited. He immediately stood up and asked urgently, Mother, could it be that mother is still in Yuncheng? Not so, Lao Chao replied. The madam has been taken out of Yuncheng, he said slowly. Hearing this, Tianran was extremely disappointed and slumped back into the chair. I see. As expected, mother, he said in a dull tone. Mentioning this again caused the hatred in his heart to boil over. His body trembled again. Tianran clenched his fists and complained, Mu Yuanshan, you hateful, crazy, cold-blooded old man. Observing Tianran's reaction, the old steward slowly continued. This is why I came to find you, young master. The madam, she wants to leave. What did you say? He was extremely surprised to hear this information, something he had never known before. I'll explain the matter clearly to you, young master. I hope you can find the madam. Then the old steward began to tell everything. Half a month ago, recalling the time a month ago, one day a group of people entered the Musi mansion. The old steward rushed in to report, Master, there are people outside looking for you. They don't look like locals. They seem to have something important to discuss with you. Seeing Lao Chao's flustered attitude, Mu Yuanshan just calmly stroked his beard and scolded. What's with all the rush? It's not like they can just meet the city lord whenever they want, he ordered. Tell them to come another day. I need to rest. After speaking, he got up and went inside the house. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange figure in a black cloak and mask, with incredibly swift movement, zipped past like a ghost right in front of Mu Yuanshan, saying, City Lord Mu sure has some big shot vibes, huh? This guy's sudden appearance spooked him good. In a flash, he was behind him, plopped down in the city lord's chair, and cockily said, What's up, you lookin'? Down on our heavenly envoy. Bringing a hand with metal and gemstone claws to his chin, the strange figure put on a menacing voice. Or is City Lord Murja not happy with our white-robed heavenly venerate from Heavenly City? Heavenly Envoy. Hearing that name, Mu Yuanshan got so fidgety and scared that his forehead was dripping with sweat. He quickly whipped his head around to look at the old steward, adding, Old man, he's an outsider who wants to meet. Before he could even process things, 4 strange figures in mysterious outfits marched right into the main hall. The aura these guys gave off was terrifying, they announced. The Heavenly Envoy of the Heavenly City region is the highest law enforcement organization in Heavenly City, only taking orders from the white-robed Heavenly Venerate Heavenly City. Just hearing that voice and feeling the aura was enough to make Mu Yuanshan freeze in fear. The red-haired woman leading the way looked around and commented, So this is where Mu Yunlong, the first leader of the Heavenly Envoy, lived. It's so old. This person was known as Heavenly Envoy Human, Wild 9th rank. Another one behind her, with platinum blonde hair, who was Heavenly Envoy Lu Xuan, Heaven 1st rank, also piped up, puzzled. Thought City Lord Mu would be young, but turns out he's just an old geezer. What a letdown. Disrespectful to the Heavenly Venerate. Slaughter the city, kill them all. Ha! Heavenly Envoy Yuan Xuan, Heaven 2nd rank, with the appearance of a child, laughed loudly, saying, This one was sitting on the shoulders of Heavenly Envoy Xiang Xuan, Heaven 4th rank, a huge giant like a bear. He reminded, Listen to orders. Don't go killing people at the drop of a hat. Faced with the newly appeared strange figures, Mu Yuanshan's heart was filled with fear. I didn't even notice them infiltrating the Mu estate. Their strength is unfathomable. Could this be Transcendence Realm cultivation? He was now up against cultivators with such superior cultivation levels. Feeling as overwhelmed as a tiny ant in front of a huge wave, sinking into confusion, he suddenly jumped at the question from the one above. City Lord Mu, we were ordered by the white-robed Heavenly Venerate to investigate. Only then did he realize that the strongest one was the one who had come in first and was sitting in the City Lord's chair. Heavenly Envoy He Xuan, Heaven Peak rank, calling down. Each word was accompanied by terrifying pressure. This year, the list of regions sending people to the frontier. Why is it that Yun City still hasn't submitted the list? He loudly asked. Is it because you think the white-robed Heavenly Venerate and Mu Yunlong, your ancestor, were master and disciple so you can disregard this rule? Saying this, he glared at him with blood-red, devilish eyes, questioning, is the Mu family playing with fire? Each word was filled with spiritual pressure that shook the entire Musha estate, causing tiles and stones to crack and fall to the ground. Seeing the danger, the old steward anxiously stuttered, Lo, Lord, Master! But Mu Yuanshan couldn't even hear those calls anymore. Under the pressure from the Heavenly Envoy, he was rooted to the spot, unable to move. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, his legs unable to support him. And finally, he involuntarily knelt down. He stuttered in a terrified tone. This humble one wouldn't dare. This humble one wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Heavenly Envoy, he showed a look of contempt, saying, is this the descendant of a heavenly city hero? So weak? He rested his foot on Mu Yuanshan's head as if to humiliate him. At this moment he only knew to tremble and bow his head, answering in a flurry, this humble one has been busy with many things, and didn't mean to neglect this matter. The list is complete. I will submit it to you. The old steward was also trembling with fear at this sight, recalling that he said, that day was the first time I saw the master looking so scared. At that time Mu Yuanshan, who sought fame and fortune all his life, was pale-faced, tremblingly saying each word. Wait a moment, this humble one will submit it right away. Bring tea. A moment later, Mu Yuanshan presented the list, respectfully saying, Great Envoy, this is this year's list for Yun City, please take a look, Heavenly Envoy. He examined it for a long time before asking, why are there no slave bloodlines this year? He glared angrily, awaiting an answer. Ray, reporting to the Great Envoy, Yun City hasn't had any slave bloodlines appear in a long time, Mu Yuanshan stammered, his head bowed, not daring to look into the other's eyes. At this moment, Heavenly Envoy Hu behind him spoke up. Oh, when we arrived, we heard news about the young master. Hearing this, Mu Yuanshan was scared. He explained, that must be someone deliberately opposing this old one. That worthless son violated family rules, so I already kicked him out. Hu suspiciously asked back, oh, is that really so? He above also continued to pressure. Not only are there not enough people, but everyone on this list is a death row inmate waiting to die. City Lord Mun, are you planning to defy Heavenly City's orders? Mu Yuanshan was terrified at the accusation, and immediately kowtowed repeatedly, begging, Great Envoy is wronged, this humble one is speaking the truth, wouldn't dare to deceive the Great Envoy. Suddenly, a voice said, You're still short. Let me fill the spot. M.I. Mistress. Seeing Ye Ying walk in, Lao Shao was also stunned. She wasn't scared at all, volunteering herself, saying, Don't make things difficult for the City Lord anymore. Although I'm not some kind of extraordinary person, I do know a bit about medicine. I'll fill in the missing spot on the list. Seeing her appear, Mu Yuanshan jumped up, shouting, Ye Ying, don't talk nonsense. Get back to your room for me. Seeing him, who was previously obedient, suddenly get so agitated, the Heavenly Venerate Envoy, he spoke up, Did I give you permission to stand? Then he used his spiritual power to suppress him. Kneel down for me. The overwhelming spiritual pressure came again, and Mu Yuanshan was once again pressed to the ground in a prostrate position, but he still strained himself to give the order, Yi Ying, get back to your room for me, don't cause any more trouble. Faced with an arrogant Mu Yuanshan being suppressed and forced to kneel on the ground, helplessly bowing his head towards her while trying to give orders, Ye Ying burst out laughing. Haha, I, Ye Ying, have been married into the Mook family for 16 years, and I never thought there would be a day when Mu Yuanshan would kneel before me, she continued sadly. The day Tai Nian was driven away, my heart died. After that, I was just a soulless shell in this Musha family. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Anyway, I'm useless in the Musha family, so I might as well go with them. Then tears streamed down her cheeks. Ye Ying thought of her son, who was God knows where, and she said with great emotion and a hint of sarcasm, if others were to find out that the City Lord Mu's wife took the initiative to go to the frontier, they would surely praise City Lord Mu for being selfless. The tears that fell were the longing for her son, and the disappointment she had endured for so long. Witnessing this scene, the Heavenly Venerate Envoy also sighed. The Ye clan, interesting, I agree with this suggestion. It's approved. Ye Ying tried to appear happy, laughing and crying as she said, Mu Yuanshan, after this we owe each other nothing. Ye Ying, Mu Yuanshan could only call out weakly at this moment. Back in reality, after the old steward finished his story, he commented, "The master actually valued the mistress very much. It's just that those heavenly venerate envoys are too powerful." Mu Tianran immediately slammed the table, interrupting him. Then they used the excuse of restoring the Mu Tian family to take mother away. His mother was loyal and loved him, but ended up in this situation. How could anyone own nothing to anyone? Mu Tianran couldn't believe it, retorting, "In the end, he's just clinging to the position of city lord, willingly becoming a puppet for Tian Cheng." The old steward didn't know how to explain, only shaking his head in dismay, saying, "Lao Chao doesn't dare to discuss this." Mu Tianran thought about saving his mother, and he became even more worried. Mother has been taken out of Yun City, and even out of Tiancheng. We don't have the special envoy's token. We can't leave Tiancheng. Mu Tianran suddenly thought of what his master had said, and he thought to himself, "If it's as master said, if she's taken to the extreme wilderness, then mother will never be able to return." Suddenly the old steward remembered something else, and he said, "Lao Chao came here to tell the young master about this. Does the young master know about the Tianlian sect?" He analyzed. There are 3 ways to leave Tiancheng and go to other areas. The first way is to become a high-ranking official in Tiancheng, so that you have special travel rights. Next is the second way, to join a high-level mercenary group, carry out special missions, and you can leave Tiancheng, but the destination is usually specifically limited. And finally, there's the third way, which is to become a disciple of the Tianlian sect, and then become an elite force of Tiancheng. Speaking of this way, Lao Chao explained in more detail, Tianlian sect is the unified name for all the academies in Tiancheng. All students who register there go through the trials of the Tianlian sect, and then are assigned to the corresponding academy. He continued, "The Tianlian sect holds a grand competition in the academy every year. The winners and those with special performances in the competition will be selected by the Tianlian sect to form a team. This team will represent the Tianlian sect in the elite competition of the Voidfall continent. The opponents are the strongest freshmen from other regions. Young people are the future. In the age of great harmony, this is a test of strength between regions. If you win this competition, you will get a special pass that is like the heavenly venerates and nobles have." Speaking of this, the old steward lowered his eyes. Facing Mu Tianran, he pondered a little and instructed, "Therefore, Lao Chao feels that the best way for the young master is to enter the Tianlian sect." Mu Tianran raised his hand to his chin and thought. He frowned and asked suspiciously, "Are you saying that someone like Mu Lian will have the qualifications to get a pass?" As soon as he said this, the old man immediately waved his hands and explained, "This pass is too low value to have, young master, don't misunderstand." Thinking of that young man being supported by the whole family, he sighed. Thinking about Mu Lian having to face many people when participating in Tianqilian, even their shadows made him flinch. He said bluntly, "Young master Mu Lian, while your strength is not bad, it's all thanks to the family's resources poured into you. Forgive Lao Chiao for speaking frankly. Even with young master Mu Lian's strength, you'd only be average in the Heavenly Refinement Sect competition. The Heavenly Refinement Sect gathers geniuses and powerhouses. It will definitely be a bit difficult for Mu Lian to compete for a representative position." He also didn't hesitate to give his direct assessment. "At your age, having defeated a heaven stage expert in Yun City, there's definitely no one else." In Mu Tianran's sea of consciousness, the voice of great Emperor Ji echoed, "This old man isn't wrong. Back in my time, there were contests between continents. It's just that this time..." Hearing this, Mu Tianran exchanged thoughts with her using his divine sense. "Great Emperor Ji, what about this time?" However, having said that, the next sentence the old butler uttered made Mu Tianran almost vomit blood. He awkwardly replied, "It's just that this time, the Heavenly Refinement Sect's recruitment for this year has already ended. You'll have to wait another year." Mu Tianran, infuriated, immediately jumped up and questioned the old butler. "Did you come here to piss me off?" Seeing his appearance, the old butler hesitated and replied, "Lao Chao thought of this method, so I came to find the young master. Lao Chao didn't think about this." Just then, the door creaked open, and a graceful voice rang out. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt." Long Yingran appeared, offering them a suggestion. "This problem of young master Muz, our Long family, can help you with." Seeing who it was, Mu Tianran and the old butler paused for a moment. Both of them looked doubtful. Mu Tianran hurriedly asked her again, "Miss Yingran, you say you can help me." At that moment, the old butler curiously asked, "Does the young master know someone from the Long family?" To his question, Mu Tianran candidly admitted, "Yeah, I'm a member of their auction house. My stay here was also arranged by Miss Yingran." Hearing this, Long Yingran gave a gentle smile. She said with some emotion, "It seems that even in distant Yun City, the Long family still has a reputation regarding this matter." The old butler replied very seriously, "Of course. The Long family is the most powerful auction house in Tian City. The head of the Long family, Long Tianxiong, is one of the most influential powerhouses in Tian City. Who doesn't know this? Long Yingran couldn't help but chuckle and reply, "That's right. However, even though he's my father, I'm just a normal girl." Suddenly hearing Long Yingran say this, Mu Tianran was petrified on the spot, muttering to himself, "A normal girl, Long Yingran." A peaceful night with a clear moon and gentle breeze was disrupted just like that. Inside, a commotion started again. What? The young master knows the Long family's heiress? Hearing this, Mu Tianran denied, "No, I only knew she was from a wealthy family, but I didn't think she was this powerful." Seeing the situation, Long Yingran had no choice but to defuse the situation for him. Young Master Muti is joking. At this moment, only Mu Tianran and Long Yingran remained in the quiet space. Both were silent for a moment. Finally, Mu Tianran spoke first. "Miss Yingran, you said earlier you could help me get into the Heavenly Refinement sect. How?" On her side, Long Yingran maintained the faint, courteous smile of a noble young lady. She calmly replied, "The Long family is the biggest financial sponsor of the Heavenly Refinement sect. Each year we invest 1 billion in the Heavenly Refinement sect to build training grounds and structures. Therefore, if the Long family makes a special recommendation to accept young Master Mura, it wouldn't be difficult." Hearing this, Mu Tianran hesitated slightly and replied, Then thank you, Miss Yingran. Don't call me young master anymore, just call me by my name." His flustered appearance surprised Long Yingran a bit. Incidentally, Long Yingran also voiced her curiosity from before, while comforting him. "Then Tianran, are you perhaps worried about your mother's matter? Don't worry, your mother won't be escorted to Huayuan Polar region." This sentence aroused suspicion in Mu Tianran's heart. He directly asked, "Miss Yingran, what do you mean by that?" The sky was beautiful at this moment. Long Yingran looked into the distance and recounted, "I've sent people to investigate. Those escorted to the desolate polar region are usually ordinary death row inmates, or people with slave bloodlines. Someone like Tiangran's mother, who understands medicine, will usually be assigned to places where they can use their skills." Hearing this from Long Yingran, Mu Tianran was somewhat relieved. "I hope so. Regardless, I'm very grateful to Miss Yingran." Seeing him being so polite, Long Yingran chuckled again. "Haha, then don't be so polite, just call me Yingran." However, Mu Tianran had to be blunt. "That's true, but I really don't understand, in terms of strength and wealth, what makes me worthy of Miss Yingran helping." Long Yingran had always been a perceptive girl. She gently said to him, "Only the person drinking the water knows whether it's hot or cold. It's the same with making friends. 1,000 gold might not buy you someone who will walk the same path as you. Perhaps some people look down on you? But for me, being able to get to know Tianran is definitely worth me doing so much." Long Yingran also concluded with a sentence, "Moreover, I'm not saying this favor will be free." She also continued, "This time I'm helping you, waiting for you to help me later." Then, she gave a slight smile, lowering her voice and asking him in return, "I think, surely Tianran won't refuse, right?" Outside the door, the two parted with some reluctance. "Tianran, have a safe journey." Hearing this, Mu Tianran replied calmly, "Yeah, thank you." Long Yingran then handed him a letter and instructed, "When you get to Tian City, the Heavenly Refinement sect, hand over this letter." She gave a smile, wishing him well on his journey. "I hope everything goes smoothly." Mu Tianran then clasped his hands decisively, giving her a firm affirmation. "Yingran's help, I will definitely remember it in my heart." Just then, Mu Tianran quickly noticed the bustling chatter of others nearby. "Something happened at the city lord's mansion. Hurry and go see." The two people were anxiously asking each other, "What happened?" One of them recounted, "I heard the Wang family's old master went there to cause trouble. Hurry and go take a look." Long Yingran couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle when she saw this situation. "Haha." Long Yingran looked at Mu Tianran gently and said, "Looks like your departure will have to be postponed." At this moment, under the blue sky, Long Yingran suggested, "Let's go. I'll go with you to see. Don't dawdle. Let's go." Hearing this, Mu Tianran was immediately embarrassed, calling her back, "Miss Yingran." Meanwhile, outside the city lord's mansion, a crowd of people gathered, making Long Yingran exclaim, "So many people." Mu Tianran walked over. The people were still gossiping. "Have you heard? The city lord received a sum of money a few days ago. Now Master Wang is here to collect the debt, but he refuses to pay." One of them was displeased upon hearing this. Is the city lord such a scumbag?" Mu Tianran was silent. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Inside, two men were standing face to face. Wang Xiang said loudly to the person opposite him, "Brother Mu, although I don't know where your money came from, now that you have it, it's time to settle the debt." Mu Yuanshan frowned upon hearing this and replied sternly, "The Mu Manor needs money for construction right now. This is when we need money most." Why is brother Wang in such a hurry? Wang Xiang didn't give him any leeway. Wang Xiang directly nitpicked at him. With your business acumen, bankruptcy is only a matter of time. I've already given you half a year of grace. Pay up. Paying back money is a must. I can't care about what happens to the Mu family. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Mu Yuanshan and mocked. You think I'm still like I was back then, willing to submit to you? Mu Yuanshan is currently at the peak of Earth realm. He suddenly circulated the spiritual energy in his body, creating a huge wave of pressure, and loudly retorted to the other person. Wang Xiang! This is the City Lord's mansion. Even if you are the richest man in Yun City, it's not your turn to cause trouble here. Even so, Mu Yuanshan was also carefully considering. The Mu family is declining. I'm in a tough spot right now. If Wang Xiang finds out about it here, Wang Xiang, with his strength of Heavenly Realm 8th stage, was not to be outdone. He immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his dantian and coldly challenged, if you can't win with words, you want to use force? Haha, alright. Then I, Wang Xiang, will fight to the end. Wang Xiang was the one who took the initiative to rush forward. He gritted his teeth and shouted, all these years, how much money have I spent to improve my cultivation? It's all for today. The onlookers, seeing this scene, also began to talk animatedly. The Yuan City Lord and the richest man in Yuan City are throwing down. This is going to be good. I heard that Master Wang has long had ambitions to become the City Lord. Today he's finally making his move. Mu Tianran pondered the situation. He thought to himself. The Punisher is Mu Yuanshan. Isn't this exactly what I want to see? His hand clenched into a fist, constantly trembling. An inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, causing Mu Tianran to be confused. Why do I have a sense of unease in my heart? All of Mu Tianran's expressions were taken into Long Yingran's eyes. She gently turned towards him and offered a suggestion. Young Master Tianran, do you need to owe me another favor? Mu Tianran was a little surprised upon hearing this, and he curiously asked, what does Miss Yingran mean? Long Yingran slowly said, I know what you're thinking. If you don't want to show your face, I can help you with this. Mu Tianran quickly waved his hand to refuse upon hearing this. However, the words he spoke were somewhat stuttering. Miss Yingran, no, never mind me. However, Long Yingran directly pointed out the knot in his heart. Even if they bully you, you are very loyal and righteous. This is your strength. Don't think too much about it, just leave it to me. The battle between the two old dogs was extremely intense. Mu Yuanshan didn't want to fight, so he kept trying to find excuses. He dodged Wang Xiang's moves nimbly, while verbally warning, Wang Xiang, you want to rebel? Aren't you afraid of Tiancheng? Although he said that, he was also panicking in his heart. I'm screwed! I won't be able to hold on for more than a few moves. Wang Xiang had now developed murderous intent. He attacked mercilessly, laughing loudly while mocking, Mu Yuanshan, haha, Tiancheng. You think I'm not accepted by Tiancheng? Suddenly, a divine sword appeared, blocking his punch. Mu Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, and Wang Xiang was also surprised. He shouted, Who is it? The old butler had also been watching the match with worry, master. Even the melon-eating masses who came to watch were surprised. It was a young man with a handsome face. Sharp angles appeared, his hair fluttering in the wind. Long Yan calmly said, Master Wang, stop. The young man who had just appeared was Long Yan, with a cultivation base of wild desolation 8th stage. The pressure he created made everyone somewhat wary. He coldly announced to everyone, From now on, the Mu family will be protected by our Heavenly Dragon Corporation. It's good to have ambition, but I advise you to think carefully before you act. Wang Xiang stood there cracking his wrist, coldly asking, What did you say? The Heavenly Dragon Corporation protects the Mu family. Based on what? Seeing this, Long Yan frowned slightly. He calmly replied, The Mu family and the Heavenly Dragon Corporation have reached a cooperation agreement. If something happens to the Mu family, it will naturally affect our interests. The old butler also came forward to help Mu Yuanshan up. The sudden situation made Mu Yuanshan confused, and he whispered to him, Do we have a cooperation with the Heavenly Dragon Corporation? The old butler also whispered back, I don't think so. Over here, Wang Xiong still wanted to make a big deal out of it, so he asked angrily again, Impossible. The Mu family is in such a state. What is there for the Heavenly Dragon Corporation to take notice of? The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed, so he loudly questioned. Our Wang family also has a lot of cooperation with the Heavenly Dragon Corporation. If we're talking about value of interests, what does the Wang family lack? Long Yingran also came forward to explain, Master Wang, don't get excited. The Mu family is now an important partner of our Heavenly Dragon Corporation. She flashed a seemingly harmless smile, but every word she spoke carried immense weight. Long Yingran carefully chose her words. Therefore, I hope Wang Laoye won't cause any more trouble. The Mu family's debt will be borne by us. Seeing that she had arrived, Long Yan clasped his hands in salute. Miss, despite pressure from both sides, Wang Xiang is still being stubborn. He cleared his throat and said, This matter between me and the Mulan family is a personal debt, The Tianlong group also has cooperative relations with our Wang family? Why are you biased towards the Murong family, he thought to himself. I didn't expect her to be the Tianjin miss of the Long family. Long Yingran looked at Wang Xiang with some emotion. Wang Laoye has reminded me. Immediately afterwards, she made a decision that stunned everyone. From today onwards, the Long family will sever cooperation with your Wang family. We are no longer business partners. Wang Xiang froze on the spot, refusing to accept this, and angrily retorted, even if you are the Tianjin of the Long family, with an extraordinary status, you still need to explain it to me clearly. Don't think you can bully customers just because you're a big company. Long Yingran maintained her calm demeanor, replying indifferently. The Wang family has risen very quickly in recent years, but not everything can be covered up. She directly exposed his crimes. Robbing caravans, murdering people, arson, plundering treasures, violent market control, illegal business dealings. As she spoke, she glanced coldly at Wang Xiang and continued. What's most hateful is that you think you can take our Tianlong group for fools just because you're in remote Yuncheng? Every time goods are exchanged, you sneak in low-quality products for us to buy back at high prices. Hearing this, Mu Yuanshan was extremely angry and immediately questioned him. Wang Xiang, I didn't expect you to do this in Yuncheng. Do you think I, the city lord, am already dead? Not only that, but the surrounding people also began to murmur, Wang Laoye actually did these things, robbing caravans. Could it be that the Mu's family's goods were robbed by Wang Laoye last time? Mu Tianran watched silently, thinking to himself, ever since I was young, I've heard that the Wang family's rise was based on dirty tricks. I didn't expect Yingran to investigate so thoroughly. It seems the Long family's intelligence network cannot be underestimated. At this moment, Mu Yuanshan also concluded, based on what was said earlier, Wang Xiang, perhaps the goods I was robbed of last time were also your doing. Mu Yuanshan's eyebrows furrowed, and his words were filled with anger. Using despicable means, lending me money to overcome difficulties. Today Yuncheng has no place for you. However, Wang Xiang remained stubborn, biting back at Mu Yuanshan. You old bastard. If it weren't for the prestige of your ancestors, the Mu family would just be trash. I lost you 20 years ago, but now it's different. The position of city lord should be for someone with ability. In Wang Xiang's heart, he was secretly calculating. With the Tianlong group interfering in this matter, and now the tables are turned, it seems I've been investigated. It will be very difficult to gain a foothold in Yuncheng again. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the composed and calm appearance of Long Yan and Long Yingran. A sense of loathing arose in his heart. We'll just wait and see. I will definitely come back to collect this debt. He was already holding a weapon in his hand. Wang Xiang shouted angrily. If Yuncheng has no place for me, Wang Xiang will find one elsewhere. Seeing this, Mu Yuanshan immediately took action, rushing forward while shouting, Don't even think about running. At this moment, a smoke bomb was unexpectedly thrown out. In the misty smoke, Mu Yuanshan couldn't see anyone and could only fume in place, daring to run right in front of me. Long Yingran didn't react much, simply instructing Long Yan beside her, That's a smoke bomb from Ancheng. It seems this person is not simple. Continue to investigate for me. Long Yan didn't say much, and immediately complied, Yes, miss. Following that, Long Yingran opened her mouth to remind Mu Yuanshan, Mu Laoye, don't chase anymore. Her meaning was clear. Mu Yuanshan understood, so he very cautiously saluted her. Thank you, Miss Long, for helping the Mu family. This is a bit unexpected. This great kindness cannot be repaid. If there is anything you need us to do in the future, just say the word. Taking the opportunity, Long Yingran also made it clear to him, Mu Laoye is too polite. I am only doing this because a friend asked for my help. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Moreover, investigating the Wang family is also the reason we came to Yuncheng this time. It is my responsibility. Mu Yuanshan remained silent upon hearing this, saying nothing. Having already made her declaration, Long Yingran did not retract her words, directly extending her hand to express her willingness to cooperate with the Mu family. From now on, the Wang family will definitely no longer have any influence in Yuncheng. Therefore, the Long family's cooperation in Yuncheng will all depend on Mu Laoye. Seeing this, Mu Yuanshan quickly raised his hand, responding warmly, Haha, definitely, definitely. A storm of fire arose, and a murderous aura flashed in Long Yan's eyes. Behind him, Long Yan asked in a low voice, Mu Laoye, what's wrong? Seeing this, Mu Yuanshan was momentarily embarrassed, unable to speak. Immediately afterwards, he quickly raised his hand to his mouth, pretending to clear his throat, deliberately covering up his previous embarrassment. Mu Yuanshan hesitated and replied, No then, Mu. Thank Miss Long for her care. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Could it be that our ancestors are showing their power? With the Long family as our backing, the Mu family can return to its glory days. Long Yingran broke into a smile. Suddenly, She seemed to realize something, and glanced outside. Huh. Seeing Mu Tianran carefully make a subtle gesture to her, Long Yingran waved her hand. Even conveying a secret message, she said to him, "Take care on your journey." The old butler also witnessed her actions, and was momentarily stunned. Judging from this situation, the old butler's gaze towards them softened, he thought to himself. So it turns out Miss Long is helping the Mu family because of the young master. Looking at the familiar surroundings, the old butler sighed with emotion. "Young master, the Mu Shou family owes you too much this time. Be careful on your way to the Chanlian sect." Mu Tianran walked alone. The beautiful scenery and warm sunshine surrounding him made him feel somewhat relaxed, thinking to himself, "I never thought this day would come." Mu Tianran looked forward with great passion, and couldn't help but sigh a little. Unknowingly, half a year has passed. Before, I was just a bloodline slave, thinking that my whole life would be like this. Fragments of memories flashed by. Mu Tianran thought to himself, after experiencing so much, there's fortune and misfortune. Being kicked out of the house, I met my master. My master gave me a new lease on life. Then I met Dingji, and learned what strength is. Then I met Miss Yingran. Coming to the stone tablet inscribed with the 3 words, Chanlian sect, Mu Tianran felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Now I have the opportunity to go to the Chanlian sect. Meanwhile, a little bird was still standing in its nest. Everything was so peaceful, Mu Tianran even thought all of this was like a dream he never thought possible. Suddenly, the little bird abruptly spread its wings. Right after its tiny feet stepped out of the nest. At the same time, Mu Tianran made a resolution in his heart. "Mother, wait for me." The little bird flew up. A feather falling below, Mu Tianran said to himself, "I will definitely get a pass to find my mother." Returning to Luodu, the city beside the capital Tiancheng, a torrential rain was pouring down relentlessly in the lonely night. The heavy raindrops fell on the roof. A bowl of congee in a chipped bowl was carefully brought out. Along with it was a soft voice. "Niang, have some congee." Bare feet, full of scars, rubbed against each other. Shishi hesitantly continued. "The weather is bad, there's no work in the city, so the boy is skinny, clothes torn." But even so, the boy still wanted to comfort his mother. "But don't worry, mother, tomorrow I will buy some meat to cook for you." As Sheen slowly approached, anxiously saying to her, "Niang, you have to bear with it tonight." Hearing this, the woman under the blanket pondered for a moment. Immediately after, she glared, angrily shouting at the boy, "Congee, you want me to eat this watery congee?" The woman went crazy. Lunging at the boy as if to vent the anger in her heart, she shouted, "Why don't you do what I tell you to do?" Her face twisted to the extreme. The woman pushed Amashine to the cold ground and kept uttering vicious words, brainwashing. "Amashi, I told you to steal some money from the gambling den. Even if you get caught, you'll only get beaten up, trash. Even if you get beaten half to death, you'll recover quickly." Amashine seemed too used to this. He coughed and stammered, I'm sorry, Anyang, I don't want to steal." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Trash. You dare talk back to me. You're bad luck. Since I picked you up, I haven't had a peaceful day. It was a mistake to pick you up, you mixed-breed, bloodline slave. Now sending you to Wasteland to reclaim land might implicate me." Her hands tightened around the boy's neck, her mouth constantly mumbling, "Originally I picked you up, thinking you could grow up and repay me, but you're just a useless burden." To the harsh words coming from his Anyang, Anxi silently shed a tear. He forced a smile, and apologized to her. I'm sorry, Anyang, it's been hard on you. She will work hard. Anyang, don't abandon me." In the dilapidated hut, Ashima was thrown outside. The woman cruelly shouted at him, "Get out of here, I don't want to see you tonight. And you make me eat congee, I'll break your legs." In the pouring rain, Ashishi struggled to stand up. He rubbed his eyes. Rainwater kept pouring down on him. Ashish still tried to maintain his forced smile. He weakly said to the person inside, "Anyang, calm down, I will definitely bring meat back tomorrow. Anyang, don't lock me out." Tears mixed with the rain, the boy begged helplessly. "Anyang, don't abandon. Ashi will be good." A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, making the scene even more desolate. By this time it had turned to daytime. Mu Tianran looked at the streets in front of him, and asked curiously, "Great Dingji, why don't we just fly straight to the capital Tiancheng? Why did we choose to walk?" Hearing this, Dingji immediately scolded him. "Fly what? The medicinal herbs and demonic cores you bought before? I used them all up a long time ago. Besides, there are anti-air restrictions near the Imperial City. If you're not afraid of getting your head bashed in, then I'll let you fly." Mu Tianran was speechless, and simply went along with her. "Then it's better for us to walk," Dingji once again reminded him. "It's you, not us. Hurry up and find more medicinal herbs and demonic cores for me." Mu Tianran walked in the streets, feeling a bit emotional. However, this place is really much more prosperous than Yuncheng. Looking at the clothes as well as the stalls lined up one after another, Mu Tianran had to admit that everyone was dressed like nobles. Indeed, the closer the town is to the capital, the richer it is. However, Dingji did not think so. She calmly said, Kid, that's just the surface. Hearing this, Mu Tianran was surprised, and asked, why do you say that? Dinji has seen it all, she simply says. The stronger the light shines, the bigger the shadow it casts. The more glamorous the exterior, the darker and more sinister the interior. At the same time, Ashi is being cornered and bullied. Mu Tianran walks over. Ashini darkly clutches his wrist. Dinji continues. The rich fight each other for profit. The poor get their heads bashed in for a single meal. Ashi now holds the money bag in his hand, trembling slightly. The boy's face unable to hide the sadness within. Mu Tianran then realizes. So that's how it is. Ashini's whole body begins to tremble non-stop. His heart is full of confusion. I stole the money, but for Anyang, it's all worth it. At this moment, a slap heads straight for Ashio's face, accompanied by an angry voice. Are you tired of living? The man from before has returned. He points at Ashi, accusing him. You dare steal my money, you insect, you scum of society. Seeing this, Ashin quickly runs away. The man doesn't let him off the hook. Ashi clenches his teeth, trying to run with all his might, determined in his heart. Can't get caught if I get caught. Anyang will have nothing to eat. I have to run to the slums to escape. Suddenly, Ashi bumps into someone. He loses his balance and staggers backwards. Immediately after, Ashi reflexively flinches back in fear of being hit. Two tall thugs block his way, looking down on Ashi with disdain. Isn't this our Shi-Ji? Have you paid your protection fee this month? Ashi quickly recognizes him, his heart filled with panic. Hey Zhuang. In the luxurious neighborhood, loud arguments erupt again. Big fish eat small fish. Zhuang shouts loudly, you dare to be arrogant in my territory. The man has now caught up, and immediately demands money. Money. The money in him is mine. Zhuang hears this and yells, scram if you don't want to die, brat. What we see is ours. Ashin is beaten repeatedly, he loudly warns. Give me the money now. Even so, the boy stubbornly hugs his head with both hands, telling himself, don't give it, don't give it. The people around just watch it as entertainment and comment, stealing money deserves a beating to death, that way we have one less piece of trash. Even the noble ladies passing by only look at them indifferently. Some even snicker, HMPH, how vulgar. The poor are fighting each other, ha ha. Mu Tianran sees all of this, and he can't help but feel sorry for the boy. No one is helping. Everyone thinks it's none of their business, pouring cold water on it. Cold-blooded people are the same everywhere. Under the blue sky, the sounds of beatings ring out again. Shi-Ji-E. Cooperate a little, why suffer? But Ashi still tries to endure. Don't, please don't. The man who had his money stolen also joins in. You little brat, you stole my money. Zhuang is angry that he is still sticking around. This guy, shouldn't he have been chased away by me? Then he shouts, get lost, this is our territory, no matter who you are, what I see is mine. That man finally doesn't dare to cause trouble, and can only leave resentfully. You poor bastards, you don't respect the law. Zhuang's henchmen begin to corner Ashi, continuing to coax. Hand it over obediently if you don't want to get beat up. Zhuang hits and soothes. He clenches his fist, threatening Ashi with a despicable expression. Otherwise, don't blame your Zhuang Ji for not being nice to a longtime neighbor. But even though his face is bruised, Ashi remains determined to the end. No way. This is money for Anyang to buy meat. Hearing this, Zhuang coldly sneers. I don't care if your Anyang eats meat or eats shit. Now that I see it, it's mine. This sentence makes Ashi angry, and he immediately shouts, no way, he's talking about my Anyang like that, I won't give it to you. Immediately after, Ashi jumps up and punches Zhuang in the stomach. His punch just now did nothing to him. Zhuang smirks. Then I'll have to use my fist. Zhuang grabs his thin wrist, coldly ordering, give it here. At this moment, Mu Tianran finally takes action. He kicks Zhuang aside with one kick. His henchmen are stunned. Aixing tries to open his eyes to see the person just now. He mumbles, asking, who? At this time, Mu Tianran also lands gently. Zhuang is knocked flat on the ground by his kick, and he slides a long distance. Immediately after, Zhuang gets up. He is provoked, so he quickly goes crazy. Zhuang shouts, which blind bastard dared to kick me? Come out, Aban, a Fei. Hearing the boss call their names, the others answer in unison, yo. Then, Zhuang orders, teach this little brat how to be a person. The remaining two obediently follow. Yeah. Zhuang's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, Mu Tianran flashed forward like lightning and defeated them. He raised an eyebrow, glanced at them, and coldly uttered, don't know, and not interested. Ashimai was stunned, he thought to himself. He knocked out 3 people with one hit. At this moment, the bustling street echoed with the noisy voices of the officers. Officer, someone robbed me. The officers are here. You guys will get free meals for the rest of your lives. The man who was robbed earlier had called for help, He walked behind, carefully speaking to the officer in front. "Officer, they're over there, quickly catch them." Seeing this situation, Mu Tianran thought to himself, "Now I'm in deep SHT." He turned to look at the boy, making a firm decision in his heart. "If I want to save the kid, I can't be careless. Divine demon holy eyes." Suddenly, Mu Tianran seemed to notice something. Sensing the bloodline within the boy's body, Mu Tianran was shocked. This kid is also a blood divine demon emperor. Finally speaking up, "You idiot. You want to fight them? Get back here for me." Hearing this, Mu Tianran tried to communicate with her using his mind. But Empress, the child. Finally, the Empress had to remind him, "Like you once told me, in this era, people are prejudiced against the slave bloodline. If you want to protect others, first consider your own capabilities." The Empress's eyes sharpened. She continued, "This isn't some remote village, it's near the capital. Experts are everywhere. Moreover, there are already many experts here, some even stronger than you and me. If you and I make a move, we might not escape successfully." Hearing this, Mu Tianran carefully pondered in his heart. There are people here that the Empress is wary of. Glancing in another direction, Mu Tianran had to admit. That's right. Sensing the strong spiritual energy emanating from many directions, Mu Tianran thought to himself, "After breaking through the earth realm, I can sense the primordial qi existing around me. There are clearly many powerful auras of primordial qi nearby." Sensing the officer who had just appeared, Mu Tianran thought. Not only was the constable called, but he also noticed that the uncle, secretly observing us from the tower, also had a powerful spiritual energy that made Mu Tianran cautious. And there's another one on the high tower. Mu Tianran looked back and forth, still hesitating. "But I promised Shizun that if I encounter fellow bloodline members," looking at the wall that was now empty, with no sign of the boy, Mu Tianran was immediately surprised. The kid disappeared. Mu Tianran glanced around. The Empress kept warning him, "Get out of here, don't cause trouble, absolutely don't ruin my plans." Finally, Mu Tianran flew away along the rooftops of the town, and he made peace with the Empress. "Alright, let's get out of here first." Mu Tianran moved lightly on the rooftops. As he was moving, a strange feeling came from behind him. Every move of Mu Tianran was now within Murong Tian's sight. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, "Haha, this kid has come to Luo City too." Murong Tian slowly took a sip of tea, thinking with some anticipation. He looks more mature. I wonder what it will be like when we meet again. In the slums of Lupo City, the sunlight was still very warm, bright. A stark contrast to Ashini's miserable appearance. The boy stood in front of his house, bowing his head with some hesitation. Ashin was trying to force a smile. The red bruise that Ajwang gave him on his cheek had gradually recovered. The boy thought to himself, "Finally home, this time mother will definitely praise me." Suddenly, a lewd voice of a man echoed from inside the boy's house. "Tonight, I'll give you a good time dying, you bitch." Immediately, a woman's extremely flirtatious voice replied, "Oh master, please don't." This made him laugh with pleasure. "I'll screw you to death." How could a child like Ashian understand these words? In his imagination, when he heard the word death, he only thought that Anyang was in danger. Tears welled up in Ashi's eyes, and he kept pounding on the door, shouting, "Anyang, open the door, it's Ashi, don't be afraid, Ashi is here to save you." "Open the door, Anyang," the boy called out repeatedly until his voice was hoarse. The door burst open. Inside was a man with bulging muscles, his face dark, and he snorted coldly. The boy was very scared but still tried to call out, "Anyang." The man's face turned red with anger, and he glanced at Anishi, muttering, "Ruining my business, killing the mood. This cock-blocking is really annoying." He pushed Ashin away with force and scolded, "Get lost, you jinx, didn't you say no one would bother us?" With that, he turned and left. "Stop right there," Ashin stammered. The boy didn't care how painful his body was. At this moment, Ashin only knew to drag his trembling body and call out, "Is Anyang okay?" Then he immediately rushed into the room. The white-haired woman in disheveled clothes was his Anyang, and she angrily scolded, "You little filthy beast! Who told you to come back here?" Ashinga lowered his head, hesitated, and replied, "Anyang, Ashing is late, and you were bullied." A flash of anger appeared in the depths of her eyes, and she shouted, "I'm asking you! What are you doing back here? Do you have money? You dare show your face here?" The boy tremblingly held out the purse he had stolen earlier, stammering, Ashi has money now." The woman threw the purse away, still cursing. "Who are you trying to fool? Get out of here, I don't want to see you." Her face was still flushed from the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere. Checking the money in the bag, she thought to herself, "This little money isn't enough for me to give to the man just now. What an unlucky son." Her expression became even more terrifying, her teeth clenched tightly, and she said, Pay up 100 coins today. Otherwise, don't even think about coming back." Ashim Hai sadly replied, "Yes, I will try my best." The sky wasn't dark yet, and Ashi went to the market to find work. She was still bitter, and threatened him. "If you come back here without money, this old woman will throw you to the dogs." Ashi hurriedly ran out the door, leaving only one sentence. "Then, Ashi is leaving. Anyang, rest well." The sunlight outside was still shining, but it couldn't break the gloom that enveloped Ainshi. 100 coins. Where am I going to find them? Suddenly someone came in front of Ashi and asked, "Hey little boy, do you have something bothering you?" The boy was a little surprised. It was Murong Tian. He asked kindly, "What's wrong? Do you want to talk to this old man about it?" Aishin replied, "I want to earn 100 coins. Suddenly the boy stopped, remembering the woman's words. Anyang said not to talk to strangers, because they are all bad people. Then the boy awkwardly replied, "Nothing is bothering me, nothing." Murong Tian slowly said, "This boy has a very eccentric personality." Aishin seemed a little angry and scolded back to Murong Tian, "You're the one who's eccentric, your whole family is eccentric." After saying that, he thought, "This old man is too strange, I have to avoid him." Murong Tian then asked, "Little boy, you are a bloodline slave, aren't you?" This sentence hit Aishin's mind directly. The boy was haunted by the insulting words of the world. Bloodline slaves must all die. Trash, garbage. Bloodline slaves are forever the lowest class, only worthy of being thrown to the dogs. The pressure made Ashi slump to the ground. The boy denied, "No, I'm not." Ashi's voice trembled as he explained, "I am a normal person, not a bloodline slave at all. Anyang picked me up and raised me since I was little. Don't take me away, don't take me away." Murong Tian saw Ashi's attitude like that. He frowned unconsciously, regretfully. Poor child. With that, he reached out towards Anashi. Aishin was already on the verge of tears, he said in a panic. "What do you want to do?" "No way, Anyang is still waiting for me at home." A cloud of purple smoke appeared on Murong Tian's hand. His hand gradually moved to the front of Aishin's head. The boy closed his eyes tightly and endured. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Forgive me, old immortal, forgive me. Ashi won't dare anymore. Ashi will be good." "No." The boy suddenly stopped. His pupils contracted at Murong Tian's actions. A gentle breeze blew past. The scene became completely quiet. Only the rustling of falling leaves remained. Murong Tian was using his large arms to hug Ashi, he reassured. "It's okay now, don't be afraid. This old man won't harm you, don't be afraid." A warm feeling invaded Ashi's mind, because this was the first time since Ashi understood things. The first time he had been hugged, the corners of the boy's eyes were brimming with tears of happiness. Finally, the long-lasting tension was relieved for the first time. Murong Tian channeled spiritual energy to envelop Ashi's body, leaving the boy utterly bewildered. So warm. It feels so close. Ashi's mind completely relaxed, like basking in the sunlight filtering through green leaves. So comfortable, so light. Moreover, he could feel the blood and qi flowing through his body, and all the pain and fatigue were gone. Afterwards, Ashi fell sound asleep in Murong Tian's arms. He gently said, "Poor child, you rest a little." He thought to himself, "This child has the bloodline of a god and demon, with extremely high aptitude. This self-healing ability is truly a rare genius." Ashi relaxed his body, sinking into the most peaceful sleep he'd ever had. It was already evening, and the sun had ducked behind the mountains, leaving only a hint of afterglow painting the western sky red. Ashi slightly opened his eyes to look at the surroundings. The first thing he saw was a bird flying back to its nest. The boy squinted and rubbed his eyes for a moment, not knowing where he was. Murong Tian spoke up from the side. "The boy is finally awake. Tell this old man how you feel now." Ashi was slightly startled. Ashi stretched out his arms in panic, his face looking a bit silly. How did I fall asleep? I still need to make money for Anyang. It's getting late." This reaction reminded him of the first time he met Mu Tianran, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. Are all god-demon bloodlines like this in this generation? Suddenly, Ashia stopped, thinking to himself, my body feels so light, the pressure on me is gone. He looked at Murong Tian stroking his beard and asked, Old mister? What did you do to me, huh?" Murong Tian closed his eyes, vaguely smiling, and replied, "You won't die anyway." Ashi was immediately flustered. I'll die. I'm going to die." Saying that, tears started streaming down his face again. Observing his reaction, he thought to himself, "The talent isn't bad, but he's too honest, without any sense of humor." Ashia's rumbling stomach cut off both of their trains of thought. Murong Tian laughed comfortably. He stroked his beard and said, "Forget it, this brat. Come on, this old man will take you to eat good food." Aishi shyly rubbed his fingers together, not knowing what to say, and replied, "Good food? Then I have to ask Ai Niang, because Ai Niang doesn't let me go with strangers." He still replied gently, "All right. Call your Ai Niang here, this old man has something to discuss with her." "Great, I'll go right away. Ai Niang hasn't had meat in a long time, she'll definitely be very happy." Saying that, Ai Nishi happily laughed and ran off. The boy rushed into the house, excitedly saying, "Hey Niang, there's an old mister outside who invited us to eat." The woman, who was gnawing on a whole roasted chicken, was startled by Ashin's appearance. She took a bite of meat and hissed, why did you come back? Where's the money? It smells so good." The aroma of food rushed straight into Ashimi's nose, and he was sniffing greedily. Because he ran a long way, he replied, "There's an old mister outside who said he wants to take me to eat, and I want to bring a Niang along." Hearing this, the woman threw the drumstick she had cleaned of meat at Ashiki and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who would give a beggar good food to eat? You're better off eating pig slop." Her face was so angry that veins were popping out. She warned Ashi, "Don't beat around the bush. If you don't have enough money, don't come back here, and if you dare to do this again, I'll break your leg." "You piece of trash." Her voice could still be heard clearly outside. "Get out." Ashin dejectedly closed the door and walked out. Murong Tian saw all of this, and he could only remain silent, unable to say a word. Ashini lowered his head and dragged his heavy steps. The boy sighed, his face darkening, so helpless that he couldn't walk anymore. Suddenly he saw Murong Tian, and he forced a smile and said to him, "Old mister, A Niang has a problem with her leg. It's not convenient for her to walk." A Niang is afraid that Ashi carrying her would be tiring, so Ashi accepts the old mister's good intentions. Saying that, the boy flashed a radiant smile, but it was filled with pain. To prove what he said, he even took out the bone that the woman had just thrown at his face. "Look, An Niang even gave me food. Look at this chicken leg. An Niang is very good to An Shi. If An Niang hadn't picked An Shi up, An Shi would have starved to death on the street a long time ago." This excuse made Murong Tian even angrier, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Therefore, Ashi will treat An Niang well. Ashi will definitely repay An Niang's kindness in raising him." At this moment, Ashi's composure seemed to be exhausted, and tears involuntarily fell once more. Murong Tian hugged Ashi tightly again, and he gently said, "If you're sad, just cry it out. Keeping it in your heart will be very uncomfortable." As she hurriedly pulled away, the little boy asked, "Old immortal, you don't despise Ashi?" In Achin's memory, he was often shunned by others. The people around him always hurled insults. "Stay away, you beggar, bad luck, he stinks, beat him every time you see him," or things like, "Why doesn't this kind of lowly person disappear from Luo City? Ugh, he's coming this way." Or someone would just randomly yell, "What are you looking at? Break his legs." Murong Tian couldn't help himself. He made an offer. "Come with me and leave this place. No one will dare to bully you again." Xinyao could only grit his teeth and endure. The little boy seemed to want to stay in this embrace forever. A thin, miserable cry burst from his throat. "Ah!" Xinyin cried his heart out in Murong Tian's arms. After calming down, Ashi started looking for work at the market. Right now he's carrying a huge sack on his shoulder, but he's still very happy. "Lucky, I still have a porter job to do tonight. Keep it up, keep it up." The boy secretly thought of Murong Tian. He always had a question in his heart. Old immortal doesn't seem like a bad guy, but why is he so insistent on taking me away? As Shin remembered the afternoon he spent with Murong Tian, he said, "Life is so hard, don't you want to come with me?" The little boy sitting next to him quietly replied, "Life is very hard, but as long as I cry I will feel better. I can't leave." He replied, "Your foster mother treats you like an animal. Is it worth it?" The setting sun shone on the boy's brown hair, igniting a corner of red. Xiang said, "Yeah, it's worth it. No matter how badly An Yang treats me, it's thanks to her that she picked me up and raised me." Such an understanding child made Murong Tian feel very sorry for him. He sighed and gently stroked Aishin's head. Then, Murong Tian said, "Should I say you're too kind or too stupid?" Murong Tian's eyes were a little sad. He said again, "I will be here for a while. If you change your mind, this old man will look for you." Ashin felt confused by the old man's words. Snapping out of his memories and returning to reality, Ashimini was exhausted and leaning against the wall, panting. Finally carried it all. The little boy was a little hungry. From his pocket, Ashian took out the chicken bone that the woman had thrown in his face earlier. He looked at it happily and smiled. "Besides the chicken leg Anyang gave me, I haven't eaten anything today." Then, the little boy licked a bit of the sweetness from the bone. Suddenly, Mu Tianran covered his face and landed in front of Abishi, adding, "It was so hard to find you." Abishi was startled. His heart skipped a beat. There was still some leftover meat in his mouth, his body trembled, and he stammered, "You! Who are you? Why are you scaring people in the middle of the night? Do you want to rob my chicken leg?" Mu Tianran frowned in confusion. "What chicken leg? And what about you, carrying things here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? You have the nerve to say that to me." He thought to himself, "The boy in front of me doesn't seem too smart." Dinji in his subconscious reminded him, "Mu Tianran, don't forget your agreement with this queen. Stop wasting time." His brows furrowed. He secretly transmitted his voice to Dinji. "I will never forget that I promised Dinji to find a way to cultivate my physical body. But helping my blood relatives is what I promised my master, please understand. Dinji." Ashin's body was still trembling. "The chicken leg is Ashi's, no one can rob it." Mu Tianran pulled down the piece of cloth covering his face. He snorted lightly. What are you talking about? It's me! Xing's eyes lit up. Ah, you. You are the big brother who saved me this morning. Mu Tianran threw away the piece of cloth covering his face, smiled and said, You remembered? Shi hurriedly stood up and bowed repeatedly. The little boy scratched his head awkwardly. I was too scared this morning, so I ran away. Shi apologizes to Benefactor. Thank you, Benefactor, for helping me. Mu Tianran took out a yellow purse from his pocket. It looks strange, he said. No need to be polite. But don't treat a chicken leg like a treasure anymore. Here, these are all things I got from the tea house. There are many delicious things inside. Eat them. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden smoke like a tornado burst out. When the smoke cleared, in front of Shi were all the delicious dishes that he had never seen before. Ashina immediately threw the bone away, swallowed his saliva, and stammered, Really? Really? Ah, can I eat? Mu Tianran laughed loudly and replied, The food is getting cold. Eat it quickly. Talk after you finish eating. Ashini's eyes lit up. In a state of disbelief, the boy asked again, Really? Really? Mu Tianran gently stroked Ashini's head and said softly, Of course. Go on, eat up. Ashin felt a wave of warmth, his face flushing slightly. He thought to himself, This big brother gives me the same vibe as Lao Xiansheng, super friendly. Mu Tianran was a little surprised when he touched Shi. He mused, His vital energy is stabilizing again, unlike a normal child who doesn't cultivate. Ashina's eyes sparkled, his left hand holding a chicken drumstick, his right grabbing a bun, constantly shoving them into his mouth. The plates of food in front of him were cleared one by one. The boy looked incredibly excited, cheering wildly in his mind. This is the first time I've eaten this much since I was born. Ashina's face was genuinely beaming with happiness. Today is just awesome. Someone is helping Ashian. Turns out there are still good people in the world. Mu Tianran gazed intently at Adishi's scruffy appearance. His appearance reminds me of when my meridians were crippled and I was thrown into the deep forest. Mu Tianran recalled his past. Back then I was just like Xing is now, weak and without support. If Master hadn't appeared, even though I can't protect him forever, I can definitely make sure he lives a better life from now on. Mu Tianran smiled, making up his mind. Then, he offered a pouch full of coins to Shi and said, Shi, this is yours. Ashinga looked up at him and asked, Money, why are you giving it to me? This is way too much money for me. He replied, Because we're alike. Mu Tianran paused for a moment. Then his face darkened as he continued. We carry the slave bloodline, which people on this continent despise. Shi was very surprised, he exclaimed. Big Brother is just like Shi. Could it be that Big Brother gets bullied and beaten every day, from childhood till now? That's so pitiful. Though Shi's spirit was wounded, his kindness still shone like the sun. Shi's eyes welled up with tears as he said, Big Brother seems much older than Shi, so you must have endured many beatings. How pitiful. Mu Tianran was utterly flustered. Wait, that's not right. It's not like that. Why are you pitying me now? He coughed awkwardly a few times, feeling helpless. Actually, the slave bloodline isn't the lowest bloodline. Our bloodline is a gift from the heavens. Its name is the divine demonic bloodline. This kind of bloodline has been hidden for a very long time. Let me tell you the history of the divine demonic bloodline. Listen up. Mu Tianran began to explain to Shi the old story, which went like this. And like that, so absolutely don't be pessimistic. There will come a day when Master will unite all of us, granting us true recognition. Shi listened to the young man in front of him rambling on and on without making any sense, his eyes spinning with confusion. He waved his hands wildly and asked, Divine demonic sect, divine demonic bloodline, 100,000 divine demons. What even are those? Mu Tianran clutched his head helplessly, forgetting that Shi was still too young to understand all this. Suddenly, someone struck a very loud warning, causing a commotion throughout the area. A man holding a clapper struck it repeatedly, shouting loudly, Fire! The poor district is burning! Everyone run! Don't let the flames reach you! In the richer part of the street, someone cursed. Ugh, what's all this ruckus at night? So annoying. The nearby residents were all irritated by the alarm. Someone said, Ugh, so annoying. Let those poor folks die if they want. Why bother others? Let it burn. Let all those poor people burn to death. But somewhere else, a voice quietly urged, Say less, run. As Shimaya was trying to hear what was happening, fire, fire, in the poor district. His pupils contracted. Anyang is at home. Seeing his panicked reaction, Mu Tianran asked, Where's your home? Do you need me to help you? But the boy had already run off. Mu Tianran could only shout, Huh, he's gone. A loud voice called out, Ashina. "Where did you go?" someone scolded Mu Tianran. "You idiot, you can't even keep an eye on him. Are you still planning to save him?" Mu Tianran stammered frantically. I'll go look." The flames shot sky high, heat blazing everywhere, people inside shouting to each other, "Run away quickly, run! That woman is truly a jinx." She copied others smoking opium and ended up burning down her house. As she had returned to the poor district, where residents were scattering in all directions, Aishi waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Zhuang! Why is it burning? Have you seen my Niang?" That kid angrily yelled, getting more and more worked up. "Isn't it because she insists on smoking opium? Wouldn't the dry grass catch fire?" Ashian exclaimed in shock. "Then where's my Niang?" Zhuang got even angrier, spitting out cold words. "Who knows where she is? Serves her right if she's dead. Your whole family's cursed." With that, the kid slapped Ashi. "Your whole family's stupid and lowly? Why don't you just die, get lost?" Ashi struggled to get up. From within the blaze, people shouted, "Put out the fire first. We can deal with him later. See how you two compensate us." Ashi charged into the fire alone, calling out, "Anyang, Ani, she's here to save you." But the fire was too big, he couldn't get through. Ashi looked around, seeking help. "The fire's too big, can anyone help me?" Seeing Ashi's strange actions, the people there were very surprised. Why isn't he running away? Why is he running back towards the fire? "Someone, help me!" Ashi screamed internally. But who would give up their life to save his mom? He collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. "Someone, save my Niang," he pleaded with them. His lips moving, Ashin's pupils contracted as if he was grasping at a straw before him. It was Murong Tian. He appeared from within the raging flames, and he shouted, Old mister." Ashingan knelt down, begging him, "Old mister, please." The boy's tears welled up, his voice fading but still audible. "Please save my Niang. Niang's inside. I'll be your ox or horse to repay you, old mister, please." Murong Tian closed his eyes, calmly asking Achi from the bottom of his heart, "You want to save her? This is the best chance to get rid of her? She only treats you like an animal. Do you really want to be tied to her?" Hearing these words, Ashi suddenly fell silent, his teeth clenching tightly. Ashini recalled the things that woman had done to him. She beat him, cursed him as a jinx. "I must have been blind to have picked you up. Get out, if you come back I'll break your legs." The people around ran away in a panic. Seeing Murong Tian, they said, "Isn't that old guy afraid of burning?" But he didn't care. At this moment, Aishi replied, "No, although Niang isn't as kind as other people's. Niang, but Ashi knows what it feels like to be abandoned, so Aishi doesn't want to abandon. Niang, Ashi can't be an ungrateful person." Receiving the answer he wanted, Murong then replied, "All right, this old man will help you this once, but you must agree to one thing for me later. Are you willing?" Ashina immediately kowtowed. Ashin agrees. "Thank you, old mister. I will never forget your great kindness for the rest of my life." At the house where Ashi's Niang was, the fire had reached the roof, and she was pinned down by two large wooden beams, unable to move. A figure suddenly appeared at the door, surprising her. She hurriedly called out, Hey, there's someone here, quickly save me." Murong Tian replied, "Someone told me to save you." She suddenly beamed with joy, thinking to herself, "That person must be Xiao Yage, right?" With that, she laughed. "That little rascal, he said he'd leave me this afternoon, but he clearly still loves me in his heart. Didn't waste my money on him. Turns out Xiao Yage is way more reliable than that idiot Aishi. That good-for-nothing Aishi can't do anything right. Didn't even come back to save me when the house was on fire. What a piece of trash." Murong Tian said in a deep voice, stroking his beard slightly. "Could it be that you really have no affection for Aishin at all?" Mentioning Aishi, she started yelling like a madwoman. "I thought I picked up a kid to raise so he could take care of me later, but who knew I'd pick up a piece of trash, a slave's bloodline that can't do anything right. Affection for him? I should thank the heavens if he burns to a crisp. Since you're with Xiao Yage, I might as well tell you." Then, she angrily ordered Murong Tian, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and save me. Do you believe I'll tell Xiao Yage to dock your allowance? It hurts so much." Hearing these words from the woman in front of him, suddenly a surge of energy enveloped Murong Tian's body. He said through gritted teeth, "You're an old hag, utterly vile, shameless. A person like you doesn't deserve a filial son like Ashi. Therefore, you can just die." A flicker of extreme anger flashed in Murong Tian's eyes. He directly created a fireball and threw it straight at the woman. The fiery red pillar of fire soared into the sky, breaking through the roof and flying straight up. Not stopping there, the force of the flames, combined with Murong Tian's spiritual power, seemed intent on destroying the entire house. As she saw Murong Tian's figure emerge from the fire, but he was alone, he asked anxiously, Old sir, what was that fire just now? Where's mother?" Receiving no answer, Ashiana asked again, "Old sir, where's mother?" Murong Tian sadly shook his head slightly. "I was a step too late. By the time I arrived, your mother had already breathed her last." Ashima was shocked. How could this be? He comforted the boy. To make it up to you, she asked me to tell you that she didn't hate you at all. She was honored to have a son like you. She thanks you for always being filial, and hopes you live a good life and become someone famous in the future." As he spoke, the fire seemed to engulf the entire slum. He comforted the boy. "Ashi, your mother loved you very much. Don't be too sad." At this moment, Ashi seemed to hear nothing. He only knew to lower his head, tears streaming down his face. Ashi is useless. I'm sorry. Ashinger's body unconsciously collapsed, shouting out 2 words, "Mother." The next morning, as usual, sunlight shone through the gaps in the thatched roof. Mu Tianran had been searching for Asashi all night, he said to Dianji in his mind. "Lord Dianji, Asashi's aura disappeared at this place." He seemed very upset, and continued, "It's also been burned. Could it be that Ashi has been... Damn it, if only my divine demon saint eye cultivation was a little higher." Mu Tianran felt self-reproach and punched the ground hard. "I agreed with Shizun, yet I couldn't protect my fellow clansmen." Dianji also felt sorry for Ashi, but Mu Tianran shouldn't be so down, she advised him. "What's done is done. It's useless to blame yourself. Let's continue on our way." Suddenly, Mu Tianran sensed a stream of aura rushing towards him. A voice came into his head through telepathic transmission. "Haha, Mu Tianran, your personality hasn't changed at all." He was very surprised by this. In an instant he recognized this as his Shizun's voice. Mu Tianran looked around, searching. "Shizun, where are you?" Diji said suspiciously. "Telepathic transmission. Moreover, even I can't sense his location." Murong Tian's voice continued to be transmitted. "Ever since you left, seeing you grow up so much, this old man feels very happy. You still remember in your heart the thing you agreed to with your Shizun. You haven't forgotten at all. About Ashian's matter, you don't need to blame yourself." He heard the name Ashi mentioned and asked, "Ashi, Shizun knows Ashi too." Murong Tian looked through Mu Tianran's body and discovered a treasure sword called the Tian Bing sword. Inside him, he thought to himself, "It seems that besides me, this little brat Tianran still has other fortuitous encounters assisting him." After a moment of secretly observing, he thought, to break through to the Earth realm in such a short time must be because someone with a fortunate encounter helped him. Murong Tian smiled in satisfaction. "Haha. Very interesting." Mu Tianran was confused. He searched everywhere. "Shizun, where are you? Is Akeshi by your side?" Now Murong Tian transmits a secret message to him. "Ashi is by my side. You don't need to worry. Moreover, Shizun has gone far away. It won't be too late if we have the chance to meet again later." With that, this aura gradually disappeared, and Mu Tianran could no longer sense it. On a very distant mountain peak, where Murong Tian was standing with Akeshi, he instructed Akeshi, "The one who gave you a good meal is another disciple of mine, your senior brother," Akeshi replied. "So it's senior brother." The boy tugged at his Shifu's sleeve. Ashini said, "Shizun, so where are we going next?" He looked at the little boy in front of him affectionately. Then the two of them held hands and walked forward. Murong Tian softly said, "Let's go. You and I will travel the continent together," Ashikam politely replied. "Yes, I listened to Shizun." Dinji inside his mind reminded him, "Have you finished reminiscing about the past? Let's set off." Mu Tianran clenched his fists, his body trembling. "Every time I think I've changed a little, reality gives me a painful blow. I'm still not strong enough. It's not like someone will help me every time. I must continue to cultivate." Mu Tianran made up his mind. He closed his eyes to calm himself. Whether it's leaving Tiancheng to search for my mother or helping Diji Deren rebuild her physical body, Diji only silently sensed every breath of his. Mu Tianran's eyes were full of determination. "I must become strong. Stronger than anyone else." Suddenly, from inside the Tianbing sword, Dinji's figure appeared. She looked at him and softly said, "This little brat?" he stammered and asked, "Diji Deren, why are you out?" She slapped his head and scolded, "Hurry up and set off, don't dawdle. Quickly find heavenly treasures for this queen. This queen needs to nurture her soul." Bumps swelled up on his head. Dinji softly said, "Instead of saying pretty words, use actions to show it." Mu Tianran was hit and resentfully questioned, "Diji Deren, you shouldn't be like this, hitting people as soon as you come out." She indifferently asked, "Hitting you, got a problem?" "No," Mu Tianran cried. No problem." Diji's luscious red lips slightly curved. She covered her smile with her hand. In her heart she thought, "However, this little brat gives people a very reliable feeling." Chapter 46. Diji and Mu Tianran went to Tianchengdun. She told him a few things about this place. In front of them was a large rock floating in the air, held in place by large chains with fixed charms. Being able to establish a career in Tianchengdu, even if you go to any other holy town of Tiancheng, you are a big shot. In the central area of Tiancheng, that's where the nobles and powerful people in the city gather, along with the headquarters of the Tianlian sect. Moreover, The extremely large city floating in the air is the base of the Tiancheng royal family, the white-robed angels, and the powerhouses of the Tian region. The large rock in the air has a city covered by a barrier, Dinji continued. Around it are 6 iron chains with mysterious patterns supporting this floating metropolis, within which are the 6 super academies of the Tianlian sect. On the bodies of these iron chains are scriptures, mysterious patterns supporting the floating metropolis. Dinji also mentioned the ancient legends. The legend says that the 6 great mountain ranges of Tian Chengdu contain extremely large earth elemental energy. The 6 great academies of the Tianlian sect are located on the peaks of the 6 mountains, respectively the Jingtu Academy, the Ruoshui Academy, the Tianhuo Academy, the Kaimu Academy, the Qijin Academy, and finally the Fengju Academy. The Tian region relies on this endless source of spiritual energy to maintain its existence in the sky. Speaking of Tianhuo Academy, the leader of the 6 great academies, many elites in the elite academies graduate from here. As for Ruoshui Academy, it is the only academy that only accepts female disciples. Qijin Academy may not be ranked first on the list, but the white-robed angel once served here, and it is the only academy that royal family members and nobles attend. Taimu Academy ranks 4th among the 6 great academies. Although there are not many powerhouses who come from here, it is the place where the most advanced agency magic treasures are researched. Xingtu Academy, although ranked 5th, is known as the most elegant academy, specializing in medicine, acupuncture, calligraphy, painting, and music. Remaining is Fengju Academy, which has been ranked last for many years, and is also the furthest from the center of Tianchengdu, so it is not valued, and the financial allocation is also the least. After briefly introducing Tiancheng City, Dinji said to Mu Tianran, "We've reached the border. Once we entered Tiancheng City, I'll need to go into a deep sleep for a long time." Above them in the sky were floating ships. Dinji instructed him, "Right now, my spiritual essence is still weak. If you're not careful, I might be detected by the barrier in Tiancheng City. Once you find all the items I need and refine my spiritual essence to a stable state, we won't have to worry about the barrier anymore." Dinji sighed. "I used to ride a treasure wall everywhere, but now I have to sit on a continental cloud vehicle. Such karma." Mu Tianran smiled and said, "Lord Dinji, actually, the money in your Qiankun pouch is enough to ride a treasure wall." Dinji glanced at him and said, "That might have worked in other places, but this is the capital of the region. Without the approval of the imperial power, you can't go anywhere even with money." "Imperial power, Lord Dinji, you know so much and are so powerful. What was your identity before?" Mu Tianran was curious about Dinji's knowledge and power. As she definitely wasn't an ordinary person, she only smiled. "Are you trying to pry into my past, little brat? You're not qualified to know yet." Then Dinji looked into the distance and continued, "To be precise, you need to restrain yourself here. Absolutely, don't let others know that you possess the bloodline of a god devil." He didn't understand, and could only let out a sound of confusion. Dinji seemed thoughtful as she said, "Just like you said before, people in this era all hate the god-devil bloodline." With that, she slightly closed her eyes, muttering a sentence, "This is where the strong and the nobles live." Mu Tianran said nothing, only quietly looking at her. Then Dinji pointed towards the floating city in front of them, saying, "A normal god-devil bloodline is not easily detected, but if you encounter a strong cultivator with your current cultivation level, you won't be able to hide it. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you either." Mu Tianran looked at Dinji with some confusion, asking, "Lord Dinji, what should I do? Moreover, during my cultivation, will the origin energy actively appear?" Her eyes sparkled mischievously. "I had predicted this long ago. Of course, I have a solution." He turned to look at her. Then I hope Lord Dinji can teach me anyway." Before he could finish speaking, Dinji pushed Mu Tianran down, adding, "Consider it a small repayment from me. Go to the dorm." Mu Tianran fell heavily to the ground, looking at Dinji in confusion and asking, "Lord Dinji, what are you doing?" Dinji pushed him to lie on the ground, her hands supporting herself on the ground. She was truly beautiful, perfectly matching the red in her eyes. She said softly, "Don't say so much." Mu Tianran resisted in confusion. Lord Dinji, what kind of method is this?" she teasingly asked. "Do you dare refuse my good intentions?" he replied. "No, it's not like that." "Then open your mouth." From Dinji's mouth emerged a blood-red liquid. Mu Tianran's face flushed red, his mouth stuttering. Wait, Lord Dinji, what is this?" She explained. "This is a drop of essence blood that I extracted using a portion of my remaining soul power. It has my aura, and can conceal the bloodline aura on your body." The drop of red blood glittered brightly. "Moreover, in times of danger, you can awaken this drop of my essence blood." Dinji's beautiful image was reflected in his dark eyes, and he asked, blushing, "Lord Dinji, how long do you plan to sleep?" She smiled at Mu Tianran, saying gently, "That's right. During the time I'm asleep, you'll have to rely on yourself. That drop of essence blood floated towards Mu Tianran, and he frowned in confusion at Dianji's words. Then Dianji leaned down, her long hair and red robe fluttering lightly in the wind. She had given Mu Tianran her drop of essence blood. He stared in disbelief at what was happening. His lips and Dianji's were touching. Mu Tianran screamed loudly, echoing throughout the area. Lord Diji, I. Dianji looked at Mu Tianran, who was retreating backward, and said calmly, "What's so strange about it? Do you feel anything different in your body now?" He touched his chest, blushing, and replied softly, "It doesn't seem like there's anything different. Has the essence blood been absorbed by me?" Although he said that, Mu Tianran thought otherwise in his heart. "That was my first kiss." Hearing this, Dianji continued, "If your body doesn't reject it, then I don't need to do it again," Mu Tianran said with some shock. Again, Dianji lowered her head and looked straight into his eyes, asking doubtfully, "Looking at you, it seems like you're not very willing." Mu Tianran stammered in response, "No, it's not like that." Dianji raised her hand and pinched his chubby, flushed cheeks, instructing, "After entering Tiancheng City, quickly find the things I need. If you dare forget about this, I'll skin you alive." Mu Tianran immediately obeyed. "Yes, Lord Dianji." Dianji winked in satisfaction. "I hope you've collected everything by the time I wake up." As soon as she finished speaking, she slipped into the pouch in Mu Tianran's clothes, but still didn't forget to remind him, "I'll have to rely on you next. Don't embarrass me." Mu Tianran patted his chest and called out, "Emperor Ji! Emperor Ji!" But there was no more movement coming from inside his clothes. Mu Tianran gently touched his lips, thinking to himself, "She's already in, and fast asleep." He looked up at Tiancheng City floating in the sky and said to himself, "Then, let's get going." Mu Tianran quickly entered the city and asked a couple, "Hello, can you tell me which way to go to the Tiankulian sect registration point?" The husband replied, "Sorry, my wife and I are here on vacation, we don't know." Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Looks like your wife has the same attribute as Emperor Ji." While Mu Tianran was looking for directions, a tall, muscular warrior stood in front of him, awkwardly asking, "Little brother? Hello? Can you tell me where this is?" He thought, confused. "Why am I the one being asked for directions?" After entering Tiancheng City, Mu Tianran asked around, and finally found out the location of the Tianlian sect's registration. In the distance, a green-haired boy pointed the way for him. "The Tianlian Academy registration point is over there." At the Tianlian Academy registration point at this time, Mu Tianran stepped inside and said loudly, "Hello! I'm here to register to join the Tianchulian sect." An old man with snow-white eyebrows and beard replied slowly, "Tianlian sect's recruitment has been over for half a year. We're not accepting registrations anymore. Come back next year." Hearing this, Mu Tianran spoke up, "I know, but I have a recommendation. Please take a look, old sir." Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. "Fubo! Fubo! I can't stop!" Mu Tianran asked, doubtfully, "What's going on?" A kid was running towards this direction, panicking and saying, "I ate a swiftness pill. I can't control myself. Quickly help me stop." Seeing this, Fubo clutched his head and sighed. "This fatty, always messing around. How am I going to stop him now, old man?" Mu Tianran said next to him. "Let me try." He unleashed a powerful aura that enveloped him. He pondered. Indeed, the original Qi is different from before. Is it because of the effect of Emperor Ji's drop of essence blood? That fatty was still rushing towards Mu Tianran with a speed so fast that sparks flew. A moment later, the entire Tianlian Academy suddenly shook violently. Fubo opened one eye in surprise and asked, "Huh, no collision." The fatty, who was still sweating profusely, opened his eyes blankly and asked, "Huh, I stopped." He glanced at the handful of spiritual power that was placed on him. Mu Tianran was now trembling, using both hands to hold the fatty back. Surrounded by tiny, fragmented purple pieces, he thought to himself, "Such a strong attack power, even my Qi shield was shattered." That fatty scratched his head and said with a smile, "Did you help me stop? You're so awesome. I'm Agyu, who are you?" Mu Tianran clasped his hands and said, "I'm Mu Tianran. I'm here to register," Achun asked in surprise. "Register? You're not a student of Tianlian Academy?" Fubo cleared his throat softly in the back. "Ahem, you. Shouldn't you be focused on your cultivation? What are you doing running here?" Yung suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, that's right, I almost forgot the main thing, Fubo. I want to transfer academies. I can't stand those second-generation ancestors at Crimson Academy anymore." Mu Tianran, standing next to him, thought, "Transfer academies? He's a student of Tianlian Academy." Hearing Yung say this, Fubo broke out in a cold sweat and replied helplessly, "You've transferred 3 times in the past half year, young master. Do you think Tianlian Academy is your home?" Fubo said angrily, "Yu, your grandmother told me to transfer you to Crimson Academy, and you're still not happy." Yu shook his head and replied, "Doesn't suit me. Doesn't suit me." Those second-generation ancestors are always bullying me. He sighed softly. Ran for too long, so hungry. Ubo, still not calming down, continued to complain. Then when we made an exception to let you into Enlightenment Academy, you said it was too boring. What exactly do you want? You immediately retorted. Enlightenment Academy is full of weirdos, dry, and unpleasant people. How can I study there? Mu Tianran, standing beside him, cautiously spoke up. Sirs, can I register? Fu Bo finally noticed him, flustered and saying, Oh, sorry. This old man owes this little brat's elder a favor. That's why I talked for a bit long, he said gently. Hand over the letter of introduction to me. Mu Tianran immediately gave him the purple letter and said, Please take a look. A Yung, who was munching on a greasy chicken leg, saw this and asked, I thought you were transferring schools like me. Mu Tianran replied with a smile. Nope, I'm just here to register. Uncle Fu was reading the letter of introduction, stroking his eyebrows and thought, This is the Long family's mark. What's this kid's connection to the Long family? Mu Tianran clasped his hands politely and asked, Excuse me, Uncle Fu, is there a problem with the letter of introduction? Will I be accepted into the Heavenly Refinement sect? Uncle Fu slowly said, There's no problem with the letter of introduction, but I'll make an exception and give you a chance to take the entrance exam. If you want to become a student of the Heavenly Refinement sect, you must pass the exam. Then he pointed at Yun, reminding, Yun, you too. You have to take the exam again. Hearing Uncle Fu say that, Yun was shocked and dropped his chicken leg. Mu Tianran thought to himself, An exam? Yu saw that he looked confused and patted him on the shoulder to reassure him. Relax. It's not some kind of killer-be-killed exam, just touching a ball to see what level your origin energy is at, Yung said while munching on a chicken leg. Since you helped me out, I'll explain it to you. Tier 3 Heaven rank, Heavenly Fire Academy ranks first. They only accept geniuses who reach Tier 3 Heaven rank before the age of 12. Which is why Heavenly Fire Academy is the hardest. Tier 1 Heaven rank, Weak Water Academy ranks second. The exam level must reach Tier 1 Heaven rank before the age of 14, and they only accept female students, so you don't have to think about it. No rank, Crimson Gold Academy ranks third. It's the trashiest place I've ever been. As long as you're royalty, you can get in, but if you can go to the second one, don't go there. Tier 5 Earth rank, Chikai Wood Academy ranks fourth, requiring you to reach Tier 5 Earth rank before the age of 16, and you must also have a primary level Mechanist charter to get in. Shape Earth Academy ranks 5th. The exam level isn't difficult. Reaching Tier 3 Earth rank before the age of 16 is enough, but you have to take tests in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, flower arranging. Way too much trouble. Tier 1 Earth rank, Wind Bamboo Academy ranks 6th. Last, you can enter by reaching Tier 2 Earth rank before the age of 15. Uncle Fu snapped his fingers to interrupt Yun. He said loudly, Enough. Both of you follow me. Suddenly, a circle appeared around the three of them, emitting a flickering blue light. The circle they were standing in began to descend from the ground. Mu Tianran exclaimed in surprise. It's falling. It's a mechanism, Yu casually said. What's so strange about that? The admissions office was created by Chikai Wood Academy. The place they landed was a rather deep cave, with sparkling lights all around emitting from the rocks in the cave. At the bottom was a very elaborate magic circle. Yun sighed. I hate this place. Mu Tianran looked around, praising. The architecture below has naturally formed cave entrances. Truly extraordinary. Uncle Fu clapped his hands and said with a smile. In front of you is the Coiling Dragonstone, a magical artifact for testing the origin energy of aspiring scholars. In front of them was a golden ball with intricate patterns of coiled dragons, placed on a blue dragonstone pedestal in the very center of the ancient circle. Uncle Fu explained in a deep voice. It's very simple. Your origin energy will directly judge your academy, deciding your future. The golden ball in front of them wasn't emitting any light, Uncle Fu said softly. Mu Tianran, you go first. He continued to instruct him. Place your hand on the Coiling Dragonstone, then concentrate your mind, and tell me when you're ready. Mu Tianran approached the Coiling Dragonstone, and whispered. Okay, he thought to himself. This artifact is so magical. What if it accidentally detects my God-Devil Bloodline? He gently touched the ball, and Uncle Fu's voice rang out from behind. Concentrate your mind. Mu Tianran closed his eyes and listened to him, concentrating and adjusting, then releasing his origin energy. As soon as he poured his origin energy into the Dragonstone, it immediately lit up. Mu Tianran's spiritual energy was being sucked into the ball, and he worriedly thought to himself, this stone ball is absorbing my origin energy. A dazzling power was being emitted everywhere, engulfing the entire area where Mu Tianran was standing. Uncle Fu was a little surprised to see this. His origin energy is quite abundant. He seems to be a talent. Yu was also so surprised that his jaw dropped, thinking to himself, this guy must be at the heaven rank. No wonder he could block my swift action pill. Golden Dragon appeared on top of the dragon. The other golden dragons twisted and intertwined, Mu Tianran, standing below, summoned those dragons. Only those with heavenly realm strength or higher can manifest illusion dragons on the dragon tablet. 5 dragons mean heavenly realm 5th stage. Fu Bo, standing beside him, praised, "You are truly astonishing, worthy of being a talent recommended by the Long family." A Bao, standing below Fu Bo, also widened his eyes and praised endlessly. "Amazing! He's stronger than I thought." On the dragon tablet is a sphere with different dragon patterns, Fu Bo said. Not all heavenly realm cultivators manifest illusion dragons. Only talents with extremely powerful origin energy will. The patterns on the sphere light up, each representing a stage, although no one has ever manifested 9 dragons before. But the feeling Tian Asio's illusion was inferior to this kid's illusion, Fu Bo said. "Asibao, look up," Fu Bo continued. "Such strong illusion dragon origin energy proves extremely great potential." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could he be a genius among geniuses? Should I try to latch onto this big shot? Mu Tianran stood there, his whole body glowing, his origin energy returned to him by the sphere. He wondered, this sphere just sucked my origin energy, now it's giving it back. After the sphere returned all the origin energy it had absorbed from Mu Tianran, it turned dull gray, as it was initially. The result displayed above the sphere was Earth Realm 2nd stage. Fu Bo looked at the result, his eyes popping out. What the heck is this? Only Earthrealm 2nd stage with illusion dragons. Why only Earthrealm? A Bao was also confused, and asked Fu Bo incomprehensibly, could this sphere be broken since it hasn't been repaired for a long time? Fu Bo was full of doubt. How could the dragon tablet be broken, kid? Try again, Mu Tianran replied. Alright. After several more attempts, the dragon tablet did not show any illusion dragons, and Mu Tianran's level was still Earthrealm 2nd stage. Fu Bo approached the sphere to examine it, scratching his head in confusion. No mistake, how strange. But only Mu Tianran knew that, apart from the first time, the subsequent attempts were all affected by Dinji's essence blood. His origin force seemed to stop. No matter how the dragon tablet absorbed, it would not decrease. Mu Tianran stood aside, secretly laughing, as if he had achieved his goal. As expected, it concealed the God-Devil Bloodline. Fu Bo didn't check again, and switched his focus to Ah Bao. Alright, next, it's your turn. Ah Bao. Ah Bao startled. Rong Qing tested last time, that was okay. Fu Bo was angry, and said sternly, rules are rules, no exceptions. A Bao scratched his hands together in a panic, stammering. But I. Fu Bo ignored him, urging him, don't be a wuss, hurry up. A Bao had no choice but to obey. Okay then. The result showed Earthrealm 1st stage. A Bao stood aside, forcing a laugh as if he had expected it, haha, and Fu Bo widened his eyes in shock, and he was sweating profusely, and asked A Bao, weren't you Earthrealm 1st stage last time? Your strength, how? Now he hurriedly made excuses to explain. I was experimenting with medicine a few days ago, and accidentally suffered a backlash. But in his heart he thought differently. Actually, it was because I was curious, so I put chicken feet in the alchemy furnace. Fu Bo was helpless. This kid. Then this old man can't help you. I can only follow the rules. Mu Tianran. Bao. You are assigned to the Wind Bamboo Academy as new students. They both replied in unison. Yes. He comforted them. No need to be sad. If the final results are good, you can also upgrade to another academy according to your personal wishes. Work hard. Mu Tianran asked. Old Shin. When can we go to the academy to register? A Bao replied. We can go later. I will go with you. Saying to old Fu Bo, no need to send us off, I'll take him there later. Fu Bo replied. A Bao has grown up, and knows how to help others. After the 3 of them stood on the mechanism, Fu Bo activated it, taking the 3 of them up out of the cave. But it was a little bumpy, making him grumpy. This damn mechanism, every time it goes up, it shakes like this. After getting to the ground, Jia Bao waved his hand. Goodbye, old Fu Bo, we're leaving. Fu Bo said goodbye, and hearts appeared in his head, his face flushed and happy. Be careful on the road, give my regards to your grandma. A Bao turned away heartlessly, saying, go ask for his birthday to yourself, little Ran, let's go, Mu Tianran happily replied. Just call me Tianran. On the way, A Bao Kaio snuggled closer and asked, Tianran, did you use a secret technique to suppress your Yuan Qi just now? Mu Tianran asked. Suppress Yuan Qi? A Bao giggled. Hee, don't think I don't know. The Panalong stone can't be wrong. The appearance of the illusion dragon means it's definitely heaven tier. You must have been hiding your true strength. In a certain village, there was a lively conversation, and A Bao asked in surprise, how is that possible? You're really only Earth tier 2nd stage. Mu Tianran helplessly explained, that's right, I'm only Earth tier 2nd stage. But in his heart, Mu Tianran thought, even if it's a heaven tier cultivator, I won't be afraid. Hearing this, A Bao immediately put on a teary-eyed expression and said, could there be something wrong with the Panlong stone? I really shouldn't have held out hope. Will this trip to Fengju Academy be more dangerous than safe? Hearing this, Mu Tianran spoke up from behind. Bao, what's wrong? Bao just sighed and said, let's go get some food, and then go register. I'm feeling a bit down right now, Mu Tianran quickly replied. Okay, sure, Bao, with a chicken leg in hand, worriedly said, what about later? I can't recover my yuan qi strength for the time being. What if, in the meantime, Mu Tianran was thinking to himself, where did he get that chicken leg from? But he still asked, what if, what, Akabayo, what are you talking about? Just as he finished speaking, someone bumped into Ababayo's shoulder while passing by. Ababayo immediately yelled, ouch! Who's walking around without looking? Looking up, he saw Fantong frowning and saying, isn't this Bao? Talk about a small world. I heard you transferred schools again. Could it be to Fengzhou? Seeing this, Bao immediately became vigilant and asked, why, you're Fantong, what do you want? Beside him, Mu Tianran was full of question marks. Fantong angrily gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of your half-finished Jinjia pill. My little brother's yuan qi erupted by 4 stages. Bao immediately retorted, that's because you kept pestering me to ask for it. I didn't take your money, Mu Tianran, standing behind, vaguely understood a few things but still asked Akabao, who is he? What happened to his brother? Hearing this, Fantong fell silent and said, you don't even know who the Fan family brothers are. Where did you come from? The noisy conversation had already started to attract more attention from the people around, Bao briefly explained to Mu Tianran. His little brother is the most outstanding young man in the Fan family. But, Fantong interrupted, speaking instead. A few days ago, he was preparing to break through from Heaven Tier Peak to the Manhwa realm. Fantong pointed at Bao and continued, just because he ate one of his Jinjia pills, his cultivation suffered a backlash, and he's only Heaven Tier 5th stage, Bao quickly explained. You volunteered to try the pill. I didn't guarantee it would work. Fantong became even more angry, his veins popping out as he said, don't think you're so great just because you're from the Medicine King Valley. This is a remote place. Your family can't help you. Bao grabbed Mu Tianran's arm and said, Tianran, let's go. Ignore him. At that moment, Mu Tianran thought. He just said Bao is from the Medicine King Valley. I remember my mother mentioned it before. As he walked past Fantong, he threatened, if you dare go. Before Fantong could finish speaking, Bao said to Mu Tianran, let's get out of here. This situation is not good. Fantong angrily gritted his teeth and said, looking down on me, Fantong stomped his foot on the ground, and energy emanated out, saying, stop. Mu Tianran and Asambao also felt a strange energy source, and heard Fantong say the remaining words, for me. The blue energy around Fantong became thicker and thicker, and heard him say, I'll Bao, if you don't give my little brother an answer today, don't even think about leaving this place. Fantong, Earth Tier 8th stage. Mu Tianran glanced at Bao and thought, if Asabao is really from the Medicine King Valley, maybe he knows what the secret treasure of the Ye family is. But just as he thought that, Mu Tianran heard Bao ask in fear, Bro Tianran, my legs are like jelly. Do you have any recovery pills or something? Mu Tianran helplessly replied, no. Then he also thought, I'll ask later. Mu Tianran suddenly asked Agabao, with the Medicine King Valley as your backing, what are you afraid of? Is the Fan family very powerful? Hearing this, Abao's eyes darted around as he replied, Bro Tianran doesn't know. We in the Medicine King Valley are not allowed to pass pills to those below Heaven Tier, or else we'll bear the consequences ourselves. I didn't think so much before giving it to him. Mu Tianran immediately understood and said, that's why you transferred schools. Bao denied it even more, revealing the truth. No way. I didn't transfer schools because of that. I just don't like this place. Before Anabao could finish speaking, he saw Mu Tianran grab his clothes and dodge a palm strike from Fantong, and then heard Fantong's loud roar, I can't believe you're still talking. Are you treating my Fan family like a joke? In the meantime, Mu Tianran calmly said to Bao, if we don't resolve this today, we won't be able to register at the academy. Bao was still trembling as he said, but we can't beat him. After safely landing, Mu Tianran released the terrified Agabao and calmly said, then I will. Hearing this, Agabao asked doubtfully, Tianran, you, Fantong interrupted threateningly. Who are you, you country bumpkin? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Offending the Fan family isn't a wise choice. Not only was Mu Tianran unafraid, but he also raised his voice in challenge. Sorry, I'm in a hurry to register at the academy. If I offend the Medicine King Valley, Apao will protect me. Hearing this, Apao whispered to remind Mu Tianran, Hey, you're provoking him. Mu Tianran quickly struck a ready pose, and confidently said, New student of Fengzhou Academy, Mu Tianran, seeking guidance. Seeing this, Fantong became even angrier, cursing and calling him dog shit and garbage. No wonder Fengzhou Academy is so dilapidated they accept anyone. Today I'll let you know how powerful the Fan family's extreme intent fist is. Seeing the situation become more tense, Bao couldn't help but sweat profusely, thinking to himself, even though Fan Tong isn't much, I'm only at the Earthrealm level now. Is little Ranji really gonna do this? Fan Tong rushed towards Mu Tianran and shouted madly, today I'll let you, a country bumpkin, know the miserable consequences of meddling in other people's business. Meanwhile, Mu Tianran stood calmly, with Bao sweating beside him. Bao anxiously reminded him, little Ranji, he's not a normal Earthrealm level 7, he's ranked 30th on the Fengzhu board. Ignoring Fan Tong's charge, Mu Tianran turned to Bao and asked, what's the Fengzhu board? A skillfully carved wooden board appeared. That's the Fengzhu board, the ranking board of Fengzhu Academy. The 60 major academies of the Tianlian sect all have their ranking boards, with 30 people on them. Those named are all the young talents of the academy. Moreover, above the branch academy's board is the overall training board, which is the strength ranking of a Tianjialian sect disciple. It's much higher than our Fengzhu board, and those named on it are all elites. Fengzhu Academy has never had a name on the Tianjialian sect's board. Mu Tianran became more and more interested and said, so if I defeat him, I can be named in the top 30 of the Fengzhu board. Bao replied tremblingly. That's right, but you're only at Earthrealm levels 1 or 2. Now let's run away quickly. On the other side, Fan Tong had been completely ignored by the two of them to the point where he was going crazy and roaring, do you not take Fan Tong seriously? Mu Tianran bent his knees to gain momentum, and a second later he dashed forward. Both Fan Tong and Mu Tianran launched their attacks at the same time, releasing a large ring of energy surrounding them. Fan Tong seemed surprised that Mu Tianran was completely unharmed. He gritted his teeth and said, a contest of strength, I'll let you know the hidden force of the extreme intent. First, Mu Tianran gave a provocative smile and said, who wants to fight you with strength? Fan Tong was so angry that veins popped out on his head, and he gritted his teeth. Mu Tianran took advantage of Fan Tong's carelessness, pulled down his hands without him noticing, and then thrust his knee into Fan Tong's face. Mu Tianran quickly clenched his fist. All of Mu Tianran's strength seemed to pour into this fist as he rushed forward. In just a moment, Fan Tong flew away like a rocket. Witnessing this scene, Gio's eyes widened, and he gaped, exclaiming, one punch. The people around were also watching the fun, and they clamored and discussed, isn't that Fan Tong of the Fengzhu board? Knocked down in one hit? The person next to him quickly reminded. He's just ranked last on the board. Mu Tianran smiled triumphantly. He looked at his fist and thought to himself, the Emperor's core stellar blood not only helped me raise my original energy by 1 level, but my physical strength has also increased quite a bit. Fan Tong, who was lying in the rubble, opened his mouth. How could this be? Fan Tong still hadn't accepted this reality and shouted, my extreme intent fist, cultivated for 10 years, was unexpectedly defeated by this kid using dirty tricks. I must report you. Hearing this, Mu Tianran casually reminded, I advise you not to move. I only mimicked your hidden force once. Fan Tong was so shocked that he didn't hear clearly what he had just heard. Before Fan Tong's vision closed, he saw Mu Tianran turn and leave. Fan Tong could only mutter, how could this be? You learned my move in an instant. My bones are about to break. You wait for me. Still in that village, the voices of Mu Tianran and Bao rang out again. Bao, don't stand there blankly, let's go. Okay, little Ranji. Little Ranji is so awesome. At the Fengzhu mountain range, at the foot of Fengzhu Academy, in the midst of the desolate mountains and forests, Mu Tianran exclaimed. Here, heaven and earth are divided into 2 extremes. It's so dark. Bao immediately explained. This is the reason why many people who are assigned here don't want to come. Looking at Mu Tianran's surprised expression, Bao continued. The other 5 major academies all have academy-organized receptions at the foot of the mountain. But Fengzhu Academy has depleted resources, so students all climb the mountain on their own. Looking at the scary tall trees, Abazio continued. Newbies assigned here see this and get so scared they drop out. Suddenly, Bao held out the chicken leg he was holding and said, Zhao Ranji, here, for you. Mu Tianran glanced at it and said, I'm not hungry, you eat it, Bao. While reminiscing about delicious food, poked his fingers together and said, actually it's beast-repellent pill. I just like making it look like food. Balio mumbled through his food and confessed, this is gourmet alchemy created by yours truly. Those old fogies at Medicine King Valley are all about grinding out boring pills. Abatabayo took 2 bites of the chicken leg. Then he remembered a painful memory and said with tears in his eyes, and they forbade me from testing medicine because of it. So annoying. Mu Tianran stood helplessly behind him and said, so that's why you got demoted for testing drugs, right? You can eat the chicken leg, I don't want to be demoted. In the dark and desolate mountains and forests, Their lively conversation rang out again, especially Abao. It's not what you think, Xiaoran Ji. Don't go, wait for me. An hour later, Mu Tianran and Abao were still walking in this dark and desolate forest. Mu Tianran looked around worriedly and said, "You know, this forest seems to be getting darker the more we walk. Are there any monster beasts around?" Abayo immediately explained. "Didn't you just say the chicken leg was a beast-repellent pill? That means it can hide human aura so monster beasts won't detect us." "That's right," Abao said while looking around. "The Fengzhou mountain range is far from Tiancheng City and close to the Shuluo mountain range, so high-level monster beasts often come here to rest. The higher the number of monster beasts, the more special the ecosystem becomes. Heavenly stage monster beasts are very common, and because of the environment, this place is the most suitable place for the disciples of the Heavenly Refinement sect to cultivate." Mu Tianran immediately said upon hearing this, "Just in case, Ailbayo, give me a chicken leg." Ababayo spread his hands wide, showing they were empty. "I finished them all, haha burp, don't worry, we won't be that unlucky." But behind them, a mysterious creature was watching. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards the two of them. Hearing the noise, both Mu Tianran and Axabao turned around suddenly. The two saw that this creature was baring its teeth and about to attack. Abao quickly grabbed the red fur on the creature's head and said with satisfaction, "I spotted you a long time ago, you little punk, trying to sneak attack us." Mu Tianran asked vigilantly, "What kind of monster beast is this?" Abao quickly replied, "It's a sick small spirit monkey, also known as a bluffer monkey. It likes to play tricks on lone people." Sick small spirit monkey, yellow stage, first level. At this time, it was showing a pitiful expression and trying to please them, while cupping his hands together and crying, "Hooshu, hooshu, hooshu." Abalu looked at it and said, "I've seen this kind of monster beast in the Medicine King Valley before. They usually live in groups." As soon as he finished speaking, Adibao realized something was wrong. Live in groups, could it be? A huge shadow covered the two. Mu Tianran turned his head and couldn't help but blurt out, "Bad luck." It turned out to be a giant Qin Van giant monkey, a fully grown bluffer monkey, a heavenly stage, level 5, had appeared. Abao was frightened, let go of the sick small spirit monkey, his face turned pale, and he reported, "I forgot, adult Qin Van giant monkeys have very sensitive instincts. It's a heavenly stage, level 5 monster beast." Mu Tianran replied calmly, "Can you please not forget important things?" Abao finally came back to his senses and reminded, "Let's run quickly. Heavenly stage monster beasts here are even more powerful than Fantong." But Mu Tianran stubbornly said, "As long as I have my weapon, I can control it. Abao, you go first." In Abao's eyes, admiration for his brother was twinkling. "Can control a heavenly stage monster beast? You truly are my big shot." Mu Tianran quickly pulled out his glowing weapon, Black Abyss. In less than a second, Mu Tianran's glowing weapon suddenly went out, making Mu Tianran panic. Why did Black Abyss turn into a stick? Meanwhile, Ajibao was still looking at him admiringly. "Xiaoran Ji, is this your weapon? It's so special." Mu Tianran suddenly remembered Grand Tutor Diji. Perhaps he has already guessed part of the reason. Could it be that Dingji slept for too long and sucked up all the vital energy stored inside Black Abyss? Before Mu Tianran could think any further, the adult bluffer monkey roared loudly. Mu Tianran quickly grabbed Abao's hand and ran. "Let's run!" Abao, who didn't understand what was happening, asked, "Xiaoran Ji, didn't you say you could control it?" Still in that dark and desolate forest, their conversation and growls rang out. "Without a weapon, I can't beat it, Akalia." At this moment, Mu Tianran and Akali Bahal were hiding behind a rock and whispering, "After chasing us for half an hour, it must be tired." A moment later, the adult bluffer monkey turned its back to its cave. Mu Tianran and Esabao breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it seems like we avoided a disaster." Mu Tianran and Akalbao were so tired that they were panting and said, "They let such powerful monster beasts roam free on the road for new students to enroll. Could they be trying to make things difficult for us?" Akalbao said upon hearing this. "Xiaoran Ji, let's just forget about it." Bao said with a serious face, "I heard that there is a supreme monster beast from the Zhuluo mountain range on the Fengzhou mountain range. The Crimson Blood Tiger, Earth rank Tier 3, Overlord level magical beasts all have their own territories. It stands at the top of the food chain, but in an instant it was crushed by another foot. Aside from another Overlord level magical beast, nothing else could threaten it. Magical beasts at this level have intelligence, and their bodies are full of treasures. This is the 7 Treasures Berserk Demon, Heaven Rank Peak, especially their magic cores, which are super useful for our cultivation and alchemy." This time, a super giant tentacle appeared, but they mainly live in the outer circle, so we probably won't run into them. "Don't worry, Xiaoran Ji. This is the Rock Mountain Riverman, wilderness rank tier 5. But it seems the Rock Mountain Riverman noticed something. It quickly jumped over there. A strange red light suddenly appeared in a cave. Turns out that red spot was the eye of another terrifying creature. It's the seven-clawed Dragon Hill, a peak wilderness rank overlord magical beast. But there's a mysterious youth sitting on its bloody head. The young man looked up, revealing his golden jade eyes, and muttered, "Overlord magical beast, huh? Too tough to eat, garbage." Suddenly, a sharp claw reached out from behind the young man, but the young man casually chewed the meat in his mouth. Seeing this, the claw seized the opportunity and lunged towards the young man. It was almost about to touch the young man. Unexpectedly, he suddenly turned his terrifying face and said, "Still dare to resist? I was gonna let you go after I was full, but you wanna die? Trash." The Gale Lion Shun of First Academy Maple Bamboo. As expected, garbage has to disappear. Die for me. A savage smile appeared on Gale Lion Shun's face, revealing his beautiful golden eyes. At this time, back in the primeval and gloomy forest, Ahabaso is encountering a lot of hardships. He must use his trembling hands to hold the rocks on the cliff. Sometimes, both Mu Tianran and Asabao had to use the treetops to hide themselves. Mu Tianran couldn't bear it and said, "Is it necessary to go like this?" Asabao patiently comforted, It's better to be careful, causing Mu Tianran to feel. Mu Tianran and Anbao experienced many dangers, and gradually avoided the Fengju mountain range, and slowly climbed to the top of the mountain. From the challenge of escaping the grown-up Hushuo monkey, to the hardships of climbing the shaft cliff, Mu Tianran helps Bao when he slips, although sometimes he makes suggestions that Mu Tianran can't help but shake his head and sigh. Just finished this challenge, and met another challenge, and Bao saw a thoughts tie yet two snake earth rank tier 8 behind Mu Tianran, but in an instant, the two of them had delicious grilled snake meat. The two of them happily ate and chatted with each other. After today, Mu Tianran met his first friend, without any fear of him. The two of them walked for a long time before their footsteps stopped automatically. Bao looked at the solid building in front of him, and he happily shared his joy with Mu Tianran. "Xiao Ran Ji, look, we're here." Suddenly, apart from the two of them, another person's voice sounded, "Hey, over here, you guys are here." It turned out to be Su Yan, the director of Fengju. He quickly introduced himself. "Hello, I am the teaching director of Fengju Academy. I heard from Uncle Fu that 2 new students came here to register, and I have been waiting for you here since the afternoon." Bao felt uncomfortable when he heard this and said, "Anyone who says Fengju Academy is far away and dangerous is understandable." Su Yan felt confused and asked, "Yo, you guys didn't take the cloud ladder?" Surrounding them, other students were chattering. "The cloud ladder is super fast to the mountain, just 5 minutes to the academy," others said. "Even though it costs 100 void coins, it saves so much trouble, so convenient." Bao couldn't believe his eyes and asked, What is this? How come I've never heard of it?" Mu Tianran pointed at the cloud ladder and turned to look at Bao, asking, "Bao, how old are the news you got? Like years ago?" Su Yan awkwardly explained, "It's kinda weird, the cloud ladder was just completed with funding from the Heavenly Refinement sect, so it's understandable you don't know. Follow me, you two, I'll take you to your accommodation." Su Yan led the way. Bao and Mu Tianran followed behind. While leading the way, Su Yan explained a few things. "The academy is short on teachers, so normally there's only 1 class a month. The rest of the time is self-study," Mu Tianran asked, puzzled. "Self-study? But we don't have any manuals or cultivation techniques. How are we supposed to self-study?" Su Yan quickly cleared up their confusion. "Don't worry. Although Wind Bamboo Academy doesn't have many teachers, it has tons of knowledge. The books in the library and the cultivation techniques are open to students. You can borrow them freely." Su Yan looked at the row of rooms ahead and said, "The dorms are up ahead. You'll be in the last room." Su Yan adjusted his glasses and cheerfully reminded them, "The academy will be holding a welcome party tomorrow. Remember to wake up early." The whole warm and friendly estate echoed with voices, "Okay, thank you, Teacher Su Yan. Then I won't disturb you from resting." Wind Bamboo Academy was once on par with Heavenly Transformation Academy, one of the most well-known academies in the Heavenly Refinement sect. But after a major incident, resources gradually became limited, thus becoming the worst academy due to lack of management. Wind Bamboo Academy has the lowest requirements, so it's relatively free. Those who don't like to be constrained, with an arrogant spirit, all choose this academy. Early the next morning, still at Wind Bamboo Academy, Su Yan introduced Bao and Mu Tianran to everyone. "Today, we warmly welcome 2 new students. I hope everyone will get along." Although everyone in the hall was doing their own thing, Su Yan still spoke solemnly. "Today is our monthly exchange meeting. If anyone has any issues in their life, you can ask me." But in Su Yan's heart, he couldn't hide his worries. Less than a quarter of the students came today. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, someone spoke up. "Teacher Su Yan, hurry up and end it. We'd rather self-study." That person was Zhang Ping. No, 12. On the Wind Bamboo Heaven Stage Rankings, Rank 1. As soon as Zhang Ping finished speaking, someone else chimed in. That's right, if you don't hurry up and cultivate, your blue gang might not be able to hold on to the top 3 spots. She was Liu Yu, no, 11 on the Wind Bamboo Heaven Stage Rankings, Rank 1. However, Zhang Ping ignored Liu Yu and said to Mu Tianran and Bao, "Hey, new guys, join our gang." Liu Yu was pissed at being brushed off. She angrily pointed at Zhang Ping and shouted, Hey, are you listening to me?" Liu Yu cracked her knuckles and said, "Zhang Ping, that's enough. Poaching people is equivalent to declaring war." Behind Liu Yu, several buddies cheered her on. Zhang Ping wasn't willing to back down either, pointing at Liu Yu and shouting, "Liu Yu, is your red gang looking for trouble? If you want to fight, we're always ready." Behind Zhang Ping, several people also stepped up to the challenge. On this side, Asa Bao, while holding a chicken leg, proudly said, "Little Ram bro, we're getting such a warm welcome. Wind Bamboo Academy isn't as bad as the rumors say." Mu Tianran, hearing this, looked helplessly at Asa Bao. "Do you have the wrong idea about what welcome means?" Su Yan stood outside, anxiously trying to stop them. "Everyone, don't fight, please restrain yourselves." Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan was smacked in the face by a piece of wood, knocking off his glasses. Ignoring the people fighting all around, Zhang Ping and Liu Yu were having a verbal battle. Zhang Ping provoked, "Today I'll let you know how awesome Zhang Ping is. I was just careless last time and got ambushed by you," Liu Yu retorted. "Losing is losing, stop making excuses, that's just the style of your blue gang." Mu Tianran looked at the chaotic scene everywhere and felt helpless and thought to himself, "The situation seems to be out of control here. What kind of academy is this anyway?" But one thing caught Mu Tianran's attention. A tall, thin young man was sitting quietly, arms crossed, watching this battlefield. He looked very different in the chaotic situation. Just then, it seemed that Kuang Shishun also sensed Mu Tianran's gaze and looked up, revealing a pair of fiery golden eyes. The moment their eyes met, it was as if 2 lightning bolts shot out from both sides. Mu Tianran quickly became alert and thought to himself, "This guy is too strong. Why is he staring at me?" Kuang Shishun just smirked. HMPH trash. Kuang Shishun was still with his arms crossed, and he stood up. Kuang Shishun quickly walked through this chaotic scene and went outside. Azo Bao, who was gnawing on a chicken leg and watching the show, looked at Mu Tianran and asked, "Little Ran bro, what's wrong?" Mu Tianran was still looking at the exit and said, "It's nothing." When Mu Tianran turned his head to look at this chaotic scene, he couldn't help but wonder, but isn't Teacher Su Yan going to do anything? They're starting to use cultivation techniques to fight. He looked over at Su Yan, who was still weakly trying to stop them. "Stop fighting! Sob, I can't help but feel it's over. The situation seems to be out of control." Suddenly, amidst the students, squabbled, a voice boomed, "Quiet." This voice froze everyone in their tracks. "Haven't you caused enough trouble?" The earth-shattering voice echoed through the hall. "Anyone who doesn't want to cultivate, you're in for it." Shu Yan finally felt relieved and adjusted his glasses, saying, "Our savior has arrived," Mu Tianran also exclaimed. Such a powerful aura. Just then, a white figure appeared, finishing the sentence. "Get lost? We can hear your yelling, even outside the Fengzhu Academy. Everyone to your sides, stand properly for me." Followed by a chorus of voices, "Good morning, headmaster." At this point, everyone lined up to be scolded. It's only morning, and you're not cultivating, but causing trouble. You won't have an easy time today. Hearing this, Liu Yu quickly blamed Zhang Ping. "It's all your fault. You were the one trying to snatch," Zhang Ping retorted. "I asked you, who told you to join in?" Shu Yan chuckled, addressing his savior. "Xiao Xuan, they just wanted to tease the newbie. See, it's all settled now." But Shu Yan received a scolding instead. "At the academy, address me as headmaster. You read all those sage books, but can't do anything when something happens." The woman continued to criticize. "Shu Yan, you're the director of Fengzhu Academy. Don't let the students disrespect you." Shu Yan knelt down, wailing, I apologize." Mu Tianran, observing the scene, mused, "She's the headmaster. So cool. But she seems a bit strict," Bao quickly whispered, reminding him. "Keep your voice down when you're talking smack. She holds grudges. Plus, she may look young, but..." Bao was interrupted by the woman's voice. "What are you two whispering about?" "This woman is none other than Murong Tian, headmaster of Fengzhu Academy." Murong Tian looked at Bao and said, "You're Bao. I've heard my grandmother mention you." Bao startled as if called by name, blurting out, "Headmaster Xuan." Murong Tian calmly continued, "Although I have a good relationship with your grandmother, I won't show you any special treatment. If you cause trouble here, go back home." Bao scratched his head and replied, "Understood, Headmaster Xuan." But in his heart he judged, "So fierce. No wonder she's besties with my grandma, same kind of person." Murong Tian glanced at the person next to Bao and mused, HMPH, Mu Tianran, feeling someone's gaze, immediately greeted, Headmaster Xuan, Murong Tian, simply closed her eyes and said, "Forget it, your new students work hard." But in her mind she thought, both of them are Earth Realm. At this point, Murong Tian dealt with the others. She ordered, "And you lot, all you do is cause trouble. Today you're going to the back mountains to chop wood and carry water for me." Immediately they chorused, "Yes, Headmaster Xuan." But some still grumbled, "Woe is me, we're being punished, wasting a whole day." Murong Tian looked at Xu Yan and instructed, "The Fengzhu ranking will start in the next few days." Xu Yan excused himself. Murong Tian continued, "Although I'm okay, because of these little devils, this time I have to help the students on the Fengzhu list participate in the ranking on the Tianlian list." Although Xu Yan verbally agreed, "Okay, I will supervise their cultivation." But in his heart he was lamenting, "Then you help manage them." But how could he escape Murong Tian's eyes? She frowned and asked, "Are you mumbling something in your heart?" Xu Yan broke out in a cold sweat and replied, No, nothing like that." After giving instructions, Murong Tian didn't forget to scold the remaining people. "What are you still standing there for, waiting for me to invite you to the back mountains?" Once again, the academy echoed with a chorus of voices. We apologize, Headmaster Xuan, we're going right away." Murong Tian watched the group leave and lamented, "What a bunch of blockheads, they only move when pushed." Murong Tian glanced at Ayo Bao and Mu Tianran, who were still standing there. "You two, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." Ayo Bao frowned and retorted, "We didn't participate in the trouble." Murong Tian's face darkened and asked, "Could it be that the fight for the newbie wasn't because of you? Are you saying I'm wrong?" Abago naturally couldn't argue, he stammered. "No, it's not me, okay?" In the hall, only the conversation between Murong Tian and Xu Yan remained. "Xu Yan, if there is nothing else, I am going now. Let them study by themselves. I just came here for convenience. Goodbye." Xu Yan immediately replied, "Huh? Didn't you just arrive? Aren't you going to see the disciples practice? You are like this. How will the Tianlian ranking work, Headmaster?" Wait. Ai Bao looked at Mu Tianran and asked, "Big bro Tianran, you seem to have some ideas." Mu Tianran replied solemnly, "It's nothing. I just feel that the headmaster has a very familiar feeling." Bao couldn't help but retort, "Familiar, big bro Tianchuan? Are you mistaken? I heard from my grandmother that Headmaster Xuan hasn't left Tiancheng for decades." "How could you be familiar with her?" Mu Tianran asked. "Decades," Bao replied. "That's right. Don't look at Headmaster Xuan's youthfulness. In fact, she's almost the same age as my grandmother, so big bro Tianfuan must be mistaken. Let's go, we're going to the back mountain." At this moment, as Murong Tian was cultivating, he suddenly stretched and yawned, complaining, "Shouldn't have gone out yesterday, totally caught a cold." Meanwhile, at the back mountain bamboo grove of the academy, where students served their punishments, a few were lamenting, "Ugh, I don't want to chop wood and carry water, I want to go take on quests." The person next to him chimed in, blaming, "Stop whining, it's all because of you Lan Bang guys." The other retorted, "It's clearly you Hong Bang guys who started it." While carrying out his punishment, Mu Tianran couldn't help but wonder, "I heard that chopping wood and carrying water at the academy also gives contribution points, so why does Headmaster Xuan consider it a punishment?" Abao chuckled, explaining, "Little Tianran, you don't get it, do you?" Abao raised his hand to elaborate. "Chopping wood and carrying water, even if you do it for a whole month, doesn't give as many contribution points as a normal quest. Anyone with a bit of ability goes to the quest board to take on quests that suit them, earning contribution points. There are things in the academy that you have to use contribution points to exchange for, so everyone converts contribution points into copper coins. For example, one contribution point can be exchanged for 500 copper coins," Abao said with a grin. Telling them to waste a whole day here, Mu Tianran immediately exclaimed, "Abao, you're like a walking encyclopedia, you know everything." Abao replied, "Of course." Suddenly, someone blocked their path ahead and shouted, "Hey, stop right there! You're Mu Tianran." A dark shadow with a form like a huge beast appeared, roaring in front of Abao and Mu Tianran. Liu Yu looked at the dark shadow, unexpectedly saying, "Primordial energy, this aura, why are they here?" Zhang Ping, who was chopping wood, also paused. "It's those black bang bastards." Everyone there looked on confused. "What's going on? Another fight? What are the black bang doing here?" Abao, terrified, hid behind Mu Tianran. Abao whispered to him, "Little Tianran, they're the most infamous gang in the Bamboo Grove Academy." In contrast to Abao's timidity, Mu Tianran frowned with fiery eyes. "I am Mu Tianran, but I haven't offended you guys, have I?" At this moment, the dark shadow dissipated, revealing a guy with 2 horns on his head and naturally dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept in years. His name is Bu Haishan, a Bamboo Grove Academy disciple. "Haha, you didn't offend me, but you messed with someone from my Black Bang." "Fan Tong, you It was definitely this little devil, Fan Tong, who knows when, appeared next to Bu Haishan. He had one arm temporarily crippled, and glared while pointing at them with his remaining hand. That's right, it's him, and that fatty next to him too. Bao, who was afraid just now because he had Tianran Xie in front of him, aggressively pointed at Fan Tong and said, Fan Tong, why are you still clinging on? I already said that your little brother forced me to give him the medicine. It has nothing to do with me. Fan Tong angrily retorted, don't try to weasel out of it. Bu Haishan didn't rush to deal with them but spoke to Bao. Little fatty, I heard you're from Wang Medicine Valley. My Black Bang is short on alchemists. Want to join our Black Bang? Fan Tong was stunned by this move. Boss, Bao flatly refused. Just from the name, I can tell you're not a good gang. I don't want a black. IFY. Haishan, hearing his gang being insulted like that, became enraged, his face as dark as ink. I was being polite, but you insist on suffering. With that, he charged madly towards Bao. Mu Tianran couldn't react in time because he didn't think he'd be that fast. Bao, watch out. He had already landed behind him, without him even noticing. Mu Tianran panicked, helpless, thinking of a way even gods and demons wouldn't have noticed their movements. It was the instant step technique, but what he shouted out was, too late. Bao was in a life-or-death situation. I suddenly had a pair of legs block Bu Haishan's attack. Suddenly he winced, meddling in other people's business. Those legs gradually lowered. It turned out to be the duo Liu Yu and Zhang Ping who had stepped in to help them. Bu Haishan, this isn't the territory of your Black Bang, Bu Haishan angrily said. You two, it's your turn to talk. Trying to act cool. Liu Yu hurriedly went to check on Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, are you alright? Because of blocking the attack just now, his leg was injured. I wonder if it was serious. It's alright, just a numb leg. Bu Haishan gritted his teeth and continued. Even your boss wouldn't dare to touch me. Are you too tired of living? Zhang Ping quickly replied. The academy strictly prohibits fighting. Are you planning on breaking the rules? Speaking of which, he pointed at Mu Tianran, affirming, moreover, he's already one of us from the Lan Bang. Our male lead is still clueless. When did I join? Liu Yu, standing next to him, retorts. No, he's one of us. From the Hong Bang. A Bao innocently chimes in. Lil Ran is so popular. The people from the He Bang burst out laughing, including Bu Haishan. You two want to compete for a hero? Don't you know your place, haha? He keeps trying to bully them with a holier-than-thou attitude. After the Hong and Lan Bang's big bosses went missing, the He Bang is now the biggest faction in Fengzhou Academy. You guys say your big bosses have been in secluded cultivation for months. I bet they failed and exploded to death, haha, right? Zhang Ping angrily reminds him, take back your insults against our big boss. Bu Haishan doesn't apologize and physically assaults him. Apologize. Words spoken can't be taken aback, and neither can fists. Zhang Ping only manages to say, shameless. He's about to receive a fist from that guy, when a hand grabs Bu Haishan's arm. Are you guys really in such a hurry to die? Everyone there is stunned, surprised. Bu Haishan, Heavenly Stage 4th level, was blocked by a newbie Earthly Stage. Unexpectedly, Mu Tianran was the one who blocked his fist. He stares at him with a face full of murderous intent. You want to talk reason and right and wrong with me, that's fine, but if you want to throw hands, I'm not afraid either. Mu Tianran tightly grips his hand with his trembling hands. No matter what you want, I, Mu Tianran, will play along to the end. He looks at Bu Haishan, thinking about how to deal with this madman. Before, I was at the profound stage peak plus He Yuan, and I could barely beat a heavenly stage 2nd level Mu Yuanshan. Although I've reached the earthly stage 2nd level now, He Yuan is in deep sleep, and the opponent is heavenly stage 4th level, seems a bit tough. Bu Haishan sneers. Still trying to put on a tough act. Please. Ask yourself what you're relying on. Your technique is weak, no power. How many idiots who think they're the main character have I wasted in a year? This is Fengzhou Academy. You have to remember, you're all trash that got eliminated. As he says this, strange black currents of energy appear around his hand. As for me, I came here voluntarily. Just because it's free enough here so I can do whatever I want. I forgot to tell you, I was originally at Tianhuo Academy. Knowing he's about to play dirty, he quickly backs away. Mu Tianran still holds his fist in his hand, probably to deal with the case of Bu Haishan acting dishonestly. He isn't afraid at all, and says to him, but it seems like senior brother is only ranked 4th at Fengzhou Academy. Maybe you're also trash from Tianhuo Academy. That's why you came here to find a sense of existence. More black energy appears around Bu Haishan, sneering at the person in front of him. Haha, when it comes to making people angry, you're the best I've ever met. I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. Everyone there. Some eagerly await the combat, while others frantically don't know where to avoid. The people of the He Bang clearly show their excitement. The boss is angry. There's a good show to watch. As for the Hong and Lan Bang, they're all finding places to hide. He's really unlucky. Let's run. Unexpectedly, Bu Haishan suddenly rushes straight towards Mu Tianran at the speed of light. Mu Tianran has been preparing his next move from before. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Attacking head-on has no chance of winning. We must use our advantages to turn defeat into victory. The strangest thing is that Bu Haishan's shadow appears behind him. His image in front of him also fades and gradually disappears. Perhaps he anticipated it and isn't too surprised. Disappeared, as expected. It's the Chun Di technique. Behind Mu Tianran, Bu Haishan has already started his move. His black energy slowly approaches him. Shadow follows. Mu Tianran suddenly turns his face back, suddenly rushes forward, then attacks behind him, a ghostly smile already waiting. He reacted well. Bu Haishan quickly unleashes the shadow fist. Zhang Ping's face shows full of worry for Mu Tianran when he sees Bu Haishan's attack. This is the outer realm technique that Bu Haishan exchanged for at the academy. Bao doesn't understand what he's saying very well, and asks, what's an outer realm technique? Liu Yu quickly explains. It's said to be a dark assassination technique. Within a 20 meters radius, Bu Haishan only needs to look into the opponent's eyes for more than 5 seconds to lock onto the target. While his shadow and the opponent's shadow are in the space channel, he suddenly appears to attack the opponent. After launching his attack, Bu Haishan glances at the two, scoffing, "Humph, too gossipy earthly stage trash. So what if you know? Hurry up and come collect his corpse." Collect his corpse. A voice comes from the cloud of dust that Bu Haishan created, and someone's silhouette looms within. The dust gradually dissipates. Mu Tianran is holding a sword in his hand, and took all of Bu Haishan's attack, and it didn't affect him at all. But it seems like senior brother Bu's attack isn't strong enough. He coolly points his sword at Bu Haishan. "If that's all you've got, I'm afraid the 4th position of Fengzhou Academy will be replaced by me." He sees that he's still unscathed, a bit confused, but his innate thick skin prevents his mouth from being silent. "You're about to die, and you're still talking big. What makes you dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Bu Haishan created a huge red and black circle encompassing his entire body, shadow halo. Countless jet black spheres immediately surrounded Bu Haishan, accompanied by murderous intent. "You've pissed me off. But in my eyes, you're just an annoying fly. Just die." As always, before doing anything, he had to flash his signature creepy smile. Bu Haishan started controlling the spheres to attack Mu Tianran, but because he has the main character aura, he dodged them all. Seeing that his flashy moves all missed, Bu Haishan angrily said, "You little punk, weren't you just mouthing off? Why are you dodging like a coward?" Mu Tianran suddenly smirked disdainfully. He confidently knelt down in front of him. "Fine, if senior brother tells me not to dodge, then I won't." The jet black spheres rushed forward with the speed of a baby lawn riding a bike, heading straight for the kneeling Mu Tianran. Bu Haishan grinned triumphantly. "Ha, you asked for it." A white dragon and a turtle appeared behind Mu Tianran, both massive. Myriad Swords Art First Form, Sword Net, Xuan Wu, Mu Tianran began to swing his sword to counterattack. Everywhere his sword struck, the shadow halos dissipated. Nothing could touch him. Seeing that he was able to block all the shadow halos he created, Bu Haishan raised the difficulty of the game. He created a sphere twice as big as the previous ones. Just blocking shadow halo swarm, don't get ahead of yourself. Bu Haishan swung his hand down hard, the sphere rapidly approaching Mu Tianran. Bu Haishan triumphantly said, "I'll let you taste this powerful strike. Shadow Halo Grand Art. Die!" Mu Tianran's eyes widened with a steely glint. With just a single slash, Myriad Swords Art Third Form, Bu Haishan's Shadow Halo Grand Art was torn to shreds. Spirit Sword Azure Dragon, Mu Tianran burst forth from the misty haze like a shooting star. Bu Haishan spoke as he rushed forward. "I don't want to be a target for you to throw." Senior brother's head. In his head he thinks, "It's my first time at Tianlian's sect. I can't let things go too far, but I have to let them know I'm not easy to bully." Bu Haishan gritted his teeth, surprised to see Mu Tianran still unscathed, even provoking him. Mu Tianran planted his sword into the ground. A surge of energy from the sword traveled up to his hand. He slowly removed his hand from the sword, that hand creating a mysterious energy. He said to him, "Lin Shixiong, you attack." Bu Haishan, still stubborn, retorted, "Humph. Just relying on your soft fists." Mu Tianran unleashed a powerful strike, finishing the sentence from earlier, "I'll return it all to you." Bu Haishan's whole body went limp from Mu Tianran's blow, his previously provocative face now ashen like the sky. The bones in his body were cracking. Bu Haishan painfully thought, "How can this be? This kid is only Earthrealm." Everyone witnessing this was equally shocked. "Are you kidding me? An Earthrealm newbie can injure Bu Haishan, who's ranked 4th on the Wind Bamboo ranking?" Fan Tong exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? How can this be?" Liu Yu was also unconvinced, and praised, "As expected, this kid is not simple." Zhang Ping's face was wide-eyed, speechless. Azam Bao shouted, "Xiaoran Ji!" Bu Haishan fell backwards in pain from this spectacular reversal. Mu Tianran looked at him lying sprawled on the ground, and said, "Shixiang, you should have just endured." Fan Tong ran over, asking with concern, "Boss, are you alright?" Only to be sent flying by Bo Haishan. "Get lost." He slowly stood up weakly. "You're good. My bones and organs are all badly injured." Bo Haishan continued to challenge him as he regained his strength. "Mu Tianran, today you must die here." Mu Tianran yanked the sword out of the ground. No idea what kind of juice the earth's got, but it turned his purple sword straight up red. He faced the dude and said loud and clear, "Coming to the heavenly refinement sect ain't about picking fights." He pointed his sword at Bu Haishan. "As a newbie, I ain't looking for no trouble. You don't mess with me, I don't mess with you." Mu Tianran doesn't go looking for trouble, but he ain't afraid of it either. Everyone was buzzing. "Dude's so cocky. If I could beat Bu Haishan, I'd be cocky too." Bu Haishan gritted his teeth, pissed. "You little maggot, don't get ahead of yourself." Bu Haishan juiced up his power, radiating some red energy. "Alright, I'll show you my full power." Mu Tianran just frowned, watching him flex. Liu Yu worried. "Bao Zhangping, this is getting crazy. Zhangping, go find teacher Su Yan, quick." Zhangping bolted, then yelled back to Liu Yu, "Got it, I'm on it." Meanwhile, Bu Haishan was still showing off, "I'm gonna make you regret you were ever born." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, scattering Bu Haishan's power. "Shut up already," a voice echoed, and both sides of the fight went silent. It was some dude chilling in a tree nearby. The peanut gallery started whispering again, "It's Mad Lion Shun. What's he doing in a tree?" Guangxi Shun just casually reminded them, but not in a friendly way. "You trash are making too much noise and disturbing my sleep." Bu Haishan answered him. "Guangxi Shun, this is my business." He sounded polite, but inside he was raging. "Why's this pain in the ass gotta be here?" Guangxi Shun activated his death glare, saying to him, "Make any more noise, and I'll kill you." Bu Haishan got so scared he started sweating bullets, and he quickly shut his mouth. Fan Tong, like he couldn't accept reality, whimpered from the ground. "Boss." Bu Haishan paused for a sec to say to Mu Tianran, "Mu Tianran, remember this. Even if you run, we're still gonna cripple you at the grand tournament in 3 months." He confidently replied, "Quick, I'll be waiting." After the fight ended, he looked towards the tree. He went over to thank Guangxi Shun, who was lying on the tree, blinking. "Thanks for the help, senior brother." He opened one eye, glanced over, then quickly shut it again, replying super short, "Yeah, trash." Mu Tianran was a little stunned, thinking this guy was hard to approach. Just then, Azabao saw Lu Tianran and waved happily, calling out, "Zhao Ranji. Zhao Ranji." Then, Aibao slowly walked over to Lu Tianran, his face full of happy excitement, and said, "Zhao Ranji, you were so awesome just now," even though he was busy turning his head to look at the tree. Hearing that, Lu Tianran turned his head back and replied, "Yeah, just lucky." At this time, Zhang Ping heard all of Abao's words, and Lu Tianran's as well, and replied, "Little brother, don't be modest. In our academy, the only ones who can beat Bu Haishan are the bosses of the blue and red gangs and the guy in the tree. I was originally planning to invite you to join, but now I have to wait for the boss to come out of seclusion and invite you personally." Hearing that, Zhang Ping was certain that such a big thing had happened on his first day of enrollment, so no one in Fengzhou Academy would dare to cause trouble for him in the future. Hearing this, he turned his head and exclaimed. At this time, the surrounding students saw this and began to praise him. "That person is really powerful." Or, they whispered to each other, "Perhaps our Fengzhou Academy will be on the heavenly refinement list this year." At this time, someone suddenly suggested, "Tianran, you destroyed his gang's prestige and made everyone feel relieved. Today, I will invite you as our welcome party." Hearing this, everyone responded in unison, "Okay." Hearing this sounded interesting. "We will also come in half an hour." At this time, teacher Su Yan arrived late and turned around and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say the disciples were fighting? Why is no one here?" According to records, every year in November, all students will organize academy competitions to confirm the top 30 on the strength list. As long as the academy has students on the strength list, they will receive generous treatment. And of course, the most important thing is that the top 5 on the strength list in each academy can participate in the heavenly refinement list, 8 bajeo, 8 chicken legs, and directed. As long as you can enter the heavenly refinement list, you can represent the heavenly refinement sect to carry out tasks in foreign regions and participate in competitions to obtain a passport. Hearing this, Mu Tianran smiled happily and said, "It's great to have a Gabaho who knows everything," but in his mind he thought otherwise. "Therefore, if I want to find my mother, I must be on the heavenly refinement list. I must get it." At this moment, a voice suddenly asked, "Xiao Ran bro, the heavenly refinement sect competition is super intense, not like at the Wind Bamboo Academy. You really want to join?" Hearing that, he laughed and said, "That's right. That's the reason I joined the heavenly refinement sect." At this moment, Ao Bao raised his hand and praised. "As expected, can't underestimate Xiao Ran. I really admire people like you. If you need any pills for cultivation in the future, just let me know." While reaching into his robe to take something out, Mu Tianran asked, Ha, then thanks. Oh yeah, Abao, I have something I want to ask you about. Do you know what this is? This is a treasure left behind by my mother's family. The night market secret treasure. I heard it's related to medicine. You're from the Medicine King Valley, you should know about it, right? Then he placed a box on the table. Seeing this, Abao rubbed his chin and asked, Night market secret treasure? This is? Then Abao asked shyly, What is this? Isn't it just a box? Hearing that, Mu Tianran was speechless. Then Abao innocently smiled and picked up a chicken drumstick, saying, It's okay, Xiaoran bro, I'll go home and ask the old fogies at the Medicine King Valley, maybe they'll know. Then suddenly, he smiled and said, Abao, then I'll have to trouble you. Hearing this, Abao hurriedly said, No trouble at all, I still need to hug Xiaoran bro's big leg. In the future, these small matters are nothing. At the Heavenly Stage 4th Duan, Bu Fengshan is just small fry at the Heavenly Fire Academy. In the future, he still has to challenge the Heavenly Refinement ranking. Mu Tianran knows that he must quickly make up for his lack of strength. The two of them, each with a stack of books, charged in, thinking of what Mu Tianran was taught. Practicing the heavy sword, boundless roar, feels like a big disadvantage. To break through, he must use a method that is both effective and fast. That is, constant cultivation. And 2 months later, Mu Tianran broke through to Earth Stage 7th Duan. At this moment, Mu Tianran suddenly opened his eyes and looked at everything. The scenery around him now was extremely beautiful and mesmerizing. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A row of butterflies. At this moment, Mu Tianran thought, along with the increase in cultivation level, even if it's dark and cloudy outside, the divine demon Holy Eyes can still see the butterflies miles away. Then he happily stretched his back and thought to himself with a big laugh, the Heavenly Refinement sect is indeed well deserved of its reputation. The Academy has the mountain range's primordial energy, so cultivating here is the most suitable. I've already listed the rare materials that Dinji needs for Abao. Abao has already asked the Medicine King Valley to send them, so I can rest assured. Then he flew down, looked over to the other side and heard some whispering, and was startled, asking, It's so late, why is there still noise over there? Then he slowly tiptoed over and peeked, asking, Who is cultivating so late? Then suddenly, something shocked him, and his cheeks turned red as he thought, It's Headmaster Xuan, a girl with beautiful white hair. Seeing Headmaster Xuan, Mu Tianran wondered to himself, Headmaster Xuan's martial arts are so beautiful, but there's a faint sense of sadness emanating from them. While lost in thought, suddenly, as if sensing something, the headmaster turned around with a sharp gaze. Then she closed her eyes, slowly raised her foot. Her hands were slender, slowly touching, and feeling the silk ribbon in her hand. Then she struck towards Mu Tianran and shouted, Come out. Seeing this, he cautiously retreated and said, This is bad, I've been discovered. Then suddenly, both of them fell out, followed by a loud, painful scream. Why? Subconsciously, he looked to the side and was startled, asking himself, Teacher Suyan is here too. At this moment, Teacher Suyan grimaced in pain and said, Zhao Xuan, you hit too hard. At this moment, a pair of bare feet walked over, and she frowned as she asked, What are you two sneaking around here for? Seeing her like that, Teacher Suyan waved his hand and said, Zhao Xuan, you don't know. I have to report to you every day. Seeing that you weren't in your room, I guessed you were here. Therefore, before Teacher Suyan could finish speaking, Zhao Xuan glanced over and asked, What about you? Seeing this, Mu Tianran explained in a flustered manner, I just finished cultivating and was passing by. I didn't intentionally peek at Headmaster Xuan. Hearing this, she questioned, Cultivating? You little rascal. Then Zhao Xuan angrily gritted her teeth and cursed. Isn't this supposed to be rest time, according to Fengzhou Academy's rules? Could it be that you're cultivating some heretical art that requires practicing at night? She said, her face a mix of anger and disbelief. Seeing this, he flinched back cautiously. No, it's not like that, But in his head, he thought, why the sudden mood swing? Did she find out? Just then, Suyan suddenly stepped in to defuse the situation. Dean, I was just about to report, but Zhao Xuan waved her off, turning away. Not in the mood. Tell me tomorrow. Making Mu Tianran breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily she's not holding it against me. The dean's personality is a bit quirky. Seeing him deep in thought, Suyan turned back and said, It's okay, you don't need to mind it. Zhao Xuan isn't deliberately trying to make things difficult for you. After that incident years ago, Zhao Xuan became like this. Hearing this, Mu Tianran frowned and asked, Suyan Laoshi, that incident years ago. Seeing his curiosity, Suyan gave a wry smile and said, It's a long story. The dean and I have known each other for a long time. Let's talk somewhere else. Then the two of them went to a secluded place. Seeing this, he asked, Here, Seeing his confusion, Su Yan said, "This is where Xiao Xuan's power was sealed." Hearing the words, sealed power, he asked, "Sealed power? What exactly happened?" Seeing this, Su Yan smiled and said, "Anyway, it's not really a secret, so it's okay to tell you." Then Su Yan began to tell the story. The whole thing started with the aftermath of the battle when the Shenmo sect attacked Tiancheng that year. Hearing the name Shenmo sect, Mu Tianran was startled and asked, "Shenmo sect?" Seeing his reaction, Su Yan asked curiously, "Hey, why are you reacting so strangely? Do you know someone from the Shenmo sect?" Seeing this, he hastily denied, I don't know what that is." Hearing this, Su Yan cheerfully adjusted his glasses, laughing, "Ha, don't be so tense, I was just teasing you. Relax." Hearing this, his face darkened, forcing a smile. Ha, Su Yan Laoshi is so funny. But Din Xuan's power was sealed. Could it be because of someone from the Shenmo sect? But in his heart, he was terrified. That was close. I almost blew my cover. But in response to him, Su Yan seriously said, "You're right. Xiao Xuan is a member of the Shenmo sect." Hearing this, Mu Tianran was shocked and blurted out. Then he smiled brightly and said, "But she's not of the Shenmo bloodline, so she's not completely one of them." Hearing this, he was puzzled and asked, "Right, but not really. Can Su Yan Laoshi explain?" Then Su Yan began to explain. Xiao Xuan's surname is Murong, and she's the granddaughter of Murong Tian, the sect leader of the Shenmo sect. His face changed drastically upon hearing this. He thought in disbelief. What? Din Xuan is Shizun's granddaughter? At this time, Mu Tianran asked, "How can that be? I heard that the Shenmo sect's loyalists were all wiped out, and the lucky survivors were considered bloodline slaves and sent to the Arctic wilderness." Hearing this, Su Yan pushed up his glasses and said, "Oh, bloodline slaves, Arctic wilderness. It seems, quite a bit. Although Xiao Xuan is his granddaughter, she's not that kind of bloodline. From a young age, Xiao Xuan grew up in Tiancheng. They were separated early on, and the title of granddaughter is just a formality. But Xiao Xuan wasn't implicated by the Shenmo sect, not because of this." Back then, the Tianlichen sect hadn't yet been divided into the 6 institutes. Xiao Xuan's talent was exceptional. She was the first female disciple on the Tianlichen sect's list. Therefore, after Xiao Xuan graduated, she was entrusted with the important task of becoming the dean of Fengzhou Academy, one of the 6 branches of the Tianlian sect. At that time, Xiao Xuan, along with the dean of the Tianhuo Academy, were hand-picked by the white-robed celestial sovereign to become the rising stars of Tiancheng, and under Xiao Xuan's management, Fengzhou Academy has cultivated a large number of outstanding talents. Not only that, in the story of military and civilian management in Tiancheng, Xiao Xuan's policies brought great benefits to Tiancheng. A period of time passed, until one day, a person suddenly appeared from the sky, slowly descending to the mortal world. Below, he slowly looked at everyone around him. This white-haired old geezer's all like, "Never thought the white-robed celestial sovereign who used to wield a sword would be leaning on a cane now." Then, a hand slowly appears, gripping a cane, and says, "You demonic scum! I let you escape back then, and now you dare show your face again." The speaker reveals himself to be the white-robed celestial sovereign, the old man mentioned. He bursts into laughter. "Ha, today I'm just visiting my precious granddaughter and catching up with an old friend to settle our debts." From the crowd, Xiao Xuan folds her arms, glaring at him. Her face is full of anger. Seeing him, her face softens as she calls out, "Gee, grand." Hearing her voice, he turns around and asks, "Murong Xuan," and that battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone saw that Tiancheng was devastated. Everywhere was covered in blood and flames, all the way to Tiandu. Immediately after, Tiandu sacrificed many celestial sovereign-level powerhouses to repel the god-demon sect, winning, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. But from then on, even though Xiao Xuan fought for Tiancheng in the Great Battle, she was still gossiped about and ostracized by everyone. Everyone looked at her and whispered, saying unpleasant and contemptuous words. And no matter how brilliant Xiao Xuan's achievements were, people still suspected her. At this time, the white-robed celestial sovereign decided to seal Xiao Xuan, controlling her strength, to prevent Xiao Xuan from doing anything detrimental to Tiancheng. A mark appeared on Xiao Xuan's shoulder, and as a result, Fengzhou Academy was implicated, its reputation plummeted, elite students left, and the distribution of resources decreased, falling from the top academy to the bottom, as it is now. And from then on, Xiao Xuan's bright, innocent smile was gone. When Su Yan got to this part of the story, Mu Tianran suddenly thought, "No wonder I feel a sense of familiarity with Headmaster Xuan. So she's the grandkid of my master. Headmaster Xuan is so pitiful. The seal hasn't been lifted yet. I'll just secretly undo it later." He spoke up. Hearing this, Su Yan replied, "It's not that easy to undo a celestial sovereign seal. It's not like you can just undo it whenever you want. But even if it could be undone, Xiaoshuan's identity would mean she is branded as a traitor. That's why the celestial sovereign comes to check Xiaoshuan's seal periodically. How easy do you think it is to sneak away? Xiaoshuan was unwilling and loyal to Tiancheng with all her heart, but in the end she was branded as a traitor. Su Yan's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily, "After decades, Xiaoshuan seems to have seen through everything and doesn't care about nosy matters, but in reality, Xiaoshuan is just enduring it all by herself." Then, angrily, Su Yan punched the wall and said, "What I can do now is to help Xiaoshuan return to the peak of Fengzhou Academy. To prove to everyone in Tiancheng that even if she is bound, Xiaoshuan is still the best mentor in Tiancheng." Su Yan had an angry and determined expression on his face at this moment, and Mu Tianran cheekily covered his hand and asked, "Actually, does Director Su Yan like Headmaster Xuan?" Causing Su Yan to blush embarrassedly, his hand was swollen. In an instant he quickly flailed his hands like a child. His cheeks flushed and refused. No, don't talk nonsense, it hurts so much." He turned his face away after refusing, causing Mu Tianran to suspiciously rub his chin and tease him. Okay, I understand. Unreasonable anger. Su Yan then chased him away. "It's late, Mu Tianran. You go back to the dormitory quickly." Hearing this, Mu Tianran also agreed. "Good night, Director Su Yan. I will keep it a secret, he." On the beautiful morning of the second day, Fengzhou mountain range, suddenly Zhang Ping went out into the yard and saw a large feather, and exclaimed, "Wow, such a big feather." Looking up at the sky, he exclaimed, "Ah, there is a big bird carrying something." At this time, Master Crane ordered, "Yuan Hu, Xiang, you go and investigate. Lu Ha, you come with me to Fengzhou Academy." Hearing this, the disciple said, "Yes, Master Crane." A certain man is talking to Murong Tian, Xiaoshuan. This time, Fengzhou Academy is participating in the Heaven Refining Rankings. Maybe they will be on the Heaven Refining Rankings, although he is very rebellious. Guangxi's strength is very powerful, and Hongbang and Lanbang are about to leave seclusion. Murong Tian closed her eyes to rest, she said proudly. HMPH, hopefully so. The man, wearing a pair of glasses, clasped his hands and continued to discuss other issues with her. "But, Xiaoshuan, aren't you going to see the disciples practice today?" Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. A trace of doubt appeared in his mind. "Someone's there." Murong Tian seemed to have discovered someone eavesdropping, she said. "If you're here, why are you still sneaking around?" The masked figure stood at the edge of the doorway, only half their body visible, and let out a chuckle. They stepped into the room, saying as they walked, "What does Headmaster Xuan Yuan say?" The masked figure stopped, glanced at Murong Tian and the attendant, and said, "This venerable one is just here for a routine inspection." Murong Tian said with a sullen face. "So have you discovered it yet, Celestial Venerable Envoy? Or should I say, Headmaster Bai Buquan of Bituo Academy?" Seeing that Murong Tian had discovered their identity, the masked figure raised a hand to pull off the mask, saying, "Then I won't beat around the bush, Headmaster Xuan. What have you decided about the last matter?" Underneath the mask was a platinum-haired man with very handsome features. However, across this dashing face was a scar that ran from under the corner of his eye to his nostril. He was Bai Buquan, the Celestial Venerable Envoy Headmaster of Bituo Academy, Xuan Tian Peak. Murong Tian sat up from the backrest of her chair, saying, "I already answered you very clearly last time. Don't waste your time on me anymore." Bai Buquan, the Celestial Venerable Envoy, still confidently said, "Murong Tian, this is your last chance. I only need you to help me, and I will help you restore your freedom." Murong Tian covered her mouth and sneered, "Restore my freedom? You mean help me leave Tiancheng and Kaijie the Seal? Bai Buquan, do you have that ability?" Bai Buquan, the Celestial Venerable Envoy, was so angered by Murong Tian's taunts that he crushed the mask he had just taken off. Murong Tian became serious again, saying, "How about this? I appreciate Headmaster Bai's good intentions. If you could help me break the seal, you wouldn't need to ask me to go to Yawang Valley 5 or 7 times to get medicine for you." In the sky outside, 2 sparrows were soaring. They looked so free, but suddenly, a burst of power shot out, freezing the 2 sparrows instantly. The 2 blocks of ice fell to the ground with a thud, accompanied by someone's guttural voice. "But helping me leave Tiancheng is like asking me to collude with the Shenmazong, betraying Tiancheng." It was Murong Tian's voice. She stood up abruptly in anger, releasing waves of magic that froze everything around her. The bespectacled figure opened his mouth to call out, helping Murong Tian to calm down. Xiaoshuan, Murong Tian, was furious. With a wave of icy magic in her hand, she said, "I, Murong Tian, have no regrets. I have always been loyal to Tiancheng and will never leave. I, Murong Tian, am the headmaster of Fengzhou Academy, Xuan Tian 9th stage." Bai Buquan, the Celestial Venerable Envoy, smirked, thinking to himself, "Such powerful cold energy. Even with her power sealed, she still has such formidable abilities." Not knowing what he was planning, Bai Buquan, the Celestial Venerable Envoy, didn't fight. He clasped his hands together and smiled, saying, Well said, Headmaster Xuan is very reasonable. He approached Murong Xuan, saying, but don't forget, you are the remnant of a demon. He continued to warn in a low voice, Murong Xuan, based on this alone you will never gain legitimacy in this life. Murong Xuan, Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy, leaned close to Murong Xuan's ear and continued, the wound on my face still hurts to this day, all thanks to you, Murong Xuan. The flashback of Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy, gradually appeared. At that time he still had the obsession to defeat Murong Xuan. He said to Murong Xuan, you are the granddaughter of a demon, today I will use you to lure the demon here. Murong Xuan glanced at him and said, you're talking nonsense, Bai Buquan. What do you want to do? Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy, then wore a savage smile, saying, what do I want to do? Of course, I want to make a contribution. He reached out to grab Murong Xuan, saying, I have to catch you first anyway. Murong Xuan suddenly shouted, Bai Buquan. Immediately, a wave of magic flashed across his mask, revealing a long wound on his face that would later become his scar. Murong Xuan turned away, not giving him another glance, saying, old white robe, you're not willing to reason, are you? Meanwhile, Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy, screamed in pain, my face! My face! Murong Tian appeared in the memory. He said, today I must teach you a lesson. An old man with white hair stood in front of Murong Tian, saying, Murong Tian, now that you've come, don't even think about leaving Tiancheng. Murong Tian smirked, saying, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Suddenly, Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy, rushed forward to kill Murong Tian, shouting, die, demon! Murong Tian waved his hand and used a wave of magical power towards Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy, saying, it's not your turn to speak. Bai Buquan was crushed under Murong Tian's magical power. He screamed in pain. Returning to reality, Murong Xuan smiled sarcastically. Bai Buquan, the celestial venerable envoy. But I think that scar suits your temperament, Headmaster Bai. Bai Buquan, the celestial honored one of the heavenly court, said sternly, don't get cocky. If it weren't for the white-robed celestial honored one's orders not to injure people, I would have ripped your mouth to shreds. The guy with glasses who was with Murong Xuan had been silently watching the apes fight. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and Mu Tianran brushed off his hands excitedly, saying, I've beaten you now. Don't worry, someone will treat you well. A giant gorilla with lumps all over its head from being punched, foaming at the mouth, and its body tied up by vines. Mu Tianran held a baby monkey in his hand, wondering, I really don't get it, why would anyone use a six-eared macaque as a pet for this mission? Out of nowhere, a guy in a silver mask laughed loudly. So happy after defeating a weak, low-level trash, you really are a disciple of a garbage academy. He continued laughing. Even kidnapping a six-eared macaque is a crime. Mu Tianran turned around towards the voice and shouted, who's there? The silver-masked guy picked up a flute and started playing. Mu Tianran wondered. The flute sound suddenly has screams mixed in. Appearing from nowhere, roaring and screaming, Mu Tianran picked up his sword and said, want to interfere but don't want to show your face, seems like you're nothing good. Mu Tianran raised his sword, confidently saying, if you keep hiding, I'll drag you out and hold you accountable. Several gorillas appeared from nowhere, surrounding Mu Tianran. Mu Tianran stood in the middle, puzzled, thinking, suddenly, giant apes from all over are gathering here, and they look super ferocious. Mixed with the sound of the flute, the gorillas opened their mouths, their fangs long and sharp, as if they wanted to devour Mu Tianran alive, Mu Tianran thought. The flute is controlling them. Mu Tianran's face hardened as he thought of a plan. I have to find that guy first. The silver-masked guy played the flute louder and louder, and the gorillas moved faster accordingly, forcing Mu Tianran to dodge constantly. Mu Tianran dodged and thought, but there are so many apes, my movements are restricted. Suddenly, a gorilla's fist came flying from nowhere, brushing past Mu Tianran's body, as if the arm was about to send him flying away. Mu Tianran looked at the huge fist and thought, I have a plan. He accepted the gorilla's punch, and went flying into a tall tree, sticking tightly to the trunk. After that punch, the silver-masked guy landed on the ground in front of the tree that Mu Tianran was stuck to. He smugly said, you talk a big game, but you can't even take one hit. The silver-masked guy took out a dark green jade. He continued, let me see what level you are at in the Fong Truk Trash Academy. It turned out that the dark green jade was Chen Shi's eye. Chen Shi's eye is a rare beast in the all-black deep forest. The eyes of Xian Zhihe Shen Zhao are made from this material. Wearing this item can see clearly in dark environments. Just aim at the target, and you can check the target's cultivation level. The green jade has a color that matches the eyes of a black owl. The silver-masked guy cast his magic to see Mu Tianran's origin. He grunted and said, HMPH, just Earth Stage 7th level. The silver-masked guy, and the gorilla that had just punched Mu Tianran, looked at him disdainfully and said, I thought it would be fun. I accidentally killed him," he continued. Although Lord he instructed not to cause a big commotion, killing a piece of trash is no big deal. As he spoke, he chuckled. Suddenly, Mu Tianran's body moved. He channeled his magic into his sword. Showing a stream of purple magic, Mu Tianran teleported away from the tree, leaving only his magic power behind. The silver masked guy was caught off guard and didn't have time to react. Mu Tianran appeared behind the silver masked guy, his eyes showing a cold purple color. He said, "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" The silver masked guy thought in horror, This kid used defense, then lured me to show up." The silver masked guy laughed again and said, "Who are you? You dare to challenge my dignity?" Mu Tianran's sword was against the silver masked guy's neck, impatiently saying, "Enough talk, answer me now. Who are you?" Mu Tianran's eyes showed a hint of determination, wanting to know the answer clearly. The silver masked guy had a sword against his neck, speechless, and unable to say anything. After a moment he growled, "Speak! How dare you threaten this honored envoy?" He smirked, adding, "Originally I just wanted to mess with you, but now I've changed my mind, I'm going to kill you." With that, the silver masked guy raised his flute and started playing. A bunch of ape-like monsters charged out from nowhere. Drawn by the flute's sound, Mu Tianran's two streams of purple energy collided, and half of the masked guy's mask fell off. The masked guy was shocked, thinking, "He's only at Earth Stage 7th level, he should be mentally crushed by my flute's attack." Meanwhile, Mu Tianran also cautiously thought, "What a terrifying mental attack. If it weren't for the prolonged growth of my god demon Holy Eye, plus the support of Black Abyss, I'm afraid I would have." Mu Tianran raised his sword and declared, "Fengzhu Academy belongs to the Heavenly Refinement sect. It's not your place to cause trouble." The masked guy took off the remaining half of his mask. He scoffed, "Frog in a well? You don't even recognize this honored celestial envoy, and you dare to be so loud?" The masked guy, Lu, glared at Mu Tianran with hatred. He said, "Unforgivable." Luki jumped back, standing on the shoulder of a large ape, and pointed. "Just for disrespecting the celestial envoy, you deserve to die 10 times over." Sitting on the ape's shoulder, he continued, "You trash from Fengzhu Academy, you're just unlucky to run into me." Mu Tianran cautiously gripped his sword, thinking, he mentioned the celestial envoy that the steward mentioned. The ape pounded its chest and roared. Mu Tianran was deafened by the ape's roar. He thought, "Damn it, this sound, my ears hurt." He laughed loudly, saying, "You can't even withstand the roar of a great how, and you dare to be insolent before me? I am the celestial envoy Lu, mysterious heaven 1st level." The ape reached out and grabbed a tree, then it lifted the entire tree up into the air, but it looked like there was a figure on the tree. Mu Tianran blurted out in surprise. He saw a man fall to the ground, with a wine jug on his waist. Mu Tianran thought, "There's someone on the tree. Is it Crazy Lion Shun again?" The man fell in a truly outrageous pose, head facing the ground and feet in the air. Mu Tianran reconsidered his thoughts. Doesn't seem like it, but why does he like sleeping in trees? The man yelled, "Ouch! Who's disturbing my sleep?" Mu Tianran thought. He spoke. Lu Tian noticed that Mu Tianran wasn't paying attention to him, and he laughed loudly, saying, "You dare to be distracted in front of me, die." The man, who had just been falling head first, suddenly wiggled his fingers and said, "Monkeys, why are you guys so fierce today?" A stream of red energy surrounded the man who was falling head first. The red energy surged towards the monkeys and killed them. Meanwhile, the man falling head first recited something. "In the night I lie in bed, missing my wine, forcing the scenery to go." Murong Tian pulled up her sleeves and said, "The seal has been checked. If the celestial envoy has nothing else, I won't see you off." Bai Buquan, the celestial envoy, smiled and said, "The seal is fine, it's just that Bai hopes Elder Xuan will reconsider." The man with glasses stood in front of Murong Tian, held out his hand, and gestured for Bai Buquan to leave. The celestial envoy said, "Elder Bai Yu, please." Bai Buquan, the celestial envoy, said with a sneer, "HMPH. Clueless." Finally he accepted, and cupped his hands before turning to leave. As he walked out he said, "Murong Tian, if you've thought it through you can come find me. Bai will always be waiting." With that he let out a hearty laugh. Back at Mu Tianran's location, the apes were brutally tortured to death by the red energy. The Great Lu's face darkened as he said, "Meddling in other people's business. It seems that Fengzhu Academy also has trash that doesn't know the meaning of life." Mu Tianran thought in his head. Just now, he seemed to use a tree branch. "That bastard," the Great Lu sneered and continued, "Killing 2 Great Hao with 1 move, not bad, but don't think you're anything special." He continued to use the dark green jade, the Eye of Chen Shi, to examine the level of the man falling head first. He said, "Let me see. What ability do you have to dare stop me?" Through the Eye of Chen he saw a chaotic scene. That Lu guy wondered, what's going on, seeing a scene of chaos. Suddenly, the eye of Chen in his hand shattered. The Lu guy was taken by surprise. He continued to bring the flute to his lips, preparing to play, muttering to himself in confusion. Fengzhu Academy has strength that the eye of Chen couldn't detect. Impossible. There must be something wrong. If that's the case, I'll personally send you all to hell. Mu Tianran, sensing something was wrong, turned his face and looked at the man still upside down on the ground, saying, "Uncle, get up and run." The man still upside down on the ground used his foot to scratch his other shin, saying, "Are you young people's energy so vigorous?" Then that man put 2 fingers together to cast a spell. A surge of red magical power rushed forth. Meanwhile, the man still upside down on the ground said, "I just wanted to take a nap." The Lu guy used his flute to cast a spell. Jade flute demonic sound, first movement. Mu Tianran covered his ears with both hands, thinking in his mind, "This sound is 10 times more shocking than before." But suddenly, a surge of red magic rushed over, blowing away the sound the flute was making. The Lu guy, who was on the shoulder of a gorilla, was surprised, wondering to himself, "What? It broke through my sound barrier." He frowned in confusion, thinking, "Has some skill, but can a twig possibly stand against my heaven-grade, jade bamboo imperial flute?" The red magical power was getting closer and closer to that Lu guy. While he continued to play the flute, he continued his train of thought, "Watch my performance tear you to pieces." But the red magic power didn't spare him. Inside that magical power was a twig. It pierced through the sound layers that the flute blew out, and then shattered his flute completely. The Lu guy was surprised and hadn't reacted yet. Fragments of the shattered flute grazed past the side of his face, creating some scratches. He couldn't believe it, thinking, my heavenly weapon was shattered by a bird using a twig." He grinned, his eyes like a wild beast, talking to himself. "Impossible. Impossible." He looked at the scene of Mu Tianran shouting, "Uncle, run away!" while pulling at the legs of the man planted headfirst into the ground, unable to believe it, thinking, "It's clearly just a twig, but I feel like a giant sword is pressing against my throat." That Lu guy imagined a golden sword point aiming at his head. Suddenly, a crane cried out. That Lu guy suddenly turned towards the sound of the crane. "It's Lord Crane summoning us." He was still angry, thinking, "Fengzhu Academy has a mysterious expert. I must report this to Lord Crane." The train of thought ended. He turned to Mu Tianran, and the man still planted headfirst into the ground, shouting, "Listen clearly, I'll spare you this time." Mu Tianran turned his head to face him. The Lu guy said, "Next time, I will definitely send you to see King Yama." The Lu guy grinned and said the final warning, "Especially you, kid. Next time you won't be so lucky. I'll remember you." With that, he ordered the gorilla he was standing on, "Go." The gorilla obeyed and flew into the sky. Leaving Mu Tianran on the ground, he thought with a dark face, "The celestial honored ones. It's extremely disadvantageous to confront them now." He thought again. Actually, instead of saying he spared us, it should be said that he's afraid of this uncle. Suddenly, an arm threw mud at Mu Tianran's face, making him shout, "Ouch!" That man had now gotten out of the ground, he said to Mu Tianran, "daring to plant my face in the ground. I'm so pissed, little brat. The origin energy on your body feels strange." Mu Tianran was surprised and said, "Huh, Uncle's willing to come out now." That man glanced at Mu Tianran, saying, "You stinky brat, you have the bloodline of gods and demons, right?" Mu Tianran raised his sword vigilantly. "What do you mean by asking, uncle?" That man replied lazily. "No need to pretend, you can't fool me." Then yawned. With that, he stroked his bangs, continuing, "I didn't expect there to still be a bloodline of gods and demons existing in Tiancheng, and even letting you into the heaven-refining sect." Then he exclaimed, "Impressive kid." That man stared at Mu Tianran again, asking, "What is your purpose?" Mu Tianran thought warily to himself, "The Emperor's core? You're saying my blood is enough to conceal the bloodline of gods and demons? Anyone below Zhu Tianzun has to call him, Your Excellency." Suddenly, the man's stomach rumbled. He seemed starving, he said. "But before I answer, could you give me something to eat?" Mu Tianran said to himself, feeling helpless. "What is with this guy?" Wings fluttered across the sky. And suddenly Grandfather Crane spoke up. "Have any of you noticed anything strange in the Fengzhu mountain range?" The masked man, being the subordinate, respectfully said, "Reporting, Grandfather Crane. Nothing strange in my patrol area." The others behind him reported in turn. Xiao Yuan and Da Xiang had also found nothing unusual. Grandfather Crane turned around and asked, "Lu, did you encounter any disciples from Fengzhu Academy?" The one addressed as Lu immediately bowed. "Yes, but only those below the heaven stage. Fengzhu Academy is the same as every year, not worth mentioning." Hearing this, Grandfather Crane turned his head, looking at Lu with icy eyes. "Then what's that injury on you?" Lu looked up in surprise and replied, "It's because something happened. I was just about to report it to you, Grandfather Crane." Then he gritted his teeth. "I encountered a mysterious expert, not from Fengzhu Academy, whose strength is even on par with you, Grandfather Crane. Should we? Grandfather Crane's eyes suddenly flashed. Fengzhou mountain range. Even Murong Tian is not as strong as me. And you dare to say there's someone stronger. Suddenly, Lu felt a chill. His face darkened, and he hurriedly knelt down, bowing. No, your subordinate deserves to die. That person is definitely not as strong as White Crane Grandmaster. The grandfather's back was steady. Forget it. As long as they're from Fengzhou, we don't need to care. Wings soared in the sky. Bai Yuan. He slowly said, Lu, you are a promising disciple of the Qimu Academy. Although you have reached the celestial immortal realm only with the power of music, it will be difficult to deal with it when an enemy approaches, even at your current level. Remember, Lu quickly replied. Disciple will remember Bai Yuan headmaster's teachings. The wind whispered on the mountain peak, and the uncle opposite looked at Mu Tianran and said, Kid, there's something weird about you. I can sense the power of a primordial spirit on you. Mu Tianran's face was stern, and the scorching sun made sweat drip down his cheeks. The opposite party answered himself. Hey, don't be so tense. I'm not interested in you. If I wanted to catch you, I would have done it already. With that, he twisted the gourd. Luckily you met me. If it were someone else, you would have been sent to pioneer the wasteland. Starving, he quickly walked forward, his back straight, leaving only one sentence. If there's nothing to eat, I'm leaving. You be careful, see ya. Mu Tianran watched that back, and he pondered for a while. He even knows about the existence of the Emperor's core. This uncle is definitely an expert. Mu Tianran waved from behind. Uncle, I have chicken legs. If you don't mind. Before he could finish speaking, the uncle suddenly turned around and ran towards him. Coming! Why didn't you say so earlier? Made me take a few steps. Mu Tianran pretended to be helpless, but his actions didn't resemble the demeanor of a strong person. Mu Tianran took out a bag of stuff from his clothes. Let me see, it seems to be here. Looking at the silk brocade bag, he added. Oh, I'm not from a prominent family. I'm from a small town far away from Tiancheng. The uncle was expressionless. With the spirit of a powerful primordial, wearing a top-level Qiankun bag, the bloodline of gods and demons still wandering around Tiandu. But you have no backer. Do you think I'm stupid? His hands groped for the sword. Your Qiankun bag seems to be of a very high level, kid. Are you from a Tiancheng clan? To add authenticity to his words, he raised the sword and pointed at it. Bought on credit. Is this the voice of the holy mature, tender branch from the demon realm? This is the broken sword treasure that swordsmen dream of their entire lives? It's it. Extremely high-end, even royalty and aristocratic families wouldn't be able to touch something this high-end their whole lives. Mu Tianran just waved his hand, he said with a dry laugh. Picked it up? I picked it up. I am indeed a commoner. The uncle picked his nose with his pinky finger, looking doubtful. Could it be that you encountered some opportunity? The luck of young people these days is truly enviable. Mu Tianran didn't answer. He changed the subject. He poured out the gourd. Golden grains fell out, and he leaned down, resting his chin on his hand, and asked, What is this? Then add water. Mu Tianran poured water on the cloth containing the golden grains. Soon, pieces of chicken legs gradually bloomed, and the aroma wafted up his nose. Chicken legs are ready. Please enjoy, uncle. He picked up a piece of chicken leg and said, dissatisfied, Only chicken legs. Thinking for a while, all right, I'll just eat this for now. His mouth lightly bit into the chicken leg, and the flavor gently spread in his mouth. The uncle felt like he was about to become an immortal, and he secretly gestured in his heart. Ah, this feeling, tender meat, sweet juice. The vitality in the body fluctuates, full of vitality this is, seeming to find the appropriate word. He yelled, Youth! Once all the meat was gone, leaving only the bone, he gripped it tightly and asked, Young man, where did you buy this chicken leg? Mu Tianran replied nonchalantly. I didn't buy it. A friend of mine concocted it. The old man looked surprised. Oh. So he's a culinary genius, Mu Tianran retorted. Actually, he concocts a lot of pills. The chicken bone was tossed aside, and he said between bites, Pill chicken leg, haha, interesting, I really like it. With a full belly, the old man rubbed his stomach with satisfaction, but also with distress. How am I going to eat it again later? Beads of sweat dripped down. Mu Tianran deadpanned. Is this that good? Whatever, I'm heading back. With that, he bowed and said, Goodbye, old man. I need to get back to the academy. If you like it, you can find me. The old man sat there nonchalantly and replied, Nah, it's all right. The old man picked his ear and muttered to himself, I don't want to go where there are crowds. Too troublesome. Don't like it. He rested his chin and thought for a moment. How about this? If you can bring me chicken legs every day, I'll teach you martial arts. Mu Tianran mimicked his posture. The divine demon art is the only technique, and I also have swordplay manuals. Just practice diligently. Old man, no need to be polite. I don't need it, he said seriously. Old man, you just need to tell me one thing. Who exactly are you? Why do you know about my divine demon bloodline and not attack me? Could it be that you're also? The old man looked serious, lowering his gaze. Ha ha, ah. Mu Tianran swallowed nervously. Suddenly, the old man slapped his thigh hard, laughing loudly as he spoke. I'm not telling you, haha, Mu Tianran thought helplessly. Looking at his actions and gestures, he doesn't seem like a powerhouse at all. Seeing that he had teased enough, the old man said, for the sake of the delicious chicken leg, I can tell you this. I'm not your enemy. Mu Tianran looked ahead as the old man continued. If you don't need to learn martial arts, then I'll teach you swordsmanship and help you break through to the celestial stage in exchange for the chicken legs. Deal? A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You should know that the divine demon bloodline will attract a thundering tribulation when reaching the celestial stage. If you're not well prepared, you could lose your life. Mu Tianran frowned. The celestial stage will have a thundering tribulation. Again. The old man stared directly at him, feeling that he was truly small at this moment. He wore a sinister expression. You've cultivated for so long, shouldn't you know that the divine demon bloodline isn't ordinary? What's so strange about having a thundering tribulation? Mu Tianran raised his hands, as if realizing something. Oh, it seems like Master said something similar too. He put away his teasing expression and asked seriously, why is the old man so knowledgeable about the divine demon bloodline? The old man slowly recalled. It's nothing. I once instructed someone who also had the divine demon bloodline. Remembering the figure of the young man riding on horseback, it's just that he was too foolish and died young. The old man cut straight to the chase, not saying much else. Teach you swordsmanship and help you in exchange for a lifetime supply of pill chicken legs. Do you agree? Mu Tianran replied quickly. Pill chicken legs are definitely not a problem. It's just the swordsmanship that Senior speaks of. Can't I just learn from a secret manual? The old man raised his gourd to his mouth, drinking the liquid inside. You learn from it? Really? How laughable. If I'm not mistaken, your move is the myriad sword decimation. This is very good, but the one who uses it, pausing for a moment, he continued, is like a pile of shit, insulting the technique and sword created by the demon realm Saintus. In Mu Tianran's mind, only the phrase like a pile of shit remained. He imagined himself as that pile of dung. He pointed the gourd at him. I will teach you what every swordsman desires. Entry into sword intent, sword aura. Mu Tianran's figure flew high, surrounded by blood-red spiritual energy. Jianjia spoke to Mu Tianran. A swordsman who doesn't grasp sword aura is just like wielding a sword and dancing. Mu Tianran held the sword in his hand and asked in daze. Sword aura? The old man pointed. The gas resistance will be born during the allocation of work? I know this too. Even the moves using the myriad sword decimation. I can infuse my vital energy to enhance its power. The swordmaster frowned slightly, glanced at him, and said, Idiot? What you're talking about is using your yuan qi to enhance your weapon's attack, not real sword qi. Suddenly, the swordmaster's face became serious, and he said, real sword qi is cultivating one's own essence into a sword. The old man turned his back with his hands clasped behind him. The scene was gloomy and terrifying. The swordmaster continued, become the sword, let the sword become you. Then he turned back and pointed two fingers at Mu Tianran, saying clearly, that might sound a little confusing. I can demonstrate it for you. The swordmaster used two fingers to catch a falling leaf, flung it powerfully, whizzing past the main character, causing him to stand motionless on the spot. He didn't even see it fly past. By the time he reacted, he was extremely surprised. His eyes widened with an unexpected thought. What? He was extremely surprised to witness the unimaginable power of sword qi. Mu Tianran thought to himself. Comprehending sword qi allows one to wield all things as swords. This is the pressure of sword qi. He was still holding the sword, standing there blankly thinking. Like the feeling of Shizun and Dianji, extremely penetrating sharpness, Mu Tianran breathed a long sigh, thinking about what he had experienced. After the swordmaster finished demonstrating, he ran over to Mu Tianran, put his hand over his mouth, and whispered temptingly, Little bro, how was it? This sword qi is awesome, right? Want to learn it? Faced with the swordmaster's unimaginable ignorance, he hesitated and replied, Uncle, you gotta be a little more handsome when you're serious. The swordmaster held the wine gourd in his hand, smiled lightly, and replied to Mu Tianran, Of course, wielding all things is only possible if you can comprehend sword qi to the extreme, but if you just get your foot in the door, I guarantee your moves will be at least 10 times more powerful. Over here, Mu Tianran clasped his hands respectfully and asked, Junior Mu Tianran will definitely learn sword qi from Senior. May I ask what Senior's name is? The swordmaster turned away with a blank face, waving his hand and replying, Name, just call me Swordmaster. Who cares if you learn it or not? Anyway, if you don't learn it, the braised chicken leg still has to be given to me. Who cares about you? Mu Tianran said helplessly. I heard that. Mu Tianran's face became serious, and he thought, there's only 1 month left. Until the Fengzhou Academy competition. I must become stronger before then. Scene changes to a certain place. Headmaster Su Yan is walking behind Murong Xuan. He says, Xiao Xuan, that guy Bai Buquan Hauer, comes here every month. Violating the half-year rule of Bai Bao Tianzun, Su Yan said with a slightly annoyed tone. I have to ask Bai Cao Tianzun for instructions. Headmaster Xuan just closed her eyes indifferently and replied. Instructions for what? Instructions for him to work responsibly? If instructions were useful, it wouldn't be your turn, would it? Suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside, causing Su Yan to exclaim in surprise. But, who's knocking? The guy went to open the door and saw Mu Tianran standing there. He asked, Mu Tianran, why are you here? What's the matter? Mu Tianran replied to Headmaster Su Yan. I want to ask for a month's leave, but I will return before the Fengzhou Academy's big competition. Headmaster Su Yan frowned with a slightly annoyed expression at his suggestion. Su Yan asked back, Is there something important? The competition is about to take place, you want to ask for leave? What about cultivation? Mu Tian scratched his head, waved his hand, and smiled apologetically, saying, Headmaster Su Yan, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking for leave to slack off on cultivation. On the contrary, it's to cultivate to become stronger. Su Yan looked disapproving. He asked back, How can that be? Is there a better cultivation environment than at the academy? What you're doing is... While the two were talking outside, Murong Xuan just stood inside, and after hearing Mu Tianran's intention, she spoke up. Don't waste any more time, kid. Just tell the truth. Why do you want to ask for leave? Mu Tianran was startled when he heard the voice. The voice sounded quite familiar to him. Headmaster Xuan stepped out and stood next to Su Yan. Mu Tianran immediately spoke up. Headmaster Xuan, you're here too. The girl frowned and asked seriously. What do you mean by saying you're taking a break to improve your strength? Mu Tianran stammered. Actually, I'm going to Fengzhou mountain range to encounter a stroke of good luck, so I have to. Murong Xuan smiled and replied to him. A stroke of good luck? Then you're in luck. But I hope you can judge well whether it's a stroke of good luck or bad luck. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Sunlight shone on the figures of the three people chatting right in front of the academy. Headmaster Xuan agreed after listening. Go, I allow it. Headmaster Su Yan looked quite angry, frowning and blaming her. Xiao Xuan, why do you trust Mu Tianran's decision so much? What if? She just turned away gently and replied, Although I'm giving you leave, I have one condition. 1 month later, at the Fengzhou Academy's big competition, you must be in the top 5. She turned her head, her eyes serious, and said, If not, I'll expel you. Mu Tianran stood there blankly. Stunned by Headmaster Xuan's words, he blurted out, Huh. But then he regained his senses. He happily clasped his hands, bowed, and said, Okay, thank you, Headmaster Xuan. Closing the door, Su Yan then blamed Headmaster Xuan. Xiao Xuan, I don't understand why you agreed with him. Murong Xuan turned and left, while Su Yan said, Mu Tianran has very high talent. If we can nurture him, who knows, he might represent Fengzhou Academy to participate in the Tianlian sect's big competition if you let him do as he pleases like this. Xuan Headmaster just glanced back at him and calmly replied, Su Yan, forced melons are not sweet. Entering the heavenly refinement sect is not easy. I believe he's not stupid enough to waste time. If he really encounters a fateful encounter and becomes one of the top 5 in the wind bamboo competition, wouldn't we have an extra helper? Su Yan stood in thought after hearing her analysis. She tapped her finger and said, If he can't get in, we'll just expel a lousy student. So just let him go. She glanced over, her eyes sharp with calculation. She said, Remember to keep an eye on the Mad Lion Shun and Honglan gangs. This year, we absolutely have to crush the students from B2 Academy under our feet. Director Su Yan replied. Understood. Then I'll head out first. Arriving at some house, Mu Tianran shouted, What, Xiaoran bro? You ate all the chicken drumstick elixirs. A little bro named Abba was hugging him. He said, Xiaoran bro always has the best eye. Unlike those old geezers from the Medicine King Valley, they're so wooden, haha. Mu Tianran, slightly uncomfortable, wanted to push him away. Abba, you're hugging me too tight. Mu Tianran then said seriously, Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Abao. How many chicken drumstick elixirs do you have left? Can you give me 1 sheng of chicken drumstick elixirs? Abao took out a large bag and placed it on the table, saying, 1 sheng. But this is all I have left. But in a few days, I'm going back to Medicine King Valley on a trip. I'll refine some for you and bring you some extra medicinal ingredients while I'm at it, Mu Tianran said. Okay, then I'll pay you later. Where's my Qiangkun pouch? Where's my Qiangkun pouch? He reached into his pocket to search for the Qiangkun pouch. Then Mu Tianran suddenly clutched his head in fear and thought, Crap, I dropped the DG's Qiangkun pouch where I found it. I gotta go first. I'll give you the money next time. On the other side, Jianji was staring blankly at Mu Tianran's Qiangkun pouch. He said, Hey, I know you're inside. Come out now. Dijuji inside thought, This guy is so annoying. How dare he wake this empress from her slumber? What the heck is that Mu Tianran doing? Her face was filled with anger. Daring to drop this empress? I'll let you have it later. Jianji sighed and said, "Oh, you're not coming out, huh?" A strange red light emanated from Jianji's body. He said, "I know you're not one of our kind. You're inside that kid's body. What is your plot in coming to Tiancheng? Speak," he frowned, apparently losing patience with her. In an angry tone, Jianji threatened, "Otherwise, I'll have to kill you." Diji inside laughed and said to him, "Ha ha, kill this empress. How dare you disrespect me? I see you want to die." Jianji was extremely angry, his eyes glowing with a terrifying expression, his teeth gnashing in anger. He shouted, "I want to die. No one has dared to say that to me in all these years." Diji extended her hand and conjured something. She said, "True treasure medicine for enhancing the primordial spirit. Now it's time to use it." With a confident tone, Diji affirmed, "Wasting medicinal ingredients is a small matter. Offending this empress is a big matter." The girl's eyes were filled with anger. "You arrogant brat, this empress will not spare you." The Changkun pouch seemed to emit a mysterious power, she boomed. "Daring to act arrogantly in front of this empress with just this little bit of skill, I'll make you wish you were dead." On Jianji's side, the fire of anger still raged in his heart. He said, "Ha ha, it seems you really like killing. Even if I don't have chicken to eat, I still have to kill you." From within the Changkun pouch, Diji appeared along with a mysterious black mist. She stepped out of the pouch with an extremely beautiful appearance. With an unexpected power, she said, "Kill this empress, ridiculous idiot. You will regret it." The two of them seemed to be challenging each other, causing the area where they stood to shine. With two symbolic colors of black and red, Diji challenged, "Did someone like you ever think about the consequences of what you wished for, you stinky man?" Jianji laughed lightly with a furious expression. "Ha ha. The primordial spirit inside the Changkun pouch turns out to be you." Diji extended her hand with bright red nails, interrogating Jianji. "This empress is asking you, what are you muttering about?" She stepped forward, grabbing Jianji's chin with just her hand. She didn't forget to scold him. Trash. At this moment, Jianji saw Diji's true power. He thought, just relying on charm magic alone. And I can't move. This woman is really powerful. Crap, I'm in trouble. Stop. Don't get excited. Mu Tianran rushed over in time to stop the two of them from conflicting. Jianji turned to glance at Mu Tianran, and Diji on this side was also distracted and glanced over at him. Under the sunset glow of the afternoon, Mu Tianran stood on the side, clapping his hands to mediate between the two. "Here's how things are. Everyone calm down and listen to me." Before he could explain, Diji cut in. "Mu Tianran, this time, the spirit transcending demonic core cost me everything I had." Mu Tianran gave a wry smile and waved his hand, replying, "I can help Diji find more of those things. Please, calm your anger." Hearing this, Dinji's fiery anger seemed to ignite her eyes. "Find more? Then how will you find the knot-tying dragon origin grass? I need 3 plants to consolidate my primordial spirit." But Mu Tianran hesitated and answered, I'll go to the Medicine King Valley." She interrupted him again, her anger still burning. "What Medicine King Valley? Those are spiritual medicines you can't just ask for." Suddenly, Jianji walked up from behind and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey kid, I was careless. I didn't expect the powerful primordial spirit from the demon realm would be in your Changkun pouch." Diji, hearing Jianji's words, calmed down a bit and exclaimed, "HMPH." Jianji's face darkened, and he frowned angrily. "It's a waste that I wanted to teach you swordsmanship, you little brat dared to hide this from me. I'm so pissed." Mu Tianran was so flustered that he broke out in a sweat. He hurriedly explained, "Jianji, listen to me." The old man still held tightly onto Mu Tianran's shoulder. The look on his face shifted to fascination at Dianji's beauty, and he drooled as he said, "No need to explain. Having such a beautiful exotic beauty next to you and not telling me. How wicked." Now Mu Tianran was even more horrified at the old man's unexpected move, and he hurriedly stopped him. "Jianji, your drool, your drool." Old Jianji hopped over to Dinji, hugged her leg, and happily said, "May I ask for the beauty's name?" "This humble one is Xiaojian, Jianji." Even Mu Tianran didn't expect this. He called him back. Hey, Jianjia." Pouting his lips and acting cute in front of Dinji, the old man raised his hand to explain, "That was just a misunderstanding, so beautiful." But Dinji unexpectedly slapped him with a thunderous slap. She frowned angrily, her eyes serious, as she said, "Scram, or you'll die." A bloody handprint was etched on Jianji's cheek, and he gently asked her, "You hit me?" Seeing this, Mu Tianran widened his eyes in shock and said, "We're doomed." But contrary to his worries, Jianji laughed happily, his eyes only seeing the beautiful beauty. He said, "So sassy, I love it. Hit harder, hit harder." Old Jianji lay on the ground taking a beating as Dinji whipped him repeatedly, and she even exclaimed about him, "Disgusting." This left Mu Tianran standing to the side, speechless. As the sun gradually set, she stopped hitting him, and old Jianji happily chatted with Mu Tianran. "Oh, so you guys have a blood pact relationship? No wonder she's by your side. I'm so envious." Meanwhile, Dianji ignored them and turned away. HMPH. Then he continued. Suddenly, 2 god-demon bloodline individuals appear. How frightening. Hearing this, Dianji turned around and looked at Jianjia with a judgmental gaze. "What are you pretending for? Aren't you also a god-demon bloodline?" Mu Tianran was startled and asked him, "What?" Before Jianjia could finish his sentence, he received confirmation from Jianjia. "Yeah, I never said I wasn't." Thoughts floated in his mind. Being a god-demon bloodline and being able to move freely in Tiancheng, even though he's not an enemy, I shouldn't tell him about Master for the time being. Jianjia stroked his beard, closed his eyes, and asked him, "Tiancaran kid, before I teach you, I ask you, what is the characteristic of your bloodline?" Diji was also curious about Mu Tianran, so she asked, "Mu Tianran, it seems I don't know the characteristic of your bloodline either. Tell me quickly." Hearing the question, he looked blank and wide-eyed, and he asked back, "Bloodline characteristic, what's that?" Jianjia pointed helplessly towards Dianji and explained, "I'm telling you, Tianran kid, you don't know, with such a powerful beauty by your side. The reason god-demon bloodlines are more powerful than normal people is because their bloodline characteristic is maximized. The characteristics are divided into spiritual characteristic and mental characteristic. Like the beauty who can see through me in an instant. Her characteristic is the spiritual characteristic," he pointed to himself and introduced. "And my characteristic is the physical characteristic, body strength, reaction force, and strong recovery ability. As for the mental characteristic, it's very rare, with very high comprehension, but having strong vitality and physique is a waste of learning anything." Seeming to not know, he asked Jianji, "Then how do I know what the characteristic of my bloodline is?" He explained patiently. "It's very simple. You circulate your vitality throughout your body. If your eyes have a feeling of seeing through, then it's the spiritual characteristic. If your heart and blood vessels are clear, then it's the physical characteristic. And if your brain is clear, then it's the mental characteristic. I've never paid attention before, so let me try it out." Then he sat down with a very serious expression. Jianjia stood on the side and guided him. "Slowly use your vitality. Circulate your qi throughout your body." A stream of qi ran along his body from his brain to his feet, and he could think and feel that the vitality had spread throughout his body. "The primeval essence in my brain is starting to glow. Mu Tianran can feel a sense of clarity appearing in his brain. Could it be that I have a brain-type trait? Wait, that's not right. My eyes are also feeling clearer, and then my heart started glowing too. It seems like my meridians are appearing as well. What's going on?" The 3 things that Jianjia mentioned are all feeling clearer. Could it be that I'm doing it wrong? Jianjia crossed his arms, waiting. He said, "I'm really looking forward to this. It's been so many years since anyone has tried to awaken a bloodline trait. Back then, when I awakened my light-type trait, it shone from within my body, representing the existence of a genius. Ha. Dianji closed her eyes silently, not saying anything. Jianji grinned confidently, saying, "A genius like me is 1 in 100 years, right, beautiful lady? Ha." Suddenly, purple light erupted from Mu Tianran's entire body, growing larger and so blinding that the 2 had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Jianjia looked incredibly shocked, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "His whole body is emitting light, this is." Then, a loud laugh rang out. Ha. Mu Tianran was dumbfounded by what was happening. He raised his hand and looked at it, then asked, "Jianjia, what exactly is going on?" Probably embarrassed by what he had just said, he tried to backtrack. "Don't talk anymore, I want some peace and quiet." Dianji was no less surprised. She was quite impressed and said, 3 aspects fully awakened. Mu Tianran, you've really surprised this empress." He blankly turned to Jianjia and asked, 3 aspects fully awakened means I have 3 traits at the same time." Jianjia clenched his fist, seriously explaining to him. "When a bloodline trait awakens, the primeval essence in your body will become very dense, so your cultivation level will be pulled down a level. Kid, you need to prepare yourself." Mu Tianran wondered. "Dense primeval essence, but I feel my cultivation level has increased, from Earth Stage 7th level to Earth Stage 8th level. A notification popped up. Mu Tianran has advanced to 1st tier Earth Stage 8th level." Jianjia, while drinking from his flask, sighed. You, fine, you're amazing, I'll shut my mouth," he said. While Mu Tianran was bewildered and didn't understand anything, Dianji said seriously, "My mind power and spirit are dual attributes. Back then, tribulation transcending was even harder than awakening 1 bloodline trait, but with 3 aspects fully awakened, I'm afraid that when breaking through to the heaven stage, you'll attract an even more troublesome lightning tribulation." Hearing this, Mu Tianran clutched his head in panic. "So does that mean it'll be a 5-fold lightning tribulation?" Jianjia turned to Dianji and asked, "Beautiful lady, you said you have dual bloodline traits. but she coldly replied, "Is that really that strange?" A little genius comes along. Once in a century, Jianjia felt his pride wounded. "Cold snow is falling, the northern wind is blowing, tears are streaming down," he said. "Why is reality so cruel?" Dinji turned to look at Mu Tianran and said, "Mu Tianran, rest assured and follow him to cultivate. Although I don't know what his identity is, I feel that he has no ill intentions." While Jianjia was still inconsolable, Mu Tianran whispered to her, "Great Empress Dinji, so do I have to give you my blood essence? Otherwise your primordial spirit," she replied. "Without blood essence, others will discover your bloodline. This time, this Empress's awakening has consumed all of my magical beast cores and medicinal materials. If I continue to slumber, blood essence is the only way for you to awaken me." Mu Tianran looked serious, clenching his fist and placing it on his chest, saying, "Understood." The sky was gradually darkening. Jianjia asked him, "Jianjia, I'm ready." Jianjia wondered, "Hey, where did the beautiful lady go?" He replied, "Great Empress Dinji has returned to the Qiankun bag." "Then," he said sadly, "I'm not in the mood to teach you today, maybe tomorrow." The second day arrived, and the two met in the small cave behind the waterfall. Jianjia stuck the sword into the ground and said, "Now start practicing." Mu Tianran sat on the ground and said to him, "Jianjia, the primeval essence here is dense and it's very secluded." Jianjia replied shamelessly, "Cultivating the bloodline god-devil doesn't want to be done in broad daylight. It would be very troublesome if it were discovered." Old Jianjia pressed his hand on the sword and said seriously, "Don't talk too much. Feel the sword intent of the black abyss. Comprehend the sword energy that belongs to you. First, you must connect your spirit with the black abyss." Mu Tianran looked extremely serious and learned. "Jianjia, how do I connect with the black abyss?" Jianjia conveyed. "Now you meditate. I will be there to assist you. Just do as I say and you will succeed." He gradually closed his eyes, sinking into thought. Feel the sword intent of the black abyss. Comprehend the sword energy. His eyes were focused on the sword. What exactly is the sword intent of the black abyss? Closing his eyes, he immediately entered a meditative state, concentrating very well. 3 aspects. Fully awakened bloodline trait. Let me see how high your potential is. Jianjia raised his hand. A surge of power appeared. His heart was filled with thoughts. "I never thought that I would still have a day to teach others, since that idiot died." This anticipation is seriously nostalgic. The two of them channel their power into the sword, and bam! Mu Tianran is surrounded by darkness. And he's glowing. He blankly raises his hand to look. So many thoughts are flooding his mind. Am I entering a spiritual realm? I gotta build a spiritual link with He Yuan. Feel He Yuan's sword intent. Then he suddenly wonders, but how do I find He Yuan? Not far from where he's standing, there's a strange dark shadow. A blazing red light shines down from the sky, making him stunned. That's it. It's getting closer and closer, creating a crazy strong gust of wind. Mu Tianran stares intently at it. It's He Yuan, but it's radiating thick killing intent. His expression gradually tenses up to the point where he's sweating. Gotta feel. He Yuan's sword energy, do I have to grab it now? He slowly reaches out, planning to grab it. After grabbing it, a huge force from the sword causes the wind to blow non-stop. Mu Tianran is super surprised. When He Yuan disappears right after he touches it, Jianjia stands opposite him, looking happy. Looks like he's already touched He Yuan's sword intent. This kid's got some talent. But He Yuan is hard to find. Let's see if you can withstand its sword intent. Use your heart to feel, comprehend the sword energy, and conquer it. Mu Tianran starts to calm down. "Whew?" Jianjia asks him with concern. "What did you see in the consciousness space just now?" "What happened just now?" He Yuan formed a super fierce monster in my hand. Then I was shocked by its aura to the point of spiritual damage. Hearing this, Jianjia replies, "That killing intent is He Yuan's sword energy. If you want to comprehend the sword energy, you must defeat it. For sword intent to manifest like that, how many souls must have accumulated killing intent? Its previous owner wasn't a good person." Then he tells Jianjia that it used to be Diji's sword. The old man laughs with interest. As expected of a female hero, a beauty worthy of Jianjia's admiration, haha, leaving him speechless. Then the old man changes to a serious expression and says, "All things generate and overcome each other. If you defeat it, you will comprehend the sword energy. Figure it out yourself. No one can help you with this." Then Jianjia grins slyly at him and says, "Feel it again." Mu Tianran still asks blankly, "Feel the killing intent." Jianjia explains patiently, "Killing intent is just a manifestation of sword intent from a different perspective. Or maybe you can feel something else." He seems to understand a little. Sword intent from a different perspective. Alright, I'll try again. He sits down, gradually gaining focus to try again. Jianjia is quite reassured by him. The old man thinks, "This time, No need for me to guide him directly. Have a common language with the sword. I wonder what difficulties this kid will overcome next. Then he's back to face He Yuan's sword intent. A monster tree grows out with a strange shape, moving and swaying, looking in some direction. On one side, Mu Tianran looks at him full of quirks, says, "Floundering beasts." Sees the target, pounces on him, Mu Tianran thinks. Such strong killing intent, how many years of accumulated souls? As soon as the killing intent landed on him, Tianran dodged an attack, thinking to himself, the sword intent is extremely ferocious. I must defeat it. I can't let it suppress me. He stops, stun-looking, and says, Shen Ma Shengtong armor. Regain my power. He throws a punch. Cut to Jianjia sitting in the forest, saying, in the consciousness space, the only thing that can defeat sword intent is sword energy. Nothing else will work. Standing next to the old man is a beautiful woman named DG, looking into the distance. Holding up a wine jug and looking at her, Jianjia says, Beauty, are you also worried about that kid Tian Piran? Lifts the wine pot and smiles and says, that weapon has such heavy killing intent. Did those souls really die under its hand? Dinji frowns uncomfortably and says, want to probe this queen again? He Yuan's sword has so many souls dead under me. Do you want to be one of them too? She said in a dignified manner, almost on fire. Although I don't know what medicine you sell in the gourd, if you dare to cause harm to Mu Tianran, this queen will not let you go. The old man sighed and replied, Beauty, beauty, don't misunderstand. Throws up something. Dinji accepts it. She held the bag in her hand, puzzled, and asked, what's this? Jinjia stretched and yawned. These are 2 dragon origin herb crystals for you. Dinji looked at it suspiciously. Lao Jia scratched his head and said, I'm not trying to butter you up, but you have a blood pact with him. I'm afraid your constant presence will drain his original essence. You and Ji Yu Yuanshen will no longer be a burden to him. Mu Tianran was cultivating something. Jinjia looked at Tianran and thought, that Mu kid, his original essence, aura, and rigid style, he's definitely a descendant of the Yun Long person from back then. You protected me this time. I will definitely protect this kid. Mu Tianran continued to cultivate, emitting a purple light. Turning around, Dinji closed her eyes and said, then I'll reluctantly accept it. As for Mu Tianran himself, I will protect him thoroughly, she thought to herself. The Liu Qi of He Yuan is very powerful, but Mu Tianran, don't disappoint me. Dinji looked at Mu Tianran silently, continuing to think. Your potential is not just this much. Cut to Mu Tianran. He was fighting with the Li Qi. He turned his head to look at the monsters and thought, normal original essence attacks are useless against it. The Li and Qi separated into liquid-like pieces. Following the train of thought, no matter how much you attack the outside, it's ineffective. Somewhere, the voice of the Li Qi boss echoed. How dare this kind of strength become my new master? He rushed towards Mu Tianran, saying, can you withstand my sword intent? The monsters surrounded Tianran, sticking out their tongues and opening their huge maws. He took a few steps back, a loud voice. I'm not reconciled, I hate it, sob, sob, it hurts. Mu Tianran gritted his teeth and said, I must take revenge. Revenge? On the outside, Jinjia looked at Dinji and said, Beauty, from your attire you must be a noble of the demon realm. Why are you slaughtering living beings like this? You gave him such a powerful Li Shi weapon. Aren't you afraid he won't be able to withstand it and suffer a backlash and die? Dinji laughed and said, haha, it's not that I gave He Yuan to Mu Tianran, but that He Yuan chose him. She thought back to a certain force. Great Lord Dinji, if he can bring you out, could he bring me along too? Although I'm useless to you now. But at least, she replied coldly, I understand your intentions. I will bring you out. Thank you, Great Lord Dinji, for your completeness. Dinji looked at the sky and said, moreover, isn't it normal for upper-class nobles to kill each other for power, causing rivers of blood to flow? The spirits of the He Yuan sword are not innocent. This Li Qi is just a test for Mu Tianran of He Yuan. Tianran fell to the ground, surrounded by strange beasts. The monsters widened their mouths, drooling greedily, saying, obediently, let me devour you. You can't control me. Mu Tianran grabbed the monster's head with his hand, and with a stern voice, shut your mouth. Purple light emanated from Tianran's hand, enveloping the Li Qi, and he slowly stood up, saying, you're being too suggestive. If I'm afraid of the Li Qi you released, then I'll make you stronger. The Li Qi boss gnashed his teeth and retreated backwards. Mu Tianran looked at them with a cold face, saying, but as long as I'm not afraid, not panicked, your power will decrease. A dark and eerie scene continued. Although here I and He Yuan are connected in the space of consciousness, but since just now I have felt that He Yuan is always in my hands. Clenching his fist, he continued, invisible sword, definitely belongs to Sword Kui. The Li Qi boss said angrily, no way. You comprehended sword quickly. Scene shifts outside. Dinji is explaining something. Although He Yuan chose him, skulls lay strewn beneath the sharply impaled longsword. She continued. But if Mu Tianran can't subjugate He Yuan, sooner or later he'll be consumed by its backlash. Jinjia glanced at her and spoke. Just don't be afraid and advance with courage. Is this what He Yuan wants him to comprehend? Dinji replied solemnly. Mu Tianran's talent isn't bad, but he's still just an inexperienced youth. If he can't overcome this trial, things will be very difficult for him later. Inside, Mu Tianran charged into the malevolent aura. The purple light emanating from his hand grew closer and closer, shouting, "No fear!" The malevolent entity shrieked in terror. Swinging the sword in his hand, a circle of dragon-shaped light erupted. Mu Tianran leaped high, declaring, "Myriad sword art, third form, azure dragon sword control." A dragon soared through the formless space. The purple sword Kia pierced through the hordes of fiendish beasts. Those monsters began to dissipate, pleading in terror. "No, I don't wanna." The leader of the malevolent entities also vanished. He calmly said, "Haha, you're truly formidable, Mu Tianran. I accept you as my new master." Mu Tianran watched them dissipate, wondering, "Is this sword carry formless? The sword carry belongs to me." The monstrous, clawed, hand-like entity behind them dissipated. The malevolent boss reverted to its original form, letting out a big sigh. He grumbled. "What? You got a good deal and you're still complaining?" Mu Tianran pointed, saying, You're He Yuan. Why are you a child?" The malevolent entity waved its hand in reply. "My form can change at will. Can you control that?" Mu Tianran extended his hand to shake the malevolent entity's hand, then said, "Haha, now you don't look like a divine weapon enveloped by malevolent energy at all. Let's shake on it and make peace." He said, "Help me out in the future, all right?" He blushed shyly and said, "Oh, don't mention it." From behind, a warm voice spoke. "Hey, Yuan, thank you. Not only did you help me before, but you also guided me just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have comprehended sword intent." The malevolent entity awkwardly waved its hand and said, "All right, I get it. You can leave, hurry up and go," Mu Tianran secretly thought. If He Yuan had used its full power from the start, I might have been kicked out of this consciousness space. Finishing his thoughts, he spoke. "I'm about to leave. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing that, the malevolent entity asked, puzzled, What are you saying? This is my place. If I leave, what would make this divine weapon any different from scrap metal? Next time you want to comprehend something about sword intent, we'll meet again." Hearing this, Mu Tianran gradually began to fade. Before leaving, he said, "Haha, all right then, see you next time, little He Yuan. Take care. Thanks for the pleasant cooperation." Watching Tianran leave, the malevolent boss secretly thought with joy, "See you again. I hope we meet again. I finally have a master." Outside, Dinji realized something. She said, "Looks like he's about to wake up." Jin Jiao watched Mu Tianran intently, thinking, he comprehended sword kill. This time, Mu Tianran remained motionless, silent. Jin Jia asked in surprise, "Beautiful Dinji, did you see He Yuan change color?" Indeed, He Yuan's energy, which was previously purple, was suddenly enveloped by a red light, instantly transforming it into pure black, with hints of red, she explained. "This represents a divine weapon acknowledging its master. Such things are not uncommon." At the same time, surges of power emanating from Mu Tianran's body grew stronger and stronger. Lady Diji closed her eyes, deep in thought. So that's He Yuan's final choice, huh? The sword even started to tremble slightly, as if chuckling happily. Suddenly, Mu Tianran's eyes widened, all his strength gathering into his body. The atmosphere instantly flashed with a dazzling light, alarming those nearby. The cool main character stands up, confidently holding the sword in his hand as if mastering all its power. He happily says, "Sword bro, great Emperor Ji, I have broken He Yuan's sword intent, not only comprehending my own sword Kia, but also breaking through to the first stage of cultivation." At this moment, Mu Tianran has reached the peak of the first stage of the Earth rank, 9th level. His eyes are full of pride and joy. Moreover, it turns out that He Yuan hasn't recognized Great Emperor Ji as his master. He stares and asks her, "What have you done?" Her face shows obvious discomfort, and she frowns. Approaching Mu Tianran, she suddenly raises her hand and slaps him across the face. Great Emperor Ji scolds him, "Who told you to be so arrogant, so great to be recognized as a master?" At this moment, Sword Bro blushes embarrassedly, and his stomach starts rumbling with hunger. He shakes his head in resignation. "Teachings. Now that you've comprehended sword ki, next I'll teach you how to control it." At this time, Mu Tianran is being beaten black and blue by Great Emperor Ji, but he still tries to say yes to Bro. She gets annoyed, and he keeps getting beaten and taunts. He Yuan recognizes you as his master, but don't forget you also recognize me as your master. Hearing this, he knows she's angry and stammers, "Sorry." Swordbro stands outside, watching the two bickering and trembling with anger. He grits his teeth and endures it. "I want to be beaten by the beautiful great Emperor Jin too." One day, the two of them are leisurely sitting together with the grass seeding and the wind rustling in the branches. They are happily chatting and enjoying delicious tea together. Great Emperor Ji looks at the surrounding scenery and suddenly has some questions. While Swordbro relaxes, drinking afternoon tea and trying to strike up a conversation with her, he says, "Isn't that right, beautiful?" In front of such a scene of clear blue sky and fresh trees, it's really suitable to stir people's hearts. Swordbro takes a big gulp of tea and feels satisfied. But what makes him happiest is that even though she doesn't care about me, I can be next to the beautiful great Emperor Ji. Hey, maybe I can cultivate some feelings. Suddenly, a stone whizzes past him, extinguishing all his comfort and scaring him out of his wits. The teacup in his hand shattering because of the stone that flew out of nowhere, he shouts, "Who did that?" It turns out that the person is none other than Mu Tianran, who he sees from afar saying, "Sorry Swordbro, I still can't control it." Swordbro sees him waving and talking, and he's furious inside. This little brat is always ruining the atmosphere. However, Mu Tianran doesn't pay attention to his expression. He just focuses on the stone he's controlling and explains, "Every time I control it to move, the sword Kui surrounding it is shattered." Today his eyes have turned into panda eyes. The main character seems to feel that his training isn't satisfactory yet, and he sits down and sighs. There are only 10 days left until the Fengzhou Academy competition. Although I successfully comprehended Sword Ki, I haven't made any progress during this time. My cultivation is limited to the Earth rank, 9th level, and my object manipulation hasn't improved at all. Swordbro is worried about his situation, so he goes over to chat and advise him. "Tianran kid, you've been cultivating hard day and night. Today come with me to the city to relax a bit." Mu Tianran initially wants to refuse. "I still have to train." But his intention is cut short by Swordbro. "I don't need you to think. Listen to me. Your dark circles are so dark, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you'll suffer Kree deviation." With that, he goes to invite the beautiful great Emperor Ji. "Want to go for a stroll?" But she flatly refuses in a curt way. "Not interested. I'm going back to the Qiankun bag to rest." Mu Tianran strides down the street, which is really too crowded and noisy. He glances at the people around him who are looking at him, and asks Swordbro, "What's with the way you're dressed?" Unexpectedly, he's wearing a full ninja outfit, covering his face, looking nothing like anyone around. Everyone is whispering, "That person is so strange. Quickly report it to the authorities." Yet he dares to confidently say, "I got this at the Heavenly Dragon auction. They said it's a Shadow Warrior's equipment, so I won't be discovered." Hearing this, Mu Tianran is even more speechless. He feels that this is even more attention-grabbing. Again, a loud rumble sounds from Swordbro's stomach. Mu Tianran stares and suggests, "Isn't it actually that Swordbro wants to go to the city to eat and drink freely? Yet he stubbornly refuses? How could that be? Would Swordbro delay your cultivation for the sake of eating and drinking?" He says that, but the next second he's gobbling up the food on the plate, and while eating, he happily laughs loudly. "Ha ha ha, Tianran kid, consider yourself lucky. Today Swordbro will take you to eat at the biggest restaurant in Tiandu." Mu Tianran doesn't bother to say anything because he had already anticipated this scene. Swordbro still enthusiastically coaxes him. "Why are you frowning? Hurry up and eat." Not only is he greedy, but he's also obsessed with beautiful women. In a flash, two courtesans are cozying up to him, offering him wine to dispel his sorrows. While he's hugging both beauties, he's laughing so hard that drool is dripping down. "The food here is super delicious. So fragrant. Haha." The two beauties are also happily teasing him. "Master is so naughty." Mu Tianran pays no attention to the lecherous old man. He's still lost in thought. With the power of teleportation, I don't know when I'll be able to break through. The two beauties stroke Swordbro's chest, continuing to urge him to drink. "Why isn't Master drinking? Master, keep going." But at this time, Swordbro has noticed Mu Tianran's attitude. He chases the two beauties out, and they obediently leave. "All right, Master, you still have to pay." At this time, only the two of them are in the room, and Swordbro shares his true feelings with Tianran. Sometimes being too tense isn't a good thing. Mu Tianran also nods in agreement. "I know, but I can't relax. Although I have the three-eyed omniscience, but I feel like I'm stuck. Can't break through." Jianjia just chuckled upon hearing this. "Haha, and you're complaining about slow progress. I've never seen anyone grasp sword intent in just one day." Mu Tianran lowered his head, his voice tinged with sadness. "But I don't have much time left. If I'm not strong enough, I won't be able to participate in the Heavenly Trials competition." Jianjia crossed his arms, explaining to him, "Is the Heavenly Trials competition that important? If you can't join, you can't join. Just cultivate slowly. I guarantee you'll leave those guys from Tianhuo in the dust sooner or later." However, he immediately denied that. stating his long-held wish, "I definitely have to participate. Only then can I get a pass to the Void Continent to save my mother." Hearing this, Jianjia was also a little startled, watching him recount with two sorrowful eyes. "My mother is the only one who knew I had slave blood, but she still treated me well. Remembering the image of the days before, to protect me from the ruthless family, she was captured by the Heavenly Lord's office and taken out of Tiancheng. Her whereabouts are unknown. Until now." Jianjia gradually understood the nature of the problem. He took a sip of tea to listen further. "Therefore, I must get a pass to leave Tiancheng quickly and save my mother. I must cherish every minute, improve my strength, and definitely get my name on the Heavenly Trials ranking." Suddenly, the teacup flew out with the speed of light, causing it to even catch fire. Mu Tianran was a little startled when he saw this. Jianjia pointed and asked him, "Do you see any difference?" Mu Tianran tried to slowly lift the cup with his power. Observing it again, he noticed, "Jianjia, your cup is surrounded by sword intent, making others feel very sharp and also very refined. As for the sword intent I unleash, although there is a lot, it feels a bit weak." Jianjia nodded in agreement to this question. "This is why you haven't made any progress. The object is enveloped by sword intent, but your sword intent is very chaotic and will be torn into 4 or 5 pieces with just a little movement. It is precisely that your sword intent enters the object, emitting sword intent from the object itself, instead of sword intent enveloping the object." With that, Jianjia demonstrated again with the cup. "This is sword qi, object manipulation, all things become the sword." Jianjia supported his chin and taught, "If you grasp this, when you use sword intent to control a sword, the effect is 100 million times better than controlling an object." Finally, Mu Tianran understood the essence of the problem. He picked up the cup and said, "Thank you, Jianjia, for your guidance. Is it to concentrate and then merge?" He made up his mind to try again. A gust of wind wrapped around his fingertips, began to blow over the teacup, slowly lifted up, surrounded by a faint purple sword intent. His eyes focused on the teacup without moving, to the point that sweat poured down like his clothes were wet. He muttered, trying to concentrate his energy to merge the sword intent into the object. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on the body of the cup, then gradually spread out. Mu Tianran panicked. "This is bad." Seeing that he seemed to be losing his composure, Jianjia reminded him, "Don't use too much force. Think about it. The object enveloped by sword intent is the person you want to protect the most." His eyes regained their firmness at this moment, and he was stunned. "The person I want to protect the most is my mother." The image of his mother suddenly appeared in a flash in Tiankaren's memory, and the power placed on the teacup in front of him seemed to be more relaxed. He kept repeating the thoughts in his head, "I must become stronger so that my mother won't be bullied again." At this time, suddenly the teacup shone with a new color, appearing right in the center of the teacup. A strong red light burst out from inside. Mu Tianran returned to his serious demeanor, and he looked at the results with a satisfied look. "Seems like I've found the key." In an instant, the teacup continued to change without stopping. Noticing that Mu Tianran had broken through faster than usual, Jianjia praised, "Not bad, aren't you doing very well?" Mu Tianran agreed with Jianjia. "I think I understand now." Seeing the first cup I successfully broke through, the flames inside became more and more intense. He thought to himself, "I'll improve it a bit. Try wrapping a layer of sword energy around the object, that way the power will be stronger." Jianjia didn't expect him to be so creative. He stroked his chin and sighed. "Oh, I was going to teach you this later, but you've already realized it yourself. Ba Mu Quan Tong really learns everything quickly. This is dual sword qi. The person who masters it will be able to control objects faster. Normally, items merge sword energy into the palm of your hand and then project outwards, but dual sword qi is when the item's sword energy is projected outwards and forms a layer of sword energy around it." Mu Tianran was overjoyed when he heard this. "Jianjia, so I succeeded." His laughter was so loud that it echoed into the next room. "Haha, Jianjia, I learned it." The person sitting next to the wall nearby clearly heard his booming laughter and felt extremely annoyed. So annoying. He is Fan Jian, Heavenly Stage Level 5, ranked 25th on the Crimson Gold list. He irritably called Mu Lian to go to the next room and warn them. Mu Lian nodded in response. "As you wish, young master." He chuckled in his head. "I think I heard a familiar voice. He is Mu Lian, Heavenly Stage Level 1, Fan Jinian's follower, just passing by the room." He clearly heard the lively conversation. Mu Tianran excitedly showed off. "Jianjia, look, I can control the cup, it can move without breaking." Mu Lian couldn't take it anymore and kicked the door open, shouting, "So annoying, don't you know young Master Fan is eating? Shut your mouths, you bastards." He fiercely cursed them. Just what kind of lowly trash are they to be so ignorant? However, it seemed like neither master nor disciple paid any attention to his appearance, still arguing with each other. "Baka. It looks like the cup broke again." Jianjia scolded. You, Tianran, kid, focus. And then the broken cup of tea splashed water all over Mu Tian's face. He lowered his head, his voice icy. So it's this brat. Mu Lian pounced over, intending to grab Mu Tianran's collar. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. You're not dead yet? He grabbed his collar and tightened his grip. At this moment, Mu Tianran also recognized Mu Lian, and was also surprised. He glared at him and said in a sarcastic tone, You good-for-nothing bloodline slave? How did you end up in such a high-class place in Tiancheng? Mu Tianran told him to let go. Seeing this person, Jianjia felt strange. Is Mu Lian, this kid, Mu Tianran's brother? Mu Lian noticed Jianjia in the room and asked, Did this old man bring you here? He chuckled. Doesn't look like it. He looks like a beggar, but I'm kind enough to remind you, don't get close to this kid. He's a bloodline slave. Jianjia didn't bother with his ridicule. He just OA'd and thought to himself, They are both descendants of Yunlong. Why are they so different? Genetics are so diverse. Mu Tianran glared and warned Mu Tianran. Your father probably doesn't know you're still alive. He hit him right where it hurts. He also laughed loudly. That's right, haha. You'll die even if you go home, so I'll tell you something good. He grabbed his collar and sneered in his face. A few days ago, father sent me a letter, saying the heavenly venerate envoy came to the Moon Manor, and even the heavenly dragon conglomerate has begun cooperating with the Mu family. Sounded like he was deliberately showing off. The Mu family will soon return to being the #1 family in Yuncheng, and me, I've reached the heavenly stage. In the future, the Muha family and I will become strong, ha ha ha. What do you think? Are you jealous of me? Mu Tianran was silent for a while, not saying a word. He glared with cold eyes and slowly asked him, Are you done talking? If you're done, then get lost. I'm not interested in the Mu family. Seeing Mu Tianran's attitude, Mu Lian felt a little irritated. That look of defiance again. Then I'll tell you something else. Father said your birth mother was taken away. She might already be dead. It's all because of you. Then, the tea caddy with his cue, You don't deserve to talk about my mother. Mu Lian's feet unexpectedly lost their footing on the ground. Mu Tianran grabbed his neck and warned, Shut your mouth. Even though he was being lifted into the air with one hand, he still tried to be tough. Mu Tianran, have you forgotten that I crippled you back then? His hand began to move to attack, even though I don't know how you recovered. Having said that, he unleashed a series of iron-severing finger attacks towards him. But if I could cripple you once, I can do it a second time. Mu Lian's face grinned sinisterly. My iron-severing finger didn't kill you that day, but today is different. I've advanced to the heavenly stage. The power of the iron-severing finger has increased tenfold. Mu Tianran's face darkened without saying a word, but a surge of anger began to rise around him. Mu Lian saw that he was no longer the weakling he had defeated. Seeing those flames, he was a bit stunned. Sword Elder chuckled gleefully, taking a sip of tea as he settled down to watch the show. This kid, to ensure such accuracy, can already defend comprehensively. A second later, a shrill, pained scream echoed loudly throughout the Violet Tower. A few servants heard the sound of things breaking, and everyone's sharp cries, rushing out like bats out of hell, shouting as they went, Someone's fighting! Quick, call the boss! At this moment, Mu Lian's eyes were bloodshot, and he stammered curses. Damn it, damn it. He looked down to see his 2 longest fingers crushed and mangled, blood oozing out. Panicked, he shrieked, My fingers! Ah, Mu Tianran frowned, letting out a hump. That's right, today is different. What you did to me, I no longer resent it. Looking back, it's not even worth mentioning. Mu Lian still couldn't believe what he was seeing, his body trembling. Oh, my precious hand, he wailed. My fingers, ah ah ah. Because Mu Lian had touched Mu Tianran's absolute limit, he coldly warned him. You can say anything about me, but if you insult my mother, you'll die. Mu Lian saw his strange demeanor and was startled, realizing, what's going on? He's like a completely different person. Mu Lian tried to threaten Mu Tianran with reason. What do you want? Don't forget, I'm your elder brother. A bolt of lightning flashed in Mu Tianran's eyes, like a dagger piercing Mu Lian's chest. Mu Tianran reaffirmed, I, Mu Tianran, have no relationship with any of you anymore. Right now, I am only the divine demon sacred pupil. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive bolt of lightning struck through Mu Lian's brain, making him instantly vomit blood, his face turning purple and his eyes rolling back, as if his soul had left him. This is the one thought. Boundless ignorance technique. Mu Tianran rushed forward like the wind and punched Mu Lian's hand directly. He smiled. You'll get a taste of what I went through that day. With that, he struck, punching Mu Lian directly in the face. Mu Tianran pulled his hand, then kicked him in the stomach. Didn't you say you didn't hate me? That you hated my refusal to admit defeat? Mu Lian sprawled across the floor like a defeated dog. Mu Tianran glared, asserting his dominance. Come on, get up, Mu Lian. I'm waiting for you. By this point, Mu Lian was scared witless, crawling backward and stammering please. No. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. He didn't listen. raising his leg and kicking him in the face once more. However, that move was just to mislead Mu Tianran. Sword Elder hadn't expected Mu Tianran to be capable of such a thing. This is spirit invasion, an eerie cultivation art of the divine demon bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, he must have taught this kid. Because of this, Mu Lian became even more terrified of Mu Tianran. He lowered his voice and begged, "Good brother, don't kill me." Mu Lian was so scared that he was frothing at the mouth and couldn't even stand up anymore. He slumped against the wall, mumbling incessantly, "Don't kill me, I was wrong, don't kill me, I'm the heir of the Musai family, please, I'm sorry. You're the heir now." Mu Tianran's face remained stern as he replied, "If you want to be the heir, go be the heir, I'm not interested." A moment later the boss arrived, shouting loudly, "Who is it? Who's causing trouble in Liangchen Tower?" He burst into the room and yelled, "How dare someone cause trouble on my Tang Niu's turf? You bastard! Get out here!" The servant stepped forward and pointed into the room. "Over here." But everyone was stunned by the current scene. Isn't that young Master Fan's attendant? Why is he frothing at the mouth and peeing his pants? Veins popped and sweat beaded on the boss's face as he roared. Who, in the end, is responsible? Mu Tianran slowly turned around and replied, "I'm the one who hit him. What about it?" Both fearful and enraged, the boss cursed at him. "You stinky brat! You've caused big trouble now. How dare you offend the Fan family?" Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voice rang out amidst the noisy room. "When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner's face." Fan Jian stepped into the crowd and ordered Mu Tianran, kowtow, and apologize to me at once. He said this smugly, full of self-importance. "I picked him up in Sky City. He's a hero acting as my attendant." "You injured him? How can I possibly show my face in public with him now?" Mu Tianran frowned in response. "I'm the one who hit him. What do you want?" Hearing this, Fan Jian's blood boiled, his aura soaring sky high. Quite the arrogant tone. Are you looking for a death wish? However, Mu Tianran's aura was far more overwhelming and terrifying than his. He challenged back, "Then come on." The onlookers in the room were buzzing with doubt. Why aren't they moving? I heard young Master Fan is skilled in mental attacks. This kid is probably done for. However, Fan Jian was the one paling right now, thinking, I'm completely suppressed. But I already said it, how can I save face if I don't fight back? He's just got a normal bloodline, and some godly power to help him out. Jianjia nodded, feeling uneasy. If this continues, there will be more and more people, which will affect my plans. Fan Jian squeaked out a few words. "Hey kid, scram!" Suddenly, a terrifying insect emerged behind him, but the horrified sound echoed clearly in his ears. Fan Jian felt a chill down his spine, frozen and speechless. He glanced at both Jianjia and Mu Tianran, wondering, what kind of bad luck did I run into today? A normal, middle-aged dude stronger than my father and a Fengzhou Academy student who can suppress me. He hesitated, wondering what to do. This, you guys forced me. Unexpectedly, he knelt down, begging at Mu Tianran's feet. I was wrong. From now on, you're my big bro, you're my grandpa. The shop owner and everyone else were astonished. Young Master Fan, what's going on? Who are these two? He lowered his voice, speaking sweetly, hoping to appease Mu Tianran. Don't disturb big bro and grandpa's meal. Come to the Fan Mansion for a visit sometime. Then, he pointed at Mu Tianran, ordering, someone, drag this ignorant guy out. He clasped his hands, bowing to Mu Tianran and Jianjia. Bro, grandpa, Fan Jian won't disturb you any longer. Farewell, farewell. As soon as he stepped outside, he puffed out his chest, proud of himself. His motto in life was, if you can't win, run. A wise man doesn't risk immediate losses. Go home and call for backup. The shop owner also bowed respectfully, apologizing. Turns out it was just a misunderstanding, then I won't disturb your meal. Mu Tianran agreed with satisfaction. Jianjia turned to Mu Tianran, asking, little bro, is that Mu Lian your real brother? Why did he become someone else's lackey? Mu Tianran bowed, explaining in a sorrowful voice, Jianjia, you don't know, the Mu Xie family has been weak for generations. If Mu Tianran doesn't rely on powerful people in Tiancheng, he probably can't survive. Saying this, Mu Tianran pondered a bit. I didn't expect that after Yunlong fell, the Musha family would become like this. It's partly my responsibility. Jianjia, having something to do, instructed him. Tian Karen, little bro, I have something to take care of. Wait for me here for 3 incense sticks. Time. He nodded in agreement. Fan Jian's 3 were helping each other back home. Mu Lian asked, unconvinced, young Master Fan Jian, are you really going to endure this? Fan Jian was sweating, making up an excuse. HMPH, don't say too much. Offending my Fan family means death. In his head, he deeply resented this humiliation. How could I possibly endure this? I'll call the elders in the family to beat those 2 to death. He snickered evilly in his heart. There are 5 Manhwa realm experts in the family, and my father is a high-level Xuantian expert. I want him to know what a terrible end awaits those who offend the Fan family." Suddenly, he looked up and turned pale. His lavish mansion was now a pile of rubble before him. He shouted, "What happened?" All the servants in the mansion ran out, crying. Even his brothers scolded him terribly. "You bastard! Look at the trouble you caused outside. Just now, people from Tiancheng came, taking back our family's title, saying we offended someone we shouldn't have. All the family property has been confiscated, and we've been demoted to commoners." Fan Jian, hearing all the shocking news, could only stammer and tremble, unable to speak. He was interrogated. "Who exactly did you offend?" Unable to answer, he pretended to faint and fell to the floor. His elder brother cursed. "You stinky brat, don't play dead, get up for me." It turned out that one of Jianjia's men had quickly and efficiently resolved the matter. "My lord, I have completed the matter you instructed," Jianjia thought, originally intending to see what kind of background the Fan family had, but unexpectedly they were only doing illegal things, so crushing a failing family was fine. "Consider it removing a stumbling block for Tian Karan. I will never let something like what happened to Yuan Long happen to him." He asked, "Lord Jianjia, when are you planning to return? The white-robed angel has urged you many times." But suddenly, as soon as he spoke, Jianjia was gone. He sighed again, he ran off again. Jianjia and Mu Tianran were heading home. On the way, he chatted, "Tianran, my bro, didn't expect you to be so generous. Paying without batting an eye. That little imp even helped us foot the bill." However, seeing that Mu Tianran still looked displeased, he subtly hinted, "Don't be like that. At worst, we won't call any hostesses to pour us drinks next time." Jianjia changed the subject, getting down to business. "You've been at the peak of Earth Realm for a while now. When are you planning to break through to Heaven Realm?" He nodded in understanding. Lightning tribulation is also an opportunity. But whether it's a tribulation or an opportunity, depends on yourself. Mu Tianran smiled. "Understood, I got it." Jianjia. There are still 3 days left until the Fengzhou Senior Sister Competition. Jianjia dragged Mu Tianran out for practice, but still felt his strength wasn't enough. He needed to continue training. Mu Tianran also obediently listened, practicing even harder. His strikes came out in quick succession, but Jianjia still reminded him, "Grip the sword tighter." Mu Tianran stepped forward and slashed with all his might. "Yes, sir," he shouted. Sword chi activated, enveloping a surge of sword chi around a branch that was whistling towards them, and his slash cut it in half. Jianjia praised with satisfaction. "That's right, just like that," he replied happily. "Finally succeeded. I cut through a branch with Jianjia's sword chi." Jianjia agreed, but he reminded, "Kid, what are you saying? You're wielding a divine weapon. Don't get cocky." Mu Tianran then agreed to learn from him. He smiled as he looked at him. "This level is good enough. Break through to Heaven Realm lightning tribulation tonight." Hearing this, Mu Tianran was flustered. "Tonight," Jianjia reminded him. "There are still 3 days left until the Fengzhou Academy Senior Sister Competition. You need more time to practice. Enduring the lightning tribulation doesn't take much time, so just do it now." He also encouraged him. "Trust me, your primordial energy is already at the peak of a normal person's Heaven Realm. Who knows? After breaking through, you might even be able to exchange a few moves with a desolate wilderness realm expert." Mu Tianran hesitated a bit. "Although I know the God-Demon Bloodline is stronger than the same level of normal cultivation, I heard that the difference between desolate wilderness and Heaven Realm is like the difference between Heaven Realm and Earth Realm, more than 10 times. Jianjia disagreed. "Looks like you still don't quite understand. Put it this way. If the physical body is the vessel for primordial energy, then the same level of primordial energy of the God-Demon Bloodline will have a greater amount than that of a normal person. This is the reason why the God-Demon Bloodline is stronger than a normal person. God-Demon Bloodline imitators with higher aptitude can advance through the levels faster. You already know this. However, whether primordial energy is abundant, or the innate spirit is strong or weak, the only way someone can make up for insufficient primordial energy is by utilizing true weapons and cultivation techniques, like Xing Tu and Wu Luo using the flute last time to defeat a stronger opponent." Jianjia gave an example to help him understand better. "Do you still remember that celestial venerable at Fengzhou mountain range? His strength had already reached profound heaven, although he didn't use his full strength when fighting you. But if he didn't have the musical instrument and the musical score, his self-strength would at most be desolate wilderness realm. Moreover, you are not only a genius of the God-Demon Bloodline, but you also have the cultivation techniques and sword chi that I taught you. Furthermore, your divine weapon and Xiangkun bag contain many elixirs that help increase primordial energy." After listening, Mu Tianran felt much more confident. He nodded. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, Jian Qi approached, expressing his doubt. "That's right. Why haven't we seen Myron around lately?" Mu Tianran frowned. "I'm not sure about this either. I tried calling Digidaran, but there was no response." Jian Jia rubbed his chin, wondering, could it be that she doesn't like drinking tea? Then next time I'll bring back some soda from the demon realm for Myron to try. Then he turned to remind Mu Tianran, "Alright, quickly sit down and circulate your energy, prepare to break through to heaven realm." Another whole night was lost. Tianran sighed longly, he smiled. "Of course you are a god-demon bloodline after all." Dusk had fallen. But Mu Tianran was still sitting alone on a large rock, circulating his energy. Jianjia watched him practice from afar, his primordial energy focused and stable. "Looks like he can break through today. And enduring the Mu Quantong God-Demon Bloodline Advancement Lightning Tribulation definitely won't be a problem." A black vortex opened up, creating a strong wind that sucked everything around it. Advancing to the next realm, Lightning Tribulation clouds began to gather around. Beasts and birds also panicked and flew away because of the black smoke spreading across the sky. The sound of rushing footsteps echoed throughout the forest. It was wild beasts running to disperse. Jianjia looked a little apprehensive. "I'm afraid they're not just afraid of Tianran's lightning tribulation." He pondered for a long time. "The tribulation clouds are dark, you must not be careless." At this moment, a pitch-black atmosphere enveloped Mu Tianran. He opened his eyes and asked, "Emperor Ji, where did you go earlier?" Emperor Ji appeared in front of him and replied, "These past few days, I've been cultivating my soul to prepare to help you break through tonight." She instructed him, "During the tribulation, you must find an opportunity to absorb the primordial energy within the lightning. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for you." Mu Tianran asked in surprise, "Emperor Ji, are you kidding me? Absorbing the primordial energy of lightning is an opportunity." Emperor Ji frowned. "Has no one told you that everything in this world contains primordial energy? Whether plants or animals, they all have primordial energy flowing through them. After their lives end, their primordial energy will return to heaven and earth. Similar to raging winds, blazing fires, thunders, and raging floods, these things are primordial energy that can cause disasters. Lightning tribulations are caused by living beings wanting to break through, thus creating a tribulation. Ordinary people will naturally have different levels of impact. Lightning tribulations contain luck, which can be absorbed. During the tribulation, if you can absorb it, it's your opportunity. If not, it's your tribulation." She mentioned Jianjia. Perhaps he knew this, so he told you to learn sword energy first. You can use your sword to break the lightning and absorb the primordial energy within. Mu Tianran nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's how it is." He asked Emperor Ji, "You cultivated your divine soul to help me overcome the tribulation." Emperor Ji felt a little guilty and interrupted him. "Don't talk so much. Just worry about yourself." With that, she disappeared into the rain. Jianjia stood alone in the rain for a long time, waiting for Mu Tianran. Realizing there wasn't much time left, Tianran is about to break through the lightning tribulation. Thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky. He realized the primordial energy was abundant. If he absorbed it all, he wouldn't be inferior to Yunlong back then. A massive bolt of lightning struck directly at Mu Tianran's location. Jianjia encouraged him in his heart. "Hang in there, Tianran, my bro." At this moment, Mu Tianran was trying his best to endure. He gritted his teeth. "The lightning is too strong. Even with primordial energy circulating, I still feel numb all over. But luckily, I'm gradually getting used to it. Next, it's my turn." With that, he circulated his energy and released sword energy. A powerful surge of sword energy erupted from the internal energy within his body. Mu Tianran sat amidst the dancing lightning bolts. Jianjia sighed with satisfaction. He's using sword energy to deflect the lightning strikes. Now let's see how much primordial energy you can absorb. Mu Tianran's face turned purple. Even though his body was paralyzed, I can feel a large amount of primordial energy being absorbed into my body. Jianjia was nodding a second ago. "That's right, everything is going smoothly." The next second, he was startled and exclaimed in panic, "What?" A light flashed before Mu Tianran's eyes, and he stood motionless on the spot. The lightning is rushing over at lightning speed." Jianjia was stunned to realize this is the second lightning tribulation, an extremely rare advanced stage, with twice the power. If he can't withstand it, everything before will be in vain. I must help him. At this moment, even Mu Tianran felt confused. The first one just consumed all the primordial energy I had been cultivating all day. This is bad. Suddenly, the Qiankun bag inside him received a signal, and quickly responded, "Master, let me help you." A stream of blood essence emanated from his chest, then rushed out, enveloping Mu Tianran. A lightning tribulation descended upon the place where Mu Tianran was undergoing the tribulation, its power much stronger than before, shaking the entire terrain. If he were to suffer this lightning tribulation, he might not escape unscathed. Suddenly, a sword flew out of nowhere, intercepting between Mu Tianran and the lightning strike. The tribulation lightning bolts that descended met the sword and were deflected in all directions. Thanks to this, Mu Tianran narrowly escaped the tribulation. Jianjia, who was on the opposite side about to cast a spell to help, realized his divine weapon had already shielded him. Is that a divine weapon? To actively jump out and protect its master, blocking the second lightning tribulation, Jianjia mused. Witnessing this scene, the corner of Jianjia's mouth curled into a relieved, slightly happy smile, as he thought, I don't need to intervene, Tianran, my bro. Has picked up a treasure. On the other side, Tianran's divine weapon was straining to help him complete his tribulation. Seeing this, Mu Tianran shouted worriedly, Hey Yuan was trying his best to withstand it. Hearing him call his name, he frowned unhappily and snapped, Don't say anything. Quickly absorb the primordial energy. Seeing this, Mu Tianran was extremely grateful and said softly, Thank you, He Yuan. Hearing these words, He Yuan was utterly stunned and thought, He's thanking me. His face began to flush red. Though embarrassed, his voice was still stern, slightly trembling as he said, I've also gone through lightning tribulations with Great Emperor Ji before. This little thing is nothing. With He Yuan's assistance, Mu Tianran quickly absorbed the primordial energy within the lightning tribulation. He stretched out his hand to scoop up the primordial energy outside, then pushed it to gather in one place, and continued to absorb it all. Time passed by second, and the primordial energy was completely absorbed. Mu Tianran's body began to change, and electric sparks crackled across his body. Suddenly, Mu Tianran's eyes widened, and his pupils displayed black and white patterns like a miniature universe. The blood vessels around his body turned gold, like the color of the lightning tribulation. Primordial energy circulated rapidly, and even the smallest cells felt like they wanted to expand. He closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, and sensed all the surrounding primordial energy, as if his whole body was clear, feeling the primordial energy flowing with every breath. Mu Tianran began to curl up, and the surrounding primordial energy began to gather in one place, forming a shell around his body. The Earth realm and Heaven realm at this moment were like separated only by a thin layer of paper. At this time, many Mu Tianrans appeared, all curled up and wrapped in primordial energy, connected to each other like blood vessels. Finally, the time to break through to the Heaven realm had come. He burst open, releasing a surge of energy that shook the space. He opened his eyes and sighed in relief, thinking, finally succeeded. Wait a sec. The primordial energy fire within him had not been completely compressed, and began to blaze fiercely. Sensing this fluctuation, he was surprised and thought, It's not over yet. The fire began to double, forming jagged sections, with a primordial energy flame at the apex of each section, first segment, second segment, third segment. The flame continued to blaze and then double again, fourth segment, fifth segment, sixth segment. In this way, a network of abundant primordial energy was created. At this time, Mu Tianran's physical body stood up abruptly, and the surrounding streams of primordial energy began to retract. Streams of purple energy began to emit around him. His cultivation level at this moment was Heaven Realm's sixth segment. He raised his hand to look at the power of the energy appearing on his own body, and exclaimed in surprise, This is the Heaven Realm. He clenched his fist and whispered, Heaven Realm, a realm I never thought of reaching. I have finally reached this realm. Suddenly, a voice came from mid-air. Don't just stand there. Get out of here for this Empress. Recognizing this voice, Mu Tianran said in surprise, Is that Great Emperor Ji? In the sky, the tribulation clouds had not dissipated and remained gloomy. Lightning flashed around, as if preparing to send down more lightning tribulations. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in mid-air, and Great Emperor Ji stepped out of it, accompanied by streams of crimson energy swirling around her body. She spun in the air, exuding the aura of a monarch. Purple roses and sharp black thorns appeared around her. She landed on the stone platform where Mu Tianran saw her, and he asked curiously, Great Emperor Ji Mai, why are you here? Then, Jianjia quickly flew to the two of them and teased, Beauty Emperor Ji Mai, you've finally come out, he said. She didn't answer their questions. She looked up at the dark vortex in the sky and said coldly, The tribulation clouds are still gathering. The four must be coming. Mu Tianran didn't wait for her to say more and asked, What did Great Emperor Ji mean by telling me to leave just now? She still didn't bother to look at Mu Tianran and just stared at the clouds, saying, Because of the blood pact, when you absorb primordial energy during the lightning tribulation, my primordial energy also benefited from it. Therefore, when you break through to the heavenly realm, my soul form will become more stable. As for the power Mu Tianran absorbs, Dinji will also receive a portion of it. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and Dinji continued, But in exchange, my lightning tribulation will also be born. But the difference is that I am a soul form, and the lightning tribulation has no origin energy. Hearing this, Jianjia, standing to the side, waved his hand in the air a few times and said, No wonder the savage beast ran away earlier. It turns out they weren't afraid of Tiankaran's lightning tribulation, but the beauty. Looking at the still ferocious tribulation clouds, her face remained icy, but her voice became hurried. There isn't much time left. You guys leave quickly. Jianjia, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, calmly said to her, I can stay and help you. With my strength, I can. Before he could finish speaking, Dinji interrupted. No, This isn't a lightning tribulation, it's divine punishment, heaven's wrath. Upon hearing the words divine punishment, he also realized the problem. Falling silent and saying nothing more, Dinji continued, "If you stay, the situation will only become more dangerous. I can handle it myself. But afterwards, I'll fall into a deep sleep for a very long time." Then she changed her tone, instructing Mu Tianran. "Mu Tianran, after this palace falls asleep, you must not use your essence blood to awaken me unless absolutely necessary." He replied with a firm and confident tone. "Yes, DG Daren." After giving her instructions, with nothing left to say, she told the two of them. "You guys go," Jianjia replied. "Understood. Don't worry. I will protect Tiantran, my bro." Then Jianjia and Mu Tianran immediately turned around and left. At this moment, Jianjia's face remained calm and unwavering, but as soon as he turned away, his lips tightened, and tears streamed down his face. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Seeing this, Mu Tianran asked, "Uncle Jianjia, what's wrong?" Jianjia sobbed and shouted, "Never mind me, just follow me." After leaving far enough away from the area with the heavenly punishment clouds, they landed on a barren piece of land. Tiantran turned back to look in the direction of the clouds, secretly praying, "DG Daren, you must not let anything happen to you. You have to return to the demon realm and take back what belongs to you." At this moment, Dinji was standing motionless, looking at the clouds, her cloak swaying in the wind. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Jianjia stepped forward. Mu Tianran said to him, "Stand behind me, I'll use my sword energy for defense." With that, he unleashed his sword energy, and a red circle appeared, enveloping the two of them. The lightning struck directly at the two of them, but thanks to the defensive circle, their bodies were unscathed. Inside the defensive circle, Tianran looked at his hand, where a few sparks of electricity crackled, and exclaimed in surprise. "Even after being so far away, and with Jianjia's sword energy protecting us, I still feel a tingling sensation in my body." Jianjia calmly replied, "Of course, with Dinji's strength, the power of her lightning tribulation is probably 100 times stronger than yours." Hearing this, Tianran said dejectedly, "Jianjia, so I really can't help DG Daren at all." Jianjia continued to withstand the lightning tribulation, saying to Tianran, "Dinji said she has a way. Let's trust her. Divine punishment grows stronger with strength. If I were there, I'm afraid it'd only become a burden." That's disrespect to a powerhouse. Jianjia's eyes were extremely serious at this moment, without any of his usual levity. After hearing this, Tiantran turned his face towards Dinji, thinking to himself, "Dinji Daren, Dinji." At this moment, Dinji was standing tall in the face of each lightning tribulation that struck down. Tianpran secretly prayed for her, "You must get through this." Staring intently at the ferocious blue lightning energy, DG Daren said with a pensive expression, "Then there's no other way, I can only expend my origin energy to fight it." DG Daren's eyes suddenly froze, staring blankly into the void. Suddenly her eyes closed, and tears streamed down her face as she said, "That feeling of loneliness again." In a scene where night falls, with the round moon shining brightly, red on the sky. Around all are the towering triangular towers linked together, blended in this atmosphere. The voices raised shouted, "DG Daren, the Holy Realm has been occupied by the rebel army, and the rebel army's pursuers have arrived at Xma Tower Long." At this moment, DG Daren stood before a person cloaked in black from head to toe, who was bowing their head, looking very mysterious. DG Daren asked, "What's going on? Why has the Holy Realm fallen?" DG Daren, with a pensive expression, asked, "What about father? Where is my elder brother's rescue?" In the current situation, the army of soldiers holding flags densely surround the person. This person, wearing a black cloak full of mystery, said, "The Demon King has been beheaded by the rebel army. The army of the first prince has betrayed. The first prince has fallen. Now throughout the royal family I fear that only DG Daren remains." Having heard those words, DG Daren, with a surprised expression, her big round eyes filled with worry. Suddenly a person wearing a black cloak, holding a sword, walking from a line of tens of thousands of troops aggressively go towards the black cloak mysterious person that says, "Rest assured, it's almost no more already." Instantly, the sword pierced straight through the mysterious black-robed figure's mouth with a thud, catching everyone off guard with its speed. Behind the sword stood Royal Guard Captain A. Urcha, a 7th-stage Silver Moon cultivator. With a disdainful look he sneered, "Those who talk too much must die." The mysterious figure in black robes was dead, collapsing with a thump at Aya Urcha's feet. At this moment, Great Imperial Daughter stepped towards him and said, "Aya Urcha, your brother treated you like family, yet you betray him." "I'm not betraying Urcha, I'm only loyal to Emperor Sat," he howled with glee. "Then, Great Imperial Daughter, please die." Great Imperial Daughter angrily retorted, "You rebel scum, die for me." Seeing great imperial daughter's displeasure, Aercha said, "Worthy of being the great imperial daughter, bearing the blood of gods and demons. If not for Emperor Sopet's soul-devouring curse, leaving you with only 30% of your power." Aercha glanced sideways. A smirk creeping onto his lips, he said, "I'm afraid we wouldn't be your match. But even so, there are mental powerhouses who miserably died at your hands. Now, great imperial daughter is severely injured." She raised her hand to her chest, sighing with lingering anger. "Enough talk. I can't die here." Immediately, Agi Urkacha darted towards the great imperial daughter standing nearby, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, you're at your limit now." In this situation, the great imperial daughter, severely injured and weakened, still struggled to raise her sword with both hands. "If you seek death, I don't mind killing another one." Great imperial daughter wore an angry expression. Her mouth and face were wounded, covered with quite a bit of blood, damn it, causing me to expend all my essences. It seemed to be exactly what Ada Urcha wanted. He grinned triumphantly, laughing loudly. "To die at the hands of the great imperial daughter is my greatest honor. Ha ha!" In the hazy dark night, suddenly a round beam of light appeared. "Great imperial daughter, I'm here to help you, replenishing your essence." It seems like someone has come to aid the great imperial daughter. Even though she was severely injured, the great imperial daughter still did her best to hold the sword tightly in her hands, without letting go. Seeing this, Aercha's face showed surprise, and huge question marks arose in his mind. How can this be? She still has such strong essence. Suddenly, a loud shout accompanied by the great imperial daughter's blazing red essence power. Instantly, the great imperial daughter spat out fresh blood glug outwards, surrounded by an aura of essence energy around where she stood. It seemed that the aura of essence energy surrounding her was not enough for the great imperial daughter to withstand. In this situation, she was very seriously injured. "I thought you had some powerful ultimate move. Turns out it's just a bluff, ha." Afterwards, Aercha laughed gleefully. "The last of the royal family's bloodline is dead. It's all over." Hearing Aercha's words, the great imperial daughter, severely injured, lay sprawled weakly on the ground, her face showing full of disappointment, said, "Is that so? It's over." Suddenly, it seemed that something made Aercha look surprised, looking left and right. Immediately, I don't know what it was, but seeing Adus Urcha with a horrified expression, his eyes and pupils rolled upwards, sweat pouring down his forehead onto his cheeks. Suddenly, a figure carrying a sword stepped forward, looking like a skeleton rising up and walking towards Ama Urcha. In this space, suddenly there was a loud scream. I don't know whose it was, but it seemed like it was Aercha's. At this moment, the great imperial daughter, severely injured, lay sprawled on the ground with tears streaming down her face, sobbing, "Father, older brother, I'm afraid that I, Dinji, can only do so much." At this moment, the great imperial daughter's face was extremely pale. Her essence was exhausted, her body could not move, and the soul-devouring curse in her body could not be controlled. After that, the great imperial daughter gave up in despair, covered in injuries. In the great imperial daughter's heart, I am not reconciled, I am not resigned to being here. Lying sprawled on the ground, the great imperial daughter was not willing to let the rebels control the country, and in her heart she was not willing to be unable to avenge her father and older brother. The great imperial daughter raised her sword to the sky under the red moonlight. The great imperial daughter raised it, and thought in her heart, I am not reconciled, but there was still something that could not be said. The great imperial daughter still continued to hold the sword up. But no. In the cold of the snowy sky, the great imperial daughter still lay quietly on the thick snow. Immediately afterwards, her body gradually disappeared into the cold air. He Yuan appeared in the depths of the great imperial daughter's heart, reaching out to her and saying, "Great imperial daughter, even if you refuse to accept me as your master, I will still be by your side to protect you, loyal to you. It is a loss for Dinji now to keep your primordial spirit in my sword." Her face had an uncomfortable look again. With those words, He Yuan gently kissed the great imperial daughter's forehead. The dark lights that represented the great imperial daughter's primordial spirit constantly flowed into He Yuan's sword. When there was enough primordial spirit, the sword gradually flew into the air. Suddenly, the sword plunged violently into the ground, piercing through layer after layer of earth. The sword sank deep into the earth and stood firmly in place. He Yuan's voice echoed in the silent night. I, Dinji, will definitely return one day. The demon race will eliminate the evil. He Yuan's words signaled her return amidst the tense situation. At Jianjia and Mu Tianran's location, Jianjia couldn't help but admire Her Highness DG. This beauty's cultivation is also very strong, enduring such terrifying tribulation lightning. At this moment, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning struck the rock where Her Highness DG was lying, causing large cracks to appear. Her Highness DG looked at the situation outside and couldn't help but worry. Damn it, it's not over yet. Her Highness DG closed her eyes, sweat already covering her face, as if her endurance was reaching its limit. My accumulated primordial energy is about to give out, she thought. Jianjia and Mu Tianran stood outside witnessing this scene. They remarked to each other that an hour had passed. The heavenly punishment was getting heavier, but Dianji's aura was starting to weaken. Mu Tianran couldn't help but ask Jianjia, "Didn't you say the heavenly punishment gets stronger when faced with strength?" Upon hearing Mu Tianran's question, Jianjia warned, "I know what you want to do. I advise you not to go and seek death." Mu Tianran remained firm in his decision. "If it weren't for Dinji, I might have died in the hands of the sand pirates." As he spoke, Mu Tianran recalled the first time he met Her Highness Dinji. He continued, "Therefore, now that Her Highness Dinji is in trouble, I must step up. Moreover, right now I might be able to help Her Highness Dinji." As he spoke, his face revealed extreme determination. Sensing he couldn't stop Mu Tianran, Jianjia only asked, "Tianran, my brother, your confidence comes from He Yuan in your hand," Mu Tianran replied. "That's right, Jianjia." Mu Tianran held the red sword in his hand and said, "He Yuan once said it was Her Highness Dinji's companion sword, and had helped Her Highness Dinji withstand many lightning tribulations." Memories related to the sword gradually surfaced in Mu Tianran's mind, causing him to constantly recall the past. He continued, "Because He Yuan has the characteristic of absorption, although my talent doesn't have lightning energy, as long as I can endure it, He Yuan will try to absorb it. Even if it can't completely block it for Her Highness Dinji, it can still block a portion." Mu Tianran explained. Jianjia saw him like this and somewhat supported him. "If you've thought it through so clearly, I won't stop you. Go," Jianjia thought to himself. "With me here, there's no need to worry even if something happens. Consider it a heavenly realm breakthrough trial for him." Suddenly, Her Highness Dinji let out a loud cry. The power from Her Highness Dinji erupted, spreading everywhere around. Jianjia wondered. Dinji's primordial energy is increasing abruptly. She's burning her primordial spirit. "Stop her quickly," Mu Tianran exclaimed. "What? Dinji is out of control," and she roared aggressively. "I, Dinji, will never bow my head to the heavens." Mu Tianran rushed forward, still holding the red sword from before in his hand. He bravely said, "Your Highness Dinji, let me help you." Myriad sword art, first form. Mu Tianran immediately swung his sword towards Her Highness Dinji. Her Highness Dinji used her own magic, hoping to save herself. Blue lightning bolts incessantly struck Mu Tianran and Her Highness Dinji's location, the lightning bolts seeming to prevent Mu Tianran from approaching Dinji, but he didn't give up and immediately swung his sword a second time, profound awareness swordnet. This sword swing seemed more powerful than the last. Mu Tianran also managed to land on the rock where Her Highness Dinji was standing. Seeing Mu Tianran in front of her, Her Highness Dinji angrily berated, "Who told you to come? Get out of here. This kind of lightning tribulation? You'll only be a burden to me. Get out." Her Highness Dinji kept chasing Mu Tianran away. Mu Tianran wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he put on an interested expression and thought to himself, "So arrogant. Even burning her own primordial spirit, she won't let me help." Mu Tianran stepped forward with the intention of shielding her. He said to Dinji, "Your Highness Dinji, stop burning your primordial spirit. Leave this place to me." Her Highness Dinji found these words unpleasant to the ear, and she scolded loudly. "How dare you? What are you relying on? If you die, I'm finished. Get lost." Ignoring these words, Mu Tianran replied, "No way, Your Highness Dinji. I must help you withstand the heavenly punishment. Otherwise, even if you withstand it, your primordial spirit will be severely damaged." Mu Tianran still said with a determined look, "The burden in your heart, along with your efforts, will vanish. I don't want you to be in such danger." Turning to face Great Emperor Ji, he said, "It's been so long, and you've always helped me. This time, I'll help you." Great Emperor Ji was touched by these words. Her face flushed, and she stammered, "You," Mu Tianran smugly said. "I can withstand it with my Yuan Qi." Mu Tianran pulled his hand back, intending to cast magic. He continued, "But it's different if I use the power of the heavenly punishment itself to resist it." Mu Tianran gripped the sword hilt tightly, the energy emanating from the sword growing stronger. Mu Tianran said, "Myriad swords art, second form." With that, Mu Tianran soared into the air. Before the eyes of Great Emperor Ji, Mu Tianran used the previous jump as momentum to swing the sword even harder. He poured all his strength into the strike, his face determined, thinking to himself, "I just need to use my whole body's Yuan Qi to protect myself, then add the sword energy of He Yuan." Mu Tianran gripped the sword tightly, swinging it forward with great force, the area around the sword constantly emitting red and purple energy. Great Emperor Ji watched the scene before her, a mix of emotion and worry. He Yuan, Mu Tianran. Jianjia, seeing Mu Tianran like this, couldn't help but lament. "Too reckless. This is an impulsive act without thinking," Mu Tianran roared, pouring all his strength into that one blow. The magic released by Mu Tianran formed a majestic vermilion bird in the sky. Jianjia, seeing this, couldn't help but speculate. That's not right. This kid isn't acting rashly. From the very beginning, this kid didn't intend to use his Yuan Qi to help Emperor Ji resist the damage of the heavenly punishment. Instead, he used Yuan Qi for protection first, and then added He Yuan's sword energy to absorb the lightning of the heavenly punishment. When it absorbs to a certain amount, then release it. Doing it this way, plus the myriad swords art technique, he might succeed in overcoming the strong with the weak, and defeat Emperor Ji's heavenly punishment. You cunning brat! Using this method to resolve it so well, Jianjia secretly praised Mu Tianran. Earthquakes continued to erupt all around. In the place where the dark clouds were, rays of sunlight gradually appeared, breaking the darkness they created. When the myriad beasts saw the blue sky return, they roared in unison, as if congratulating the victory. Emperor Jiamai said a little dazedly. You did it. Jianjia also didn't spare any words of praise for Mu Tianran. You're pretty good, Tianran, my old bro. Mu Tianran hurriedly flew down, calling out, Great Emperor Ji! After landing on the rock where Emperor Ji was standing, Mu Tianran asked, Great Emperor Ji, is your primordial spirit all right? Great Emperor Ji reprimanded him. HMPH. Who told you to interfere? This empress can handle it myself. In short, just now this empress burned her primordial spirit, leading to damage to my primordial spirit. You must quickly find herbs to consolidate my primordial spirit. 8 clumps of dragon essence grass crystals, 3 desolate tear magic gourds, 6 soul reversal pills. I need these every month, Emperor Ji ordered. Mu Tianran quickly replied, Okay. Suddenly, Emperor Ji shouted his name, and another thing. A loud smack echoed. Jianjia, standing far away, heard it, and exclaimed, Is that an adorable slap? Mu Tianran, hurt by Emperor Ji's hit, complained, That hurts. Why did you hit me? Emperor Ji replied, It's right that it hurts. You must remember not to act emotionally in the future. Mu Tianran grumbled, This is too hard for me. I risked my life and ended up getting slapped. Emperor Ji smiled slightly at Mu Tianran. She asked, In short, this is this empress's order. You don't accept it. At this time, Jianjia came to the two and asked, Are you guys okay? Great, Jianjia said sternly to Mu Tianran. Mu Tianran, this time you were lucky to use the right method. Otherwise, even with He Yuan and myriad swords art, you would still be annihilated in an instant. Mu Tianran spoke up and replied, Jianjia, I'm over here. Jianjia put both hands on Great Emperor Ji's shoulders, crying, If you're not careful and get killed, what will happen to the beauty? Emperor Ji uncomfortably pushed his hand away, or else this empress will chop off your hand. Mu Tianran, standing nearby, said awkwardly, Hey. When Jianjia's hand almost touched Emperor Ji's shoulder, it passed right through, unable to touch her. Jianjia panicked. Beauty, is your primordial spirit so weak? Emperor Jia said thoughtfully. No, it's probably because Tianran and I have a 3-mountain and total non-blood pact connected, leading to a more severe heavenly punishment than I anticipated. Jianjia, hearing this, comforted. Oh, the poor beauty. Lean on me. DG nonchalantly orders, Mu Tianran, bring He Yuan here. Mu Tianran tries to stop her. Dinji, please return to the Qiangkun pouch to rest, Dinji replies. This queen is fine, Dinji continues, but soon, this queen needs to recuperate, so in the future you must resolve things yourself and act carefully. Jianjia reassures her. Dinji, don't worry about that. In Tiandu City, as long as I'm here, no one dares to bully my bro Tianran. Although I wanted to see them a little longer, I have to say goodbye for now. Jianjia says. Such a big change happened here, the people from Tianyu must have noticed it. I have to go back and deal with the tragedy of Mu Yunlong. I will never let it happen again. Jianjia secretly resolves. Dinji sounds like she actually believes him. Although you seem cunning, you're actually a righteous person. Next time we meet, this queen will make an exception and drink soda with you. Jianjia bursts out laughing. Haha, I'll take that as the beauty praising me. Mu Tianran wonders. Jianjia is going to Tianyu. Jianjia replies. Not much more to say, Mu Tianran. Congratulations on breaking through to the heaven stage and learning sword kia. My agreement with you a month ago has been completed, so I'll bid you farewell for now. Jianjia holds out his hand and continues. But I'll ask you one last time. I'm making an exception to take you as my personal disciple. Do you agree? Mu Tianran flatly refuses. Nah, I'm good, Jianjia. Hearing his answer, blurts out. Huh. Jianjia grabs his shoulder, shouting, That's ridiculous? Are you looking down on me, little bro? Let me tell you, if you wanted to become my disciple, there would be a line 3 times around Tiandu. The important thing is that you rejected me. What excuse will I have to see the beauty after this? Mu Tianran, shaken a few times by Jianjia, becomes a little dizzy, and replies, Jianjia, you've misunderstood. I've already become someone's disciple. I can't become someone else's. Jianjia, hearing this, says sadly, I don't mind you having someone else, but you rejected me. Mu Tianran replies. Jianjia, don't make it sound like cheating. Jianjia grabs Mu Tianran's collar, shouting, No way! I can't just have no title. If you don't become my disciple, then you'll be my bro from now on. Heaven and earth as witness, kowtow, and call me big bro. DG looks at the two with a helpless expression. Jianjia pats Mu Tianran's head. He says, alright, that's settled. After big bro leaves, you must continue to cultivate the sword. He instructs him. Don't forget, next time we meet, weave a chicken leg for me. Mu Tianran replies, yes. After Jianjia finishes instructing him, Jianjia turns to leave, not forgetting to say, also the beauty's primordial spirit is weak, don't call for her if there's nothing going on. After speaking, Jianjia rides on a branch and flies away. Big bro's leaving first, see you later, Dianji says to him. Let's go too, Mu Tianran agrees. That's right, Dianji, let's go to Tiandu and find the Tianlong auction house to find what you need. Time turns to the past few days before, at Fengzhou Academy, at the inner courtyard where one could seclude themselves to cultivate. At the door appeared two streams of red and blue light. A voice came from the blue door. Yo, you're out, I was earlier than you. From the red door came the reply. You've liked fighting for first place ever since you were little. I deliberately let you out first, you stinky brother. Two people, one male and one female, walked out of the door. The male spoke. But if I'm out, someone should welcome me. I've been in seclusion for so long, I need to stretch my muscles and bones a bit. This is a good opportunity. The two-face, Bu Heishan, with less than friendly intentions. The female agreed with the male. Agreed. The female is named Hongwu, the leader of Langang, with cultivation at the second level of Manhwa, she said. Bu Heishan, during our seclusion your Heigang must have caused trouble. The male is Lan Yu, the leader of Honggang, with cultivation at the second level of Manhwa. He was a little unhappy, saying to Bu Heishan, if you didn't look for us, we were going to look for you. Are you in such a hurry to seek death? Bu Heishan is the leader of Heigang, with cultivation at the peak of the heaven stage. He finally spoke, replying, you guys are too noisy. Would you die if you were a little quieter? Hongwu sighed, not a small tone. It seems that during our seclusion your cultivation has grown quite a bit. Lan Yu, standing next to her, also said, no matter how strong you are, you're still only at the peak of the heaven stage. Are you trying to make us laugh? Bu Heishan replied, the two of you are right, I am not your opponent, but I didn't say your opponent was me. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 other dark figures appeared behind Bu Heishan. The sound of music rang out, unclear from where, causing everyone to wonder. This is the ending music. Is also the time where Lan Yu and Hongwu lay sprawled on the ground covered in blood. Bu Heishan, seeing this, said, guess breaking through to the desolate wilderness stage ain't all that. The Fengzhou Academy folks are all trash. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Remember to clean up nicely. Leave no one alive. Bu Heishan thought excitedly. Once I've wiped these two out, Lord Lu will definitely be pleased with my performance, Lord Lu said from behind. Such ruthless methods, truly worthy of being the heavenly venerate envoy's reserve sent by Lord He to be a spy. The subordinates behind bowed their heads in greeting when they saw Lord Lu arrive. Greetings, Lord Lu. Lord Lu then said, my 5 lures aren't for you to summon as you please. Bu Heishan lowered his head. This subordinate deserves to die, Lord Lu asked. These two are ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Fengzhou list, right? Bu Heishan replied. That's right, they're the experts I mentioned, Lord Lu thought, annoyed. These two aren't the ones I'm looking for. Where did that guy go? Lord Lu handed Bu Heishan a pouch. Take it. Consider it a reward for helping me. Remember to act cautiously. Don't let anyone suspect anything. Bu Heishan replied joyfully. This subordinate understands. Thank you for the reward, Lord Lu. Bu Heishan thought to himself, with this advancement pill, I can advance to the desolate wilderness realm, then complete the mission at Fengzhou Academy, and officially become a heavenly venerate envoy. Lord Lu's eyes turned bloodshot as he plotted. That kid offended me at the Fengzhou mountain range that day. Don't think he can hide so easily. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll definitely find him. Aba Mao recalled and told the two what happened after they left the academy a few days ago. It started like this. A group of people from Xingtu Academy came and said that one of our disciples had offended them, saying if we didn't hand him over, they'd cause trouble, wouldn't let us off, just mess things up. A bunch of academy people were on a mission, but then some people tried to reason with them and got seriously injured. Some students on the Fengzhou list were seriously injured. There weren't enough people, so Fengzhou's senior sister might be ruined. Mu Tianran asked blankly. Atabao, what about Director Su Yan and Headmaster Xuan? Didn't they do anything? Bao sighed and replied. Recently, all the headmasters have gone to Tianyu. My junior sister at the association, teacher Su Yan, and the headmaster have all left. They said that someone from Fengzhou Academy had offended them at the Fengzhou mountain range, so they had to be captured. At that point, Mu Tianran suddenly flinched. Bao continued to explain. Fengzhou mountain range has always been open to outsiders, and people from our academy often go there. I think it's like someone deliberately impersonating our academy's disciples, deliberately trying to harm us. Mu Tianran started to deduce. So that's why Fengchu Mountain Range is his Grand Master in Jingtu Academy. He said to everyone, "What trash Fengchu Academy, meeting me is just them being unlucky to die. If Fengchu's senior sister doesn't advance, we'll lose the chance to participate in the Heavenly Refinement Competition." Mi Shu wondered, how about we wait until you two find the necessary ingredients, then Longyan and I'll take a trip to Fengju Academy, what do you think? The guy behind her worriedly said, "Miss, why would you go to such a dangerous place?" Mi Shu simply replied, "Isn't there someone protecting me?" Uncle Fu next to her could only complain in his heart, "Why is it taking so long to talk? It's almost time to go back, and I still have to work overtime." Scene changed to Tianyu in the council chamber. Before us is the interior. Inside is arranged neatly like a room we often get called into for writing statements. Everyone sat upright in their seats, but one person just kept eating. Another year. Time flies so fast, so delicious. He ate so much that the plate of food was piled high like a mountain. The food in Tianyu is truly amazing. Aren't you guys gonna eat? His mouth smacked constantly. He turned out to be Mi Bude, headmaster of the Qijin Academy, cultivation level Silver Moon 2nd stage. He sucked on a bone and asked everyone at the table, "The last time we gathered was 4 or 5 years ago, A hand wearing black gloves created some kind of high-tech object. This person was named Lu Tianfu, headmaster of the Qimu Academy, cultivation level Profound Heaven 7th stage, loudly rebuked Mi Bude, "You fat pig. If you're gonna eat, don't spray everywhere, okay? Don't think that just because you're royalty I won't dare to make a move on you." Another person holding a glass of red water used a little magic to turn it green. That girl with the light blue hair is Na Lanling, the dean of Ruoshui Academy. With a first stage spirit cultivation, Na Lanling shares the same views as Lu Tianfu, rarely participating in gatherings. Teacher Qian Shao, "Don't calculate it like that." Mi Bude smiled wryly at her suggestion. "Right. Xiaoling is right. This white-haired guy is Bai Buquan, the dean of Chitu Academy, with a peak Xuan Tian cultivation." He also chimed in to add to the noise, "The Na Lan clan naturally has to protect the royal family." Murong Tian, the dean of Fengju Academy with a 9th stage Xuan Tian cultivation, was also present. She frowned and retorted coldly, "Bai Buquan, Dean Bai should worry about himself. Aren't you taking advantage of your position as Heavenly Venerate Envoy to cause trouble outside these days?" Bai Buquan immediately defended himself. "This is my responsibility to inspect. Does Dean Xuan have any objections?" The person sitting next to him spoke up. "I've heard quite a bit about the Heavenly Venerate Envoy's affairs in Dean Bai's jurisdiction. He is Feng Yinhua, the dean of Tianhuo Academy, with a 3rd stage spirit cultivation," he continued. "Like the military chaos last month, the situation had stabilized, but you still arrested other clansmen. Whether they participated or not, you chopped off 1 hand and 1 foot of everyone, young and old, male and female." Bai Buquan immediately replied, "That's for the long-term safety of Tiancheng. Does Dean Feng have any objections?" But he grumbled to himself. HMPH. This guy, surnamed Feng, always tries to echo Murong Tian. Murong Tian frowned angrily and said, "And another thing, you've repeatedly used the excuse of the Heavenly Venerate to cause disturbances at my Fengju Academy. Why don't we settle this debt today?" She lost a little control, lowering the temperature of the room. Mi Bude, who was eating, paused. "It's so cold," Na Lanling sighed. While the two Lu Tianfu were just thinking, such abundant original energy, even with her cultivation sealed, she still has breakthroughs. Feng Yinhua quickly reminded, "Xiao Xuan, be careful." Bai Buquan used that excuse to show off, creating the power of heavenly fire and constantly criticizing Murong Xuan, Dean Xuan. "It's extremely disrespectful to release original energy in front of the Heavenly Venerate." Suddenly, Bai Buquan's eyes widened, and a dazzling red sword shot out. Everyone was surprised. One of them exclaimed, When did the sword come out?" The power of the two dissipated, replaced by a forest of red swords growing from the ground. Na Lanling, with her eyes half closed, thought, "It's that lord, he's here." Mi Bude, sitting to the side, trembled with fear. "I don't like this feeling." The table was now covered with red swords, and the surrounding air had turned dark red. Everyone fell silent. A figure walked in from the door, reprimanding them. "Each and every one of you is a dean. Where are your manners?" A jade green staff was slammed into the ground. "Jian Yi, stop your sword domain." The atmosphere gradually returned to the white veil. It was Bai Pao Tianzun, the lord of Tiancheng, a 3-flower heavenly venerate, who scolded loudly. "What do you think this is?" The man who just barged in was Jian Yi, the 2nd-generation sword saint, a 2-flower heavenly venerate. Jian Yi spoke first. "Long time no see, older brother." Bai Pao Tianzun said to him, You haven't come back for 34 years. Are you appearing this time because you're interested in the Tian Lian Grand Competition? He replied. Isn't caring about the future of Tiancheng our responsibility? Bai Pao Tianzun frowned, a little annoyed with him. I'm afraid you have more than just that in mind, Jian Yi also replied. Who knows? The two were very tense. Take a seat. Bai Pao Tianzun's words seemed to end the tension. Jian Yi regained his composure and replied, As you command, great Lord Bai Pao Tianzun. Bai Pao Tianzun leaned on his staff and said sternly. Then the meeting begins now. At Fengju Academy, the scenery was peaceful and serene. Huang Shishun stood solemnly before a large stone tablet. He looked at the stone tablet, which had lines of writing carved in position from top to bottom. Suddenly, Huang Shishun's face showed surprise, and he was stunned when he saw something on the stone tablet. There was something unusual about the second and third positions for him. At this moment, Huang Shishun still looked up at the stone tablet and he exclaimed, HMPH, all trash. In a different situation, at a famous sacred temple, someone shouted loudly, Cowardly turtle! If you don't come out today, your fellow disciples will suffer for you. At this moment, a hand holding an iron rod was striking the large bells hanging above, the sound of the bells blending like ethereal music towards the academy crowd. Zhang Ping raged, How long are you planning to mess around? At this moment, Liu Yu covered her ears with both hands, while Zhang Ping frowned and said, Aren't you afraid of the dean finding out if you, from the Earththorn Academy, are causing trouble here? Bu Heishan was still standing behind the two of them. While these two were furious, Bu Heishan thought to himself and chuckled. Keep causing trouble. No matter how it ends, the one who benefits will still be yours truly. Bu Heishan. Zhang Ping said, Moreover, it goes without saying, the gang leader's closed-door cultivation gone wrong must be related to you guys. Hearing this, Liu Yu, while covering her ears, advised Zhang Ping, Don't get agitated. Immediately, Zhang Ping ignored Liu Yu's advice and ran forward quickly, shouting, I must avenge the gang leader. Seeing this, Lu Baidaren smiled with a delighted expression and said, So eager to die, let me send you off with a bell toll. Then, a hooded figure in black robes obeyed Master's orders and raised an iron hammer, starting to strike the bell. This time, the bell was struck harder and louder, making it resound throughout the area, creating a deafening and terrifying noise. The loud bell made Zhang Ping unable to bear it, and he knelt down on the ground, covering his ears with his hands. He clutched his head, feeling like he was losing it, listening to this horrible bell. Elsewhere, within the academy crowd, two heavenly stage level 1 cultivators from the Wind Bamboo ranking, ranked 14th and 15th, Luo Yao and Luo Fu, were blowing flutes in unison, playing the heart-clearing tune. Seeing the appearance of the Songluo sisters, Lu Dairen said with an excited look, Aren't those the eliminated Songluo sisters from our academy? Let them know what real musical mastery is. Immediately, another hooded figure in black robes appeared, obeying Lord's orders, and began playing a flute, harmonizing with the bell being struck by the previous hooded figure. The blend of the bell and flute created a distortion in space, messing with the minds of everyone around. At this moment, the Songluo sisters screamed in pain, and Lu Daoren happily exclaimed, You dare to act arrogantly against our earth punishment? 5 sounds? You have a death wish. Blame your fellow disciple for not daring to show himself. Keep playing for me with the earth punishment, 5 sounds formation. The first position, led by Lu Daoren himself, is Lu the profound heaven level 1. The second position is the zither player with wild wasteland level 6 cultivation. The third position is the flute player with wild wasteland level 4 cultivation. The fourth position is the cymbal player with wild wasteland level 1 cultivation. And finally, the fifth position, the one with heavenly stage peak, all 5 positions combine to form the earth punishment 5 sounds. At this moment, Zhang Ping, Liu Yu, and the academy crowd couldn't bear it anymore, clutching their heads, screaming in pain. Our primordial energy can't take it, our strengths are not on the same level. While everyone was being assaulted by the sound distortions, Bu Heishan approached the academy crowd. Seeing this, Zhang Ping shouted, Bu Heishan, what are you still standing there for? The black gang might get implicated. Hearing this, Bu Heishan frowned and thought, It's not time for me to reveal my identity yet. At this moment, a loud thud was heard against a tree trunk. Whose arrival is this? It's the arrival of Huang Shishun. As he grinned, puffing out his cheeks, Huang Shishun appeared like a ferocious lion, rushing towards the academy crowd, and even the earth punishment 5 sounds stood still, shocked by his sudden appearance. Lu Daoren and the earth punishment 5 sounds stood straight and said, HMPH, Shi Honggong. At this moment, Huang Shishun landed in front of the earth punishment 5 sounds. Huang Shishun's steady feet stood firmly in front of the earth punishment 5 sounds. Seeing this, Zhang Ping asked in surprise, It's him. Is he here to save us? Bu Heishan was delighted in his heart. Thinking with a smile, he finally decided to show up. Kwang Shi Shun, the top disciple of the Wind Bamboo Academy with Wild Wasteland Level A cultivation, said indignantly,
"You bunch of Earth Punishment trash are too noisy."
Lu Dayren, of the Earth Punishment 5 Sounds, standing with his arms crossed, said with a look of disdain, "Isn't this the mixed blood who was ostracized at the Heaven's Pride Academy and then ran here?" Lu Dayren said with a provocative gaze, "If you know what's good for you, scram to the side from me." At this moment, Kwang Shi Shun, with strength like a giant lion's paw, advanced towards the Earth Punishment 5 Sounds, who were standing there dumbfounded. Immediately, Kwang Shi Shun jumped down with a loud crash, causing the ground beneath him to explode with his power, dust flying and obscuring the sky. The power of Kwang Shi Shun sent Lu Dayren falling backward, face down on the ground, and even the bell of the Earth Punishment 5 Sounds fell from above. At this moment, Lu Dayren and the Earth Punishment 5 Sounds stood up, and Lu Dayren shouted, "Kwang Shi Shun, do you want to die?" The sky was clear and blue, but encountering these people Kwang Shi Shun didn't like made him feel a bit annoyed. Right now, Kwang Shi Shun smirked and said, "Your music is too harsh, it's annoying me."
Xing Tu Wu Luo's crew said angrily, "Kwang Shi Shun, you think you alone can take us on?" While Kwang Shi Shun and the others were arguing loudly, Bu Heishan stood outside watching the dispute. At this moment, Bu Heishan watched and thought to himself, laughing loudly, "Keep making a big deal out of it, Kwang Shi Shun. Today I must take this opportunity to deal with you immediately." Xiang Tu Wu Luo's crew started to act. Lord Lu ordered, "Xiao, Qin, you two use sound to control him. Ba, you, take the opportunity to attack." Shuang, all answered, "Yes, we obey," obediently. At this moment, Ba's side acted, hitting each other repeatedly to produce strange music. The strength of Xing Tu Wu Luo's crew began to grow, moving towards Kwang Shi Shun. The music of Xing Tu Wu Luo made everything around them begin to shatter, crumble, float in the air, and reverberate in Kwang Shi Shun's ears. At this moment, Kwang Shi Shun's ears began to bleed, and his hands, which fell down, also began to stiffen, unable to control himself. Even so, Kwang Shi Shun's will did not waver, and he said, "A bunch of scrap metal? This is extremely boring." The musical power of Zheng Tu Wu Luo's crew began to sound more violently, advancing towards Kwang Shi Shun. At this moment, Lord Lu began to blow loudly. Feeling it spread rapidly, Lord Lu smiled and said, "You just keep being stubborn. Under our musical ensemble you can't move." "Start acting," Lord Lu ordered. "Zhao, you go over there and give him a lesson." One of Zheng Tu Wu Luo's crew laughed and said, "Ba, if we defeat Kwang Shi Shun, our reputation in Tianlian men will increase." In Ba's position, he also laughed loudly and said, "Kill him!" Suddenly, Kwang Shi Shun's eyes began to flash, as if he had thought of something. In a hurry, Ba in position acted and said, "Die, Kwang Shi Shun." But one of Jing Tu Wu Luo's crew felt uneasy and ordered, "Ba, wait, he can still move." At this moment, Kwang Shi Shun breathed a sigh of relief. He curled his lips and smiled and said, "Just fooling you, trash." Immediately, Kwang Shi Shun began to unleash his moves, and his power began to be unleashed. The two members of Xing Tu Wu Luo's crew were stunned and said, "It's Lion's Roar art, it's over, we've been tricked." Then, Kwang Shi Shun unleashed his move, and his power poured out rumblingly, causing the two members of Xiang Tu Wu Luo's crew to fly into the sky without any precautions, not expecting this to happen so quickly. Seeing this, Lord Lu Du also curled his lips and smiled and said, "Brutal," ruining his hearing. "It's a barbaric fighting method, haha. That way you won't feel the danger." Suddenly, it seemed that Kwang Shi Shun was feeling something. Then Kwang Shi Shun looked down, and a sword pierced into Kwang Shi Shun's six-pack abs from somewhere. The sword appeared from the ground, piercing Kwang Shi Shun without hesitation. At this moment, the surroundings were full of black energy, and someone was gloating over defeating Kwang Shi Shun and said, "Finally waited for this moment, Kwang Shi Shun." It was Bu Heishan, laughing loudly with a gloating tone and said, "You stupid lion. Today I will pay you back for all the endurance I had before." Even though Kwang Shi Shun was seriously injured and bleeding from his mouth, he still steadfastly said, "I'm afraid you're not qualified enough, trash." At this moment, Zhang Ping and Liu Yu said with indignant expressions, "Bu Heishan, you are a Fengzhu disciple, but you are helping the enemy. Are you crazy?" Hearing what the two of them said, Bu Heishan glanced over in a frightening manner, retorting, "Who wants to be a Waste Academy disciple? I have always been Bu Heishan of the Black Gang. You two lackeys only have one way to retreat." Then, Bu Heishan unleashed his move, making blazing red and black round balls fly out in all directions towards Kwang Shi Shun, Zhang Ping, and Liu Yu. Zhang Ping, although seriously injured and pale, was very indignant, and so was Liu Yu, very angry but unable to do anything. At this moment, the round black balls flew towards the two of them. Liu Yu said, "Bu Heishan, he's trying to kill us." Now someone starts reaching out to draw their sword. At this moment, the figure of a certain beauty appeared. Using the time-severing technique,
chopped up all the round black balls, making Zhang Ping and Liu Yu extremely confused as to who was helping them. Then, the hand raised the sword above. With the sword energy coiling technique, the power of purple light surrounded the sword. At this moment, 2 members of Shangtu Luo were standing still and said, "The charm technique is too strong, we can't move." Meanwhile, Lord Lu of Shangtu Luo curled his lips and laughed loudly and said, "Finally found you, you turtle hiding in its shell." Hearing this, Zhang Ping and Liu Yu were stunned, surprised, and stammered, Is it, Tian?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ping's mouth was blocked by a chicken leg, preventing him from speaking. Someone said, "Eat a chicken leg to heal your injury, don't say anything." Turns out a chicken leg healed Zhang Ping's injury. Zhang Ping and Liu Yu stammered, calling out Tianran brother. At this moment, Mi Shu and Mu Tianran stood face to face. Just then, Mu Tianran glanced and asked, "You guys caused the trouble at Maple Bamboo Academy, right?" Seeing this, Mi Shu said sternly, "The people of Earth Punishment Academy are so petty." After that, Mu Tianran bowed his head and said, "Everything is according to Mrs. Instructions." Lord Lu of Earth Punishment 5 Pleasures said with a contemptuous look, "You finally came out, you turtle hiding in its shell." Hearing the provocations just now, Mu Tianran retorted, "As expected, it's you." After that, Mu Tianran asked with a pensive face, "The Heavenly Refinement Sect has rules. Hooligans from Earth Punishment Academy kick people at Gen Academy. Does the Earth Punishment Academy not take the Heavenly Refinement Sect seriously?" Immediately, Lord Lu of Earth Punishment 5 Pleasures, with bright eyes as if he had seized an opportunity, said, "You want to use rules to scare me? Who do you think you are? I am a celestial venerable envoy. These rules only restrict useless students like you." Hearing Mu Tianran's words, Bu Haishan stood in silence for a long time, pondering. Suddenly, something occurred to Bu Haishan in his heart. Mu Tianran, Lord Lu wanted to find him not long ago, he's only at the Earth Realm, what's he relying on? But Bu Haishan smirked and thought, whatever. Anyway, all the people I don't like today must die, it's a happy thing. Immediately, Bu Haishan used the shadow following path technique. This technique was like a huge lightning bolt, striking directly at Mu Tianran. Bu Haishan shouted loudly, "Mu Tianran, I was careless that day and you ambushed me. You won't have that luck today." Suddenly, Bu Haishan said, "I said back then that I would cripple all those who participated in the maple bamboo competition," causing Mu Tianran to turn his head sharply towards Bu Haishan. Bu Haishan's technique flattened the area, making it slightly unstable. After that, Mu Tianran looked at something and ran as fast as a leopard towards the front with a certain force. Immediately, Bu Haishan waved his hand behind Mu Tianran's back and said, "It's a pity that the maple bamboo competition has been destroyed. Your death day is today." Hearing this, Mu Tianran glanced back and asked, "Is that so?" In that instant, Mu Tianran launched a technique and punched Bu Haishan, and he said in a challenging tone, "Then you can try." Instantly, Bu Haishan said with an unexpected expression, How could this be?" At this moment, Ada Bao watched intently. As for Zhang Ping and Liu Ying, they said with surprised expressions, "Mu Tianran, he didn't see wrong, did he?" Hearing this, Crazy Lion Shun put his hand on his chest with a displeased expression and said, "Mind your own business." Lord Lu of Earth Punishment 5 Pleasures also witnessed all the scenes. Just now, Lord Lu thought that Bu Haishan was already at the peak of the celestial realm before, and he had just reached the Earth realm. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Soon after, Bu Haishan probably got scared and ran away. Mu Tianran waved his hand and he said, "Come on fiercely, I'm waiting. You guys stay here, senior brother Bu, feel free to come anytime." At this moment, Bu Haishan was furiously burning hot, as if going crazy. Lord Lu of Earth Punishment 5 Pleasures also looked uncomfortable and said, "Bu Haishan, your strength really disappoints me." Hearing Lord Lu's provocations, Bu Haishan gritted his teeth and angrily replied, "It's not that, Lord Lu, I just haven't used all my skills." With an unwilling attitude, Lord Luke said sternly, "Don't waste my time, everyone attack." Lord Lucan's eyes showed full of anger and said, "Hit them hard for me, I will take responsibility for all the consequences." Hearing this, Mu Tianran showed a disapproving look and said loudly, "You Earth Punishment Academy people are so shameless." At this moment, Bu Haishan reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Now that Lord Lu is our backer, it doesn't matter even if our identities are exposed." A person in the position of Qin of the Earth Punishment 5 Pleasures, a pink-haired girl, took off her hood and said, "This handsome little brother is left to Noza." Seeing this, Long Yan looked dubious, not understanding what was happening. Mi Shu looked at Crazy Lion Shun with affectionate eyes and said, "I have heard of Master Shun's name for a long time. Do you need this little girl to help heal your injuries?" Hearing these sweet words, Crazy Lion looked back and said, "This small wound is nothing. He can probably heal it himself.
Two people of the earth punishment 5 pleasures whispered to each other.
One person said, "The two of us will hold them back." The other person said, "Okay." And at this moment, Crazy Lion Shun,
even though he was seriously injured, still decisively said to Mu Tianran, "Hey, new student,
I must personally tear them apart." Hearing this, Mu Tianran said, "Just now, I was only repaying the kindness you showed me earlier." At this moment, the people of Earth Punishment 5 Pleasures started playing their flutes again, launching attacks. With the instruments playing, the rustling of the wind, and autumn leaves flying everywhere, landing near everyone gathered around, Ata Bao from the academy crowd said excitedly,
"This setup is even more captivating than Senior Feng Zhu." Seeing this scene, Jiang Ping and Liu Yu stood dumbfounded, saying, "Mu Tianran is stronger now, and there's also Mad Lion Shun, but I heard the head of the Xingtu Academy is already at the Profound Heaven stage." Hearing Zhang Ping and Liu Yu say that, the Songlu sisters replied, "Xingtu Academy isn't easy to deal with." Immediately, they unleashed their power everywhere.
Surrounded by lush trees, the sky was clear and bright. Meanwhile, on this side, Long Yan and the pink-haired girl Nu Jia from Jingtu's 5 Joys were fiercely fighting. "Neither getting away," Nu Jia of Jingtu's 5 Joys said with sparkling eyes. "Little bro, don't be so rough. How about Nu Jia plays a tune?" On the music front, one of the Jingtu 5 Joys was playing the flute against the charm technique. This guy said, "I'll use the flute's sound to maintain tranquility. Don't even think about using your charm technique on me." One of the Jingtu 5 Joys was fighting Mad Lion Shun. At this moment, Mad Lion Shun said, "You're the first prey, trash." On this side, Bu Haishan, ready to obey orders, combined with Lord Lu, saying, "Bu Haishan, listen to my flute, I'll enhance your technique." Immediately, Bu Haishan unleashed his attack towards Mu Tianran, saying excitedly, "Die, Mu Tianran." Hearing Bu Haishan's words, Mu Tianran also launched his moves with branches, saying, "Not even worth looking at," Bu Haishan said with an angry face. "Branches? Who are you looking down on?" Seeing this, Lord Lu played the flute. "He's truly useless. I'll personally take action." Then Mu Tianran thought, he plans to use the giant ape control like last time, using the flute to control me. At this moment, Mu Tianran picked up his sword and said, "Sword, come," he continued. "As long as I grasp the sword energy, I can cut through sound instantly." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Tianran flew swiftly towards Lord Lu and Bu Haishan with his sword. Seeing this, Lord Lu thought to himself, using a tree to swing in the air to create vibrations to control vibrations. My flute sound is only Earth Stage 7th realm. How could his strength have increased so quickly? Bu Haishan roared, unconvinced. "Too arrogant, I haven't used my full strength yet, Shadow Rings." Immediately, Bu Haishan launched black, round orbs towards Mu Tianran, but he used his transformation technique, scattering all around, flying in circles to dodge all obstacles. Then, Mu Tianran and Bu Haishan got face to face, challenging each other. Mu Tianran said, "Then use your full strength." Making Bu Haishan freeze, sweating profusely all over his face, Bu Haishan was now enraged. He shouted, unconvinced, "You were only at the Earth stage before. I, Bu Haishan, don't believe you can defy the heavens." He launched his shadow domain technique, enveloping Mu Tianran. Lu Di, ranked first in the Xingtu faction, stood behind, smiling triumphantly. "I'll play with you guys slowly, haha." Mu Tianran still stood there without reacting, letting the shadow domain engulf him. Very quickly, he was enveloped by the shadow domain. Lu Bai frowned, looking thoughtful. It seems the expert who was by his side last time isn't here. What is his identity, after all? He looked at the shadow domain ball that had swallowed Mu Tianran. He contemplated. Did he also receive guidance when this brat broke through his cultivation? Zhuan Jingqin, ranked second in the Xingtu faction, held her pipa backwards, attacking with music. "Flute bro, Nu Jia will play music for you." Long Yan waved his sword cruelly, saying, "No need." The slashes collided with the musical melodies, shattering them. Seeing this, she asked sadly, "Oh, does little bro not like my music?" Long Yan sheathed his sword, saying gently to his opponent, "If you admit defeat now, I can spare you." She turned her face and unleashed her killer move, Universal Dance. "If Big Bro doesn't like Nu Jia's music, Nu Jia will get angry." She smirked slyly. "Little bro needs a lesson." Long Yan could only sigh helplessly. On the other side, Xiao, ranked third in the Xingtu gang, was avoiding someone. His opponent was Ying Ran. She mocked him. "What's wrong, not running anymore?" Her image was being observed through some kind of treasure as if to assess her. He held the treasure directly in front of his eyes to observe and evaluate her strength. He smirked triumphantly. "Your charm technique is strong, but you're just a heavenly realm cultivator." Then he raised a flute to his lips, preparing to play. "You dazed me before, but now I have a way to deal with you." Ying Ran unleashed her move. "It's power enough to engulf him," she said. Oh really? But I don't just know charm techniques. He stared wide-eyed, sweat pouring down, screaming in his heart in shock. No, impossible, who the hell are you? On the other side, the symbol shattered.
Ba, ranked 4th in the Xingtu gang, was sent flying far away, crashing heavily into a rock behind him, covered in bloody wounds. He trembled, saying, "Crazy Lion Shun, our Xingtu Academy is protected by the Heavenly Venerate Envoy. How dare you touch us?"
He arrogantly mocked. Crazy Lion Shun, a mongrel from the beast domain like you dares to offend us.
Crazy Lion Shun gritted his teeth, annoyed. Since when did a lackey of the heavenly prison dare to show off? He raised his hand, preparing to attack him. Moreover, you shouldn't mention the beast domain. That place makes me want to puke.
He immediately changed his expression, terrified, crying and stammering. Don't mess around, please, don't kill me.
Crazy Lion Shun was indifferent to his pleas. Go to hell.
Scene change. Inside the shadow domain, Mu Tianran stood solemnly, sword in hand, his eyes closed as if meditating. A voice came from somewhere inside the shadow domain. Mu Tianran, keep flailing around with your twig. Bo Haishan's shadow appeared before him, mocking. Thinking that sticking your head out like that makes you any different, he loudly proclaimed. This is my domain now. I'm the master. You're only worthy of being killed by me at any time.
Mu Tianran ignored the nonsense and calmly asked, Bo Haishan, why did you help them sabotage the Fengzhu Academy, preventing the grand competition from taking place? Bo Haishan sneered. Fengzhu Academy, he said. That level of competition is just fun for you, trash. Don't even mention the Fengzhu grand competition. Even the Heavenly Refinement grand competition will be destroyed.
It has nothing to do with you. I only want to join the Heavenly Venerate Envoy from beginning to end.
The more he spoke, the darker Mu Tianran's face became. Bo Haishan gloated.
Once you're trapped in my shadow domain for more than half an hour, you'll never escape. Suddenly, Mu Tianran's eyes flashed. He activated the Divine Demon Holy Pupils. After obtaining the Divine Demon Holy Pupils, he knew Bo Haishan's location. I see you. Bo Haishan still naively thought it was just a bluff, trying to lure me into showing an opening. Humph, naive. No one can break my Heavenly Realm shadow domain. Unexpectedly, Mu Tianran's hand reached out, piercing a hole in the space between them. Mu Tianran's hand grabbed Bo Haishan's collar. He was shocked. What? Mu Tianran's eyes were full of murderous intent. He looked at Bo Haishan with a frown, his voice full of anger. You want to ruin my plan to go to Heavenly City? I won't forgive you. Although Mu Tianran grabbed his collar, Bo Haishan still smirked, arrogantly saying, You have some skill, able to break my shadow barrier, but do you think that's enough to defeat me? Mu Tianran grabbed his collar, but somehow slipped off. At this moment, Bo Haishan waved his hand away, laughing and provocatively saying to Mu Tianran, I've reached the peak of the Heavenly Realm. Don't think I'll give you another chance like before.
Seeing this, Mu Tianran covered his face with his hand and said, This is the peak of the Heavenly Realm.
Bu Haishan immediately got upset and said displeasingly, Heaven rank peak. Seems like you're all
Suddenly, something seemed to go wrong. Bu Haishan had a stunned expression, looking surprised. It turned out that Mu Tianran had torn Bu Haishan's hand,
making it bleed, and he was injured instantly. Bu Haishan clenched his hand and raised it, gritting his teeth as he said, What trickery are you playing? At this moment, Mu Tianran turned his head and walked forward, while Bu Haishan angrily said, I don't believe it. Bu Haishan continued to strike towards Mu Tianran like a bomb.
Filled with extreme anger, Bu Haishan gritted his teeth and thought in his head, In my shadow domain, using shadow following path, how can he predict my movements? The two sides continued their battle without any end in sight.
At this moment, Mu Tianran smiled slightly and said, You're just at the heaven rank peak, yet you're so arrogant. If you advanced another stage, would you think you're invincible under the heavens?
Hearing Mu Tianran's sarcastic remarks, Bu Haishan clenched his fist angrily and said, I have the right to be arrogant. You're just a trash earth rank. What do you have to be arrogant about?
The two continued to fight and push each other like two bulls fighting over something. Lord Lu stood outside watching the two people fighting. Then Lord Lu thought to himself, The difference in strength is too great. Bu Haishan will definitely kill him this time. But little did he know that Mu Tianran had seen through his instant shift technique. I've seen it clearly now.
Immediately, Mu Tianran waved his hand and said to Bu Haishan, Are you done attacking? Then it's my turn, senior brother Bu.
At this moment, Mu Tianran clenched his fist like a punch and said, This is a self-created move, borrowing the shadow domain of Yuan Lian. Hearing this, Bu Haishan looked surprised. Primordial Qi fluctuation, this is heaven rank, no. Barbarian Emperor. Mu Tianran began to unleash his move with a huge punch towards Bu Haishan, causing Bu Haishan's thoughts to change. What's going on? Why is his primordial qi suppressing me?
Immediately, Mu Tianran opened his mouth and shouted, Break it for me! At this moment, the powers seemed to be combining together. When he saw that Mu Tianran had broken Bu Haishan's move, Lord Lu felt panicked and had to exclaim, "What?" Bu Haishan saw his technique being broken by Mu Tianran and angrily fell to his knees on the ground, slamming his hand and saying loudly, "Damn it!" At this moment, Bu Haishan knelt before Mu Tianran, witnessed by Lord Lu. It seemed that Lord Lu was very angry to see Bu Haishan in this state. Just as expected, Lord Lu glared with angry eyes, gritting his teeth, and said angrily, "What a waste of an opportunity to show yourself. If you can't do it, then get out of the way." Then Bu Haishan took a pill and ate it, saying, "Lord Lu, I will handle him. Give me some time." Seeing this, Mu Tianran pondered with a solemn expression, "That's a chin rank pill. No, it's not that simple." At this moment, Bu Haishan seemed to have turned into a different person. Now that Bu Haishan had used a stimulant at the barbarian desolate third stage, he roared angrily, "I must kill you, you!" Mu Tianran was a little sweaty at the sight, but it didn't matter. He still maintained his composure and said, "Breaking through with stimulants will come at a great price later." Bu Haishan smirked and said, "I originally intended to use it to deal with Kwang Shishun, but now if I don't kill you, it will be difficult to wash away the hatred in my heart." Immediately, Bu Haishan threw a punch towards Mu Tianran, but he dodged it. It seemed that Bu Haishan was angrily ranting at Mu Tianran, "I'll see where you run." A palm of Bu Haishan's towards Mu Tianran. Mu Tianran clapped his hands and said loudly, "Senior brother Bu, is this the level of your barbarian desolate realm?" Hearing Mu Tianran's provocation, Bu Haishan looked unconvinced and laughed loudly. "Just be proud, or else you won't have another chance." At this moment, Mu Tianran said, "If senior brother is so enthusiastic, then I have to use my full strength." The situation at this time seemed tense. Mu Tianran, with his heaven-rank 6th stage cultivation, plus He Yuan holding the sword, marched aggressively towards Bu Haishan, holding the sword level with his face, preparing to draw it. Mu Tianran said, "My cultivation is at heavenly stage rank 6, but with this weapon I'm capable of much more." Seeing this, Lord Lu became worried, thinking, "I only saw him at earthly stage before. How did he advance to heavenly stage rank 6 in just a month?" Lord Luck also felt a bit apprehensive. Moreover, the sword in his hand isn't simple, it's a heaven-grade weapon. Just who is he? While Mu Tianran and Bu Haishan were fighting, Lord Lu thought, "Let Bu Haishan keep him busy here to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, just in case." At this moment, Bu Haishan spun his attack and laughed loudly, spouting nonsense. "I'll show you the power of my strongest shadow art." Bu Haishan then used his shadow art to manifest a ferocious fiery red monster wielding a sword. Bu Haishan said to Mu Tianran, "You're good with a sword, huh? I'll duel you with swords." Then, Bu Haishan smirked, holding his sword, and said, "I'll use your strongest skill to kill you." Mu Tianran, hearing Bu Haishan's threat, said, "I can't deny, your shadow art is certainly versatile." Bu Haishan asked Mu Tianran, "Are these your last words?" At this moment, Bu Haishan said, "Now you can rest in peace." Mu Tianran, with a slightly troubled expression, said, "That's right. Senior brother Buni's techniques are diverse, only," Mu Tianran said, "none of them are mastered." Hearing Mu Tianran's words, Bu Haishan, with a dark glare, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Still running your mouth when you're about to die." Then, Bu Haishan, shouting, swung his sword around a few times. Bu Haishan said, "Prepare to become a vengeful spirit under my Shadow Warrior's blade." Immediately, the Shadow Warrior appeared, wielding its sword and radiating extreme anger. But Mu Tianran remained completely calm, closing his eyes and saying, "Let me teach you," Mu Tianran said. "This is how you use a sword." Almost as if mocking the Shadow Warrior. Seeing this, Bu Haishan thought to himself, "What's going on? The energy on his sword feels irresistible, just like when I attacked the Shadow Domain earlier." Bu Haishan watched and thought, could it be sword intent? Impossible. Even if he's truly at the heavenly stage, he couldn't have learned sword intent. Next, Bu Haishan swung his sword at Mu Tianran. But in his heart, Bu Haishan still thought, unless he has a powerful expert helping him, but the Fengzhu Academy isn't capable, watch my Shadow Warrior defeat you. Mu Tianran, with a thoughtful expression, said, "You've noticed. This is my sword intent." Hearing this, Bu Haishan, with red eyes, angrily swung his sword and shouted, "Stop dreaming! Die for me!" At this moment, the sword unleashed its power and flew whistling through the air. The power of the attack flew towards the forest, creating a loud crash that disturbed the peaceful area. The power landed in the trees, causing leaves to fly all over the clear blue sky. Unexpectedly, an elephant with angry eyes and large tusks, its trunk wrapped around something, was moving forward. It seemed that Bu Haishan's attack, with its black sphere shapes, hit the elephant, causing it to bleed quite a bit. The blood flowed into the river, turning it a bright red color. At this moment, the aura of the Shadow Warrior's attack
engulfed the river, stretching through the forest. Immediately, the shadow warrior snapped its fingers to signal something.
Bu Haishan smiled unconsciously and said, Mu Tianran, did you see that?
Then, Bu Haishan, while laughing, said to Mu Tianran, your trashy moves are not even worth mentioning in front of me. At this moment, Mu Tianran held his sword and sighed with a dim expression.
Bu Haishan, holding his sword, smiled and said, his face full of excitement, so what if your weapon becomes dim? It doesn't even have enough energy. Useless trash, I'll tell you why you'll end up like this.
Then, Bu Haishan raised a finger and said, first, you've only just arrived and you're already making enemies everywhere. You have some skill and think you're the hottest stuff, but you don't know how to be patient. Second, at this moment, the Shadow Warrior's aura was gradually weakening. Alright, next. Mu Tianran turned and walked away, while Bu Haishan raised two fingers and continued. Second, you shouldn't have offended me. The Shadow Warrior's aura continued to crack even further. At this moment, Mu Tianran turned and walked away. Under the halo shining through his hair, Bu Haishan became even more insane and said, I, Bu Haishan, must become a reserve for the Heavenly Venerate Envoy. Now, the aura of the Shadow Martialist has begun to form a web-like network. Feeling Bu Haishan with an excited face preparing for his next move, but Bu Haishan didn't expect it. Feeling that something was wrong in his head, he thought, what's going on, my black shadow sword? At this moment, Murong Tian turned his head slightly and said, first, it's not that I can't tolerate it, it's just not necessary with you. Next, Mu Tianran picked up the sword and said, second, someone you shouldn't offend. He continued to hold the sword to the other side, then brought the sword down. At this moment, a long, sharp blade stabbed into the ground, causing the rocks there to resonate.
Now the aura of the Shadow Martialist is beginning to show signs of cracks. Seeing this, Bu Haishan shouted, Shadow Martialist. Mu Tianran, with a deep, challenging gaze, said, Senior Brother Bu, how's my swordsmanship? Immediately, Bu Haishan seemed to become invisible, surrounded by the aura of the Shadow Martialists, as if he were tightly bound. Now the meridians gradually break into two sides. At this moment, in Bu Haishan's eyes he faintly saw Mu Tianran, sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. Bu Haishan worriedly said, my meridians are completely broken, what happened? Bu Haishan continued to open his eyes to look, but felt that something was wrong. Why can't I speak? In his nervous gaze, Bu Haishan saw Mu Tianran approaching him. Bu Haishan continued to say, Primordial Qi, gather primordial Qi. At this moment, Bu Haishan was severely injured, his mouth full of blood, unable to open his eyes, said, he did it? No, impossible, Bu Haishan said while lying down. Heavenly Venerate Envoy continued to laugh loudly, saying, I am still a Heavenly Venerate. At this moment, Mu Tianran stood upright in front of the motionless Bu Haishan. Mu Tianran lowered his head with a sad expression and said, the rules of the Heavenly Refinement Sect. Any killing challenges within the Academy will damage the reputation of the Academy. With a voice full of inner strength, kill without mercy, Long Yan held his sword in front of Nuojia of Jingtu Wuluo, who was bowing his head and saying, Hey, Nuojia zither. Nuojia with teary eyes wiping the corner of his eyes said, Nuojia has tried his best. Didn't make little brother move a step. Little brother, Nuojia knows he's wrong. Don't stop Nuojia anymore. Seeing such a scene, but Long Yan did not waver at all. Hesitated, still stood holding his sword firmly. Nuojia then showed a weak look, raised both hands to rub away tears and said, Nuojia was also forced. The Heavenly Venerate Envoy ordered, Nuojia dares not disobey. This time, Long Yan turned his head away with an indifferent manner, but unexpectedly, Nuojia's face became frighteningly smiling. Fangs appeared. At this moment, Nuojia took out a sharp knife from his pocket. Immediately, Nuojia ran quickly towards Long Yan. Nuojia with a happy face waved the knife up, thinking in his heart, no matter how powerful little brother is, he can't be soft-hearted. Nuojia is not only a zither master, but also a 2-star assassin. It seemed that Long Yan knew, so he said, don't disgrace the name of assassin. At this moment, Long Yan retracted his hand to retrieve the sword. Now the sword is completely sheathed. Nuojia was raising the knife up. Hearing Long Yan say that, he stood there stunned like a lost soul. Long Yan put the sword behind him and said, assassins are not child's play. Then, Long Yan smirked and shouted, no one has ever charmed me, Long Yan. With a pensive look, Long Yan said, because in my eyes, there's only young miss. At this moment, Lord Lukef felt something. The fighting aura at the Maple Bamboo Academy had disappeared. Immediately, Lord Lua rushed off quickly, thinking to himself as he ran, so this kid bringing back a bunch of helpers was just bringing back a pile of junk. Lord Lua laughed heartily with glee. Just as he was gleefully happy, Lord Lu encountered the group from the academy standing around the area. Before Lord Lu, Zhang Ping, Liu Yu, and the Song Luo sisters all looked extremely angry.
Besides them, Afa Bakio and his friends from the academy were also there, all filled with indignation.
Even though they were angry, Lord Lu happily spread his arms out as if to welcome them, saying, "What's wrong? The savior's been dealt with. What good does it do to be angry at me?" Hearing those words from Lord Lu, Abako pointed at Lord Lu's face and angrily shouted, "You! As a celestial envoy, don't you feel ashamed of your actions?" Even knowing that, Lord Lu smirked and said, "Ababayo, I know you."
At this moment, a beautiful long-haired girl appeared, standing with her back to them.
She's the direct descendant of the Medicine King Valley's immortal physician, the successor to the Medicine King Valley.
Lord Luke held out his hand and said, "Rest assured, the Medicine King Valley's reputation is still worth something. I won't attack you."
Then, Zhang Ping said,
"Abibao is the successor of the Medicine King Valley," Liu Yu added. No wonder he was giving out pills like they were nothing when the disciples were injured. Immediately, Apabayo, whose cultivation was heavenly stage first grade, had his backlash from the pills recovered. Abayo clenched his fists, his face determinedly angry. "Now I'm a member of the Maple Bamboo Academy, I won't let you run wild here."
Lord Lu smirked and said,
"I'm a celestial envoy. I make the decisions here now. If I want you to live, you live. But if I want you to die, no one can protect you."
Suddenly, someone flew over and said, Lord Lu said with a delighted expression,
"You're back. Where are the others?" A green-haired man with a bloody face said in a panic, "Lord Lu, save me." It turned out to be one of the Xingtu 5 demons returning, but it seemed this guy's left arm had been chopped off. Immediately, Long Yan flew quickly towards that guy from the Xingtu 5 demons, and said, "The hunting game isn't over yet." Long Yan grinned and said, "But I'm tired of playing. You die, you rag." A massive force shot straight towards the group. At this moment, Lord Lu pointed and shouted, "Mad Lion Shun! Shun! You dare kill someone of the Celestial Envoy!" The green-haired man was lying on the ground, while Lord Lu pointed at Long Yan. At this moment, Long Yan laughed gleefully and said, "Oh, right." Seeing him provoked, Lord Lu gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "You." Suddenly, someone else, also injured, flew to Lord Lu's side, causing great surprise. Beside him was a blood-soaked pouch. Suddenly, two people approached Mu Tianran and said, "Now it's just you left." Long Yan wondered. "Young Miss still hasn't returned." At this moment, Lord Lu, with his eyes rolling back, said, "Damn you all," Lord Lu also thought. "Could that good-for-nothing Bu Heishan also be?" Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, hesitantly saying, Lord Lu," making Lord Lu turn his head to look. At this moment, a weak hand reached out and said, "Save me." A black-haired man with dark eyes rolled back, looking like a ghost. His voice weak, "I don't want to die." Mi Shu covered her mouth with her finger as if hiding something, and said, "I gave you a chance, but young master didn't cherish it. Don't blame me." Then, Long Yan ran over and said, "Young miss, are you all right?" Hearing his question, Mi Shu covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm fine, don't worry." This time, Lord Luke's face was filled with anger, his face turning dark.
Lu Daran, eyes bloodshot, glared and shouted, "Fengzhu Academy, don't even think about leaving here today." Mu Tianran immediately retorted, "Leave here. This is Fengzhu Academy. You're the one who needs to leave." Then, Mu Tianran sternly said, "You're the one who caused trouble. We'll hand you over to Tianlidian's sect to decide your fate." At this moment, Lu Daran faced 4 people: Mu Tianran, Long Yan, Quang Shishun, and Mishu. In this situation, Lu Daran thought to himself, "First he destroyed my heavenly weapon, now he's killing my people." Then, Lu Daran played the flute, and continued thinking, "Even if I have to use that move, I must kill them all right now." Lu Daran played the flute. With the jade flute demonic sound technique, the blood-sucking teeth linked all the disciples and the blood-soaked pouches, making them fly upwards. Transforming with the soaring flute sound, Zhang Ping, Liu Yu, Ani Bao, and everyone else in the academy gaped in surprise, asking, "What's going on, this evil aura?" In this situation, Mishu put a hand to her chin, thinking, controlling his body, constantly stealing his vitality to use. I remember this is a forbidden technique. Mu Tianran, with a pensive look, in the rustling wind of falling leaves, the bodies of Xingtu Wulei and the others lay motionless, with round shadows floating around. Something caused Lu Daran to look extremely angry, with bloodshot eyes, looking terrifying. At this moment, Mishu thought with a solemn expression, a mere low-level celestial envoy, how could he learn this forbidden technique? There must be something fishy here. I need to report this to father. Suddenly, something like a body began to change. At this moment, Mu Tianran looked up at a huge, towering figure, their eyes meeting in the passing breeze. This giant is Lu Kai. With a Swantian level of 3, forbidden technique breakthrough, grinding his teeth in anger, he said, "Mu Tianran,
I must kill you first. The Lu name seemed to have gone mad, his body becoming huge and bulging. He swung his arm, throwing a fist.
Mu Tianran channeled his Dharma power, summoning Heiyuan.
The Lu name swung his fist toward Mu Tianran, looking twice as tall as him, but luckily, Mu Tianran blocked his attack with his staff. Mu Tianran used the inverted sword phoenix technique, creating a purple phoenix following his flow of magic. On this side, Mu Tianran's fellow disciples exclaimed, Tianran is amazing.
Mu Tianran's hand holding the staff trembled. Mu Tianran worriedly thought to himself, too strong. Even after using Heiyuan to absorb some of his vitality, the remaining power is enough to break through my Yuan Qi defense and injure me.
The Lu name shouted crazily, Mu Tianran! A mottled wound appeared on his arm, and a black-red stream of Dharma power flew out of the wound. Blood vessels appeared in his dark eyes, and he grinned, saying, You dare injure this honored envoy, your crime is increased by 1 degree.
Mu Tianran's fellow disciples disagreed, loudly protesting. Clearly, you're the one causing trouble. Does a celestial envoy have special privileges? Another chimed in agreement. That's right, why did you come to Fengzhou Academy to cause trouble? Someone else said. Avenge Hongwu and Lan Yubang.
The gang leader, named Lu, angrily shouted at the fellow disciples. Shut your mouths, he continued. Presumptuous. How dare you point fingers at a celestial envoy? That Lu named recalled the beautiful image of his organization and praised. We celestial envoys are one of the 3 strongest organizations under the white-robed angels. Although our status is not as high as the evil righteous envoys, we certainly have the right to kill Trash Academy students like you. With that, he pointed to the building in front of him, saying, Today, I will level this place. Long Yaning appeared from somewhere and said, Such arrogance. Taking advantage of the headmaster's absence, are you celestial envoys planning to dismantle the academy? That Lu named arrogantly replied, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. If you want to stick your neck out, you must see who your opponent is. What are you?
Long Yaning said seriously.
I am nothing, but I'm afraid that even the leader of the celestial envoys, your headmaster Bai Buquan, would have to respectfully address me as Miss Long. She continued. How much money does the Long family donate to Chitu Academy every year to cultivate you? At the slightest provocation, you want to kill fellow members of the Tiankalian sect. Young Master Mu is a distinguished guest of the Long family. Wanting to kill him means opposing the Long family. That dear dude was freaking out, thinking, Long family? She's with the Long family? Long Yingran smirked, saying, Think carefully, Your Excellency from the Heavenly Venerate Hall. A Bao also shouted angrily, Zhao Ranji is also a distinguished guest of our Medicine King Valley. He looked at Mu Tianran and continued, You dare touch Zhao Ranji, you're opposing the Medicine King Valley. The other fellow disciples started chiming in, shouting, That's right, us too. If you want to capture Mu Tianran, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. That dear dude said, uncomfortably, Humph. You think I'll let you off? Long Yingran raised her voice, challenging him. Oh really? Then give it a try. That dear dude, provoked, said angrily, Humph. Your one sentence is all it takes. What about the face of our Heavenly Venerate Hall? Long Yingran warned with a dark face. Before the Long family, the face of the Heavenly Venerate Hall is worth jack shit. Then she smiled and gestured to Long Yan beside her. Moreover, if you're stupid enough to attack me, killing a Heavenly Venerate Hall envoy like you, I, Long Yingtran, can still handle the aftermath. That dear dude clenched his fist angrily, but didn't dare to do anything. He thought to himself. Suddenly, there's a lot of spirit energy appearing around. Is someone secretly protecting her? That dear dude said worriedly. You're bullying people. So what if you can protect them? When you leave here, I'll make sure Fengzhou Academy knows no peace. Long Yingran called out, Long Yan. He immediately turned around and replied, What are your orders?
She smiled and said to him, Tell the recruitment office of the Heavenly Refining Sect. From today onwards, you and I are new students of the Heavenly Refining Sect.
Mu Tianran called out unexpectedly. Yingran. A Bao, analyzed thoroughly. The Long family's young miss is going to school with us. Fengzhou Academy. Might as well have a chance to show off. Long Yan asked awkwardly. But miss, what about Heavenly Fire Academy over there? Long Yingran replied. Reject them. Attending the same school as that person is more trouble than it's worth. Long Yan obeyed and clasped his hands, saying, Yes. Long Yingran glanced at that dear dude, saying, Your Excellency from the Heavenly Venerate Hall, what were you just saying you were going to do to Fengzhou Academy? He just vomited a large pool of blood, he said angrily to Long Yingran. You, then thought to himself, Damn it, spirit energy gathering forbidden technique. If I don't quickly release it, it'll lead to a violent backlash. This situation is bad, I have to retreat. That dear dude said angrily, You guys remember this.
Arriving at the heavenly domain, Su Yan looked out at the sky and said, To Murong Tian, Xiao Xuan, you don't need to worry. Even though the other disciples at the academy are strong, we're not weak this year either,"
he continued, half joking, half serious. "Moreover, this year I'm by your side. Even if you don't fulfill your wish, I'll still lend you my shoulder." At this moment, Murong Tian suddenly stepped forward and said, "What nonsense are you spouting to my Xiangyun?" catching Su Yan off guard, and his heart skipped a beat.
Su Yan turned around and asked, "Murong Tian, Xiao Xuan, why did you suddenly appear?" "Did you hear that?" Murong Tian replied. "The meeting's over. Of course I have to come back. Hear what—"
Su Yan raised his hand to salute awkwardly, dodging the question. "No, nothing, it's nothing."
Murong Tian was determined. She narrowed her eyes and said, "I have good news to tell you. The Sword Saint who's been hiding in Tiancheng will become a judge for this year's Heavenly Refining Grand Tournament."
With him as a judge, those who intend to disrupt the fairness won't succeed. A black feather fluttered in the sky and another person interjected, "Then you must seize this opportunity." Headmaster Xuan, Murong Tian, and Su Yan looked up. Murong Tian said unexpectedly. Bai Buquan looked down below, saying, "The Heavenly Refining Sect's Grand Tournament is being reformed. But if your academy doesn't have enough people to participate, that would be a real pity."
Murong Tian's face turned serious. "What do you mean?"
Bai Buquan stood on the head of a crane, saying, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just concerned." With that, he turned to leave. "See you later, Headmaster Xuan Yuan. Let's look forward to Fengzhou Academy's performance this year."
The crane waited for Bai Buquan to fly away, leaving a strong gust of wind for those below. Su Yan's face darkened with anger at the words just spoken. Murong Tian said to Su Yan, "Hey, why are you being so fierce to a weak scholar? Just ignore this kind of person." Su Yan turned his head and stuttered with a smile. "Xiao Xuan is right." The group of students with Murong Tian now came out. Murong Tian said, "Well, I have to go back and prepare for the selection of participants for the Heavenly Refinement Competition." The green-haired woman smiled and said, "Although I want to talk to you more, it's been so long since we had a chance to meet." Murong Tian also smiled in response. "I really want to talk to Zhao Ling too, but the academy has too much to do." Feng Yunhua, the man standing in the middle, now spoke. "Xiao Xuan, actually, if you want to prove your ability, you don't have to force yourself to stay at Fengzhou." Murong Tian closed her eyes and refused. "What? If I'm not at Fengzhou, are you going to give Tianhuo to me?"
Feng Yunhua frowned and said, "If it complies with Tiancheng's regulations, I'm willing to help you with anything you need, Xiao Xuan."
Murong Tian's face darkened as she replied, "Why are you telling me this now? Go pretend to be righteous with someone else." Su Yan thought to himself. Headmaster Feng Yunhua of Tianhuo Academy is too harsh. When the God-Demon sect attacked back then, not only did he not help Xiao Xuan, but he also convicted Feng Yunhua.
Hua said sadly. "It's not what you think, Xiao Xuan." The burly man next to Feng Yunhua said, "Feng Yunhua, just say a few less words. Say any more, and Xiao Xuan will ignore you." Murong Tian and Su Yan turned around to leave. She raised her hand and waved goodbye to everyone. "Everyone, see you at the Heavenly Refinement Competition." One of the remaining people said to Feng Yunhua, "It seems that Xiao Xuan is very cold towards you," someone else said. "Who told someone not to lend a hand when Xiao Xuan was in trouble, and still insist on their own justice?" Feng Yunhua then retorted, "I'm just following the rules. Sooner or later Xiao Xuan will understand me." The green-haired woman said, "Sigh, Feng Yunhua. No wonder Xiao Xuan gets annoyed whenever she sees you." Looking into the distance, Murong Tian and Su Yan were riding on a cloud flying away. Feng Yunhua muttered. Xiao Xuan, Bai Buquan, riding on the crane's head, thought to himself, "HMPH, Murong Tian, you still want to participate in the Heavenly Refinement Competition? I wonder how many disciples your Fengzhou Academy has lost by now." His face darkened, he raised his hand and pondered. His face looked very sinister, he thought. Suddenly having a few more savage stage students gives you a chance to turn the tables, naive. Just thinking about your angry look when you come back and see me is so delightful. However, upon returning, Bai Buquan was shocked, and his eyes widened. Bai Buquan, in the grounds of the Xingtu Academy, looking at the four corpses. After the Heavenly Venerate Envoy, Lu asked, What exactly is going on?" The Lu, kneeling there, trembled and replied, "Crane, Lord Crane." Bai Buquan shouted, "I'm asking you what this is about." The Lu trembled and said, "Lord Crane, please calm your anger. It's Longjia backing Fengzhou Academy. It's not that our strength is lacking." The Lu was halfway through speaking. "Give me another chance, I'm sure," when Bai Buquan slapped him in the face. Slap. Bai Buquan's slap on Luca's face echoed far away. He shouted angrily, "What are you sure of? Sure to fail again." "Waste," he glared and said, "You're useless. From now on, strip away all your Heavenly Venerate Envoy status. Don't embarrass me at the Heavenly Refinement Competition." A person covered in a black cloak standing in the distance heard Bai Buquan's words and said, "Our senior brother Lu's actions will definitely bring glory to our Xingtu Academy, junior sister. Thanks, senior brother, for giving me a spot to participate in the Heavenly Refinement Competition." Bai Buquan turned his head to leave, glanced at the Lu and said, "The heavenly soldiers have been destroyed. The mission failed. You exposed the forbidden technique in front of others. I've wasted my time nurturing you." The Luan's face was swollen with a bump. He trembled, and said with difficulty, "Lord Crane, give me another chance." Bai Buquan replied with a dark face. "Either go and kill those who saw you use the forbidden technique, or bring your head to me." That Lu knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Bai Buquan. Thank you, Lord Crane, for your grace. Thank you, Lord Crane, for your grace." Bai Buquan calmly said to the group of people, "Have you seen the ending of a failure?" HMPH, he frowned tightly. "Qi Shu Hua. We want you to kill the people of Tianzhu Academy for us, in the Heavenly Refinement Competition." The group of people replied, "Yes." Headmaster Bai Buquan thought to himself, "What worries me more is that Lua said that Fengzhou Academy has the backing of Longjie's forces. This matter must be handled carefully. If we offend Longjie, the consequences are unimaginable." Right then and there, at Fengzhou Academy, a voice boomed. "What in the world is going on here? The Fengzhou senior sister competition got messed up." Murong Tian frowned slightly. "The Honglan gang leader and 2 gangs are dead, and the disciples are heavily injured." Su Yan, who was behind her, was also stunned, and she continued to ask, "Su Yan and I have been away for a few days. What exactly happened?" Zhang Ping said timidly, "Bo Haishan was originally a member of the Celestial Envoy. Honglan gang leader was killed by him." Yu Yu continued, "Din Xuan, you must stand up for the disciples. It was all caused by the Celestial Envoy and Chitu Academy." Murong Xuan slammed the wall, causing it to crack. She frowned tightly and said angrily, "The Celestial Envoy, those mongrel dogs of Bai Buquan, are increasingly tarnishing the name of the Celestial Envoy." Seeing her like this, Su Yan hurriedly persuaded, "Xiao Xuan, don't act rashly." But she replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'm very calm." She turned around and continued, "Su Yan, arrange condolences for the families of the injured disciples, and go to Tianlian sect to get the list of academy disciples who came here." Then she looked at the 2 disciples in the distance. "Zhang Ping, Liu Yu, you said Mu Tianran came back to save you. Where is he?" Zhang Ping replied, "He and Anbao are treating the others. We'll call him over." The night was already late, but Murong Xuan was still waiting. She paced back and forth, frowning tightly, and thought with her eyes closed. There are already few disciples who have reached the celestial realm, and now the Honglan gang leader is gone, and the crazy lion Shun only has 1 Xingdao sword. The top disciples of Fengzhou are injured from challenging him, and have taken leave from school. She tiredly put her hand on her forehead. At this moment, Su Yan returned with a scroll. "Xiao Xuan, this is the latest list of disciples." She took the list, and asked in surprise after just looking at it, "Who are these 2? Su Yan replied seriously, "Xiao Xuan, you're not mistaken, they've joined Fengzhou Academy." Suddenly, someone came over and said to the 2 of them, "Din Xuan, they're here." The person who entered the door was Mu Tianran, and he raised his hand in greeting. "Din Xuan, Teacher Su Yan, I'm back." Following him were Ai Bao, Long Yan, and Long Yingran. Seeing them arrive, Murong Xuan said silently, "Right, back. And you even brought enemies to my Fengzhou Academy to cause trouble." Hearing this, Mu Tianran could only give a wry smile. "I didn't want this either," he thought to himself. "Oh crap, Din Xuan is super pissed." At this moment, Su Yan asked him, "Oh, Mu Tianran, you've advanced to the 6th stage of the celestial realm." He was quite surprised to hear him say that, scratching his head and replying, "Ah, that's right, wondering. Teacher Su Yan saw through my changes so quickly." Murong Xuan was also very surprised, and asked Su Yan, "Mu Tianran has advanced to the 6th stage of the celestial realm. Su Yan, how did you know?" He scratched his head and said with a smile, "I just guessed, and I didn't expect to guess right." He stroked his chin and exclaimed, "This kid is good. Leveling up so fast in just a month, he must have suffered a lot." Murong Xuan also praised. "Advancing to the 6th stage of the celestial realm and defeating the celestial envoy, Mu Tianran, you've really surprised me." She returned to the main topic. "I've called you here because although the Fengzhou senior sister competition was cancelled, we're still participating in the Tianlilian Grand Competition. You guys are now the ones with the highest cultivation level in Fengzhou Academy." Su Yan said with a smile, "New students, introduce yourselves to Din Xuan." Ying Xuan spoke first. "This little girl is Long Ying Xuan, cultivation at the 8th stage of the celestial rank. Greetings Din Xuan and Director Su Yan." Next, Long Yan said concisely, "Long Yan, 9th stage of the wildlands." After the 2 introduced themselves, Murong Xuan asked, "People of the Long family in Tiancheng, welcome to join, but there are some things I must say first." She crossed her arms in front of her chest. "I don't care why you came to Fengzhou Academy. If you dare to damage Fengzhou Academy, even if you are from the Long family, I will not show any mercy." After that, Su Yan took out a red scroll and asked her, Long Yingran has been accepted into Tianhua Academy, and is also a member of the Long family, so why did you come to Fengju Academy?
She replied calmly. Mountains are not high, but with immortals they are spiritual. When choosing an academy, I never look at its reputation. Su Yan was stunned upon hearing this, and hesitated. In short, welcome to join. Murong Tian said to Long Yingran again. I heard that the young man with the same surname as you at Tianhua Academy is also participating in the Tianhualian Grand Competition. Did Yingran come to Fengju because you didn't want to be on the same team as him, and are using this as an excuse to defeat him fair and square? She smiled and asked. Long Yingran closed her eyes and didn't refute. Dean Murong is as insightful as a god. Yingran admires you, she thought to herself. Looks like she knows a lot about the internal affairs of the Long family. Hearing Long Yingran say that, Long Yan immediately said, Young miss doesn't need to take action personally, I'll do it for you. Even if it costs Long Yan his life. I won't refuse, he said decisively. Long Yingran smiled brightly. Your heart is enough for me, but you absolutely can't pay with your life. Just then, Mu Tianran raised his hand and asked Murong Tian. Dean Xuan, what should we do with the Tianzun envoy? Murong Tian replied. You guys killed the people of the Tianzun envoy, but they violated the rules of the Tianlian sect first, so they probably won't report it to the Tianyu. However, since they suffered a loss this time, they definitely won't let it go, and will definitely make things difficult for Fengju Academy later. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. This matter was caused by me. Tianran doesn't want to involve Fengju Academy. If they come to cause trouble again, I will take responsibility. Murong Tian crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with a sneer, Little brat is quite responsible. But the Tianzun envoy is causing trouble for you. Can you handle it alone? Bai Buquan has been in charge of the Tianzun envoy for so many years, he has become corrupted. I've had enough of it, she continued, looking directly at Mu Tianran. Although this matter was caused by you, if it weren't for you, Bu Haishan would have colluded from the inside and outside to cause trouble at the academy. Therefore, from today onwards, she said. And Su Yan also smiled along with Murong Tian, putting her hand in front of her chest, firmly. If the Tianzun envoy dares to offend Fengju Academy again, we will never stop. Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes sharp. I will bear any consequences. Her clear voice rang out. I announce the 5 participants for the Tiankilian Grand Tournament. She called out each person's name. Mu Tianran. He replied, yes. Thinking to himself, I thought I wouldn't get to participate, scared me. Hearing his name being mentioned, Ah Bao, who was eating a chicken leg, immediately choked. Whoa! What? What does this have to do with me? Long Yingran and Long Yan were both very calm, not showing any surprise. Murong Tian continued. And you, Guang Shishun. At this moment, Guang Shishun was lying on his back on the roof looking at the moon. Hearing his name being called, he smiled brightly. I get to hunt again and play games. After announcing the list, Murong Tian chuckled. I will train you for the next 3 months. Be prepared. We can't beat the Tianzun envoy, but in the Tianlian Grand Tournament, we will meet the disciples of Jingtu Academy, she reminded them, while also mentioning Bai Buquan and his people. Murong Tian waved her hand and created a small, long ice shard. She swung her hand forcefully, causing the ice shard to stab into the roof, saying, Beat them to death for me. The ice shard pierced through the roof, shooting towards a bird perched on a branch in the distance. It accurately pierced through the bird's eye and stuck into the tree. At this moment, an orb surrounded by 2 glowing spell circles shattered. Someone crushed the glass in his palm. That person was Bai Buquan. He reached out and covered one side of his face, saying viciously, Murong Tian, traitor, you're quite something. So you knew I was secretly monitoring you. He laughed savagely. So it's officially war. Inside Fengju Academy, Long Yingran said, Dean Xuan. Then Yingran and Long Yan will come to the academy tomorrow to participate in supplementary training. Murong Tian closed her eyes slightly and agreed. Okay, it's late, you guys go and rest. Next to her, Akai Bayo was crying and wiping away tears. Mu Tianran patted his shoulder and asked kindly. Akai Bayo, what are you doing? He said. Zhao Tianran, I don't want to participate in the grand tournament. But Mu Tianran ignored him, wrapped his arm around Abao's neck, and said goodbye to Long Yingran. Yingran, see you tomorrow, Abao grumbled. Does Zhao Tianran Ji really have to get involved in this? Long Yingran and Long Yan walked out the door. She turned back and waved. We'll take the cloud ladder down, you guys should rest early. Outside, at the wind bamboo cloud ladder, Long Yan said to Long Yingran, Young miss, Long Yan doesn't understand, she asked. What is it? He continued. The young miss must have her reasons. Long Yan wouldn't dare interfere, but why is the young miss betting her future on Wind Bamboo Academy? Hearing him ask that, Long Yingran turned her head to look. After a moment she chuckled softly. She said, Your serious expression is so funny. Hearing that, Long Yan stammered, Young miss, Then
Then she said to him, Long Yingran never does anything unprofitable, Longyan. You know that, although it can't be confirmed yet, if it's true, this will be beneficial for the Long family's future power struggle, she said, gazing into the distance. Long Yingran said to Longyan, I investigated Mu Tianran before. The clues combined led me to this thought. A good-for-nothing kicked out of the Mu family. In just a few short months, he learned such profound cultivation techniques. With the current foundation of the Musa family, there are no hidden secret techniques. The only possibility is that he received guidance from an expert and underwent a complete transformation in such a short time. Moreover, what interests me even more is that he was once considered a bloodline slave. Long Yan was very surprised to hear her say that. A bloodline slave. The eyes of the fox mask on Long Yingran's head shone brightly. She continued, That's right. Bloodline slaves are a terrifying existence. The rumors still persist to this day. Moreover, my guardian spirit told me that Mu Tianran's bloodline is not simple. These things link together, I guess. Mu Tianran definitely has secrets he can't tell others. Here Long Yan frowned slightly and voiced his thoughts. There are as many experts as clouds in the Void Mirage continent. With the young Mrs. reputation, it wouldn't be difficult to recruit them, just based on this. Hearing him say that, Long Yingran smiled again. During the investigation, I also discovered something related to his mother. The Mu family's marriages from the time of Mu Yunlong to Mu Yongguan were all power alliances. The first-generation family head of the Mu family, Mu Yunlong, once had the opportunity to become the successor of the Celestial Venerable in Celestial City. Few forces had a status like Mu Yunlong's. He was very talented. But the Mu family's marriages with orthodox families were not famous clans but hidden families. Each generation's marriage changed again. Long Yingran pointed up and continued. In the time of Mu Yongguan, although his marriage was arranged from the time of Mu Yunlong, I couldn't find any information about a person named Ye Ying, but according to my speculation, the hidden sect of the Ye family is very likely, she said. To this point, Long Yan exclaimed in surprise. The Ye family? Could it be the family that our Long family? Seeing that he understood, she said again, That's why I'm betting. If Ye Ying is indeed a direct descendant of that sect, then Tianran definitely is too. Then the sect situation on this continent will change, Long Yan continued. The young Mrs.'s thoughts are thorough and complete. Long Yan has overthought. Please punish me. But Long Yingran didn't punish him, but just reached out and placed her hand on Long Yan's chest, causing him to blush embarrassedly, softly calling out, Young miss, Long Yingran said calmly. I know what you're thinking. Don't think nonsense. Then she closed her eyes and shook her head. Mu Tianran is Mu Tianran. Long Yan is Long Yan. You are you. Hearing that, Long Yan frowned slightly, looking sad. Long Yingran smiled. No one can replace you, so you don't need to compare yourself to others. Finally, Long Yan understood. He said, I understand. Let's go home, she replied. Yeah, I want to eat the braised lion's head you make, okay? No problem. Inside Wind Bamboo Academy, Mu Tianran was walking next to Abayo, asking him, Abayo, it's a good opportunity to participate in the Heaven Refining Sect's grand tournament. Why aren't you happy? He pouted and replied, It's not as easy as you think. Then sighed, pointing and explaining to him, Although my strength has recovered to the heaven stage, the Heaven Refining Grand Tournament is not as simple as inside Wind Bamboo Academy. Aside from the oddballs at Earth Shaping Academy, there's also the Mecha Otaku from Gearcraft Academy, the Brutal Disciples from Scarlet Metal Academy, and, to top it off, the Geniuses from Weakwater and Skyfire Academies. What am I? A measly alchemist? Compared to them, Aspamayo makes it sound like those guys are terrifying, Mu Tianran nonchalantly replied. But I heard the Heavenly Refinement Grand Tournament isn't just about martial arts. There's also an alchemy competition. Abao pointed as if imagining himself failing the test and getting 0 points from all 3 judges. Speaking of which, I'm even more worried. The judges are all from Medicine King Valley, or want to get into Medicine King Valley. Those old fogies don't appreciate my gourmet elixirs anyway. They think deliciousness and efficacy can't coexist. After saying that, he sighed and asked him, Isn't it tough, Xiao Tianjie? Aren't you worried? He replied blankly. Worried? Why would I be worried? Abao rubbed his chin and frowned slightly. Some heavy hitters from Heavenly Capital will be watching the grand tournament. So many people. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. Hearing him say that, Mu Tianran also started to ponder. So many powerful people. If they discover my God-Devil Bloodline, that'd be dangerous. I need to quickly awaken my Emperor Foundation. Abayu hugged his head and lamented beside him. Grandmother's coming too, this is so bad. Then Mu Tianran turned to him and said, Babao, has there been any news about the medicine I told you about from the Heavenly Dragon auction? Speaking of this, Agabao confidently pointed both hands at his head, smiling with extreme assurance. This little matter is already done. Just now, the family sent a message saying it's been prepared. Hearing this, Mu Tianran gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Agabao, he continued. The letter also said grandmother knows Zhao Rangi has some night market secret treasure and wants me to invite you to Medicine King Valley for a visit. He asked back. Invite me? That's right. Getting invited by grandmother. Zhao Rongay has got so much face, he replied. Alright, can't delay, let's try to make a trip to Medicine King Valley these days, Bao replied. Yeah. Late at night, in a place planted with brightly blooming flowers,
Su-yan said to Murong Xuan, Xiao Xuan, the Heavenly Refinement Grand Tournament. How much of a chance do you think we have of winning? Murong Xuan looked into the distance and replied,
Honestly, I think less than 10%. Hearing this, Su-yan panicked. That low? You even said you'd beat Earth-Shaping Academy to death.
She glanced at him, smiling softly.
Can't say unlucky things, can we? Why are you always frowning like that?
Su-yan frowned slightly.
I know you said you'd take responsibility, Xiao Xuan, but can your current state withstand the celestial honored ones? She smiled. Silly, what are you thinking? I'll make a trip to Medicine King Valley before the Heavenly Refinement Grand Tournament.
Hearing her say that, Su-yan was very surprised. Murong Xuan looked up and continued.
If that old woman has that intention, I'll accept it. After all, it's a waste if the elixirs I make aren't used.
Su-yan reached out to Murong Xuan. Xiao Xuan, have you figured it out? She responded as well. Yeah, all these years, anything that needed thinking has been thought through. It's time for Murong Xuan to shed this facade. She looked behind her, becoming serious. This year, the disciples of Skyfire and Weak Water are all at least profound heaven level. The lowest is Gearcraft, and the average is Celestial tier. But they have mechanical aids, earth-shaping is a no-brainer. And Scarlet Metal can't be underestimated either. Even though they've been keeping a low profile, Wind Bamboo Academy definitely won't back down. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, we have to grab it. The next morning, Mu Tianran and Adi Bao met Long Yingshuan and Long Yan. He called out, Yingshuan, Long Yan, you guys are here so early. Mu Tianran looked around. Is Head Xuan still not here yet? It's almost time. Ababadao also glanced around. But has Mad Lion Shun still not arrived yet? He rubbed his chin.
That's right, he just does as he pleases. Now he doesn't even listen to the dean anymore. At this time, Mad Lion Shun was sitting on a high branch nearby, with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Talk about number 5 scolding other people. Abayo looked towards where the voice came from, puzzled. Who's that? Mad Lion Shun also disappeared immediately and appeared right behind Abayo, smiling evilly. Little fatty, you tired of living? His sudden appearance scared Abayo so much that he fell flat on the ground, stammering tremblingly. You're here, Mad Lion Shun continued. I hate trash talking about me behind my back the most, he sneered, reaching out his hand. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson right now. Another hand grabbed Mad Lion Shun's hand. Mu Tianran said,
Senior Brother Shun, we are disciples participating in the competition. We shouldn't lose our harmony over this small matter.
But he didn't listen, frowning tightly and glaring. You trash. Who are you to teach me? His power exploded outwards. Mu Tianran slightly furrowed his brow. Senior Brother Shun, I don't mean to oppose you, but Mad Lion Shun wouldn't listen to him. He gave a twisted smile, his golden eyes blazing. Clenching his fist, he said, It's my word that counts, not some rag like you. Aba Keo, sprawling on the ground, was sweating in fear. No, please don't be like this. Senior Brother Shun, I was wrong. Just then, a falling leaf in midair suddenly froze solid. Mad Lion Shun gritted his teeth, letting out a huff. Abao was extremely terrified. It suddenly got so cold, Murong Tianran also noticed it, thinking to himself, what powerful ki aura. Murong Xuan walked over. Quite energetic so early in the morning, aren't we? Then she slightly furrowed her brow, saying gravely, You've already resorted to techniques. Intense icy qui radiated all around, seemingly with time to spare. From that moment, Murong Xuan's qui continued to spread out, to the point that even the tree canopies in the distance froze solid.
She then fiercely continued to the 5 of them.
I'll make you so tired you won't be able to think straight. Murong Xuan waved her hand. I'll briefly explain the rules of the Heavenly Refining Sect's Grand Competition. After that, I'll arrange suitable training based on each of your unique characteristics. The Heavenly Refining Sect's Grand Competition is divided into 2 parts. The first is individual matches, where combat will proceed based on each person's unique characteristics. Points are awarded individually. And after it's over, you can use those points to redeem rewards outside the Heavenly Refining Grand Competition. The second part is team matches. Points accumulated from team battles will affect the rankings of the 6 great academies.
She gazed towards the distant mountains, continuing. The Heavenly Refining Grand Competition is a great opportunity to showcase yourselves to the major sects in Heavenly City. By then, many sects will come to observe and select some of you to join them. Furthermore, disciples with outstanding performance in both individual and team matches will have the chance to secure a position in the Heavenly City Army in the future. The 5 of them listened attentively to Murong Xuan. Next, Murong Xuan began to analyze each person's strengths. Mad Lion Shun has burst potential and recovery. His power makes him the team's biggest damage dealer. Hearing this, he grinned widely, slightly curling his fingers, and said, No matter if they're heavenly fire or weak water, I'll beat them till they're crawling.
And Bao Bio, as an alchemist, can support teammates by restoring their strength. Hearing his name, he furrowed his brow and sighed. Long Yingran, the spirit manipulator, can perform sneak attacks and use charm arts for support. Long Yan, the Swiftblade user, can coordinate attacks and break formations. Mu Tianran, assassin. As for the rest, you can explain yourself, he thought to himself. Have I ever actually fought in a team battle before? He said to Murong Tian. In team battles, I can handle any position. Hearing this, Murong Tian slightly furrowed her brow. Can handle any position. That means you're a jack of all trades, master of none. Just find a direction that suits you. After analyzing their abilities, she instructed. Today's training begins now. All 5 of you. Charge at me using any means necessary, she pointed at herself, continuing. As long as you hit me, you win. But if you step out of this circle, it counts as a loss. The circle she spoke of was the boundary of the ice layer she had created. You have a moment to discuss your strategy. We begin after that moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately leaped away. The 5 of them, Long Yingran spoke first. Our opponent is Din Xuan, Tianran. I want to hear what you think, Mu Tianran asked back. Oh, what do I think? He chuckled softly and said, I think Din Xuan wants us to combine our strengths and attack, so we should utilize each other's advantages. I once saw in the archives, records, that for team battles the best setup is 3 offense, 2 support. The 3 strongest members would be the main attackers, with the remaining 2 as team support. Though supporters don't fight directly, they are crucial links in the battle. Hearing this, Mad Lion Shun furrowed his brow and judged. Boring, Mu Tianran continued. Senior brother Shun is very strong. Besides breaking through, he can also provide backup for us. Long Yan and I have a speed advantage, suitable for attacking and disrupting the opponent's formation. Long Yan narrowed his eyes, listening silently. Anran, use your charm to distract them while Long Yan and I break the formation. Long Anran, smile indicating she understands. Abayo is skilled in refining elixirs, so you will replenish our yuan qi. Hearing his task, he exclaimed, Little Tian is so organized, holding out his hand, with 5 spirit pills in it. Then everyone, split these up. This is the fleshy restoration pill I just refined, which can make yuan qi consumption less severe. Everyone took a pill in their hands. Mu Tianran gave a forced smile. These elixir delicacies. I seem to understand the mood of the elders in the Medicine King Valley, Long Anran also said in surprise. What kind of elixir is so greasy? Abayo scratched his head and said with a smile. It may look weird, but it's effective, maintaining twice the time of the same level elixirs. Delicious elixirs are more interesting. While everyone was happy, Kwang Shishun curled his lips and said, A pointless step. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, laughing and shouting, I alone am enough. I've wanted to fight the dean for a long time. Seeing his actions, Akobao said as if he had expected it. Sure enough, he's not cooperating at all, Mu Tianran also said with a serious face, making a mess. At this time, Murong Tian was standing in the center of the ice rink. Seeing Kwang Shishun rushing over, she became serious. If you rushed over, then I'll assume you've finished discussing. Kwang Shishun had stepped onto the ice rink. He took momentum wanting to jump, but couldn't move much. Seeing this, he cursed irritably. Damn it, why is the ice so slippery? Murong Tian calmly clenched her hand and said, Rushing up without carefully observing the situation. If you were on the Lei stage, you would have already lost. Immediately afterwards, she chuckled and rushed forward. The movement was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Kwang Shishun was stunned when he saw her disappear, wondering, where's the person? At this time, Murong Tian was above. She swung down, causing Kwang Shishun to fall face down on the ice rink. The floor completely cracked, screamed loudly, his eyes turned completely white. Roaring violently, he lost consciousness. In the distance, Mu Tianran rushed forward quickly, shouting loudly, Long Yan, let's rush together, take advantage of the speed, control Din Xuan. Mu Tianran bit into Abao's pill, frowning. Too late, immediately take action, swallow the elixir. Mu Tianran immediately rushed forward, shouting, Anran, wait for the opportunity, Abao refines elixirs, awaken Kwang Shishun. Atbao, seeing that Long Yan didn't move at all, reminded him, Long Yan, big brother, why are you going towards Anran? You have to break the formation. At this time he was startled and reacted, Long Yan gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. The invisible consciousness stepped forward again to protect the young lady. He didn't know how to answer Abameo. He hesitated. Yeah. At the back, Long Anran closed her eyes tightly and said, Long Yan, go quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, he rushed forward. Yes, young lady. Murong Tian saw the situation in front of her, frowned and evaluated. A complete mess. Did you guys discuss this? Behind her was Kwang Shishun, unconscious and lying face down on the ground. In front was Mu Tianran rushing towards her. Long Yan was also running behind.
but a long distance away, Mu Tianran approached her, swung his fist gathering yuan qi and said, Dean Xuan, please forgive me. She casually moved her foot a little and gently caught the fist that was swinging towards her,
at the same time saying, "Only a fool telegraphs during an attack." She gripped his arm tightly,
swung him around violently,
then released her hand, sending him flying out. Because he was caught off guard, he screamed unconsciously. Mu Tianran thought to himself, the ice surface is too slippery, I can't exert any force. Long Yan, who was running over, saw Mu Tianran flying towards him. Immediately afterwards, he swung his move to catch Mu Tianran. He said to him, "You good, get up." He rubbed his head and squinted slightly, saying, "Thanks." When the two looked forward, Murong Tian was nowhere to be seen. Mu Tianran asked, "Where's Institute Head Xuan?" Suddenly, a Bao shouted from behind, "Heads up!" Mu Tianran turned to look up, and Long Yan followed suit. The two of them were instantly shocked. In the sky, Murong Tian was launching a streak of ice. "With extremely powerful force," she said. "With your current state, you won't even make it past the first round of the grand tournament." Mu Tianran and Long Yan frowned, stunned. Abango was also sweating bullets. Long Yingran thought darkly. No wonder she was once on par with the head of the Heavenly Fire Academy. Her tiny streak of ice fell in front of the two, and upon hitting the ground, it suddenly transformed into a massive ice block, freezing everything around. The ice block encased Long Yan and Mu Tianran inside. Murong Tian gently landed on the ice floor. Mu Tianran inside the ice couldn't move. Around him were also a swarm of butterflies, frozen solid. Long Yan and Mu Tianran no longer had the ability to move. A Bao hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Xiao Ran Ji Yi." Long Yingran just closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and sighed. A Bao's words caught Murong Xuan's attention, and she turned around, levitating her cold hands surrounded by ice butterflies, saying, "Two left." Following her arm, a gust of wind immediately blew over, hitting Abeko. He raised his hands to shield himself, exclaiming, "Whoa, that's a big gust." Immediately after, he was blown in circles away from the ice floor, groaning in pain. A Bao crashed, sprawling against a large tree, losing consciousness. Now, only Long Yingran remained. Long Yingran proactively stepped out of bounds, saying calmly, "Looks like I can't change the situation." Seeing her action, Murong Tian pointed and chuckled. Wise decision. Among the five, only Long Yingran has a meticulous mind. Murong Tian continued, "They won't wake up for a while. Let's regroup at noon." Long Yingran hummed in acknowledgement. Murong Tian walked towards Su Yan. He was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree. "Xiao Xuan, with their strength, they definitely can't touch you right now. Why did you need to?" She immediately cut him off. "You're wrong, I never thought they'd meet the requirement." She looked towards the five in the distance. "I want to stoke the arrogance in their hearts, to let them know how limited individual strength is. The Heavenly Refinement Grand Tournament is a fight to the death. Unless one side admits defeat, the match won't stop. The other academies won't give us a chance to breathe. This is a battlefield in peacetime." Su Yan said again, "If you suppress them like this, I'm afraid they'll lose confidence, and even their fighting spirit." Murong Tian chuckled. "You underestimate these kids too much. I haven't misjudged them." She glanced at him again. "On the contrary, you've been getting more and more cocky lately, constantly questioning me." Hearing this, Su Yan stammered in shock. No way." She didn't continue to scare him, turning around and saying, "Don't worry, they aren't so easily defeated. Let's head back." Su Yan followed behind her, replying, "Okay, sounds good." Now only the five were left. Mu Tianran and Long Yan were frozen solid. A Bao was unconscious, leaning against a tree. Long Yingran stood next to him, and Kuang Yushun was face-planting on the ground. Kuang Yushun laughed loudly in his heart, simultaneously sealing my acupoints while attacking. Is this the Institute Head's strength? Interesting, very interesting. Long Yan couldn't move. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, if I encounter an even stronger enemy, will I still be able to protect young Miss? Long Yan, you absolutely must raise your strength by another level. Mu Tianran next to him thought, too careless. This can't happen a second time. Meanwhile, Ababazio was leaning against a tree, seemingly passed out but actually snoring away in his sleep. Leaving Long Yingran standing there awkwardly all by herself, she thought to herself, this Heavenly Refinement Grand Tournament, I'm afraid their strength isn't any weaker than Dean Murong Xuan's. They waited there for a bit, and finally, the ice that had frozen Mu Tianran and Long Yan shattered. The two of them roared at the same time, unleashing their power and smashing the huge ice block. Mu Tianran panted, his face covered in sweat. He thought, this ice is seriously tough. It took so long to break through with my yuan qi. Long Yan was also breathing heavily, but he quickly glanced around, calling out, young miss? He rushed in front of Long Yingran and A Bao, kneeling on one knee and asking, are you all right, young miss? Then he frowned, closed his eyes tightly, and blamed himself. It was my carelessness. If I had noticed it sooner, Mu Tianran also walked over to them. Babao asked, Zhao Ran-E, do you want a chicken drumstick? He frowned and replied, no need, thanks. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this, Bao immediately stood up, offering his spot, and waving him over, Zhao Ranji, sit here. But he didn't move, just replied, it's fine here. Seeing his unusual behavior, Abadal thought to himself, Zhao Ranji seems a bit unhappy. Mu Tianran was focused, closing his eyes and thinking, now's not the time for an outdoor picnic, how can everyone unite? Beside them, Long Yingran was leisurely enjoying tea, humming softly. Long Yan was restless with worry, wondering, is young miss angry? Bao didn't give up, stubbornly asking Mu Tianran, you're not going to eat? On a high branch nearby, Kwang Shishun was resting, leaning against the tree. Hearing the people below talking, he gritted his teeth slightly. Seeing that he was determined not to eat, Abamayo ate by himself. While eating, he thought, if everyone's like this, what kind of team battle is this going to be? Just then, Murong Tian walked over, clapping her hands, followed by Suyan. She said with a smile, you guys recovered quickly. Seeing the two of them arrive, Agibeo asked, Dean Xuan is here. Want a bite? But she frowned slightly and asked him, Abagio, your performance was such a failure, and you're still in the mood to eat. I should talk to your grandmother about your situation at the academy. Abao hesitated, holding 2 chicken drumsticks in his hands. Well? Murong Tian questioned him sternly. Do you know what your performance just now was like? I'll be blunt, your cooperation was like a pile of crap. Mu Tianyuran knew better than to speak. Su Yan didn't expect her to be so direct, and was stunned. Kwang Shishun only listened with his eyes slightly open, not saying anything, while Abao was so shocked that he dropped the drumstick he was eating. Only Long Yingran calmly replied, Dean Xuan is right, Long Yan added beside her. It's all my fault, it has nothing to do with young miss. Murong Tian crossed her arms in front of her chest and sternly instructed, you think you're hot stuff just because you have a little bit of skill? She furrowed her brow, her sharp eyes assessing them. A complete mess, chaotic and disorganized, fragile like a pile of mud. Do you even deserve the word, team? Hearing her words, Mu Tianran clenched his teeth. Mu Tianran stood up, clenching his fists and saying, it's not like that. We also had assigned roles for cooperation and distribution for each person, Murong Tian asked calmly. So you're saying it had nothing to do with you? He hesitated. No, I didn't mean that, she asked again. Why don't you think about why they didn't listen to your instructions? Hearing her question, he was suddenly stunned. Murong Tian pointed directly at him and continued, you're just a bunch of talkers. In reality, no one respects each other's tactics. What's the point of that? Mu Tianran started to speak. But before he could finish, Murong Tian cut him off. Mu Tianran, haven't you realized your weakness yet? Your stubbornness is a double-edged sword. Persistence is good, but stubbornness will make you miss details. He pondered her words, recalling, my master once told me the same thing. You think the plans you make are foolproof? You think everyone else thinks that way too? Kwang Shishun, leaning against a distant branch, glanced over. Murong Tian waved her hand. Without preparation, why should others listen to you? Finally, her words made him realize something. He said dejectedly, Dean Xuan is right. I wasn't well prepared. My apologies. Su Yan, adjusting his glasses beside him, interjected. All right, let me say one last thing. Your problem. Long Yiran, from the beginning you've been using your guardian spirit to create decoys, hiding your real body very well. Calmness is good, but acting alone isn't practical. Long Yiran calmly took a sip of tea, listening to Su Yan's assessment. Kwang Shishun, your biggest weakness is your overconfidence. You refuse to cooperate with teammates, which is a big no-no. He yawned, listening silently without saying anything. Long Yan, your mind is wandering, your goals are inconsistent, leading you to miss the best opportunities for cooperation. Hearing the evaluation of himself, he frowned slightly. Abeo, as an alchemist, you're just plain muddle-headed. Muddle-headed. Hearing this, Abeo just pouted, fiddling with his fingers. Mu Tianran, as the leader of this match, you haven't inspired belief in others, which is also a failure. He clasped his fist respectfully and said, this disciple knows his mistake, but don't be discouraged. I think your arrangements are very reasonable. Just continue to cultivate with a humble attitude, and you will definitely, Su Yan pointed, advising Mu Tianran, but Murong Tian interrupted him. Bao, you point out the mistakes, and you don't need to say more? Su Yan immediately was stunned, and hesitated. In addition to reprimands, there must be encouragement, but Murong Tian didn't care, she said to the 5. You must know, I'm not forcing you to participate in the heaven-refining grand competition. She pointed at them, and continued. Rather, you all need this opportunity to prove yourselves or to get what you want. Kwang Shishun pushed Su Yan to the ground. The 5 of them stood straight, listening to her instructions. Murong Tian continued. You know better than anyone what you want. Achieving it depends on each of you individually. You must rely on each other. Abayo gnawed on the last of the chicken leg, thinking to himself, even though I was forced to participate, I also hope that my gourmet pill will be recognized by everyone. Mu Tianran also spoke up. This disciple understands. Behind him, Kwang Shishun called out to him, "Hey, transfer student." He pointed to himself and said gloomily, "I will cooperate with you a little bit in the future, but if the instructions don't fit my fighting style, I will still do what I think is right." Hearing this, Mu Tianran immediately turned around to look at him, thinking to himself, Kwang Shishun, is he taking the initiative to offer cooperation? But he still replied, okay, let's work hard together. But Kwang Shishun gritted his teeth and said to him, "Don't flatter me, we're just using each other." He thought to himself, I must return to Beast City and defeat that man. At this moment, Long Yuran suddenly called to him. Tian Yuran, I believe in your abilities. In these days we will continue to practice. Long Yan then said, I only have one request, and that is that your tactical transmission must ensure the safety of the young lady. Seeing everyone gradually cooperating, Mu Tianran smiled and replied, Yes, don't worry, I will do that. Then let's compete once again with Dean Xuan. This time we will discuss it a bit. But Murong Xuan waved her hand and said, I don't intend to keep fighting with you. Mu Tianran asked, Why? Isn't this training? Sun Yan suddenly pointed to them and explained, I will speak for it. Just now, the Dean received a mission from Tianlian's sect. It is said that a Lord-level exotic species has invaded near the Yao Wang Valley mountain range. This celestial beast has a natural love of fighting, causing trouble for the surrounding creatures and seriously affecting the local ecosystem. Everywhere it goes is swept clean. It rests at the foot of Huio Mountain, and every move causes Huio Mountain's anger, causing no small damage to the medicinal herbs of Yao Wang Valley. This primal beast has a high level. Suddenly, Murong Xuan interrupted him again. So, Medicine King Valley issued a hunting mission, even before Heaven Forging Sect did. I figured it'd be perfect for your cultivation, so I snatched it up for you. Su Yan fumed. Xiao Xuan, I wasn't finished. The moment he heard about this mission, Kwang Shishun became extremely interested, grinning brightly. Lord tier primal beasts, I'm already tired of eating those. Ayabao clenched his fists and said to Mu Tianran, Brother Tianran, what a coincidence. We were planning to head back to Medicine King Valley anyway. Only Long Ying Xuan hesitated slightly. She rested her chin in her hand and said, Lord tier primal beasts, are they suitable for our trials? Long Yan beside her spoke up. Young miss, I will protect you. A moment later, Murong Xuan darkly reminded them. If you can't even handle those beasts, don't even dream of participating in the trials anymore. Tomorrow morning, we depart for Medicine King Valley, Su Yan, and I will personally oversee you. The five of them spoke in unison. Understood, Dean. The next day, everyone arrived at the Medicine King mountain range. Because of the rampaging primal beasts, volcanoes were erupting everywhere, so Medicine King Valley had evacuated all its disciples. At this moment, Mu Tianran was soaking in a hot spring, feeling incredibly relaxed and comfortable, when suddenly the Empress appeared. Without a stitch of clothing, she gazed at him alluringly. Empress, weren't you fast asleep? Why are you here, Empress? She smiled, saying nothing, and simply waded silently into the hot spring. She came and embraced Mu Tianran, the scene incredibly steamy. She said, Does this Empress need to report to you where she wants to go? She whispered into Mu Tianran's ears, which were burning red like fire. He replied fearfully, Right. I haven't forgotten to collect the medicinal ingredients for you, Empress. This trip to Medicine King Valley is to find the last few types. The Empress burst into laughter. You truly are a responsible servant? This Empress must reward you. Empress. This won't do. No, this can't happen, Empress. The people around them leaned against the rocks, looking at Mu Tianran with eyes full of disgust. He was still lost in his delusion, Empress. So he was just fantasizing. Mu Tianran was hugging a pillar, mistaking it for the Empress, his drool still dripping. Yo ho ho, Empress. Everyone cursed. Mu Tianran. Are you crazy? Snap out of it? While he was still deep in his trance, Kwang Shishun grabbed a dipper of water and threatened, If you keep being so disgusting, I'll deal with you. Abato asked, confused. Brother Tianran, why are you just hugging a pillar and muttering about dingy? He scratched his head awkwardly. I mean, the hot spring here is great for your constitution, you know. Mu Tianran secretly sighed in relief. Good thing I wasn't exposed yet. If the Empress were discovered, it would be a huge hassle. At this moment, He Yuan, in the storage bag, suddenly spoke up. Master, I feel a source of pressure here that's attracting me. After that, it started diving into the water, leading the way for him. Seeing this, Mu Tianran also made an excuse to tell everyone, My sword fell into the lake, I have to go down and get it. Luckily, they were all relaxing, so no one paid attention to his strange behavior. At this moment, Mu Tianran and He Yuan were diving deep to the bottom of the lake. Following the trail of aura, they reached the bottom and saw only a towering, vertical cliff in front of them. Mu Tianran wondered. It's not deep here, and I don't see anything around. Hey Yuan, why did you bring me here? Hey Yuan then pointed towards the empty cliff face and said, Nah, there's an energy source down below. Seeing He Yuan so certain, Mu Tianran wondered, energy down below. Saying that, he immediately channeled his qi into his eyes, enhancing his vision, and then, with his divine eyes, Mu Tianran observed a strange seal enveloping a huge energy source. He shouted, I see it! It's a seal. And inside it seems to be sealing an enormous amount of primordial energy. Looking at its complex structure, Mu Tianran wondered. But I don't know how to undo it, how to remove the seal. As he spoke, Mu Tianran reached out to probe the seal. When that primordial energy collided with his hand, it was automatically absorbed into his palm, greatly surprising him. Mu Tianran quickly retracted his hand. Looking at the hand that had just touched the seal, Mu Tianran felt strange and wondered, what's going on? I'm absorbing the primordial energy inside the seal. Suddenly, the arm that had just absorbed that strange primordial energy became hot and swollen. Mu Tianran cried out in pain. What's going on? It's so hot. His meridians and bones felt like they were about to explode. His hand felt like it was burning and trembling. Then suddenly, somehow, everything returned to normal. Tianran looked at his arm and thought. The feeling of exploding gradually disappeared, and then the primordial energy in my body gradually increased. He turned to He Yuan and asked, Hey Yuan, what is this? It can't be this simple to replenish primordial energy. Is this increasing my cultivation? He Yuan pointed directly at the seal and began to explain. This primordial energy is very pure. Tianran, still not understanding, asked again. So you want me to absorb all that primordial energy? Hey. Yuan hesitated. I'm not sure about that either, but it's definitely beneficial to the master. It explained further. If this thing wasn't sealed and impossible to absorb, I would have sucked it dry already. But the master can absorb it through the seal, so I thought, why not use it? Looking at the powerful seal floating in the air, Tianran thought to himself, hey, Yuan is still separated by the seal, how can I do it? But not wanting to miss the opportunity to increase his cultivation, he decided, although I don't understand, this is an opportunity to increase my cultivation quickly, I can't miss it. Saying that, he reached out, channeling his energy and preparing to absorb the primordial energy, thinking, then I will absorb it all. He was suddenly surprised. When my primordial energy encounters the seal is automatically Kaijo. The moment his primordial energy collided with the seal, instead of having to painstakingly break the seal as expected, it automatically Kaienjand was automatically absorbed. But the absorption of this large amount of primordial energy caused pain to Tianran, he shouted. Why is there so much primordial energy? Countless streams of spiritual power turned into arrows of energy flying straight towards him. Seeing the misfortune, he shouted, Spirit, no. Too much. More and more, the source of primordial energy increased. Just like that, it rushed straight towards Tianran's body and was automatically absorbed. Hey, Yuan anxiously held his head and said, what is Master doing? If you absorb it all at once, your body won't be able to withstand it, leading to explosion. Tianran couldn't control it anymore. He turned back and said, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to screw me over? Hey Yuan knew he had caused a big problem, and hurriedly held his head in confusion. He blamed me again. I didn't know you were so stupid. Normal people don't absorb it all at once. Saying that, he panicked and tried to run away. Tianran hurriedly shouted in great pain and helplessness, don't run, what should I do now? But before he could finish speaking, Tianran screamed in pain. Then a red barrier was erected, hoping to stop the streams of spiritual energy that were constantly being absorbed towards Tianran. It turned out that it was a barrier created by He Yuan, who was trying his best to help. In his mind, he was worried, I can only create a barrier so that others won't pay attention. But after a while, it seemed that Tianran's body had gradually become accustomed to such a large amount of spiritual power. Standing in He Yuan's barrier, he was surprised that he felt unusually comfortable. Calming down, Tianran thought. It doesn't seem as terrible as I imagined. Seeing Tianran acting normal after absorbing so much spiritual energy, He Yuan wondered, Master's done absorbing, nothing happened. Tianran replied calmly, guess so. Feels like my meridians, internal organs, and primordial energy are all messed up. Right now, the spiritual particles are moving chaotically within Tianran's meridians, with immense energy, making it hard for his body to adapt immediately. At this moment, the absorbed primordial energy in Tianran's body began to rage, his whole body turned red hot, and waves of pain assaulted his mind. Tianran worried. If this continues, I'll explode and die. Seeing things were going wrong, He Yuan quickly reminded, Master, quickly circulate your inner energy to suppress it, I'll help you. Without thinking, Tianran immediately listened and sat down to circulate his energy. Alright, this is the only way, God-Devil art. So right under the lake at this moment, Tianran circulated the God-Devil art inner energy, and He Yuan used his primordial energy. The two of them suppressed the powerful energy source. Together, they tried their best to control the raging primordial energy. After a while, the energy source was gradually suppressed inside the dantian. After straining with all their might, He Yuan, and he had exhausted all their primordial energy and couldn't move, Tianran collapsed to the ground, unable to endure any longer. He Yuan weakly said, Master, my primordial energy is all used up too. Tianran's body was still shaking, but he bitterly complained. This time, you've screwed me over. I don't have the strength to talk anymore, almost dead. But in this critical situation, the sudden surge of primordial energy not only greatly increased Tianran's cultivation, but also awakened her from Tianran's small pouch. Bringing a figure gradually appeared. Daoji gradually appeared before the astonished He Yuan and Tianran. As soon as she appeared, she scolded. You two idiots! I told you to let this queen sleep soundly. You just had to disturb me. Seeing Daoji appeared, He Yuan worried about Tianran and weakly begged, Great Daoji, save master. She frowned and said, Fortunately, the energy from earlier helped this queen wake up a little. Looking at the barrier hastily erected by He Yuan, Daoji criticized. Putting up the barrier so late, you're unbelievably stupid. Then she approached Mu Tianran, who was motionless, held him in her arms, and commanded. Let's go. He Yuan obeyed Daoji. He Yuan transformed back into primordial energy and dived into the pouch on Tianran's side, saying, Yes, great Daoji. At this moment, half awake and half dreaming, Tianran opened his eyes blurry, thinking, It's great Daoji again. Am I hallucinating? And then, with a stomp, Daoji carried Tianran and shot up towards the surface of the water. As she flew up, she thought about the strange power from earlier. What kind of energy did this little brat absorb? I only absorbed 1 or 2 parts based on the contract relationship. Looking at Tianran fainting in her arms, she thought. Moreover, it seems to be claimed by him and wrapped all around his dantian. Although still confused, she quickly brushed it aside. Whatever, I'll sleep for a few more days for now. When she got close to the surface of the water, Daoji used her primordial energy to push Tianran's body above, full of expectations. Mu Tianran, I'm also starting to look forward to your growth. And after that sentence, she gradually disappeared and turned into nothingness, becoming a soul and moving into Tianran's pouch again. Above, everyone had finished bathing and was gradually moving to the shore. Su Yan saw Abao still sitting blankly and urged, Abao, let's go. Abao looked around and wondered, where's little Ran? Suddenly a lot of bubbles started to appear right under Adibao's feet. Seeing this, Su Yan teased, Adibao, what are you doing, so many bubbles? Did you fart? Adibao quickly denied, I didn't. At this moment, Tianran's body surfaced in a face-down position, only revealing his back and the back of his head. Abakayo was shocked. It's little Ran. Why is he under my butt? Seeing little Ran not moving, Abao quickly picked him up, panicking. Oh no, he's choking on water, let me help you. As he said that, he repeatedly patted Tianran's chest, helping him to force the water trapped inside out. Then, he carried Tianran away from the lake, constantly reassuring him. Little Ran, hang in there. Medicine King Valley has water repellent. I guarantee the medicine will cure the disease. At this moment, Tianran was still unconscious, his mouth full of foam. Carrying Tianran on his shoulder, Abao rushed towards the entrance. Let's go! But this clumsy fatty slipped and fell with a thud, dropping his big bro to the ground. Ouch! His 1,000-pound body pressed down on Tianran, once again forcing all the water out of his body. Scene change. Sometime later, in a quiet room in the middle of Medicine King Valley, Tianran was recuperating in bed, with a bucket of water dripping constantly beside him. At the same time as the drop of water fell, a bell also rang. Outside, the disciples of Medicine King Valley are ringing the bell, signaling that pills are ready. Those below, hearing the bell, spread the word, pills are ready. The news of the pills being ready spread throughout the valley. The announcement of the completed pills echoes through the air, and everyone eagerly awaits. The noise outside awakens Mu Tianran. Half awake, he rubs his eyes and slowly wakes up, thinking to himself, Ready? Ah, is this? Then he sluggishly gets up. He steps out of bed, thinking, I remember absorbing primal energy at the hot spring, so why am I in the room? As he thinks, he opens the door. Tianran gapes in surprise at the scene before him and the vibrant atmosphere of Medicine King Valley. He marvels. The primal energy here is so abundant. In Medicine King Valley, primal energy covers the earth, and over there too, the crystallized long yuan grass is so plentiful. The plants and precious medicinal herbs here absorb abundant primal energy and grow vigorously and strangely. Looking elsewhere, there's also blood demon fruit, emperor medicine orchid, phoenix tail mysterious flower. All rare materials that money can't buy. Tianran is astonished. Such rare things grow everywhere like weeds here. Could this be Medicine King Valley? A place likened to a kingdom of rare medicinal herbs, where herbs are given the best environment to sprout, grow, and flourish. In the twilight, Tianran seems small amidst the vast space, standing on the balcony, looking out at the picturesque scenery, like a heavenly paradise of what he now knows to be Medicine King Valley. The plants thrive with abundant primal energy, and the ecosystem is incredibly rich. Just then, from outside the door, Abao happily approaches and says, "Zhao Ran Ji, you're awake, Abao." Tianran turns his head towards the main hall. "Come with me. My grandmother wants to see you," Abao says. Hearing this, Tianran wonders, "Your grandmother? Could this be?" Tianran has no more doubts and exclaims, "Medicine King Valley." Abba Kaio confirms, "That's right, Xiaoran Ge. You've been unconscious all afternoon. Don't sleep anymore. Get ready. Let's go." Tianran quickly agrees. "Okay, got it." And so, Tianran is led by Abao towards the main hall to meet his grandmother. Along the way, the disciples and servants here are all happily smiling. Abao Xiaoye is bringing a friend. Abao is also very friendly with everyone, greeting them cheerfully. "Hello everyone, Abao, let's have a meal together." Another person cordially invites him. Seeing how peaceful and thriving life is here, Tianran smiles and says, "Medicine King Valley isn't as bad as you said." Abao laughs loudly. "Haha, I just don't like the elders, but I like everyone else." He continues, "The medicine pickers here were all rescued by my grandmother from the Juji Nanhuang Yuan." He then hesitates. "But my grandmother doesn't allow me to say, and she doesn't allow them to leave Medicine King Valley either." Thinking of this, Abao sighs. Grandmother is so mysterious. Sensing something amiss, Tianran thinks to himself, "But Abao, are you really not saying anything?" After a while, the two arrive at a large hall with a tall tower. Abao looks up and says, "Grandmother is here, Zhao Ran Ji, let's go in." Mu Tianran remembers something and reminds Abao, "You must never tell others that they are from the Diji Huang Yuan." Bao Fei asks, "How does Zhao Ran Ji know that's where they're from?" Tianran doesn't know what to say and replies, "I don't know, but your grandmother must have a reason for doing so." Abao Bao doesn't quite understand, but nods. "That's right, be careful when you meet my grandmother later, Zhao Ran Ji." Then the two of them step inside. Abao announces, "Grandmother, Zhao Ran Ji has arrived." At this moment a cold voice says, "Come in." Standing before his grandmother, Abao respectfully introduces, "Grandmother, this is Xiaoran Ji, a beautiful woman with black hair with a hint of green, wearing a revealing backless cheongsam." Turns around and asks, "You are the one who possesses the Yeshi Me Bao?" This woman is none other than the Medicine King Valley Master, Yao Buhui. Yao Ji Yu Zhu asks about the origin of the treasure. Before Tianran could finish speaking, she raises her hand and lightly pinches his face, judging, "There's nothing special about your body." She frowns and questions, "Tell me, did you steal the Yeshi Mi Bao?" Seeing the serious expression on her face, and being accused as soon as they meet, Mu Tianran explains in confusion, "No, it's my mother's, a family heirloom from my maternal grandfather." The Valley Master continues to ask, "Then what is your mother's name? Where is your ancestral home? Does your mother know how to refine pills?" Tianran is confused, and honestly answers these questions with the little information he knows. "My mother is Ye Ying, but she never told me where our ancestral home is." The Valley Master continues to ask, "And you? Do you know how to refine pills, or decipher Fu Wen?" Tianran replies in confusion, "I don't know how to refine pills, nor do I know how to decipher Fu Wen." Suddenly remembering the recent unsealing, he thinks to himself, "Does the thing at the bottom of the hot spring count?" As soon as she heard that, the Valley Master turned her head away, sat down looking bored, and waved her hand dismissively. "What a blockhead. I thought he was a descendant of the Yi Shen sect. Go on, get out of here." She kept waving her hand to shoo him away. Tianran was also surprised that the short conversation was over so quickly, and hurriedly asked, "Hey, Valley Master, what about my Yeshi secret treasure?" As if remembering something, she turned around abruptly and said with a smile, "Oh right, why not sell it to my Medicine King Valley? I'll buy it for a high price." Clearly came to ask about something. But it turned into a business deal, Tianran thought helplessly to himself. Does this Medicine Valley Master not understand human speech? The Medicine Valley Master then offered another suggestion. "Or how about a long-term lease? The price is negotiable. Anyway, it's useless to you. Regarding this suggestion, Tianran seriously refused. That is my mother's keepsake. I can't give it to the Valley Master, please understand. He respectfully clasped his hands. Hearing him refuse so bluntly, she sighed and said, These youngsters nowadays have no respect for the elderly. Bako, seeing that the conversation was gradually becoming difficult, decided to defuse the situation, scratching his head, and said with a smile, Haha, Grandma, don't make things difficult for little Ran anymore. Hurry up and give it back to him. At that moment, the shadow of someone approaching appeared, accompanied by a taunting voice.
Oh, at this age and still snatching things from the younger generation, your skin is getting thicker and thicker.
Hearing the familiar voice mocking her, the Valley Master blushed with embarrassment, turned around and scolded, Murong Tian, who told you to come here? What are you doing here? Murong Tian appeared, speaking arrogantly. I'll come here if I want. Do I need you to call me? What's wrong, bullying my disciple?
Yao Buhui, being attacked in front of the younger generation, blushed with embarrassment and quickly retorted, Shut up! Don't forget you came begging me this time, speak politely. Saying that, she was speechless, realizing that Murong Tian was using her ample bosom to rub against her, as if to prove who had the bigger power here. Realizing the huge difference, she grinned triumphantly. What's wrong, bullying my disciple? You have a reason. Seeing that she was using the meat press technique to demean her, Yao Buhui was annoyed. At your age and still so big, aren't you ashamed? Murong Tian said smugly.
I'm the real deal. What's there to be afraid of? Unlike some people, no amount of tonic can save them, Yao Buhui shouted angrily.
Arg, I'm so mad, can't you give in a little? Murong Tian coldly replied. No way. Seeing this, Abayo whispered to Tian Xuan. Since I was little, they've been arguing every time they meet. Institute Director Xuan is my grandma's nemesis, Tian Xuan just blankly said. Are they good sisters?
At this time, Murong Tian got down to business. She asked, I didn't expect you to be so hung up on something like that, not like your personality. Tell me, what's so special about that thing of my disciple?
Yao Buhui muttered.
What do you know? Then she began to explain. In the world of alchemy, the Ye-Shi secret treasure is a legendary existence, like a divine weapon in the eyes of martial artists. Then she asked, Have you ever heard of the Ye-Shen sect? The Ye-Shi secret treasure is their sect's treasure. Hearing this name, Tianran's heart was full of questions. Ye-Shen sect. Are my mother's family also part of that sect?
The Valley Master continued to tell the story,
but this sect suddenly disappeared, as if it never existed, and this thing became a legend. I didn't expect it to appear here. Murong Tian listened attentively, however. Before the story of the treasure from the legend, she was still skeptical.
Seeing that it was difficult to explain in words, the Valley Master looked at Abao and ordered, Why talk so much? Let her see. Bring the lowest grade elixir here. The young man quickly replied, Okay, holding a wooden box in his hand.
Yao Buhui said, Watch, the Ye-Shi secret treasure is also taken out. Yao Buhui, while placing the lower grade elixir into the box, said, The secret treasure is reinforced with a seal, but it can still be upgraded, she explained. Just put the finished elixir inside. The secret treasure's elixir level will be locked, and the secret treasure can be upgraded.
Inside the secret treasure, it was just as the Medicine Valley Master said.
The elixir inside was indeed upgraded. While closing the secret treasure, she said, Such a treasure, even alchemists crave to witness the magical power of the secret treasure. Murong Tian had to exclaim, This has surpassed the scope of a divine weapon, Abayo also exclaimed. Little Ran's stuff is so awesome. The upgrading process was complete, the Valley Master said while slowly opening the secret treasure. Look. From a low-grade recovery elixir upgraded to a blood vein recovery elixir, only a high-level alchemist can make it. After saying that, the lid was fully opened, revealing the sparkling, shining, high-grade elixir. The effect of the medicine also increased 100-fold, Murong Tian commented.
Mu Tianran, after being enlightened, still had some doubts. Medicine Valley Master, you said just now that this secret treasure is reinforced with a seal.
That's right, Yao Buhui replied. If the seal can be lifted, I think it can be upgraded to a top-grade elixir.
She threw the secret treasure back to him, looking reluctant, and asked again, As for you, aren't you considering renting it to Medicine King Valley?
Holding the wooden box in his hand, Tianran thought to himself, I wonder if the seal can be opened. Without thinking much, he chanted a spell, expecting something to happen, like dispelling the runes under the hot spring. Min, let's try again.
Seeing Tianran trying to break the seal, a tough nut to crack, Yao Buhui shook her head without any expectations. Ordinary people can't break this seal. Only a genius descendant of the Ye-Shi bloodline.
But before she could finish her sentence, at this moment, that secret treasure was floating in the air, to everyone's astonishment. Whoa, Lil Ren bro, what are you doing? Abao asked blankly. Murong Tian was also shocked, speechless, only able to watch. Yao Buhui was now stuttering to finish her sentence.
It's opened. The wooden box was still in the air, beginning to separate, the outer wooden shell falling off in pieces. Instead of the ordinary wooden box it was at first, the secret treasure seemed to have a new look. Like a high-quality treasure at last. It just automatically fell into its owner's hand, Tianran said in surprise. The wooden box has changed. The Yao Valley master hurriedly grabbed his arm, angrily saying, "You cunning little brat, you dared to trick me, saying you didn't know. Ouch! Yao Valley master, I, Tianran," he said, flustered. She took his pulse, and then judged. "The pulse feels very strong, able to break the seal. It seems you really are a descendant of the Ye Shen sect," Tianran explained. "Actually, I don't understand anything. This is the first time I've heard of the Ye Shen sect." At this moment, Yao Buhui also realized something unusual. Why is there such a powerful primordial energy in your body, but you can't absorb it? About that, Tianran said awkwardly. Then, Mu Tianran recounted the story at the hot springs to everyone. After hearing the story, Yao Buhui thought it was strange. "You said you absorbed all the primordial energy at the hot springs." "That's right," Tianran replied, and then he worried that what he did might bring consequences. "Did I ruin the Yaowang Valley's precious hot springs?" The Yao Valley master laughed and pointed a finger at his chest, saying, "Not really. The Yaowang Valley's hot springs doesn't rely on sealed primordial energy to maintain itself. It seems there's obviously an arrangement," Tianran blankly asked. "What arrangement, Yao Valley master? This junior doesn't quite understand." She didn't answer, only smiled slyly. "Descendant of the Yanqi, I'll tell you later. You guys get to the main business." Murong Tian then spoke up. "Then let's talk about the main business. Where's my elixir? Didn't you say it was refined?" Speaking of this matter, the Yao Valley master sighed. "It was originally refined, but a defect appeared, causing our alchemy furnace to shut down, leading to serious consequences." Bao then connected the events together and wondered, "Grandma, could it be that Yaowang Valley launched a mission to eliminate primordial beasts related to your elixir refining?" Yao Buhui crossed her arms and said with a smile, "That's right, but it just so happens that Shuan grandmother came, so I'm relieved." "What does eliminating primordial beasts have to do with my elixir?" Murong Tian asked, puzzled. The Valley Master pointed to the alchemy furnace, explaining, "Bao, the primordial beast you guys caught is actually the fire primordial beast inside my alchemy furnace," she guessed. "Maybe recently we've been making it refine day and night, not letting it eat its fill. And the second reason," the Valley Master gave, or maybe I've been a little tired lately, and didn't close the door so it ran away." She looked at Murong Tian and said with a smile, "Luckily you have an ice-type cultivation method, it should be easy to find it again." Headmaster Xuan, hearing that she was going to ask for help, quickly pointed to the younger generation, saying, "I won't take action this time, I'll hand this mission over to you guys." "What?" the Valley Master said unexpectedly, but then she thought it was convenient and went along with it, telling her disciple, "Dabayo, don't worry, Grandma will hold a big funeral for you." "What? Is there anyone who's a grandma like you?" At this time, Tianran wondered and asked, "Yao Valley Master, if you take action, wouldn't it be very easy to subdue that primordial beast?" She looked towards Murong Tian and said meaningfully, "Then you have to blame your headmaster Xuan, she cost me a lot of effort." Hit right where it hurts, Murong Tian had to give in, and replied unwillingly, I know, I'll catch it back for you this time. This time I'm counting on you," she compromised. Feeling that everything had been assigned, the Valley Master said, "Then there's no need to rush, everyone rest first." Murong Tian immediately interrupted, "No need. If Mu Tianran wakes up, we must stop." The other disciples are exploring the whereabouts of the primordial beast around the Yaowang Valley. In another place, Yingran was talking to Longyan. "The scenery here is so beautiful I can purify my mind and enjoy the extravagant scenery." "Young miss," Longyan looked at her hesitantly. "It's okay, it's just been a long time since I've been so at peace." Indeed, coming to the Fengzhu Academy was an unexpected gain. As she spoke, she comfortably leaned back on the green lawn, not being affected by family matters, temporarily free from conflict, carefree and unburdened. With that, Yingran raised her hand to the sky, tracing the flight path of a distant bird. "Even though I know it's going to be very, very short, I'm so happy," she said with a smile. Seeing this, Longyan also affirmed with determination, "Miss, I will definitely try my best to protect you." Yingran, seeing that it was time to leave, spoke up, "It's time to gather, let's go." Bai Buquan stood on a high rocky peak, gazing at the magnificent scenery below, and then ordered the disciples standing near him, "Go check around for disciples of Fengzhu Academy." He frowned and seriously instructed, "If there are any, follow them for me. Without my orders, don't stir up the hornet's nest." As soon as Bai Buquan finished speaking, his disciples vanished in a flash, shouting in unison, "Yes." Bai Buquan laughed sinisterly, a look of calculation in his eyes. Murong Tian, that pill of hers. In a distant grassy field, the faint figure of a tiger appeared,
running quickly towards it. The tiger ran to a nearby bush,
brushed his hair back, looked ahead tentatively, and thought to himself, "Why is Crane Oldster so interested in the disciples of Fengzhou Academy? Is it because of Lu?" Suddenly, the tiger's attention was caught by a person resting on a large rock nearby. The tiger began to speculate. Oh, that person. Above the rock, Kwang Shi-shun used his hands as a pillow, closing his eyes and sleeping soundly. The tiger, hiding behind the bushes, recognized him as Kwang Shi-shun, whom he had met once before in Tianhua. He didn't expect him to come to Fengzhou Academy afterward.
Looking at Kwang Shi-shun in front of him, one of the tiger's eyebrows twitched slightly. The tiger thought, he could have been ranked second in the Tianhua challenge, but unfortunately he's a stubborn one. I'll keep an eye on him. But strangely, Kwang Shi-shun disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the tiger bewildered. Huh, where did he go? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the tiger, making him flinch. Stalking prey is the job of predators. What are you trying to do? Hearing this, the tiger immediately turned around and swung his weapon, shouting, Who is it? Kwang Shi-shun was already standing behind the tiger, causing the tiger to fall silent, unsure how to react. Kwang Shi-shun raised his hand and picked at his ear pretentiously. A weakling, scram, don't bother me while I'm sleeping. The tiger gripped his weapon tightly, pointing it at Kwang Shi-shun, his face turning pale with worry, and he was in a state of panic. Crap, I forgot to wear a mask, but it doesn't look like he recognizes me. Kwang Shi-shun then turned and left, speaking with disdain. Getting close to me is dangerous. Hurry up and scram. The tiger frowned irritably, but didn't dare to respond, only thinking to himself, Geez, what's with the attitude? The tiger watched Kwang Shi-shun's back, jealousy evident on his face. HMPH. If it weren't for Crane Oldster telling us to come, I wouldn't bother coming here. Kwang Shi-shun suddenly stopped and said, If you want to follow me, then I'm warning you. Kwang Shi-shun turned to look at the tiger, then smiled savagely, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He threatened, I don't have a good temper. As soon as Kwang Shi-shun finished speaking, an image of a giant lion's head appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and roaring loudly, causing leaves to fly everywhere towards the tiger, forcing the tiger to shield himself with his hands. The tiger couldn't bear this humiliation any longer, and spoke up. How dare you talk to me like that? Kwang Shi-shun was no longer there, completely disappearing into thin air. Only long streaks of dust remained in a circle where he had been standing. The tiger muttered to himself. It seems his cultivation has improved since he was at Fengzhou Academy. The tiger's face suddenly turned purple, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that since I was little. On the other side, Murong Tian was strolling with Yao Wang. With the backs of Abao and Mu Tianran in front of them, Yao Wang whispered to Murong Tian, Xuan, you have to look after Abao for me. Murong Tian glanced at Yao Wang and sneered. Oh, what's wrong? You know you care about your grandson. Yao Wang frowned, looking at Bao with concern, then sighed and said, Which elders don't care about their children and grandchildren? Bao is all I have, how can I not worry? Murong Tian smiled gently to reassure him. He's also my disciple. I'll do my duty well, she then asked. Speaking of which, when are you going to get married? What about that guy from Tianhua Academy? The shadows of Murong Tian and Yao Wang were stretched long on the ground by the setting sun. Yao Wang sighed again and replied, Don't mention him anymore, we're not compatible. Hearing this, Murong Tian smiled and looked up at the sky, then said, Being alone is good too, you can focus on your work. Suddenly, from a distance, Su Yan stood waving her hand and calling out, Xiao Xuan, over here. Seeing this, Yao Wang said to Murong Tian, Someone is waiting for you. Su Yan stood there, smiling and looking very happy. Yao Wang continued. It's true you say one thing but do another, Murong Tian retorted angrily. Yao Granny, no one will say you're mute if you don't speak. Mu Tianran and Asbao came up to Su Yan and asked, Head teacher Su Yan, haven't Ying Ran and the others returned yet? Su Yan replied. They've been notified, they're about to gather. Su Yan then turned to look at Murong Tian and asked, Xiao Xuan, did you get the elixir? Murong Tian pointed at Yao Wang standing beside her, then started complaining. Sai, we have to catch that Lord-level Yuan beast, the Danlu Yuan beast. If she doesn't have that Yuan beast, she can't refine my elixir, Yao Wang retorted with a frown. Hey, are you blaming me? Seeing Murong Tian and Yao Wang bickering like that, Mu Tianran asked Agobao, is it okay for them to argue like that? Ayabao reassured. Don't worry, Grandma said they used to argue even more fiercely when they were young, Su Yan's voice continued. This must be the Yao Ji Yu master. I've heard so much about you, Yao Wang then asked with interest. Yo ho, are you Hu Yen girl's assistant? Su Yan clasped his hands respectfully in reply. That's right. I am Su Yan, the head teacher of Fengzhou Academy, paying my respects to the Valley Master. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Yao Wang draped her arm around Su Yan's shoulder, pulling him towards herself.
Good, come here. Su Yan was caught off guard by the sudden arm around his shoulder, and could only cry out, "Whoa, whoa!" Yao Wang pulled Su Yan to one side, and Murong Tian, seeing this, shouted loudly, "Stop it, you Yao grandma." But Yao Wang completely ignored her. Yao Wang grinned, her arm still around Su Yan's shoulder, and asked, "Why haven't I seen you before? When did you come to Huyan girl's place? Are there any other men beside her?" Su Yan blanked, not knowing how to answer, and could only stammer, Huh? A few times? Su Yan then forced a smile and replied, "It's not what Yao Jiyu master thinks. Zhao Huyan is my life savior, and she took me in as an assistant because I had nowhere to go." Yao Wang turned to look at Murong Tian, then continued to wonder. "Life savior? You call Zhao Huyan so intimately. Do you think I'd believe that?" Murong Tian explained. "At that time, Su Yan was injured in Fengzhou mountain range, and I was the one who rescued him and brought him back to the academy. Afterwards, he said he wanted to repay the favor, and the academy was short of a teacher, and since he had studied the 4 books and 5 classics, I kept him here." Yao Wang grabbed Su Yan's wrist and continued. "The Yuan beasts in Fengzhou mountain range are so weak, and you still got injured," Su Yan responded timidly. "That's right. I haven't learned martial arts since I was a child. That day I went to pick wild goo." Before Yao Wang could let Su Yan finish the story, she interrupted, her eyes a little suspicious. "You said you haven't learned martial arts," Murong Tian, standing behind, answered for him. "He's just a bookworm. He can't learn no matter how you teach him." From a distance, 2 figures appeared, standing and looking towards Murong Tian's group. One of them said, "Where is Yao Jiyu master going?" "Oh, Bao's back. Shang Lao, that old man, is the great elder of Yaowang Valley." He stroked his gray beard and said, "Atse Bao was returned by the Tian Lian sect again. That young man is the great elder's son, Huang Qi," and he politely clasped his hands and bowed. "Qi Ying pays respects to the valley master, pays respects to the dean." Bao was annoyed by these 2 people, unable to endure it, and spoke up, "You're the one who got returned, your whole family got returned." After speaking, he thought, "That hateful guy always provokes me." The great elder laughed it off and said, "Haha, Bao still has such a fiery temper. It's good that you haven't been expelled, otherwise the reputation of Yaowang Valley will be ruined by you." Yao Wang couldn't sit still and spoke up. "What's wrong with you 2, great elder and son? Why is he back?" Qi Ying replied, reporting to the valley master. "Qi Ying has returned this time to represent Tianhuo Academy in trading a batch of precious materials with Yaowang Valley." The great elder and his son turned and left. He didn't forget to wave his hand and say, "My son is capable. So he was entrusted with an important matter. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Farewell." Murong Tian said, "Yao grandma, is this the great elder who is against you that you mentioned before?" She replied. "That's right, he was not happy that I took over Yaowang Valley that year. He was also the one chosen for the position of Valley Master, but he was not qualified due to practicing forbidden medicine. He only had a son late in life, and his son is a genius in the field of alchemy. Although Asabalio is the only heir, it's not certain that something unexpected will happen, like I replaced the great elder's position that year." Bao absent-mindedly held a chicken leg to his ear, smiling happily and said, "Little Ran brother, the chicken leg is delicious." Yao Jiyu master looked at Bao worriedly and said, "In fact, Bao's talent is very high. It's just that his love of playing makes it difficult for him to achieve great things." The great elder always sees Bao as a thorn in his side, and Bao's parents died early. If he were a child of a normal family, I would hope he lived a carefree life. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Dean Huyan?" Su Yan asked anxiously. "Are you back? Have you found any Yuan beasts nearby?" Mad Lion Shun scratched his head and replied, "I didn't see any traces of Yungan beasts, but I found a girl. She seems to be a student of Tian Lian sect." Long Yan, standing behind, also said, "Nothing." Murong Tian spoke up. "It could also be disciples from other academies coming to do missions. No need to pay attention." Su Yan pondered. "I've checked the list. No other academy has accepted this mission. And besides, there are very few Jungian beasts here, and usually very few people come and go. There must be something strange," Murong Tian reminded. "Then let's prepare to set off. We will eat and stay in the suburbs for the next few days." Yao Wang didn't forget to remind them. "Besides my runaway spirit beasts, there are other ferocious beasts here, and there might even be mercenaries coming to Yaowangguo to steal elixirs." Aba Mayo innocently thumped his chest and replied, "Don't worry, Grandma. There are so many of us. We'll be fine," everyone chorused. "Let's go." Yao Wang raised her hand to wave goodbye to everyone. She silently watched their figures fade into the distance, thinking to herself, "With Madame Xuan there, they should be fine. But why do I still have this uneasy feeling?" Scene shifts to another location. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, I can hear this so clearly now." This was Girl Yuan. She held the broken earpiece in a daze, muttering to herself, "But it only works for half an hour, Xiong. You gotta make some improvements." A group of 3 stood elsewhere, discussing. One man spoke up. "Young spirit beasts. Well, this time, we'll just have to kill both them and the spirit beasts, Xiang said. Lord He.
What exactly is our mission this time? Jia Buquan tilted his head, revealing a scar on his nose, and asked, Since when did you get so nosy? Xiang Lu snapped angrily. What's the point of asking so many questions? Just execute the mission, Xiang scolded, could only listen in silence. Girl Yuan smiled and patted his head, saying, Exactly, Xiang, boss. He raised us. Why would he ever harm us? Hugh glanced over, saying nothing. Night fell. The Yaowang Valley group had pitched their tents and lit a fire to keep warm. A Bao spoke up. Dean Xuan, why aren't we going down to the foot of the mountain? That's its resting place, Anran replied. Huoshan has harsh terrain and can erupt at any moment. If we risk getting too close, we might expend a lot of vital energy before even finding the spirit beast, Mu Tianran added. Exactly. Plus, the Valley Master of Medicine said the spirit beast would be ambushing around the magma. So we'll just set up our ambush here, wait for it to appear, and then attack. Abambayo looked dazed hearing everyone discuss this, and said, Oh, you guys actually thought of all this. Murong Tian chimed in, agreeing. Anran and Mu Tianran are spot on with their analysis. Now, we just have to play the waiting game, she reminded them. It's getting late. You all should go rest, a Bao happily called out. Oh, Lil, Tianran, I've gathered all the ingredients for you. Come into my tent, I'll get them. In the middle of the night, while Atia Bao was still lying comfortably, Tianran next to him was sitting upright, cultivating. He tilted his head and said to him, Lil, Tianran, sometimes I really admire you. Tianran was surprised by this and asked, Huh, you admire me? And Bao looked straight ahead and said, Even though I don't know your background, I've always admired you ever since we first met. You give people the impression of being profound and unfathomable, and you're fearless, always ready to face anything head on. Every time, you bring me a surprise. He sat up straight and continued. But me, I'm just so ordinary and boring, I feel like I can't do anything right. Honestly, I know Grandma has high hopes for me, and that's why the Grand Elder always makes things difficult for me. A Bao kept talking. Tianchuan meanwhile sat quietly listening. Lil, Tianchuan, you saw how arrogant the Grand Elder was today, right? His son is a famous alchemist at Tianhuo Academy. If I meet him in the Tianlian Grand competition, there's no way I can win, and then the Grand Elder will make trouble for Grandma. Tianchuan curved his lips into a smile and said, Bahu, you underestimate yourself too much. To me, you're an alchemy genius. Remember that chicken leg pill you gave me? Actually, Mu Tianran recounted his encounter with Jianjia to Atabao. Abao was surprised by what he said and replied, Lil, Tianchuan, so you leveled up so fast because a master guided you. And he said, I'm an alchemy genius and really liked my chicken leg pills. He explained, Why would I lie about something like this, Abao? Your culinary elixirs are incredibly creative. If you persevere, I believe you'll definitely create your own unique pill refining style. Saying this, Tianran put a hand on Abao's shoulder and patted it, comforting him with a smile. You have to believe in yourself. Don't let others influence you. If they want you to fail, you must succeed even more. Just keep pushing to the end. Don't give up so easily. A Bao, pumped up, chimes in. Yeah, listening to Zhao Ranji, I feel so energized. Cut to another location. Longyan is hiding behind a bush observing. Suddenly he's startled. So fast. Then, Longyan rushes out. Meng Rongshuan is also standing somewhere else, looking up at the sky, her brows furrowed. The ground suddenly shakes violently. Tianran and Abao, standing on the ground, are shaken. He wonders. Abao, a little scared, guesses, could it be a volcanic eruption? From afar, a huge volcano suddenly erupts violently without warning, lava flying high into the sky. Someone observing closely shouts, There's something inside the lava. Bao, is that your grandma's fire essence beast? A strange creature appears clearly in the molten lava. Bao exclaims, bewildered. Is grandma's fire essence beast really this ugly? Tianran warns. Oh no. It's escaping. Meng Rongshuan orders. Don't just stand there. The mission starts now. Chase your target. Longyan replies angrily. Quit your nagging. Got it. Everyone quickly runs away, especially with Tianran still carrying him on his back. He says apologetically, Zhaoran-ee, I'll definitely work harder on body cultivation from now on, Tianran says, exhausted. I think you should lose some weight. Abako laughs awkwardly and says, Oh yeah, Zhaoran-ee, I saw the essence beast swallow lava earlier. I don't think it's as simple as it looks. An Ran, walking beside him, asks curiously, Yuan Vianzhou didn't say its level? Maybe she's afraid we'd get discouraged if we knew, Tianran guesses. I also think this essence beast is at least Manhuang level, maybe even Xuan Tian level. Yuan Kantai is teaching us like when wild beasts push their cubs into the abyss, wanting us to grow up quickly through training. Thinking back to the image of Guang Shishun An, he thinks to himself,
The aura isn't like the normal overlords I've met before. Looks like I'll have to transform and play with them. Su Yan and Murong Xuan stand high above. Looking down at the running group, he says, Xiao Xuan. Look at them, their spirits are high, they aren't scared by the essence beast.
She replies. Encouraging each other, trusting the team, this is the most basic.
He says again, Xiao Xuan, do you remember the Tianlian sect disciple that Huang Shishun mentioned meeting nearby? But I investigated, Rongshuan says unhappily. Again, Su Yan, a little cautiously, wondering, why are you so worried? Isn't it just a disciple? He says. It's still not clear, I won't say any more, lest it affect the cultivation of the disciples, wasting Zhao Xuan's effort. The group on this side suddenly has to stop. The strange monster, now incredibly large, is blocking their path. Shishun smiles and asks, Hey Mu Tianran, listen to me. Do you have a plan? He replies confidently. Coordinate as usual. Use force to attack. Abago's confused. I don't understand. Shishun's face suddenly turns cold and replies, I agree. Anran asks, What's wrong with this essence beast? The monster now speaks up. That woman sent you brats to catch me. Murong Xuan, observing from afar, judges. They've been discovered. Anran realizes after hearing it speak. It has sentience. The monster says coldly, Are you looking down on someone? Then, without another word, it immediately unleashes a huge fireball from its mouth. At this time, the group standing there see the scene before them. Mu Tianran cautiously says, This isn't an essence beast transforming, we're fighting lava. Suddenly, a voice orders, Abao, Anran, you guys stand behind me. Hearing this, Abao immediately agrees loudly, okay? But Mu Tianran asks, Longyan, Huang Shishun, can you break the lava? Hearing this, Longyan angrily retorts, Are you kidding? I kill people? How can even the strongest flesh body resist lava? Hearing this, Mu Tianran still nonchalantly says, Then use your lion's roar to slow down the speed of the lava. Hearing that, his cheeks puffed up in unwarranted anger. And he said, I'll do it even if you don't tell me. At this moment, a suggestion suddenly came. Longyan, can you use Swiftblade to cut the rock? Then Longyan drew his sword and said, I don't know. I'll have to try. 10,000 illusions sword art. Reversed sword phoenix. At this moment, Mu Tianran unleashed his sword and said, At this moment, Xuan suddenly said, Great condition. You found the rhythm better than last time. Xuan Yan next to her was startled and angrily said, This Yuan beast not only has intelligence, but also absorbs rock to turn it into skills, Zhao Xuan. Are you really at ease? Seeing this, Xuan replied with a resolute face, Don't worry. They'll be fine. Then the demon blew fire towards them. At this moment, Longyan shouted loudly, Trash! Don't be so arrogant. Swiftblade is revealed, force accumulation complete. Suddenly the ball cracked, cracking slowly. Suddenly a voice said, You've worked hard, leave the rest to me. Then a loud shout, Break for me. Along with that, Mu Tianran raised his sword, pointing a huge stream of purple energy straight towards the massive rock. Seeing this, Adbamo excitedly said, Wow, Brother Ran, look, they've smashed the rock, so awesome. Hearing this, Mu Tianran turned his head and shouted, Don't be careless, Bao. Quickly refine replenishment pills. At this moment, Abao, hearing this, hurriedly replied, Got it. Where's my Qiankun bag? Abao rummaged through his bag. The pill refining furnace is a golden furnace with lion heads all over it, like a solid and fortified building. Seeing that he had the refining pills in his bag, Abamayo was stunned and screamed everywhere to find the ingredients. Not finding them, he shouted. Input ingredients. Slowly being ignited, Abao hurriedly clasped his hands and shouted, Start the furnace! Grind and melt, fuse and explode! Roughly translating the spirit of the chant. Xuan, seeing the scene before her, supported her chin, and happily said, Looks like Mother Yao doesn't need to worry. Bao is a very powerful alchemist. Suddenly, Qi Xuan and Su Yan sat above, looking down at the group and exclaimed, I've been paying attention to them for a long time. Suddenly, the light from the rock caused everyone to scream. Too blinding! Suddenly, Su Yan struggled involuntarily and hurriedly asked, Xiao Zhuan, why is this Yuan beast attacking us? At this moment, Mu Tianran, standing below, revealed a worried expression. Dean. And Babao hugged someone and screamed, Ah! At this moment, Qi Xuan suddenly said, Idiot. Your opponent is the 5 people below. Don't you want to go back to refining pills soon? As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Xuan's soft hand pointed, and an ice butterfly shield suddenly appeared, freezing a portion of the flames, causing Su Yan to be startled. Then Qi Xuan continued, Then obediently, give it to me. At this moment, gradually, ice and snow were freezing the ferocious flames. Seeing this, the beast angrily thought, Humans dare to use origin energy to freeze me. Gradually the rock was frozen, causing him to panic and say, I'm done for, I'm done for. The ice shattered,
Shi Xuan slowly said, "Your training mission isn't over yet. If you continue like this, I'll freeze you completely."
Su Yan, standing beside her, cautiously praised, "Xiao Xuan, you're too awesome. This is a completely suppressing attribute, making up for the cultivation gap."
Then suddenly, a grunt. At this moment, Long Yan triumphantly laughed and asked, "Let me see if this stinky primal beast is edible." Just then, the delicious pill was finished. "Delicious pill is done. It's out." A Bao hurriedly turned around and yelled, "Zhao Ran Ge! Everyone, catch the flesh recovery pill. Minimize the consumption of primordial energy." At this moment, everyone reached out to grab what Abamayo said. Seeing this, the primal beast cursed, "You bastards! Don't celebrate too soon." Just then, Mu Tianran put the flesh recovery pill in his mouth and said, "His body is so big, and his movements are slow. We use speed as defense, so he can't spew lava."
Beside him, Kwang Shi-shun snorted and praised, "I didn't expect this fat bastard's flesh recovery pill to be so delicious." Seeing the situation in front of him, Mu Tianran said, "Yingran, you and Bao hide for now, don't show yourselves."
At this moment, the primal beast challenged them, "Come on, all turn into a pile of bugs, sink in the lava." Then the three of them quickly approached the primal beast in front of them.
Seeing this, Qi Xuan smiled triumphantly, expressing her happiness and saying to them, "They are getting more and more coordinated. Their group is also becoming more and more united, very good at developing and utilizing their strengths."
At this moment, the group attacking the primal beast shouted, "Don't even think about spewing any more lava, Kuai Dao Liu Bai, strike!" Kwang Shi-shun rushed in and shouted, "Lion Claw!" A purple dragon wrapped around the primal beast. Myriad swords art. Wandering sword, azure dragon. Mu Tian looked up at this moment, thinking, "After we hit it, the lava stones at the end of its body keep falling off."
Then the heroic man stood tall and raised his sword sharply and roared, "Could it be a sign that it's weakening?" Then he slowly raised his sword to prepare to strike, then he slashed hard and said, "Try again, sword energy transformation."
Then each part of the primal beast gradually fell off, falling off into fragments.
Seeing this situation, Mu Tianran frowned and said, "As expected." Then Kwang Shi-shun excitedly shouted the order, "Keep attacking! Just breaking its pile of lava stones will weaken it." Hearing this, Long Yan replied,
"Understood." At this moment, the primal beast contemptuously said, "Newbie, it seems I didn't misjudge you. Too naive." Then it began to show lava starting to flow in all directions. At this moment, Kwang Shi-shun, Mu Tianran, and Long Yan jumped in response. GVA. At this moment, Kwang Shi-shun inadvertently said, "What is this pile of rocks doing?" Then he was suddenly stunned by something, thinking, "What's going on? Such strong primordial energy."
Seeing this, Mu Tianran shouted, "Not good, everyone be vigilant."
At this moment, the beast, while deeply absorbing the lava, said to them, "Wait for me to drain the primordial energy here. Don't even think about running away from here." Deep in the ground, all the lava was deeply sucked clean by that evil monster. It seemed to contain nothing. At this moment, cracks appeared on the surface, revealing the lava that was slowly flowing. Then the monster stood towering in front of them. It connected all the parts together. Then they began to merge into a solid mass. At this moment, Kwang Shi-shun turned his head and transmitted his voice, telling, "Miss, be careful," secret voice transmission. At this moment, Bao and Yingran, who were hiding, heard this, and Yingran transmitted his voice back, "Don't worry, Bao and I are in a safe place," secret voice transmission. At this moment, Yingran cautiously thought, "This kind of strange primal beast? I'm afraid it can't be bewitched. I can't just stand by and help."
Kwang Shi-jun angrily cursed under his breath, "Damn it, the momentum from just now is completely lost in an instant." Mu Tianran next to him also frowned and said, "It's using the lava underground, so it can constantly heal its body, but our primordial energy is constantly being consumed." Then suddenly, a roaring cheer. Then Mu Tianran and everyone slowly felt the qi around them. At this moment he spoke up, "Kwang Shi-shun, this is the primordial qi being amplified. Goddess Ji Wu is a skill unique to the second realm. In a short period of time, it can inspire courage and increase one's own primordial qi. So, you two must use all your strength to smash that trash monster's horn for me." As soon as the command was given, the two of them immediately charged at the monster. The primal beast said, "That old hag Yao found a few idiots. You basically want to send yourselves to your deaths." Long Yan soared into the sky, using his sword to chop off one of the primal beast's horns. The primal beast gloated, "Didn't I say, no matter how you hit me, I'll recover?" The primal beast's severed horn was gradually regenerating. Long Yan flew into the air, and at the same time boulders were constantly falling around him. A dazzling golden lion's head appeared in the sky, showing signs of shattering. Suddenly, the fox mask spoke. This time,
The price you pay for borrowing this power is 2 months of lifespan. Long Yan, who was constantly fighting with the primal beast, shouted, Han Ji Yu Huo Huo, Chillbone Foxfire. A strange blue flame was burning fiercely on the wound, where the horn was cut off. Affected by this strange blue flame, the primal beast screamed in pain, "Ah, ah, 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 what is this intensely freezing fire?" Long Yan was a little surprised by the scene just now, thinking, Little Miss actually used the guardian spirit Foxfire. Anran propped herself up on the ground, panting, "Cough, cough!" Seeing her like this, Abayo asked worriedly, "Anranji, are you okay?" Anran, a little exhausted, tried to answer, "I'm fine, it's just that this move cost me too much. I'll be fine after a little rest."
Guangxi Shun, Mu Tianran and Long Yan gathered together. Mu Tianran asked,
"What was that?" Long Yan replied, "Little Miss used the power of the guardian spirit." Guangxi Shun cursed. "Explain it clearly." Long Yan then explained,
"That is the Long family's guardian spirit Foxfire. It's not just a simple flame, it's hellfire that can burn away the opponent's spiritual power." Mu Tianran held his sword with a confident expression. "Got it. The place burned by the Foxfire can no longer be recovered." Su Yan sat on the clouds, with Murong Xuan. Su Yan looked down and said to Murong Xuan, "Little Xuan, their teamwork is amazing. Everyone is bringing out their greatest strength."
Murong Xuan pondered silently. Anran actually dared to use the power of the guardian spirit. But this primal beast seems to still be hiding some tricks. Guangxi Shun, beginning to transform his body, said uncomfortably, "1 trick, 2 tricks. How many more do you have? Bring them all out. A quick fight and a quick win."
Seeing this scene, Mu Tianran and Long Yan were surprised and asked, "Guangxi Shun, you're transforming?"
Guangxi Shun gritted his fangs and said, "Although every time I use this move it reminds me of that bastard." Guangxi Shun had transformed his whole body into beast form, roaring loudly. Guangxi Shun, beast transformation. Profound Heaven Level 5 cultivation. Guangxi Shun, bursting with power and confidence, said,
"But I have to say, this state makes me feel even better about beating people up." Murong Xuan, although not directly participating in the battle, also had her own calculations. Guangxi Shun seems to be getting serious. Or is it his animal instincts that made him transform as a form of self-protection? Mu Tianran raised his sword high and slashed at one of the primal beast's horns, cutting it in half. Sword chi entanglement, wandering sword, Azure Dragon. Long Yan's saber swords were swung continuously. He shouted, "Swiftblade, flowing shadow, slaughter." Guangxi Shun's beastly form was constantly gliding across the water's surface. Guangxi Shun raised his claws back, preparing to unleash his move. Guangxi Shun's claws, as if containing a powerful technique, clasped together, creating cuts in mid-air. Guangxi Shun lowered his hand, touching the water's surface, creating a violent earthquake that caused the surroundings to shake slightly. Guangxi Shun shouted, "Guangxi Shredding Claws." Hit by this move, the primal beast couldn't resist and said, "Damn it, all my energy is being used to put out that strange fire." The primal beast let out a loud cry, "Hoo-ha!" then gradually disappeared into the fire created by Guangxi Shun. Anran could no longer sit still and said, "Guardian Spirit, please grant me more power." Baoyo, seeing that things weren't looking good, tried to dissuade her. "Anran, you don't look so good." The fox mask on Anran's head emitted a strange green flame, and a bizarre voice warned her, "This time, it'll cost you a year of your lifespan." Anran ignored these words, sticking to her decision and saying, "Don't worry." Streaks like animal scratches had appeared on Anran's face. Behind Anran, a ferocious red fox spirit loomed. Anran used her ultimate move, Fox Jade, creating swirling green flames in the air. The green flames directly impacted the Yuan beast, causing it to scream, "AAA!" so loud. The Yuan beast, somewhat unconvinced, thought to itself, "I absorbed so much earth essence, the highest strength in Xuantian. If it weren't for this foxfire, how could I lose?" Long Yan, his face covered in sweat, anxiously shouted a warning to Anran. "Young miss, don't use the foxfire anymore, your body can't handle it." Anran trembled non-stop, creating several scratches on the ground. Abao was shocked, blurting out, "Anran." Anran turned to look at Abao, reassuring him, "Sorry, did I scare you?" A bewitching glint suddenly flashed in Anran's eyes. Abao, looking into her eyes, mumbled to himself, embarrassed. Anran can't control her own essence anymore. I need to quickly refine the essence-stabilizing pill for her. Qiu Xing Shun suddenly appeared, shouting, "Trash, watch this." Guangxi Shun. The Yuan beast spat out a web made of rock from who knows where, yelling, "Ugly lion, stop him from moving." The Yuan beast's web shot straight at Guangxi Shun, immobilizing him for the moment. Guangxi Shun, assessing the situation, angrily threatened, "You think this can trap me? I'll devour this in an instant." The Yuan beast replied, "No. Just need to hold you back for a bit." The Yuan beast continued to shoot webs towards Mu Tianran and Long Yan. Still have you two. Mu Tianran and Long Yan were a bit surprised to be trapped by the web.
The Jungian beast said, "You guys wait a moment. I need to take care of this troublemaker first." Abao looked ahead worriedly, saying, "He seems to be looking for us." Anrayan, beside him, reassured Akabao. "Don't worry about me. Quickly refine the medicine and give it to Tianran and the others." Abao loudly retorted, agitated, "How could I leave you here? I remember I still have some K2E pills." The Jungian beast, hearing this, excitedly said, "Still want to refine pills? Don't be so naive." Abao turned back in a panic. "My alchemy furnace is smashed." A light like a thorny whip lashed down on Akabao, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Anran shouted, "Akabao!" The light continued to attack Anran, wrapping tightly around her. The Jungian beast gloated, "Gotcha, you little brat."
Long Yan, seeing this, warned loudly, "Stop, release young Miss." Mu Tianran, standing next to him, also anxiously called her name, Anran. Murong Tian thought they did a good job, but their cultivation was still very poor.
It was time for him to take action. The Jungian beast's magic tightly bound Anne ran, lifting her high. The Jungian beast asked, "What's wrong? Wasn't the fire you released just now burning me pretty enthusiastically?" As it spoke, the Jungian beast's magic tightened even further around Anran. The Jungian beast, unconvinced, said, "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You, a clown, actually managed to hurt me. You ruined my scales so they can't regenerate, so I'll leave some scars on your face."
Saying this, the Yuan beast used its whip to tighten around Anran with all its might, making her unable to bear it. Long Yan and Mu Tianran, witnessing the scene, shouted, "Beast!"
Simultaneously unleashing his power to sever the vine whip of the primal beast, Mu Tianran suddenly shouted. Long Yan, Murong Tian, was stunned, thinking, this powerful aura, could it be that Long Yan is a dragon shadow warrior of the Long family? Long Yan flew into the air, catching Ying Ran. Ying Ran blankly asked Long Yan, "Why are you using this technique? Didn't I tell you not to use it anymore? Stop it now, you're not just a tool anymore. If you continue like this, you'll burn away your life force." Long Yan burst into tears, saying, "Long Yan's life originally belongs to you, miss. Long Yan is useless, not only injuring you, but also causing you to expend your life essence to summon a guardian spirit. Even if Long Yan dies, he can't atone for this crime," Long Yan said, and Ying Ran stroked one side of Long Yan's face, scolding, "Long Yan, you're so silly. Don't say you're not important. You're no longer a soulless tool of the Long family, you're the friend I care about most," Ying Ran revealed. Long Yan looked down at Ying Ran, touching his face with a gentle gaze. He said, "Thank you, miss. But because of that, Long Yan is even more willing to sacrifice himself for you." Immediately afterwards, the lava primal beast threw a lava ball towards them, roaring, "Is this the time for lovey-dovey stuff? Really?" Immediately after, the lava from the ball flew towards them rapidly, the heat radiating from it, evaporating the surrounding air. Long Yan saw the lava flying over, but didn't dodge. Standing still in the air, holding Long Ying Ran in his arms, he released a dense, pitch-black aura around himself, looking down at Ying Ran, gently reassuring her, "Ms., please rest assured, Long Yan is fine." Long Yan was now in assassin mode, immediately upgrading his cultivation to Profound Heaven level 7. But maintaining this state required him to consume his own life force. Long Ying Ran is currently the head of the Long family, with countless Dragon Shadow warriors serving behind her. Dragon Shadow warriors are like the shadow of the Long family, possessing the Long family's strongest combat power, specializing in dealing with external threats, with a specialty in carrying out assassinations in the dark. Their origins are all orphans brought back and raised by the Long family from a young age, without emotions, only loyal to the Long family head. The martial arts they cultivate are based on an internal cultivation technique that uses their lives to increase their cultivation, and Long Yan is also one of those warriors. He is willing to sacrifice his life to increase his cultivation for a short time. Their growth rate is very fast. Even the lowest level Dragon Shadow warriors are 5-star assassins. But the lifespan of this group of people is not long. Seeing them sacrifice so much, Su Yan felt it was a bit much, and he softly said, "Xiao Xuan, do we really need to let them become like this for a mission?" Murong Xuan's complexion worsened, her eyebrows furrowed, and she helplessly said to Su Yan, "It's too late. Look at Long Yan's current state. If I help him now, he'd rather die. He'll feel that he can't protect Ying Ran and sink into the quagmire of self-blame." Standing before the lava ball rushing straight at him, Long Yan remained completely unwavering in his emotions. Softly uttering the name of the technique, Black Scythe, a dark aura shot out powerfully, and at the same time, blood continued to flow from his mouth. Long Yan shouted, "Black Cross!" A large blade made of Yuan energy appeared in his hand. Long Yan waved his hand once, immediately unleashing an extremely powerful black aura towards the lava stream. The two sources of energy collided, creating a huge shockwave that seemed to blow everything away.
Surprisingly, Long Yan easily pushed back this primal beast.
It was the first time it had been knocked back, and it exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? How come these damn bugs just keep getting stronger and stronger?" After speaking, it continuously healed the wounds on its body. In another location, Mu Tianran found Bao Hiu lying motionless under a tree, his whole body covered in blood. He rushed over anxiously, shouting loudly, Bao Hiu saw Tianran coming. With very little strength left, Abakabayo said to Tianran in a trembling voice, "Big bro Zhaoran, it looks like I'm not going to make it." He looked like he was about to cry, but still tried to hold back his tears, saying, "Every inch of skin on my body won't listen to me anymore, and I'm completely out of strength, Big bro Zhaoran. Am I going to die soon?"
Seeing Adabao so exhausted, Mu Tianran felt extremely angry, his face contorted, and he shouted, "Damn primal beast, Adabao, hang in there, it's almost over. After this is over, we'll return to the Medicine King Valley, and you'll be fine." Mu Tianran tried to reassure Adabao.
Bao tried to use the little strength he had left, panting heavily, his voice trembling as he said, "Big bro Zhaoran, you're such a good leader, sorry, I'm just getting in the way again," Tianran replied. "Bao, rest a bit, leave the next part to us." On the other side, Long Yan gently placed Ying Ran on the ground, leaning her back against a tree. He looked at her for a while, softly saying, "Miss, please wait here for a moment." Ying Ran leaned weakly against the tree, sweat pouring down her face, her breathing erratic, as she struggled to say, "Long Yan, the group's mission is the most important thing. Should I continue to help you guys?" Hearing that, he quickly cut her off. Long Yan promised, he'll protect the young miss with his life. His lips slightly curved up, a gentle smile bloomed, and he raised his eyebrows, looking at her with warm eyes, saying, "Young miss, please rest assured, Long Yan guarantees this mission won't be affected." He Ran was exhausted at this moment. Her eyes slowly closed, her face still wet with sweat. Before falling into a coma, the last thing she could say was 2 words, "Long Yan." Then she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Long Yan suddenly stood up, turning his back to her, unleashing a powerful source of primordial energy. He turned his face towards her, the corners of his lips slightly curving up. "I'll be back soon," he said. Crazy Lion Shun was currently imprisoned by a lava net. He struggled to break free, every inch of lava searing into his body. "This is freaking hot, you bastard," he shouted loudly. Suddenly his lion's mane began to change color, turning into a dazzling, radiant golden color. He was then able to easily break through the net and step out, releasing a fierce burst of energy. He angrily growled, "So I've decided I'm going to tear you to pieces somewhere else." The primal beast is absorbing the primordial energy underground to heal its wounds. "The primordial energy here is almost completely drained," it said. Then its face darkened, and it said in a cold voice, "These brats, it seems they won't let me off unless they kill me." Suddenly, from 3 different locations, 3 powerful, fierce sources of primordial energy erupted, towering like the sky and clouds. Those 3 sources of primordial energy belonged to Long Yan, Mu Tianran, and Crazy Lion Shun respectively. Mu Tianran held his sword in his right hand, walking slowly, but each step struck the ground extremely forcefully, his face angry as he walked towards the primal beast. To Tianran's right was Long Yan, who was extremely determined to protect the young miss. Long Yan's face looked extremely serious, radiating a dense killing aura. To Tianran's left was Crazy Lion Shun, his large body walking powerfully. Shun's face was frowning, angrily roaring fiercely, "You're done for!" The demonic beast trembled with fear at this moment, and blurted out, "Their cultivation is clearly not as strong as mine, but why is it so difficult to fight them? Being surrounded by the 3 of them in turn, I'm like a plaything for them," it said. On this side, Crazy Lion Shun looked over at Mu Tianran and Long Yan, angrily shouting, "You 2 actually have some hidden moves. I'll settle the score with you after I kill that beast." Mu Tianran looked ahead with sharp eyes, and said sternly, "Sorry, this is the first time I've used this move." Crazy Lion Shun's face twitched with anger after hearing that. "Damn it," Long Yan also quickly added, "I wouldn't want to use this move either if it wasn't absolutely necessary." Su Yan and Rong Xuan were sitting on the clouds watching them fight from above, when Su Yan suddenly spoke, "Xiao Xuan, the 3 of them have all reached their limits." The primal beast saw them stepping forward so decisively, and it shouted loudly, "You think changing tactics will solve everything? Don't you see who I am here?" It tried to deny reality, angrily shouting, "You 3 little brats! I am, after all, the leading primal beast of the Xuan Tian." After saying that, it charged its hard as rock and hot as lava body straight towards the 3 of them. Crazy Lion Shun completely transformed into a beast at this moment. Like a ferocious lion, he charged forward, flexing his muscles and raising his hand in preparation to receive the blow, angrily shouting, "Only noobs use rankings to elevate themselves." At the moment the primal beast charged, Crazy Lion Shun raised his hand to block, and the sound of its impact with Crazy Lion Shun's hand rang out loudly.
At the moment the two of them collided, a fierce gust of energy was released, shaking the space.
At this moment, after Crazy Lion Shun blocked the primal beast, he used his strength to grab its body tightly.
He tried his best to crush its body while shouting, "You're pathetically weak." Then he threw it far away, shouting at its face, "Trash!" It didn't expect to be pushed into such a weak position by a human, and blurted out in surprise, "What strange power is this?" Suddenly, Crazy Lion Shun shouted the name of the technique, Lion King Fist, 100 Shadows. After speaking, thousands of punches were thrown out, rushing straight towards the primal beast. Each of his punches was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly, creating many afterimages, looking like thousands of hands rushing forward. The primal beast couldn't dodge in time, enduring all the punches, and the popping sounds echoed throughout the space, continuously being pushed backwards.
Not letting Crazy Lion Shun take all the credit, Long Yan quickly rushed forward, slashing a powerful blow through the primal beast's head. He continuously used devastating techniques. Black Scythe, Flash Kill, One Flash. He kept slashing at its body continuously without stopping. He moved through every corner of the demonic beast's body, continuing to attack so it wouldn't have time to recover. Black Scythe, Flash Kill, 2 Flash. Then he tossed it behind him. Black Lotus, Instant Kill, Triple Flash. The moves kept coming, and he executed them in a blink. Being suppressed like that non-stop, its recovery couldn't keep up. The inner vital energy, Yuan Qi, was gradually disappearing. The disappearance of its Yuan Qi meant it couldn't recover anymore. Its body was super fragile now. Seeing this, Long Yan walked past it, waving his hand. His movements were so fast you couldn't even see them. Its whole body was sliced into hundreds of pieces, scattered on the ground. He looked up, blood gushing from his mouth from using too much life force. His voice was cold, with a hint of contempt. "Your healing speed is too slow." Still not giving up, the primal beast roared. "So what? I'm not that easy to kill." It spat out a stream of lava from its mouth, this scorching lava gushing out like a spring. It covered such a wide area, Long Yan didn't seem to have time to dodge. Suddenly, Mu Tianran appeared in front of Long Yan. Seeing this, Long Yan yelled in surprise, "Mu Tianran, Black Lotus, unleash everything!" Mu Tianran yelled. He held his divine sword out with both hands to block, his legs bent slightly to steady himself, his teeth clenched, trying to use all his strength to resist. Mu Tianran's divine weapon radiated a mystical purple aura. Just as the lava was about to engulf them, his divine weapon quickly absorbed the entire stream of lava. After absorbing it, he landed on the ground, completely exhausted. He frowned slightly because he had overexerted himself. He thought to himself, "I haven't mastered this move yet, I can only try it once." "Myriad Sword Decree," he shouted. A circle appeared, with a mysterious circular core, surrounded by 4 other circles, each engraved with a symbolic divine beast: tortoise, snake, lion, phoenix, and finally, dragon. Suddenly, the lion circle lit up. Seems like Tianran chose this one. Instantly, a giant lion face was created from his Yuan Qi. He held his sword in front of him, his whole body ready, preparing to fight. He began to gather the surrounding Yuan Qi, absorbing and building it into a massive source of power. The lion was closing its eyes. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide. In its eyes, a deep blue like a galaxy appeared. Seeing this, Su Yan and Murong Tian landed on the ground. Completely surprised, Su Yan exclaimed in shock, "Whoa, that's some serious Yuan Qi. Mu Tianran can actually do this." Murong Tian felt that Tianran's move looked very familiar. She stared at it intently, thinking suspiciously, "This move of Mu Tianran's, compared to the technique grandfather used back then to conquer Tian Cheng, how can they be so similar?" She snapped back to reality and ordered Su Yan, "Tell Su Yan to take Long Yingran and Abao to a safe place. I'm not sure I can withstand the power of this move." Seeing Mu Tianran charging up his technique, the primal beast laid motionless on the ground, terrified, muttering, "I'm so screwed, one hit from that and I'm dead for sure, but I can't even move anymore." The sword, enveloped in fiery purple flames, which are now dark red. It suddenly poured into it from the sword, beginning to turn dark brown. Performing this move took too much energy, and he had already used too much in previous battles. His face was covered in sweat, his eyebrows furrowed, his teeth clenched. Trying to channel the technique, he thought to himself, "Even Black Lotus's Yuan Qi is almost drained. This move takes too much energy." Suddenly, a swirling energy appeared in his abdomen, with streams of Yuan Qi spinning around it. He suddenly opened his eyes wide in delight and exclaimed, "That's it! The Yuan Qi in my dantian," he said. Suddenly, his body was boosted with an abundant source of Yuan Qi. The mouth of the lion, made of Yuan Qi, began to open. Yuan Qi vortexes appeared all around in front of the lion's mouth. Though it's not perfect, it's still usable, he thought to himself. Myriad swords, hundredfold, he yelled loudly. Then the already large lion began to grow even larger. The surrounding air was pulled so hard by its gravitational force that it twisted space itself. The Yuan Qi vortexes also began to grow larger. Thousands of swords emerged from those vortexes. Mu Tianran channeled his energy and shouted, unleashing the technique towards the primal beast. I'll use this one move to obliterate your soul, Mu Tianran yelled.
Suddenly, a tremor shook the surroundings, and a pink light emanated from within the quake.
A beast jumped out, mocking him. Hey, Mu Tianran, you moron! Get your technique under control. The beast had black fur covering its face, looking like a gorilla. Right? The beast glanced at Zhu Feng.
He ducked to dodge the beast's attack, but it didn't seem to help. The beast quickly grabbed him, holding Mu Tianran like a mom dragging her kid home from the internet cafe, confidently declaring, "What a waste of time, they're all equally dumb." Su Yan, seeing the tense situation, shouted loudly and rushed over.
Meanwhile, the fire elemental beast, in the form of a red spark. If I escape this time, that old hag Yao Buhui better not even think about trying to hunt me down. Then, the fire elemental beast hastily shrank the spark. Suddenly, a multitude of pink light spots poured down from the sky towards the boulder below, startling the fire elemental beast. Gotta run, I'm dead, I'm dead!
It immediately ran away as fast as its little legs could carry it.
A pink lightning bolt struck the ground, creating an earthquake. Everything around shook as if a cataclysmic event had just occurred. A group of people, not understanding what was happening, began to discuss it excitedly. What happened over there? One of them said. A fire elemental beast just burst out of the ground. Yao Wang observed everything from a distance. Yao Wang looked tense, crossing her arms, and began to think hard about something. Xiang asked He Darren, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. The amount of primordial energy is increasing drastically. He Darren, do we need to go? Only then did He Darren speak. Looks like an elemental beast explosion. This kind of attack, I can't protect you guys from it. Stay put, you idiots. On this side, Mu Tianran's technique was still resonating, causing everything around to sway.
Su Yan, seeing this, widened her eyes and exclaimed, Mu Tianran has such a powerful technique. If this fire elemental beast dies, then the Yao Ji Yu Valley Master.
But before Su Yan could finish, the white-haired girl interrupted. Don't worry about that right now. Mu Tianran can't control his technique. I have to prepare to stop him. From afar, a few red sparks emanated from a rock, indicating that the rock was about to crack.
The red sparks appeared more and more, surrounding the rock.
So the fire elemental beast was inside the rock. I finally found the remains of a powerful elemental beast, and these damn brats. The fire elemental beast was preparing to emerge from the rock. Finally, it revealed a fiery red glow that illuminated the area. The fire elemental beast said,
Crap, I didn't have time to bring the fire essence core. From afar, the fire elemental beast could be seen lying on a rock, still lying there with its glowing body. That's a Xuan Tian level elemental beast essence core.
If I can get that, then the materials needed to awaken Lady Diji will be complete. Mu Tianran froze for about 5 seconds, looking completely panicked. He continued to think, I need to redirect the attack of this move. I can't let this essence core get crushed. Then, Mu Tianran picked up his sword to prepare to execute his plan. He clenched his hand on the sword, resolutely raising his hand high.
Mu Tianran used his technique,
trying to change the direction of the attack. He raised his sword high, trying to use all his strength, shouting loudly. The white-haired beauty Zhao Xuan saw this and was a little puzzled. Why is he trying to redirect it? A significant portion of his strength has been consumed. Perhaps this is a bit too much for him. The magical array continued to unfold.
The pink lightning bolt struck down, causing the ground to crack, creating a deep, bottomless pit.
Mu Tianran's body was shaking as he tried to resist. There was a bit of red on his lips. He still held his hand up to continue casting the magic. This is my last primordial energy. The fire elemental beast seized this opportunity to take the item easily and neatly, without anyone knowing. The fire elemental beast was collected into the small pouch next to him. Now that everything was settled, Mu Tianran smiled softly. All done. Now I can awaken Diji. As soon as he finished speaking, his body ran out of strength. He dropped the sword in his hand and collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
Zhao Xuan was quite surprised to see this, she said loudly. Su Yan immediately replied, got it.
Then Su Yan ran to Mu Tianran's side, leaving the guy to wake up.
Su Yan thought. He clearly couldn't control it, but still tried to redirect the attack of the technique. If it were a normal person, they would have been minced meat already.
This kid, Mu Tianran turned over, his body still trembling from losing too much strength. He squinted one eye and tried to use the last of his strength to say, Master, Su Yan. The next day, the fire elemental beast slowly opened its eyes. Why does this place smell so familiar? Fire elemental beast. A rare spirit beast with the ability to fuse cultivation, based on the source of fusion. The fire elemental beast suddenly remembered, based on its remaining memories.
I remember now. I was caught by that ice lady yesterday. Looks like I was brought back to the Medicine King Valley.
As soon as he finished speaking, the fire elemental beast was frozen again. At this moment, someone was walking over saying, Good spirit. The fire elemental beast frowned angrily when it heard those words, but immediately after, his attitude changed to a timid look. Hello. Good morning. Yao Wang walked up to the fire elemental beast, his expression very scary. Good morning. You made me search so hard for you. The fire elemental beast was frightened and unconsciously called out, Master? She smirked, but her eyebrows were furrowed. This time, do you want to be locked in the wine furnace or the silver furnace? Yao Wang pressed his face close to the glass jar, threatening the fire elemental beast. The fire elemental beast was so scared that he begged, Master, please spare me. I won't dare to run around again in the future.
She turned around and ordered the fire elemental beast. Do you know how much our Medicine King Valley lost this time because of you? Quickly go apologize to them for me. Xiao Xuan couldn't stand listening, and pointed at the Medicine King Valley, reasoning, you should be the one apologizing. If it weren't for you suppressing it too much, how could it have run away? Su Yan next to her gestured to remind her, calling out Xiao Xuan.
Yao Wang was criticized by Xiao Xuan, and unexpectedly pointed at himself, asking back, are you talking about me? Xiao Xuan replied unceremoniously. What if I'm talking about you? Is it wrong? Yao Wang was speechless. You? Fire elemental beast? The fire elemental beast had been watching the two of them talk back and forth. It was the first time he saw someone who could suppress his master. The fire elemental beast wanted to stand up for Yao Wang. Actually, it's not related to master, it's my fault. Both of them simultaneously turned back, their murderous eyes looking at the fire elemental beast. Yao Wang immediately said, Of course it's not related to me. Xiao Xuan also didn't let the fire elemental beast off the hook. Are you saying I guessed wrong? The fire elemental beast didn't know what to say, and could only deny, No, it's not. Then the fire elemental beast turned away and sighed helplessly. It's over. Immediately after, it screamed, Ah! When it saw the scary eyes of Mad Lion Shun. Mad Lion Shun made a murderous action towards the fire elemental beast. The fire elemental beast could only turn away in fear. That guy really holds grudges. Does he want to eat me alive? The door opened at this moment, and Mu Tianran walked in, hurriedly calling out, I am Bao. Everyone in the room fell silent. Su Yan then said to him, Mu Tianran, also Bao isn't here. This place only treats people who are seriously injured like you and Long Yan. Suddenly, a hand blocked Mu Tianran's view. Yao Wang asked with cold eyes. You're not resting quietly in bed. Where are you running off to? Mu Tianran lowered his head apologetically. Bao was injured to complete the mission. I want to visit him, to apologize for not being able to protect him. Hearing Mu Tianran say that, Yao Wang still said in a cold voice, What's the use of visiting? It's better to take the market price of treasures out, for me to take him to refine pills. Mu Tianran's eyes were full of pain. He closed his eyes so that no one could see his heartbreak. When Mu Tianran turned back, he walked into Ayabao. If the Valley Master needs it, Tianran can let Ayabao see him. His eyes lit up happily. Who's standing here? It's Xiaoran Ge. Am I healed already? Mu Tianran blankly turned his head. Aijabazio, aren't you? Su Yan explained. Actually, Bao isn't really hurt. Just a little scratch. Xiao Xuan behind him is already scolding. This old hag is eyeing my disciple's treasure. Bao happily says while holding a chicken leg, even though I got smacked by the fire elemental beast, Grandma says that's not why I fainted, it's because I haven't been exercising, that's all. Mu Tianran, hearing this, is speechless. Bao turns to Yao Wang and says, Oh yeah, Grandma's pill refining chamber is ready. You can bring Ying Ran and the others there for treatment. Yao Wang sternly replies, Alright, move them over there, Bao. You're in charge of refining the pills this time. Mu Tianran goes to the fire elemental beast and says, You're really an elemental beast meant to help with pill refining. You seemed pretty fierce yesterday. The fire elemental beast explains to Mu Tianran, looking annoyed, I'm a fusion elemental beast. Last night was because I fused with a high-level elemental beast. If I hadn't been careless, none of you would have caught me. Ugh! Yao Wang, seeing the fire elemental beast still dawdling, threatens again. Hurry up and get over here! The fire elemental beast fearfully obeys. Yes. Mu Tianran, seeing Yao Wang's attitude, says, So that's why it wanted to run away. Yao Wang throws a glass vial to Bao. Bao, go refine the pills. Bao, holding the fire elemental beast, asks, Last night you clearly used a lot of force. Why didn't I get hurt at all? The fire elemental beast explains, You're her grandson after all. How could she dare to really hurt you? Hearing the reason, Bao immediately throws the fire elemental beast into the furnace. If that's the case, get in there. The fire elemental beast arrogantly scoffs, HMPH, and the pill refining furnace lights up. Yao Wang immediately orders, Quickly fuse with the furnace. Stabilize the temperature. The fire elemental beast obeys and immediately fuses. Then, a vortex appears and sucks it into the pill refining furnace. The pill refining furnace bursts into light. Xiao Xuan smiles and says, Finally, I know why you didn't mind spending so much to capture it, Yao Wang demands. Kwang Shishun and Mu Tianran, you two helped them up. Yes, Mu Tianran replies. Kwang Shishun retorts, TCH, daring to order this young master around. Both of them go to help Yingran and Longyan up. Longyan politely says, I'm really troubling you.
Kwang Shishun angrily glares at Longyan. Knowing it's trouble, why don't you hurry up and stand? This old man is injured too, ya know?
Yingran, helped up by Mu Tianran, is also polite. Yingran is causing everyone trouble this time. Mu Tianran tries to comfort her. Not at all. If it weren't for Yingran, we wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily. Suddenly, Yingran coughs up blood. Ugh. She covers her mouth and leans on Mu Tianran. Sorry, my body is still a little weak. Longyan, seeing this, immediately threatens, get away from the young lady, Kwang Shishun. Seeing Longyan's mouth full of blood, gets angry, don't move around, you're already spitting blood, just behave yourself.
Mu Tianran immediately lets go. Don't get excited, I'll let go, everyone stop shouting. Sit down now. She goes to Yingran and says, the Long Shadow martial arts of Long family are really stupid. You hurt your life as soon as you use it. And your Long family's guardian spirit is also a life taker, doesn't give you any peace of mind. Yingran forces a smile and says,
it's Yingran's limited abilities. My Yuan Qi is not enough, and I can't fully control the guardian spirit. Yao Wang waves her hand, indicating no need to explain further. All right. We in Mirror Valley haven't just been taking your Long family's money these past few years. I know the life-taking martial arts of you Long family well. Yingran, not understanding, asks, Valley Master Yao, what do you mean? Yao Wang explains to Yingran, because of you Long family, I specially created a unique way to administer acupuncture,
which can help you restore your life, which is to prolong life. Yingran forces a smile and replies, so father has always been secretly searching for a way to control the guardian spirit. I've troubled Valley Master Yao.
Yao Wang just sighs and says, your father is just two-faced. Then she turns to face Xiao Xuan. Playing well. Letting them fight their hardest is just so I'll use acupuncture to cure their old ailments, right?
Secretly transmitting her voice, Xiao Xuan also looks at Yao Wang and says, too much. They were all injured because of the tasks you assigned. You should hurry up and take action. Secretly transmitting his voice, Longyan goes over, and Yingran puts on her clothes.
His mouth is bleeding, but he still tries to say to Yingran, young lady, this is a new way for me to stand guard in front of you. Yao Wang sighs helplessly. Then let him guard first. Longyan takes off the clothes on his back, revealing a row of wounds. These don't look like wounds caused by this mission. Yao Wang presses her thumb on his back. She frowns and says, the wounds are 3 or 4 years old. The spinal bones are almost necrotic. So many years, and you're still holding on. Longyan remained silent. Then he recounted the past. The Long Shadow warriors are tools for slaughter of the Long family. Once they become useless due to the secrets of the Long Blade, they will all be disposed of. That year, during a mission to protect the young miss, I was severely injured, and my body had reached its limit. Longyan, age 13. Although I eventually completed the mission, on the flight back to the Long family, I knew I was worthless. Longyan, thank you. Shall we be friends? Longyan continued. Under the young miss's insistence, I was transferred to be a servant, solely belonging to the young miss. Only then could I continue living. It was the young miss who gave me life. So from now on, no matter what difficult missions I face, I will shield the young miss, never allowing myself to fall. Longyan revealed a distressed expression, saying, no matter how many injuries I receive, I can risk my life for the young miss. Anran widened her eyes and asked, why haven't you ever told me about your injuries? Longyan turned to look at her. Compared to the young miss's worries, what are my injuries? Seeing Longyan's injured state, Yao Wang spoke up and asked, can you endure it? He didn't deny it. I can, please rest assured, Yao Ji Uju. Just as Longyan started to say something, Yao Wang kicked him in the face. Longyan was sent flying onto the roof by Yao Wang's kick. Mu Tianran immediately reminded, hey, Longyan is severely injured. Xiao Xuan looked up. It seems Longyan is indeed very badly injured. To herself, panicked.
Xiao Xuan, aren't you going to stop her?
Anran was also astonished, covering her mouth with her hand. Yao Wang still didn't stop, launching a sharp needle forward. That sharp needle scattered into smaller ones.
They pierced into Longyan, causing his whole body to tremble. She warned, Longyan, don't resist. If you resist, bear the consequences yourself. Longyan gritted his teeth and endured. Yao Ji Uju, has this junior offended you in any way?
Yao Wang didn't say much, kicking Longyan straight in the face again. Stop talking nonsense, take this.
She frowned unhappily. Didn't I tell you not to resist? Longyan dodged Yao Wang's kick,
but right after she lifted her foot for a final kick, the furious Yao Ji Uju kicked Longyan's head violently, catching him off guard, even sending Longyan flying far away. After that kick from Yao Ji Uju, not forgiving Longyan, Yao Ji Uju also kicked him in the back. After violently attacking, she lightly spun around, retreating away from him, landing lightly on the ground. Long Yan, on the other hand, landed with a thud.
Seeing this, Murong Tian said, "Long time no see. You seem as violent as ever." Yao Jiuzhu raised a finger, pointing with the other hand placed behind her back, and said, "It's a pity I couldn't kick him to death." Anran went to Long Yan, shaking him, but he was beaten to the point of his soul scattering. Anran shook him, asking, "Long Yan, are you okay?" Kwang Shishun, standing next to Mu Tianran, asked fearfully, "Is this guy dead?"
At this moment, Anran said, "All right." She treated the physically impacted bones of Long Yan.
The swollen spine of Long Yan from just now gradually disappeared, thanks to Anran's timely treatment. It was flat, and no longer swollen.
Yao Jiuzhu then said, "Basio, where's the elixir?" Bao was reaching towards the elixir furnace. He was tense. "Why isn't it out yet?" The elixir furnace trembled and said, "Just now, being scared by the master, I remembered some terrible things, so I trembled too much, and the temperature dropped." Bao quickly increased the temperature, saying, "You slowpoke. Any slower and you'll delay things." The furnace praised. Bao's elixir refinement skills have improved. Stable chi supply. It's almost ready." The people outside, seeing this, said, "This celestial phenomenon, the Gu Zihu, has refined another powerful elixir." A young man said to his father standing next to him, "Father, look." His father disdainfully said, "HMPH, isn't it just a 4th grade elixir?"
"If she can't even refine a 4th grade elixir, then this Yao Jiuzhu position, I shouldn't even sit in it," the father instructed his son.
"Later you must crush Bao in the heavenly refinement competition, understand?" The son replied, "Yes." At this time, Bao had finished refining. He said to the Medicine Valley Master, "Grandmaster, the elixir in my hand is a 4th grade pill, with a beautiful emerald green color." Bao said, "Although little fire helped, I was able to refine a 4th grade pill, not bad." The Medicine Valley Master held Bao's 4th grade pill in her hand. She spun it like a whirlwind, and then said, "All of you from the pill transformation sect, get out of my way."
She transferred the elixir into Long Yan's back, specifically, the spot where her kick had swollen it up. The elixir seeped into Long Yan's swollen spine, causing him to cry out in pain. He groaned a few times in pain. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Everyone around remained silent, observing Long Yan. Long Yan trembled, covered in sweat. He squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, and said, "So cold, so hot." But as the elixir spread inside his spine and gradually healed him, he opened his eyes, jolted awake from his torment. Long Yan's entire body was covered in sweat. He slowly sat up, looking at his hand. Su Yan, seeing this, asked, "Long Yan, how do you feel?" Long Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Unbelievable, it's the aura of life force." He moved, tested his body, and then began to ask the Medicine Valley Master, "What's going on? The spot where you hit me is completely fine now. Moreover, I feel full of life force now." The Medicine Valley Master took out something that looked like a needle with a sharp green tip. She explained, "Healers only save people. Everything I just did was to treat your new injuries. Your old injuries are all healed too." Anran looked at Long Yan and smiled, saying, "That's great, Long Yan." He smiled back at her, saying, "Miss, I will always protect you from now on." Mu Tianran, seeing the situation, happily said, "How magical." Crazy Lion Shun, standing beside them, crossed his arms and pondered. At this time, Long Yan expressed his gratitude to the Medicine Valley Master. The Medicine Valley Master turned and left, waving her hand and saying, all right, it was originally created for you, Long family people. Just letting the two of you try it out first." Long Yan placed his hand on Anran's shoulder, saying, "Miss, this process is a little uncomfortable." Anran closed her eyes and softly said, "It's okay, don't worry about me." Suddenly, the Medicine Valley Master warned Anran, "Anran, you are not the same as Long Yan. You may have to endure 3 times more than him." Hearing this, Long Yan was shocked. 3 times. Not only Long Yan, but Mu Tianran and Crazy Lion Shun were also equally shocked. Mu Tianran said, "The kick just now needs to hit the whole body to be effective. Anran might pass out after enduring only half of it." Su Yan said to Murong Xuan, "Little Xuan, Anran is, after all, the Long family's precious daughter. What if?" Before he finished, she uncomfortably dodged away. "Don't get too close to me," Bao, who was standing outside, enjoying food. "Refining pills makes me so tired. Time to eat." The cauldron saw him eating and followed along. "Smells so good. Give me one too." On the other hand, after Anran heard what everyone around her said, her eyes were filled with darkness, contemplation, and suffering, but she firmly said, "It's okay, do it." The Medicine Valley Master, seeing this, asked, "So quick to answer, have you really thought it through?" Anran pulled down one side of her shirt, exposing her shoulder, and said, Yes, if I can't even endure this, how can I be worthy of being a Long family member? The Medicine Valley Master saw Anran's determined attitude. She didn't force her to ask any more questions, and only turned to Long Yan and said, Long Yan, go get a towel. He immediately obeyed her words. Okay, okay. At this time, the Medicine Valley Master blocked the curtain so that Long Yan would not step in. To facilitate Anran's treatment, she reached out and blocked him. Long Yan, you go out too. Long Yan, seeing this, was worried. Does she really want to hit the miss? Seeing Long Yan peeking, trying to look inside the curtain, the four people, including Murong Tian, Su Yan, Crazy Lion Shun, and Mu Tianran, had the same thought. If we didn't know the relationship between the two of them, he would definitely be considered a pervert.
Looking through the gap in the curtain, Long Yan heard the voices of the Medicine Valley Master and, Anran, let's start. If anything hurts, remember to endure it. Anran let out a few cries. Ah! Hearing this made Long Yan unable to calm down, miss. But suddenly his eyes widened. In front of him was the Medicine Valley Master, inserting several needles into Anran's shoulder and back.
She said, Yours is quite serious. Needs 3 needles, Anran said to her.
Well, Long Yan heard this, and the Medicine Valley Master explained, Actually, it's okay if I didn't kick him. I just wanted to speed up the absorption of his medicinal power. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, Long Yan collapsed, holding his hand to his heart, his face pale, thinking to himself, Little bro, do you have a lot of questions you want to ask?
Inside the curtain, the mark on Anran's forehead glowed red. She said to the Medicine Valley Master,
Oh, Medicine Valley Master is really capable, able to restore lifespan. You did me a good exchange. After the treatment process was over, Long Yan froze. Anran asked her, Miss, are you really okay? Yao Gugu, seeing Abao round and tumbling, lying down, put her hands on her hips and asked, Abao, are you sleeping again? Abao still sighed with his usual complaint. Refining pills is so tiring, Long Yan worriedly asked Yingran. The needles have such strong medicinal effects? And you got 3 needles? Are you really okay? But contrary to Long Yan's worry,
Yingran cheerfully made a scissor pose with both hands, saying to him,
I'm really okay, look. At this moment the system panel showed her level. Long Yingran broke through to the vigorous movement realm. Long Yan blushed seeing her like that. His cheeks flushed red. He thought to himself, Ah, miss, I've never seen miss so lively before.
At this moment, Yao Gugu walked over to Guangxi Shun and Mu Tianran, pointing and saying, You two also need some treatment. Meanwhile, Yingran and Long Yan were cuddling in the distance. Yingran happily saying to Long Yan, Haha, my body feels so much better, like I've been reborn. I'm not myself anymore. I feel so good like this. Guangxi Shun, upon hearing about treatment, frowned unhappily and said,
TCH, I don't need any treatment. My instincts are telling me. This woman is terrifying. Seeing his uncooperative attitude, Yao Gugu said, You beastmen from the beast domain are too confident in your recovery ability, to the point where you're covered in wounds and don't even know it. Hearing this hit home, he frowned and remained silent, then proactively pulled down his back collar, obediently saying, Then help me stick a needle in too. Seeing the scarred mess on Guangxi Shun's back, Yao Gugu frowned and commented,
These scars weren't made by primordial beasts. Guangxi Shun's face darkened, saying,
Less talk. Knowing her limits, Yao Gugu held out her hand and said, Don't want to talk is fine, I'm just worried about saving people. Asabayo, is there any of that elixir we used for Long Yan earlier left? A Bao, gnawing on a piece of meat, replied to her. There's still some medicinal material left. Let me refine another batch.
Scene change. The father who looked down on Yao Gugu and Achim Babao said to his son, This time, father has already made arrangements with your dean, so that your dean can guide you a bit before the heavenly refinement competition. The young man respectfully replied, Yes? The father stroked his beard and said,
You are, after all, an outstanding young person who can refine 5th grade elixirs on your own in this generation. Don't disappoint father in the competition.
The other disciples from the pill hall on Yao Gugu's side immediately exclaimed in praise.
Wow! Is that Xiang Yun a newly refined 5th grade elixir? Yao Gugu, why are you refining so many high-level elixirs today?
Hearing this, the father still scornfully said, It's just a 5th grade elixir, there's nothing special about it, you're just making too much of a fuss. After refining, Xiao Huo flew out, and Abao was also exhausted and hungry. He said, I've been squeezed dry. So hard, so miserable. Mu Tianran looked at Abao admiringly.
Although he's usually clumsy and muddle-headed, Abao is really strong at pill refining. Abao can refine 5th grade elixirs. Even in the entire heavenly refinement sect, there aren't many people who can do it. Hearing this, Abao modestly said, Tianran-Ge, don't praise me so much. This is all thanks to Xiao Huo. I'm just in charge of condensing.
Yao Gugu interrupted her, urging, Stop with the chit-chat. Quickly bring the elixir here.
But inside, she smirked and praised secretly. Abao's condensation is the most important step in refining high-level elixirs. What you lack isn't Xiao Huo's help, but the confidence to refine pills. Bao said to Yao Gugu, "Grandma, I'm tired, I want to go rest." She only instructed, "Yeah, don't eat too much, okay?" At this moment, Yao Gugu began to explain. Guards who have strong bloodlines can recover from injuries very quickly, but their recovery ability can only restore the outside and not the root. For example, if a person is injured to the point of breaking a bone, although they can recover very quickly, the recovery only regenerates the flesh. The bones may not have been able to return to the correct position before they are taken over by the flesh. She continued accordingly. The bones are like this, out of position. The whole movement of the person relies on the muscles stretched, and eventually they will be broken. Hearing Yao Gugu's profound knowledge, Kwang Shishun thought to himself, apprehensively, "This old woman knows a lot. That's right, there are a lot of beast domain people who die from this kind of internal injury." Suddenly, Yao Gugu gently stroked Kwang Shishun's dark hair, surprising him. Kwang Shishun blushed and said, "What are you doing?" Yao Gugu teased. "What a cute little kitty." Hearing those teasing words made Kwang Shishun bare his fangs. "Stop taking advantage. I won't let you take advantage again." Yao Gugu stuffed the elixir into Kwang Shishun's mouth and happily said, "Swallow it down." After the treatment was finished, she turned and left, only leaving a word of advice. "All right, rest assured and rest for a day. Wait for the medicinal effect to spread throughout your body, and you'll be fine." Kwang Shishun was suddenly caught by the drug into his mouth, and he coughed a few times, slowly sitting up. He wondered in confusion, That's it." Then, Kwang Shishun muttered to himself, "Don't think that I'll be grateful to you for that." Long Yan is still overthinking. Why was he beaten? After treating the three of them, Yao Guju wiped the sweat from her brow, panting, "Finally done." Suddenly she realized in surprise, Zhao Huo's out of the furnace. Yao Guju angrily cracked her knuckles, her eyes threatening Xiao Huo with murderous intent. "Who told you to come out? Get back in, I still need to refine pills." Xiao Huo struggled, intimidated. It was your grandkid who let me out. Besides, I'm almost drained. No more primordial energy." But Yao Guju seemed not to care at all. She tossed Xiao Huo back into the furnace, declaring coldly, "Almost drained isn't completely drained." "Get in there," Xiao Huo exclaimed as it was thrown. Ugh. Yao Guju didn't stop torturing Xiao Huo. Even as Xiao Huo was forced to wail, "Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle," Yao Guju urged. "Faster, increase the heat, increase the heat." The three, Murong Tian, Su Yan, and Mu Tianran, said in unison, "Doesn't it feel like it's going to keep running away later?" After getting the pills in hand, Yao Guju said to Murong Tian, "Aunt Xuan, next is the pill refining for you." Murong Tian saw how small the pill was and said, "This is the pill for me. Looking at its quality, it's only 6th grade or lower." Seeing Murong Tian's disdain, Yao Guju explained, "Idiot. This is just a semi-finished product. It can be 8th grade or higher when finished." Su Yan secretly rejoiced upon hearing this. With this pill for Murong Tian, she might be able to undo the seal. Mu Tianran stroked his chin, pondering Yao Guju's abilities. Yao Guju can even refine 8th grade pills, so she can also refine the Yaolu Dingfan Hundan to awaken Lady Diji. After refining the pill for Murong Tian, Yao Guju turned and went inside. She instructed, "You guys take a break at Yaowang Gu for the next few days. I need to go into closed-door cultivation to focus on refining pills. It'll take a few days," she said seriously. "Within 3 days, absolutely no one is allowed to disturb me." Seeing this, Murong Tian asked, "Isn't it just refining 1 grade higher? Why is it taking so long? And you even have primordial beasts helping you." Yao Guju began to explain. "Pills are divided into 10 grades in this world. 1st to 3rd grade are common pills. 5th to 7th grade are called high-grade pills." She emphasized, "I can refine these pills any time." Each grade of pill appeared, from common pills to high-grade pills to top-grade pills to legendary grade. Yao Guju continued to explain. "From 8th grade pills onwards, these are top-grade pills. You need to be careful every step of the way, which is why it takes so long. 10th grade pills are just a legend in the pill refining world. No one can refine them now." She continued, "Moreover, to increase the chances of breaking your seal, I'll use my unique technique, Dragon's Roar Dual Pearls." Hearing Yao Guju's lengthy explanation, Murong Tian dismissively waved her hand and said, all right, just say you're not good at controlling it, and it'll explode the furnace. I thought it was a big deal." Hearing these words from Murong Tian, Yao Guju was furious. "Murong Tian, can't you say anything nice? You're making me so mad." Looking at the live feed reflecting Yao Guju's angry expression, "Anyway, it's a pill for you. Say one more word and I'll put TT in your pill." Bai Buquan's group had been observing every move inside Yaowang Gu. Bai Buquan, after listening to their conversation, smiled sinisterly. 8th grade pill. Ah cha cha, I must have this. Who, upon hearing this, asked, "Lord He, should we keep waiting?" she thought to herself. After seeing the live feed just now, no wonder he didn't take the opportunity to attack them when they were injured. Turns out Lord He's goal isn't to take their lives, but the top-grade pill, Bai Buquan, turned around and ordered, "Just follow my instructions. You guys continue to observe their movements, they replied. Yes, Lord Hein. Hugh, at this moment, was secretly happy. Her cheeks flushed red. Ah, I can go see that mad lion Shun again. Afterwards, the live feed disappeared, surprising them. Bai Buquan looked down with a gloomy expression and asked, Xiang, what's going on? Why did the live feed disappear?
Xiang then said, It seems the primordial energy connection is broken. The heavenly venerable envoy then scolded, Xiang, your invention is no good at all.
On the other hand, on Yao Guju's group's side, Su Yan killed a spider. He held the hand with the spider in front of Murong Tian and yelled, Hey, Xiao Xuan, I killed a spider. It's what I'm most afraid of. She then said, You're afraid, but you still killed it, like your grandmother. The spiders in your place all have primordial energy. There's so much primordial energy in your place. Yao Guju, upon hearing this, said boastfully, Of course. Do you want to come here for skincare? Hearing this, Murong Tian looked disgusted.
She said, Forget it, there's a ton of stuff to deal with in the capital. Suddenly, Yao Guju looked at her with shining eyes and said, Then that's a pity. Mu Yaorongxuan looked back, as if they both had some scheme in mind. Mu Yaorongxuan said to Su Yan, go see if the Longying brats over there need anything. Su Yan stammered. Ah, the spider, Murong Tian said impatiently. Go now, and give me the spider so I can throw it away, Su Yan replied. Okay. Then, Su Yan raised both hands high and ran away in fear.
This spider is so annoying. The person standing there saw him running like that, shouting, and wondered, there shouldn't be any spiders in our place, right? Seeing that only he hadn't been treated, Mu Tianran hesitantly asked, Yao Guju, did you forget something? Doesn't my body need treatment?
Suddenly, both Murong Tian and Yao Guju stood there, staring at Mu Tianran.
The Medicine Valley Master cast a cold gaze towards Mu Tianran, asking, You need it? Suddenly, Mu Tianran felt tense and retorted, What do you mean, Medicine Valley Master? She leaned close to Mu Tianran's ear, smirked, and said beside his ear, Divine demonic bloodline. Superior traits. Not a bad physique, huh?
Hearing this, Mu Tianran's eyes widened in astonishment. Sensing something was wrong, he backed away, stammering incoherently, his hands and feet flailing. Medicine Valley Master, what are you saying? I don't understand. Murong Tian used ice to freeze Mu Tianran's feet, preventing him from moving and escaping.
Her eyes, filled with icy chill, interrogated him. Speak. Where is Mu Ronglisian?
Mu Tianran raised his hands, nervously saying,
Dean Xuan, I am still your disciple. Are you misunderstanding something? He appeared to be calm, but inside, Mu Tianran was incredibly tense, wiping the sweat off his brow, thinking, I'm done for. My identity has been exposed.
Didn't Empress Jing say that the people of Tianzun wouldn't be able to detect it? Seeing Mu Tianran acting clueless,
the Medicine Valley Master seemed to see through everything, she bluntly stated. Stop pretending. From the moment I came into contact with your primordial energy, I knew you had the divine demonic bloodline.
She maintained her position close to his ear, pressing him. What is your purpose in coming to Tiandu City, infiltrating the heavenly refinement sect?
The Medicine Valley Master continued to ask, Do you want to assassinate some officials? Or do you want to create a riot in this place?
Realizing he was being interrogated, he devised a plan. I must mobilize all my primordial energy and prepare to run. The Medicine Valley Master relentlessly interrogated. Little junior brother, what exactly did Master send you here to do? Suddenly, Mu Tianran was startled when he heard the Medicine Valley Master call him, little junior brother. Turns out he was being teased by her all along. The Medicine Valley Master laughed cheerfully, saying to Murong Tian, he's really interesting. Look at him mobilizing his primordial chi to escape in such a hurry. I'm dying of laughter. Hearing this made Mu Tianran even more surprised by the Medicine Valley Master's attitude. Murong Tian snapped her fingers to release the ice on him. The frozen part of his feet that couldn't move just now shattered into small pieces. Murong Tian repeated her earlier question. Tell me, where did Murong Tian go?
Mu Tianran was controlled by the Medicine Valley Master's strength, so he was nervous. But he still honestly said, Divine demonic sacred pupil. Seeing Murong Tian still pressing Mu Tianran, the Medicine Valley Master spoke up. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Why are you so clueless? The Medicine Valley Master herself also possessed the divine demonic sacred pupil, clearly shown in her eyes that had the exact same purple color as his, she continued. A disciple personally taught by the divine demonic sect master Murong Tian, the third-generation Valley Master of Medicine King Valley, Yao Buhui.
In terms of seniority, you little brat should call me senior sister. Hearing this, Mu Tianran was so surprised he couldn't speak, only stuttering a few words. Medicine Valley Master Murong Tian also added,
If it weren't for the fact that old woman Yao also possessed the divine demonic bloodline, I really wouldn't have been able to see through your true identity. Mu Tianran became even more tense, sweating profusely, stammering, Ah! Seeing his tension, Murong Tian called out to the Medicine Valley Master, "Look, you've scared him. We should still tell him what this is all about." The Medicine Valley Master began to recount, rewinding back to the time when she and Murong Tian were still little kids, chasing after each other like little brats.
"I am an adopted daughter, taken in by Master. Because of my connection to the divine demonic bloodline, I was accepted as his disciple. Since I was little, someone with a natural talent for alchemy like me had self-developed a kind of hidden pill, which could conceal the divine demonic bloodline in my body." She recounted her ability to conceal the divine demonic bloodline, explaining why Mu Tianran was surprised when he learned she also possessed the divine demonic bloodline.
The Medicine Valley Master continued to recount the day in the past when she and Murong Tian had to separate, taking different paths. Later, Master arranged for us to take 2 different paths. Little Xuan went to Tiandu City to study, while I went to Medicine King Valley. A long time later, Master suddenly summoned those with the divine demonic bloodline to enter Heavenly Capital City to search for the secret island.
She recounted her reunion with Murong Tian. After so many years, during that very occasion, the divine demonic sect waged war against Heavenly City, but it was also during that mission that I was able to meet Little Xuan once again.
The Medicine Valley Master continued to recount what happened afterward. "You must have heard, Little Xuan was punished by Tianzun for being Master's granddaughter, but I left the divine demonic sect, thanks to Grandpa A Bao, and continued to live in seclusion in Medicine King Valley."
She finished recounting, talking about the present, ending the series of events that happened in the past. "After I became the Valley Master,
I immediately used the identity of the Valley Master to travel to the ends of the earth to rescue you guys, allowing you all to rest here. And then it was like this, like that. Do you understand?" Mu Tianran immediately replied.
"Understood." Mu Tianran looked at the Medicine Valley Master, seriously recounting to her little brother Mu Tianran.
Mu Tianran, after understanding everything, revealed information about Murong Tian. "I really don't know the direction Master went in. After Master rescued me and taught me the divine demonic art at the time, I haven't seen him since." Hearing that answer, Murong Tian was a little melancholy. Looking down, she said thoughtfully, "As expected, I still don't know where he is now." Seeing Murong Tian like that, the Medicine Valley Lord said, "Xiao Xuan, don't say that. My not showing up in Tiandu City is actually beneficial for you." Mu Tianran started to ask, "Bro, forgive me for being blunt, but does senior sister Yaoshi hiding her identity in Tiancheng all this time have a plan?" The Medicine Valley Lord replied, "No, I've already considered myself to have left the divine demon sect. I just want to do my best to help those with the same divine demon bloodline." Hearing the Medicine Valley Lord's chivalrous answer, Mu Tianran scratched his head and said, "That's right. Master also mentioned to me that if I see someone with the same bloodline, I must help them wholeheartedly and diligently cultivate." The Medicine Valley Lord asked him back, seemingly in disbelief. Did Shizun really not say anything else?" He honestly replied, "Nope." She then reached out to console Murong Tian. "Zhao Xuan, don't worry, Shizun probably doesn't have any thoughts about restoring the divine demon sect anymore. She just wants to help other people with the divine demon bloodline." Mu Tianran then paid his respects to the Medicine Valley Lord, seemingly wanting to ask something. "So senior sister Yaoshi, what about me absorbing the primordial energy from the sealed land and the hot springs, and the Night God sect?" The Medicine Valley Lord began to explain. That the Night God sect was a small sect in Tiancheng, specializing in the study of sealing techniques. They also had some connections to medicine, so they knew the Medicine King Valley, the bloodline of the people in the Night God sect, all had a special ability to break seals. It was this ability that caused them to disappear from everyone's sight overnight. Some say it was because other forces were afraid of them and wiped them out. Others say they chose to go into seclusion to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for the land containing the primordial energy, it was sealed together by the sect leader of the Night God sect and the old Valley Lord of our Medicine King Valley. "I'm not sure what the primordial energy inside is." "Finally," she said disappointedly, "but I didn't expect it to be completely absorbed by you. Perhaps it's because you have the Night Clan's secret treasure on you, so I guess that you are the sole inheritor of the Night God sect." Mu Tianran was surprised after hearing this. "So that's how it is. Although the Night Clan's secret treasure was left by my mother's family, I've never heard of the Night God sect before." Seeing them talking to each other for too long, Murong Tian spoke up. Hey, old woman Yao, don't you dare covet that thing. Aren't you ashamed, Mu Tianran? Go rest." But Mu Tianran still had entanglements, and wanted to ask for the assistance of Old Valley Lord Yao, so he lingered and asked her, "Wait a minute, senior sister, I still have one thing I want to ask for." Seeing this, the Medicine Valley Lord asked back, "What else?" Mu Tianran then said, "Please help me refine a 6-cycle reversal soul pill." The Medicine Valley Lord was surprised when she heard Mu Tianran's unexpected request. She asked, That's a 7th rank pill, used to cleanse the soul. What do you need it for?" Mu Tianran's face darkened, and his eyebrows furrowed.
revealing his determination. I need that to save someone.
His eyes reflected the image of Dinji, and he continued, but forgive me for not being able to explain clearly. In short, this person is extremely important to me.
Seeing Mu Tianran's determination, the Medicine Valley Lord sighed and agreed. I understand. I'll refine this pill for you now. Receiving the Medicine Valley Lord's agreement, he happily said, Really? Thank you, senior sister. But the Medicine Valley Lord laid out a condition. But I can't just give it to you for free. She started calculating. The 6-cycle reversal soul pill is worth 70 million. Your life-extending hairpin is stained with dragon saliva. Each needle is 8 million. And Crazy Lion Shun's 4th-rank pill is 10 million. Abeo's food and drink expenses during pill refinement are 100,000. And the cost of you staying here. Wait a minute. After calculating what was beneficial for herself, the Medicine Valley Lord said slyly, considering you're my junior brother, I'll give you a discount. I'll charge you 200 million spirit stones. Just don't blame me if you run out of money. Seeing the Medicine Valley Lord being so greedy, Murong Tian helplessly said from the side, Old woman Yao, it's a waste for you not to go extort people. Suddenly, she startled and said, Or, lend me the Night Clan's secret treasure for 3 to 5 years, Mu Tianran answered without hesitation. Okay, I understand. I'll cover all the expenses this time. Mu Tianran's money was spread out in a long stream before her eyes, looking very beautiful. Seeing so much money, the Medicine Valley Lord asked jealously, How do you have so much money? Murong Tian also glanced and echoed, That's right, Mu Tianran. Where did you get so much money? Mu Tianran humbly replied, No. I just accidentally encountered a fortuitous opportunity before. Mu Tianran presented the pile of money in front of the Medicine Valley Lord. Senior sister, this pile should be enough for 200 million spirit stones. It's more than enough. Seeing the mountain of money right in front of her, the Medicine Valley Lord was startled and screamed, How are you so rich? Is this the wealth a young person like you should have? Hearing this, Mu Tianran only smiled and said, Just luck, haha. He thought to himself, Great, this way I can awaken Dinji. Seeing that Mu Tianran was so rich, the Medicine Valley Lord dejectedly turned away, only leaving behind one sentence. Then you wait, I'll refine it for you later, sob, the Night Clan's secret treasure. At this time, Murong Tian seriously said, I finally know where your confidence and strength come from. Your assets can be compared to those of the major families, you have extremely high cultivation talent, and the divine demon bloodline. Moreover, even if you don't say it, I can guess that there must be a powerful expert helping you from behind, and your strength is even stronger than mine. Hearing Murong Tian's praise, he silently listened. Finally, she instructed Mu Tianran, but no matter what, you're still a disciple of the Wind Bamboo Academy. There's still a lot you need to learn and comprehend. You can't be careless, I'll still be as strict as before. After she finished speaking, he also replied, Yes, Principal, Murong Tian didn't forget to instruct. Oh, and one more thing. If Murong Tian contacts you, please tell me. I have something to ask him. Seeing her eagerness to meet Murong Tian, Mu Tian replied outwardly, This disciple understands. But deep down, he thought, it looks like there's some misunderstanding between Maester and Din Xuan. As night fell, Mu Tianran was cultivating in his room, continuously refining high-grade elixirs. But these high-grade elixirs were just floating, suspended in the air. He closed his eyes, concentrating fully to establish a connection with DG. Lord DG, can you hear me? I've found all the medicinal ingredients and spirit cores. On his bed was a staff glowing bright red. The narration explained, Living beings cannot be stored in a Qiangkun bag, which is why Dinji always stays inside He Lian. He Lian appeared, manifesting her true form, and asked Mu Tianran, Master, did you anger Lord Dinji before? Hearing this, Mu Tianran, sweating nervously, said, Don't talk nonsense, how dare I anger her? At this moment, something suddenly opened up from inside He Lian, surrounded by streams of power. It manifested as a green orb, then a burst of fire, and then transformed into a block of ice. Seeing He Lian's reaction, Mu Tianran excitedly stood up and said, Hey, Lian, look! Lord Dinji is reacting. Suddenly, the staff stopped changing forms. It sucked something in, making a whooshing sound. Then it fell to the floor with a thud. Witnessing the strange phenomenon, both He Lian and Mu Tianran were surprised. He asked, bewildered, What's happening? Why did it just drop and stop moving? He Lian replied, I don't know either. Inside He Lian, Dinji's feet were floating lightly, and her mouth let out a few soft moans. Dinji manifested her true form, dressed in clothes torn in several places, but her aura remained unchanged. She spoke up. This stinky rascal truly didn't disappoint me. He found everything. Now, only the final step is missing, stabilizing my soul form. Outside, Mu Tianran felt anxious and restless. He turned to ask He Lian, Wasn't it enough? Which is why there was no reaction, He Lian speculated. I don't know, but I think more is definitely better than less, right? Hearing He Lian's words,
Mu Tianran immediately ran off in the middle of the night to get more elixirs for Dinji.
Alright, I'll go find Asabagao for some more elixirs. I'll be back shortly. Before A Bao's room, A Bao, yawning widely and covering his mouth, asked, Brother Tianran, what are you doing here so late? Seeing Mu Tianran asking about elixirs, A Bao said, Elixirs for soul forms, huh? Grandma apparently gave me one before to study and try refining, but after a bit I lost track of it.
Mu Tianran immediately asked A Bao, So, can you give it to me? Do you need money? A Bao went into his room to get the elixir for Mu Tianran, saying with a yawn, no need, just take it. I'll give all the other elixir refining materials to Brother Tianran too. Seeing this, Mu Tianran immediately thanked A Bao. Alright, thanks a bunch, bro. Meanwhile, inside Heilian, Diji let out a few moans.
By this point, she had recovered quite a bit.
Thanks to the medicinal ingredients and spirit cores Mu Tianran threw in, her soul began to solidify. If successful, manifesting her physical form would no longer deplete her vital energy.
She made a plan.
After fully recovering, she would start finding a way to return to the demon realm and recreate her physical body. Seeing high-grade elixirs falling down like a mountain, she said, He's still throwing in elixirs non-stop. Does that guy think it's not enough? Dinji continued. But the more high-grade materials there are, the higher my chance of successfully stabilizing my soul. I'll take it as his good intentions. Outside, Mu Tianran held a heart-shaped elixir and wondered aloud, an elixir A Bao refined? Why does it have such a weird shape?
Seeing this, Heilian then suggested, Should I give it a sniff? Mu Tianran held it out in front of Heilian. She took a few sniffs and immediately blushed. She happily exclaimed, Whoa, it's fragrant and sweet, and there's even a faint hint of wine. This must be good stuff. Hearing that, Mu Tianran didn't hesitate and threw it down. Alright then, I'll give this one to Lord Dinji. Seeing an elixir with a strange shape, Dinji immediately reached out to grab it. She held it in her hand and smiled, saying, A scent of wine. What a strange elixir.
Mu Tianran still saw no movement from Dinji. He stayed up all night waiting. He worriedly thought, Another hour has passed. Why is there still no reaction? I'm so tired.
Mu Tianran shook the Heilian staff in his hand and asked,
Heilian, how is Lord Dinji doing?
Heilian immediately said, Master, stop shaking me.
I don't know either. Lord Dinji has sealed her aura, so I can't tell how she's doing now. Hearing that, he thought, After all, everything that needed preparing is ready. She won't blame me, right? After that, Mu Tianran collapsed into sleep. Whatever, I'll deal with it later. Sleep first, then talk. Since Mu Tianran began cultivating with the Swordmaster, this was the first time he had slept so soundly. The narration continued. Even when Empress Dinji emerged from Heilian, Mu Tianran was completely oblivious. The Heilian staff, held by Mu Tianran, gradually started reacting. The Empress Ji's soul flew out, and she asked him, Mu Tianran, what kind of pill did you find for this Empress?
The Empress Ji's face flushed red, and she said,
After absorbing that pill, my soul felt strange immediately. Empress Ji looked uncomfortably at Tianran, who was sleeping so soundly that he was drooling, and said, This guy dares to sleep, giving this Empress some random pill from who knows where, and then daring to sleep so comfortably. She shouted angrily, Wake up! Not only did Tianran not wake up, but he slept even more soundly, turning his face and making a huh sound. Empress Ji continued to call out, Mu Tianran, wake up now! Suddenly, a surge of red power appeared from nowhere, and Empress Ji thought anxiously,
Crap, the excess energy inside me is fluctuating. I can't control it anymore.
Actually, this feeling of fluctuation, why can't I suppress it with primordial energy? Crap, my body is getting weirder and weirder. Her whole body turned red, and a thick layer of sweat covered her. Empress Ji said uncomfortably. That's right, the blood pact. Maybe Mu Tianran can help me absorb all the excess energy, just by activating it a little. As soon as she touched Tianran's cheek, she immediately had to pull back and shout, Ah! This power is too difficult to control. Empress Ji relaxed her legs and said, It seems a little better, but it's still not enough. She remembered. That's right, the essence I gave him. If I suck back that drop of blood essence, I might feel better. Just like before is fine, but why am I so nervous now? Empress Ji tensed up, her eyes wide open. She didn't wait another second, and immediately placed a sweet and tender kiss on Tianran's lips. The whole room seemed to radiate the brilliant light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Empress Ji felt more comfortable, and she sat up. Between the two of them, a small ball floated in the air. She said, Transfer the remaining energy to you through the blood pact, and return the blood essence to me. Mu Tianran heard this name. He frowned and opened his eyes slightly, replying, Huh. He looked confusedly at the stunningly beautiful person in front of him, and called out in confusion, Empress Ji. Your Majesty.
She punched him angrily and shouted, "Why are you awake? Don't open your eyes." Tianran, with this one punch, fainted again, completely out of it.
Empress Ji frowned and wondered, why did I knock him out? Why am I so out of control today? Whatever, don't think about it.
She raised her hand and gently touched his lips, then stepped down lightly with her feet. Suddenly, Tianran opened his eyes wide. He Lian popped out from somewhere, his face looking awkward, having witnessed everything. He frowned and said, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I looking at?"
"Cut to another place," Adebayo shouted. "Crap, I forgot to tell Zhao Tianran. That pill needs to be combined with the Ice Heart pill to be effective, otherwise it will have the effect of promoting whatever. Zhao Tianran is single anyway, probably doesn't matter. Time for more sleep."
The next day in his bedroom, Tianran shouted,
Why did I grow a beard? What's going on?"
He touched his chin and wondered, "How did it grow so fast in just one night?"
He Lian replied, "Well, you absorbed a lot of energy and primordial energy last night."
Tianran asked puzzledly, "I didn't cultivate last night, so where did I get the primordial energy to absorb? Moreover, my cultivation base." Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to realize something was wrong.
A stream of light surrounded him. Mu Tianran broke through to the wild desolation realm. He looked curiously at his transparent body. "What's going on? I broke through to the wild desolation realm."
He Lian explained, "It's like this, then like that. He wouldn't dare to say it even if he was killed. Then like this, then like that. He wouldn't dare to mention it even if he was killed." Tianran understood and replied, "So that's it. Empress Ji must have transferred primordial energy to me. So, where is she now?"
He coughed awkwardly, replying, "Ahem, well, Mu Tianran's whole body was brimming with energy." He quickly grabbed his sword, muttering as he shaved, "If my level's gone up, then Big Sis Dingy must have stabilized successfully." Mu Tianran's casual actions made He Lian super uncomfortable, and he complained, "Could you not use me as a razor, please?" But still, He Lian couldn't help but sigh. "For once, you actually seem pretty smart about this, huh?"
Mu Tianran stroked his handsome face and confidently replied,
"Of course. If I weren't smart, why would Master and Big Sis Dingy take a liking to me?"
He Lian finally gave up, unable to laugh anymore, muttering under its breath,
"Master, I think it's better not to be so optimistic." A flashback of He Lian rushed back.
Just now, when Big Sis Dingy was entering, she suddenly stopped. Dingy placed her hand on her heart and breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the energy fluctuation had disappeared, and her vital energy had stabilized.
But, with one glance, Dingy noticed something unusual, exclaiming, That's Mu Tianran lying asleep on the bed, only loosely wrapped in a towel, revealing kiss marks all over his chest and face, mumbling something. Ha! Dingy's face immediately darkened.
She coldly said, "Don't tell me, you?" Dingy quickly raised her hand towards Mu Tianran's face to strike,
and angrily said, "Mu Tianran, how dare you disrespect this empress?"
Before that jade-like hand landed a blow, Dingy left a final message. "I'm gonna kill you."
At this moment, Dingy's face was full of anger. She frowned and gritted her teeth. Finally, Dingy slapped Mu Tianran straight across the face with a crisp smack, accompanied by the curse, "You bastard!" Mu Tianran, who was sound asleep, spat out in response.
Mu Tianran was beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth. His right cheek was red and swollen, and he groaned in his sleep. Done, Dingy glanced at the person standing in the corner of her eye. Dingy's whole body was filled with murderous intent. She heavily asked, "He Lian, what did I do?" Hearing this, He Lian, who was suddenly called out, was scared shitless. In He Lian's eyes at this moment, Dingy suddenly turned into a demon, with terrifyingly gleaming eyes, asking it, "What did you see just now?" He Lian was immediately flustered. It quickly replied, "Nothing. I didn't see anything at all. I was blind just now, Big Sis Dingy." While glancing at He Lishin, Dingy balled her hand into a fist and said, "If anyone else finds out, you and Mu Tianran are both dead meat." He Lian was so scared that its head was covered in sweat, and it stood stiffly replying, "Yes. Returning to reality, He Lian looked at Mu Tianran, who was clenching his hands and confidently saying, "Big Sis Dingy will definitely be grateful to me." After waking up, He Lian sweated nervously, thinking, "Maybe I shouldn't tell the truth, Master. You better protect yourself well in the future." Meanwhile, in the outside world, during these days of pill refinement, everyone was recovering their strength, while the people of the heavenly venerate envoys were monitoring them. Hushu peeked from behind a bush, observing Kwang Shi-shun leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. Hugh smiled contentedly. This guy dares to sleep without any defense. With a dash, Hua stood before Kwang Shi-shun. A sinister smile gradually appeared on Hu's face, saying, "You dared to be fierce with me last time.
Watch me mess with you.
Hu slowly brought the log with the worm closer to Kwang Shishun's face. Suddenly, Kwang Shishun lunged up. He raised his hands, pretending to be claws, and hissed, startling Hu. Hu was startled and squatted down on the ground. Kwang Shishun stood above, looking at Hu falling awkwardly on the ground, and said, "Huh? It's you again, you old hag," Hu angrily retorted. "Old hag? How dare you talk like that to a girl?" Kwang Shishun lazily picked at his ear. He frowned and said, "What, you want me to flatter you or something? Do I even know you? If you had brought killing intent near me just now, you'd be dead already."
Hu stood up while dusting herself off. She retorted again. "What did you say? Just based on you?" Kwang Shishun didn't bother to react, only giving Hu a doubtful look. "Ugh." Hu immediately got angry at his reaction. She clenched her knuckles threateningly. "What's with that disdainful look of yours?" In the next moment, Hu quickly took out her weapon and scared him. "Looks like I have to show you what's what." Kwang Shishun suddenly approached, pushing Hu's shoulder and knocking her backward. "So how do you want to show me what's what?" Immediately, Kwang Shishun lay on top of Hu. Kwang Shishun grinned wickedly and said, "I want to see the red of your blood. Which hand do you want me to tear apart, or which bone do you want me to break?" But a few seconds passed. The space was quiet. Kwang Shishun's face turned red as he widened his eyes, and he blurted out, "Ugh, His face down there has been red for a long time, this guy. Get your hand off." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu raised his hand and slapped Kwang Shishun in the face with a loud smack. Then Kwang Shishun hurriedly stood up, and Hu took the opportunity to jump away from Kwang Shishun. Hu's face became increasingly red, and she scolded, "You pervert!" Kwang Shishun's face was just as red, possibly from embarrassment and from being slapped. He stammered to explain, well, a hurried voice rang out from the communicator in Hu's hand. "Hu, what happened? Don't cause any more trouble," Hu quickly replied. "No, nothing, I got it." Hu quickly jumped away from there. HMPH. "Next time we meet, I'll make you pay." Kwang Shishun darkened his face and retorted, "Next time, HMPH. You dare hit me, you're tired of living." Just like that, Kwang Shishun muttered to himself, "Whatever, let's go to sleep." In the natural scenery, the conversations of men and women constantly echoed in the stream and waterfall. "Those hairpins of Yaoguzu are truly magical," the other person reminded. "Miss, be careful not to catch a cold." It turned out to be Long Yingran, who said while drinking tea, "Now that I have broken through the Manhuang realm, using the power of the guardian spirit no longer requires me to expend as much life force as before." Besides, behind her was also Long Yan. Long Yingran closed her eyes gently and said, "The chances of people in the clan breaking through the heaven realm who are haunted by the guardian spirit are almost zero. I never expected that I would have the opportunity to obtain Long Yan." Long Yan immediately agreed. "That shows that you, miss, are extremely lucky. The successor of the Long family will definitely be you. Long Yan will also benefit from it." In the peaceful scene, the sitting and standing figures echoed Long Yingshran's deep voice. "Nah. If we're talking about luck, that person must be Mu Tianran. We're just enjoying some of the luck on him." Somewhere, suddenly 2 swords appeared in the air, looking like they were about to touch each other. Immediately, a moment later, the 2 swords really touched each other. But as soon as they touched, one sword shattered into pieces, and it completely darkened. Mu Tianran solemnly held the broken sword, and thought to himself, "Balancing the control of Yuan Qi is really difficult. Moreover, it's something like the White Tiger myriad swords. This is why I still haven't succeeded." Behind Mu Tianran, Abao happily ran over and reported, "Shaoran-Ge, I'm here." Having run a long distance just now, Asbao was exhausted. He rested his hands on his knees and said, "Shaoran-Ge, you didn't look for me so early to settle accounts, did you?" Mu Tianran replied with a smile, "Settle accounts? About what? The elixir from your place is really as effective as you said." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Abao scratched his head with a silly smile. "That's great, I thought. Ha, that's good." Finally, Mu Tianran brought up the main issue and said, "Didn't your previous alchemy furnace get blown up by Zhao Huo? I came to find you because of this." Mentioning this again, Abao darkened his face and replied, "That's right, my grandmother even scolded me for this." But Abao realized that Mu Tianran didn't bring this up without a reason, and asked, "Shaoran-Ge, could it be that you can fix it? Isn't Shaoran-Ge very good at repairing things?" Mu Tianran didn't say much, and took something out of his pocket and said, "How could I have that ability? Do you remember when I told you before that there was an expert who really liked the chicken feces pill that you refined? He said that if the friend who refines the chicken feces pill of mine needs a furnace, just give this to that person." After that, Mu Tianran took out an old and rusty pot. Mu Tianran even looked very proud and generously said, "Looks like the time has come." Meanwhile, Ata Bao looked at this pot in disappointment. Abao dejectedly asked Mu Tianran, "Shaoran-Ge is teasing Bao, aren't you?" Seeing Ayabao so dejected, Mu Tianran immediately explained, "No, It's just that I don't understand much about these alchemy things.
He said that an alchemy furnace with this shape is most suitable for you, Mu Tianran recalled,
while handing him this pot. That guy kept urging that, while the food is just right, I have something suitable to give. He BS'd that Asa Babalao wouldn't believe it, but Mu Tianran still patiently persuaded. In short, that expert definitely wouldn't lie to me. This thing might help Abao D a little. Seeing Abao pondering, nods his head, and accepts the pot. Xiaoran, D.E. Although saying, D's received, Achbao Bao said with a smile again,
both grandmothers won't let me have a new alchemy furnace, so use this instead, Mu Tianran still persuaded. Abao, I'm really not lying to you. During the days that Yao Buhui refined pills, Mu Tianran's group all diligently cultivated to prepare for the heaven refining competition. In that wasteland,
Kwang Shishun was madly heaven refining, his body covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and continued practicing, muttering to himself, not enough, this is still not enough. Kwang Shishun panted as he said, I must become even stronger. Kwang Shishun's cultivation was at the peak Manhwa realm. At this moment, a red-haired girl appeared behind Kwang Shishun. Kwang Shishun naturally recognized who it was immediately. He just glanced back and threatened, it's you again. I'm not in a good mood right now. I don't have time to deal with you. Although on the surface he was grumpy and scowling, he said, you better get out of Medicine King Valley for the next few days. But in her heart she secretly retorted, dream on. If I wasn't interested in you, who would care whether you live or die? Kwang Shishun coldly said. What nonsense are you talking about? In an instant, Kwang Shishun's entire body was surrounded by dark energy, and he angrily threatened, don't provoke me, woman of unknown origin. The only reason I'm not dealing with you is because I don't want to get involved in trouble. If you keep bothering me here, be careful I tear you to pieces. Si Jiao Ruihu felt ashamed that her good intentions were treated like this. She didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Kwang Shishun widened his golden eyes and said, I'm not interested in you. Get lost. Hyun immediately felt ashamed. She flew into the sky, leaving only her voice echoing back, HMPH, you ungrateful wretch, don't regret it, I've warned you. But little did she know that Kwang Shishun was in turmoil, this strange woman. But why have I been looking forward to seeing her these past few days? On Long Enaran and Long Yan's side, they could hear Kwang Shishun's shout, this is so annoying. I need to be stronger. Long Yan smiled contentedly and said, although impulsive, it seems that Kwang Shishun is also trying to break through. Long Enshran nodded in agreement and replied, yeah, isn't it better to have another strong comrade? Hearing this, Long Yan immediately wanted to start the journey again. Then, let's start, young lady. Long Yan's cultivation was at the peak Manhuang realm, Long Anran cheerfully replied. Alright, you have to give it your all, Long Yan. Long Anran's cultivation was at the first level of the Manhuang realm. In another place, a young man's spirited command rang out. Sword chi manipulation. Now, Mu Tianran could skillfully use his sword chi manipulation, he thought to himself. Using sword chi manipulation for both offense and defense is too mentally exhausting. This made him pant with exhaustion as he practiced. Even so, he could still practice with enthusiasm, he exclaimed. It's worth it, to be able to quickly find my weaknesses before it's too late. Mu Tianran's cultivation was at the third level of the Manhuang realm. Passing by another place nearby, one could hear a rough command. Open the furnace. In just a moment, a strong hand opened the lid of the pot in the fiery flames, and he said happily, boil it dry. Alchemical pills come out of the furnace. Here it comes. Open the lid of the pot. Inside there seemed to be a whole roasted chicken. But in fact, it was a Dangong Bao Ji, Alchemy Palace treasure chicken, with the effect of quickly restoring vitality and physical strength, and a delicious taste. Abao drooled at the golden chicken, and he happily said, I never expected that the stinky chicken pill refined by this strange furnace is even better than my previous attempts. Aki Bao was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. He raised the chicken in one hand and clenched his fist in the other, praising, the tender, soft, crispy, and fluffy chicken is really delicious. Abao's cultivation was at the 8th level of the celestial realm. From afar, Su Yan and Murong Xuan had seen the whole situation. Murong Xuan said with satisfaction, it seems that this is a year for my transformation. Even so, Murong Xuan calmly spoke the truth on her face. The Zen cultivation competition is definitely a stage for them to show themselves. Suddenly, Su Yan spoke beside her. Xiao Xuan, there's something else I'm very concerned about. Su Yan's reaction also made Murong Xuan glance over. Su Yan immediately said, when the alchemical pills came out of the furnace, I felt that it would be better to change to another place. Before Su Yan could finish speaking, Murong Xuan guessed what Su Yan meant, and she quickly said, I know what you're worried about. I've also noticed that someone seems to have been watching us these past few days. 3 more days passed, and Kwang Shishun was still practicing so tirelessly. He seemed to have also noticed the person lurking behind the rock, but he didn't seem to care too much.
Hu, who was standing behind the rock, blushed as she watched Kwang Shishun's every move. At this moment, Long and Angran were cultivating together in the open space. From afar, someone was hiding on a branch, observing their every move. Over here, when Tianran was cultivating, Lu hid behind a tree trunk, smirking sinisterly as he secretly watched him. Tianran realized something. He glanced vigilantly, but when he turned his head to look, he didn't see anything, and he thought to himself, "Am I mistaken? Why do I feel like I'm being watched?" On the cliff, Meng Rongshuan stood with her arms crossed, looking proudly at the scenery. He Buquan was also standing like that, and on another rock outcrop, both of them frowned simultaneously, reminding themselves, the time is almost here. The day the elixir is completed. Xiang, hiding in the distance, eavesdropped on the two servants chatting. One of them asked curiously, "What exactly is the elixir Valley Master has been concocting these past few days?" "We need to guard this place," the other replied. "Why ask so much? The Valley Master saved us, members of the slave bloodline. If she wants us to guard this place, then we must guard it well." Xiang, having overheard the information, immediately used his wireless earpiece to connect and said, "I've found the location of the elixir, and I've also learned that the people here are of the slave bloodline." The person on the other end replied with satisfaction, Hey, so the Valley Master of the Medicine Valley is actually helping the slave bloodline. Then there's no need to hold back when we make our move, Lu. Based on what Lord he said, the Valley Master will be exhausted after finishing the concoction, so we'll act then," Xiang immediately replied. "Understood." On the other side, the Medicine King coughed wearily. Cough, cough. Her face began to wrinkle like that of a 90-year-old woman. Her lips were pale and dry as she said wearily, "Almost done. Now we just need to wait," Golden Elixir Wings anxiously said. "Master, your appearance," she interrupted. "Don't be distracted. Focus on the final step." The Medicine King turned and walked away, reminding, "I've transferred all my primordial energy to you. Control it well," Golden Elixir replied. "Yes, Master." Her hand trembled. Her skin wrinkled and aged. The Medicine King said wearily, "It seems I'll need to rest for a while this time." Cut to another scene. A strange white smoke vortex appeared in the sky. The smoke grew larger, and from its center, beams of light shot straight down to the ground. Jing Ying pointed to the sky and said, Dad, look." The old man stared in disbelief. That's the celestial phenomenon of a 9th grade elixir being completed. Everyone below saw this scene and exclaimed, "Is the Valley Master concocting elixirs in the mountains?" Bai Buquan, standing on the side, commanded, "Everyone, prepare to move." Zhang, upon hearing the order, replied, "Understood. Activate the mechanisms." Dozens of large spiders crawled out. They were self-destruct spiders, Tier 3 machines. Everyone stared blankly, wondering, what are those things in front? This spider looks strange. Before they could finish speaking, a massive explosion erupted, illuminating the entire area. Everyone shouted to each other, "Quickly, get the elixir out!" Someone anxiously announced, "Something's wrong on the side of the valley. Be careful." Quickly gather the disciples from the law enforcement hall were under attack. In a corner, a spider with a burning tail hissed, settling into a corner, preparing for a loud boom. Bai Buquan walked coldly through the rain of bombs. Behind him, everyone was shouting, "There's a fire over there too!" Requesting assistance, "Please quickly inform the Valley Master and the elders." He smirked with satisfaction, saying, "I didn't expect there to be lowly slave bloodlines here. Yao Buhui, you're getting bold." He asked Xiang, "How is it over there?" He replied, "Reporting to Lord He, there's no sign of elixir concoction or elixirs here, only a projection machine. It seems they used it to trick us." In a corner, a projection machine, a Tier 6 machine, was doing its job, projecting images, no different from a 4-0 projector. Bai Buquan realized and said with a cold face, "Oh, really?" He ordered. "Then control the machines and kill everyone here," Xiang replied. "Understood." Yuan quickly climbed onto his shoulder and said, "That's right, kill them." "Kill them?" he asked the little girl softly. "Zhao Yuan, is this the right thing to do?" The little girl reassured him softly. "Dad wouldn't lie to us." Zhang, don't be sad, just kill them all, get rid of them all." Luca also said coldly, "Killing these people of the slave bloodline, we might even get promoted maybe. Kill them all quickly, I need to let off some steam too." Inside the Medicine King Valley, a pile of machines, robots, Tier 5 machines, were carrying out their mission, targeting everyone for elimination. Seeing them, everyone was stunned, wondering, what exactly are those things? They don't seem to be demonic beasts. Who dares to attack our Medicine King Valley at night? The robots ordered each other to take action. An innocent civilian. He just rushed over and hugged my head, transmitting a terrifying amount of energy into it. He fearfully said, "How is this thing so strong?" The robot ordered the others,
living targets, eliminate them all. A desolate scene, exploded to pieces and pitiful.
The father and son, Qi Ying, were terrified and panicked. The father asked, "These things, are they robots from the Qiguan Shijingxi Academy?" The son said. "Father, doesn't our Yawang Valley have a good relationship with the Tianlian sect?" The old man raised his hand and shouted, "Disciples of the Law Hall, listen to my order, protect our home, fight back against the enemy.
Don't get close to them, kill." Elsewhere, Tianran's group was quietly thinking of a way. He spoke up. Dean Xuan guessed correctly. Someone would attack while it's being refined. Agabao angrily clenched his fists, saying, "Daring to cause trouble at our Yawang Valley. I'll have to go out and fight them," Longyan reassured. Anabao, "Calm down. Our mission is to stay here and protect the pill."
He remembered what a young lady had once told him. "Hey, you better leave Yawang Valley these days." Suddenly the house they were in shook violently like an earthquake.
Tianran realized it, and he quickly announced, "It's over." That's the sound coming from the pill room. Very quickly, Tianran's group ran to the pill refining room. He opened the door and walked in, asking, "Who is it?" Bai Buquan stood still, his hand tightly grasping the spirit pill, he said.
"Trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" "Luckily, this old master is more skilled," the spirit pill angrily kept saying. Let me out, he smiled strangely, and continued, "You little devils. This pill will be taken by this venerable one in place of your dean." Antran stepped forward and asked, "Isn't that he? Burkhan, Dean he?" She uncomfortably warned, "Attacking Yawang Valley, and even breaking into the pill room. I advise you to put the pill down," Buquan replied. "Attacking Yawang Valley, harboring those with slave bloodlines. This old master is just fulfilling his duty. Moreover, Murong Tian brewed the pill without permission and broke the seal, knowing the law and breaking it. And he still wants to rely on this pill to break the seal of Tianzun." He smiled disgustingly. "Curse you!" Delusional thinking. Abakaya was so scared that he trembled, but still resolutely stood up and said, "Hey, how can you be so shameless?" He was extremely scared at this moment, thinking to himself, such a terrifying aura. Bai Buquan cursed again. "You little fatty, you're saying that the Tianzun's enforcement envoy is shameless." "That's right, Yawang Valley is a place that harbors slave bloodlines. Anyway, I have to deal with this disaster for Tiancheng in one fell swoop." And Ran stepped forward and warned once again, "Hey Buquan, are you not putting my Long family in your eyes?" He wasn't afraid at all, took back the spirit pill and replied, "Long Da Xiaoji, if you talk about killing you, I really wouldn't dare. But as long as I kill everyone, and there's no evidence of death, who can do anything to me? Moreover, Long Da Xiaoji is protecting Yawang Valley, harboring criminals, helping the criminal Murong Tian refine pills and breakthrough. This crime is enough for the Long family to enjoy." And Ran fearfully stepped back and helplessly said, "Hey Buquan, you're too crazy." Long Yan's eyes lit up, standing out to protect her, saying, "Xiaoji, step back." Anran worriedly asked, "Long Yan, are you using that technique again?" He smiled triumphantly, saying, "Xiaoji doesn't need to worry. After being cleansed, this move no longer requires sacrificing my life." That guy powerfully threw a punch straight at Long Yan, but he wasn't ordinary either, so he easily resisted it. Buquan smiled and said, "Hard to find talent, able to withstand one move from this venerable envoy. It's a pity that you're stuck with the Fengzhou Academy." Long Yan's eyes warned sternly, "Don't you dare harm little miss." He laughed and said, "Don't rush, you're all gonna die anyway." Just as he was smugly triumphant, a great force suddenly appeared and sent him flying. Murong Tian jumped down from above, warning, "He Buquan attacked the Medicine King Valley. You're truly insane," her servant urgently called out. "Xiao Xuan, wait for me." Buquan happily said, "Murong Tian is back so quickly. Good, saves me the trouble of finding you." She frowned and said, "If there's anything, aim it all at me, no need to involve others." He smiled and ordered. The direct granddaughter of the god-demon sect master disobeyed the celestial venerable's orders, secretly colluding with Medicine King Valley to refine elixirs and break the seal. Execute her immediately. Medicine King Valley is guilty of complicity, and also harbors slave bloodlines. Execute them. The dear guy appeared from nowhere, smiling creepily, and immediately attacked everyone here. Shang stood in place, grabbing the head of an innocent young man, and said, "The Celestial Venerable's envoy acts first," reports later. "The imperial power allows this." Cut to Bai Buquan, holding a glowing Lin pill in his hand, and said, "The elixir is complete. Your plan to remove the seal is right before your eyes. It's just a pity that those present here, whether they are from the Long family, Medicine King Valley, or you, Small Fry, will have no chance to see the sun tomorrow. Hard-earned achievements are snatched away, turning into a huge threat." At this moment, Mu Tianran looked angry and frowned, saying, "Bai Buquan, how dare you?" Bai Buquan stretched out his hand and said in a confident tone,
What wouldn't I dare to do?
Murong Tian and Bai Buquan continued to fight each other using their own unique techniques.
At this moment, Murong Tian's eyes were pensive, as she thought for a long time. Then Bai Buquan opened his mouth and exhaled lightly, saying,
"A 9th grade elixir, exquisite and delicious."
A stream of green energy pierced through and shattered the glass to get inside. From that crack, the energy burst out like green fireworks. Then the power began to split into two beams that crossed each other in a zigzag spiral, and a hood sped forward, seeing the green energy bursting out like fireworks. Right now, Bai Buquan smirked and said, "Mushorong Xuan, back then your grandfather left internal injuries on me, causing my cultivation to stop at the profound heaven realm."
Today, at that time, streams of energy were constantly seeping everywhere, and for some reason, many white spots combined and moved.
Right now, Bai Buquan was bleeding, but he still smirked and said, "Ah, the medicinal power, this 9th grade seal-breaking elixir, is even stronger than I thought, and it's still breaking through."
Bai Buquan laughed loudly and said, "The scar on my face is healed too. The scar your grandfather left me is healed." He laughed loudly and continued, "Mu Shurong Xuan, you are guilty."
Seeing this, Murong Xuan turned her head and said, "You guys go out and help the Medicine King Valley disciples. Leave this place to me." Then Bai Buquan rushed towards Murong Xuan like a gust of wind and said, "Die?" At this moment, Murong Xuan began to crystallize. But it was too late, she thought. Too fast. Since when has Bai Buquan's strength become so strong, causing Murong Xuan to lean back? Suddenly, Murong Xuan fell backwards. But there was a man's voice, Xiao Xuan, and he caught her.
In this situation, Murong Xuan was seriously injured. She said, "Suyan, you leave here quickly. This place is not a place you can withstand." Immediately, Suyan supported Murong Xuan and said, "Just a celestial venerable's envoy dares to be so arrogant." Murong Xuan said, "Don't be so stubborn. I don't have time to split myself to help you." Suddenly, Bai Buquan began to hug his chest and cough a lot. "Cough, cough, what's going on? Why is the original energy in my body moving so wildly?" Su Wu looked and said, "He underestimated the 9th grade elixir. His body simply can't withstand the medicinal effects." Xiao Xuan, take this opportunity to hit him. Then Bai Buquan coughed up blood and said, "Rely on you guys." In Bai Buquan's heart, he thought, "This is bad. I have to find a place to refine the medicinal effects next." Murong Xuan slapped out with her hand, and she said loudly, "Bai Buquan." Murong Xuan's strength caused Bai Buquan's hand to continue to bleed. At this moment, Murong Xuan's strength caused Bai Buquan to fall loudly to the ground. But luckily, Bai Buquan was still able to resist on the ground. Right then, Bai Buquan took flight, but his wounds healed in a flash. This premium pill is no joke, but the priority now is to fully refine it. Can't waste time on them. At that moment, Su Yan, standing nearby, said, "Xiao Xuan, don't chase him." Immediately, Murong Xuan frowned and said, "No way. If we let Bai Buquan fully refine it, we'll be even less of a match for him." She continued, "It's not just us but the entire Medicine King Valley that will be implicated." Su Yan then flew up. Su Yan called out, "Xiao Xuan." Murong Xuan flew higher and said, "Su Yan, take the students on my cloud carpet and leave this place." Just then, a servant exclaimed in surprise, "Zhao Ran Ji." Immediately, Mu Tianran placed his hand on his chest and said, "I'm not leaving. I have to stop them from further destroying Medicine King Valley." Beside them, Long Yan and Mi Shu also said, "How dare you, Grand Envoy, mess with the Long family? I won't let this go." Moments later, Long Yan, with a grim expression, said, "I just want to tear them to shreds." A voice echoed through the desolate hills. "Charge! Eliminate the celestial venerable envoys." Several figures moved around the burning scene. At that moment, Hula brushed her hair back and said, "Less than 100 robots are left. Only Murong Xuan managed to escape." Then, Dao Renlu smirked and said, "Suits me just fine. Without a powerhouse like the Dean, my revenge will be even sweeter." Xiang said, "Xiao Yuan. Actually, I don't fully agree with this action, but as a celestial venerable envoy, we must obey orders." At that, Dao Renlu glanced at him and said, "Xiang, what nonsense are you spouting? Once Lord He refines the pill, you all will die here." Dao Renlu's gaze was terrifying, and he said, "I advise you to not be double-minded, or you'll die as horribly as them." At that moment, Dao Renlu curled his lips into a smile, raised his fist, and said, "This place is almost done. The rest is—" Immediately, a colossal power came crashing down, called the Lion King Fist. Now, everyone on the ground is jumping to dodge those small fragments of power. Long Yan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It really is you." Hugh, with a resentful expression. In her heart she thought, "Why isn't this guy leaving?" Everyone immediately ran forward. Long Yan looked very angry. Hu was no less angry. At this time, Long Yan and Mi Shu also came over. Bao frowned, said there were 4 celestial venerable envoys. Xiao Yuan went with Xiang, Xiao Yuan said happily. Xiang, they can also be killed, right?
Then, Renlu laughed gleefully and said, Mu Tianran, I told you that sooner or later you would die in my hands. This time, Mu Tianran frowned and said, Celestial Venerable Envoys? You take the name of working for Tiancheng, but you do no good deeds, only bad ones.
Renlu immediately angrily pointed his finger and said, Celestial Venerable Envoys, do we need you to judge us? Renlu continued. Qiao family order, Xionghu Yuan and the others are handed over to you. This kid is left to me. At this time, Xiao Yuan sat on Xiang's back and said, Let's fight, Xiang. But Hu said decisively, Stop ordering people around, you don't need to teach us how to do things.
Then, Mi Shu said, The opponent is a celestial venerable envoy, Longyan, be careful. Longyan immediately obeyed, Yes, miss. Immediately, Renlu became furious and said, Mu Tianran, no one can save you today.
So Mu Tianran ran straight to Renlu, and he asked, Really?
Renlu's eyes were red and said, Mu Tianran, why are you in such a hurry to come here to die so fast? At this moment, Mu Tianran held the sword and spun his hand, then he held the sword and swept up. Immediately, Mu Tianran raised his sword and slashed at Renlu before he could react, causing an arm to fly high into the air. Then, Daran took a step back to gain momentum to charge towards Mu Tianran. At this moment, Mu Tianran smirked and said, TCH. Turns out the heavenly venerate envoy is all talk. After that, Daran glanced at the torn sleeve with a wary look, the sound of the torn piece of cloth falling to the ground with a thud. This time Daran said with a fierce and angry expression, Dare to provoke me. And he thought in his heart manifest killing intent. Compared to last time, his cultivation has increased quite a bit. Seeing this, Mu Tianran looked at him with disdain. He said, Slaughtering innocent people like you, don't deserve to be law enforcers of Tiancheng. Hearing Mu Tianran's provocation, Daran shouted angrily with a murderous look, You beast, how dare you speak to Lu Jia like that? Then, Daran's arm with the torn sleeve began to bulge with muscles. Suddenly the arm changed color, and powerful muscles emerged. Boom! Another huge green figure appeared with an angry expression, walking with rumbling sounds, shaking the ground. At this moment, Daran gritted his teeth with red eyes full of murderous intent. He said, Mu Tianran, it's all your fault. Then, in Daran's eyes appeared a child laughing and running, probably Daran from the past. He said, Since you appeared, you've been like a rock blocking my good and peaceful life, making me experience failure, and causing Father He, who loved me since I was young, to scold me when I was little. Daran played happily with his peers, growing up loved. Daran said, I've been a prodigy since I was young, how can I lose to you? At this moment Daran played the flute, standing on tens of thousands of corpses piled up into mountains. Behind him was a large, round, reddish moon coloring the entire sky. He said, I am, after all, the heavenly venerate envoy with the most potential, he shouted. Why should I be oppressed time and time again by trash like you and that crappy academy below? No one has ever dared to oppose me. Why are you hindering me so much? At this moment his hand clenched tighter, continuing to fly. Right now the clenched fist was still flying swiftly, but for some reason it was flying with a red glow, clearly showing the blood vessels on the bulging muscles. At that moment, Lu was at the 4th level of the Xuantian realm, using a forbidden technique to break through. He was rushing quickly towards Mu Tianran. This time Daran was so angry that his entire body turned red, and his eyes were bloodshot. He said, Compared to last time, my cultivation has advanced another level. Then, he rushed quickly towards Mu Tianran without any hesitation. Continuing, as Daran rushed, he spun around Mu Tianran. The two of them continued to fight with each other, causing everyone standing there to worry and fidget. As they watched, Hu saw this and said, That Lu guy used a forbidden technique as soon as he entered. It seems your friend is about to die. Then, Longyan smirked and he said, You should worry about yourself, my friend, isn't so easy to kill. At this moment, Adababo was sweating anxiously and said, Zhao Ranji Mei Shu said, Bao, retreat to the rear, it's too dangerous here. Xiang, and Zhao Yuan also flew over. Now, Daran thought in his heart, the feeling of the fist is that it hit. Dare to take one of my moves head on. Daran continued to laugh and said, You stupid Xuanhuang. This one punch is enough to shatter your internal organs. Then, Daran's hand continued to clench and fly. It seemed like Daran's large hand was suddenly being sucked into some kind of circle. Then, Mu Tianran said, Compared to last time, my cultivation has increased by 1 realm. In his heart he thought, I didn't expect to forget that his weapon can absorb other people's origin energy. At this moment, blue lines began to appear around Daran's arm. It seemed like he was planning to do something. It turned out that Daran had broken through the origin energy surrounding his arm. Now he unleashed something round and glittering like a matrix. Daran thought, Let me see what level this guy is actually at now. So it was Lord Lu using that shiny gem to scope out Mu Tianran's level. He's thinking, the 3rd level of the Wildlands, how could this brat level up so fast? Doesn't matter, I'm still a level higher, he just got a lucky hit. Lord Lu is still using that gem to see what he's wondering.
Suddenly, Mu Tianran smiles, leaving Lord Lu confused.
This time, Mu Tianran grabs Lord Luke's head, stunning him. Then, Mu Tianran says, my strength isn't something you can judge by cultivation level. Immediately, Mu Tianran stabs through Lord Lu, saying, how's this for ya? This time, Mu Tianran uses a move that pierces through Lord Luke. He screams in pain. Mu Tianran, with a serious face, says, you deserve it, just right. To test the results of my cultivation these past few days, rocks of all shapes fly everywhere. Just then, Mu Tianran's eyes light up. He says, sword chi, object control. Too heavy, the rocks have been controlled. Mu Tianran thinks to himself, very smooth. My primordial energy can now be divided to control each rock evenly.
Mu Tianran continues with his next move. Using 2 fingers, he says, fall. Immediately,
all the controlled rocks fall onto Lord Lu. The rocks burying him cause Lord Lu extreme pain, making him scream. Then, Mu Tianran clenches his hand, starting to use a new move, and he says, assemble. All the controlled rocks fly up and gather together into a long stone spear. Lord Lu begs, I'm sorry, please forgive me, spare my life. Seeing Lord Lu begging for his life, Mu Tianran looks at him sternly. In his heart he thinks, you wanted to chase and kill even innocent people. You think I'd trust you guys? Then, Mu Tianran flies up high.
Mu Tianran turns his head and says, distorting right and wrong, acting erratically, and holding the power of law enforcement of Tiancheng Heavenly Venerate. Like this time, Mu Tianran continues to do something with his hand, pointing down with 2 fingers.
At that moment, the primordial energy around the tall stone spear begins to lift. Mu Tianran says, you should still disappear as soon as possible. Hearing something, Xiang looks confused. At this time, Xiao Yuan, with a surprised look on her face, widens her eyes and shouts, Brother Lu! Then runs towards Mad Lion Shun. Seeing this, Mad Lion Shun laughs loudly and says, if this is the power of your heavenly venerate envoys, then I advise you to run for your life. Hearing such provocative words, Hu glares and says, Mad Lion Shun, don't be mistaken. At the same time, in another place, there is also a person who is seriously injured. Running in the old forest, it turns out to be Bai Bukun. He is seriously injured, thinking, even though primordial energy is constantly bursting out of my body, the medicinal effect can heal my injuries in the blink of an eye. How miraculous. At this time, Murong Tian chases behind. She shouts, Bai Bukun, turn around. Bai Bukun glances back, thinking, this Murong Tian, it seems like she won't stop until she stops me. Blood continues to flow out, Bai Bukun thinks. Alright, I'm already more or less okay. It'll save me from having to come back to find you. Looks like she slipped. Murong Tian slips and falls, and falling down, Murong Tian says with a pensive look, Bai Bukun, don't think you can escape like this. Bai Bukun turns around and says, so in your eyes just now, this venerable envoy was running away. What a stupid woman. At this time, Bai Bukun, seriously injured, covered in blood, tilts his head, and continues, Murong Tian, this venerable envoy will teach you something. Bai Bukun, with red eyes full of killing intent, laughs triumphantly and says, what is called the law enforcement of Tiancheng? The late night sky at this time is full of patches of golden chi floating in the air. At this time, 2 hands are fighting for some kind of bone. Whom flies towards Mad Lion Shun. She says, Mad Lion Shun, do you still need to be with this bunch of people now? Who you pointed, looking displeased. They are criminals. You have no reason to sink into this quagmire with them. Do you want to end up like Tianhu Academy? Huang Shishun gnashed his teeth in anger. Don't mention that broken down place to me. At this moment, Huang Shishun revealed his true form. As a giant lion bathed in a halo of light, Huang Shishun said to Hu, who are you? Don't act like you know me so well. Huang Shishun grimaced and said, I haven't forgotten you. Hearing that, Hun said, oh really? Don't recognize me, Hu said with a pensive expression. As expected, a beast domain person. Then, Hu frowned and said, all rude and unreasonable. A heavily injured guy, bound in chains around his neck and both hands, struggled angrily and shouted, release me! I must kill that bastard! The guy's eyes began to glow. He said resentfully, I must return and avenge my father. He said, this is the intruder discovered at the border. This kid looks more like a beggar. At this moment, a servant reported to Father He. Reporting, sir, it has been investigated that he is an exile from the beast domain who killed several of our soldiers at the border. Hearing this, Father He said, beast domain is a bunch of mongrels, huh? TCH, can even kill our border soldiers. Inside the prison, the one considered to be from the beast domain was still growling non-stop, Father. He thought, Indeed, the soldiers said this child can transform into a golden lion. Father, he glanced at him and said, Golden lion. Isn't that a bloodline only the beast domain royalty possesses? Then, Father, he smirked. Father, he said to Hugh. Hugh, your little group has a new friend now. Hearing that, Hugh said in surprise, Him, but he doesn't seem very smart.
Hugh stood outside the prison and said to the guy, Hey, shut up. Now that Father he has taken you in, you have to call me Big Sis. Hugh advised the guy, Nobody loves you anyway, Father. He is a good person. He specializes in taking in homeless people like us.
The one called Beast Domain was still snarling. After hearing Hugh's words, he fell silent.
Seeing this, Hugh reached through the iron bars, preparing to pat the guy's head.
Hugh said, Good boy. Looks like you understand human speech. From now on, we are family. Suddenly, this guy snarled ferociously like a lion with fangs and claws, causing Hugh to panic and scream as she quickly withdrew her hand.
The one considered to be from the beast domain shook his hand and laughed gleefully.
Trash. Suddenly, a hit and an angry voice sounded. Insolent.
At this moment, Father he withdrew his hand and said, If I have taken you in, you must follow my rules.
Hugh asked worriedly. Hey, are you okay, Father? He said sternly. The key to taming wild beasts is beating them. Just lock him up first. We're leaving. Hearing this, he obediently followed behind. The beast domain guy seemed to be in pain, sitting silently for a moment. At this moment, Huli ran over to the beast domain guy and said soothingly, Hey, are you okay?
The beast domain guy's eyes gradually woke up and opened.
His eyes slowly opened, vaguely seeing a figure of Hu. But the beast domain guy couldn't see clearly, Hu said softly. Hey, wake up. At this moment, the beast domain guy saw clearly, Hu said caringly. You're really clueless, Father. He has never hit us before, you idiot. Hearing that, the beast domain guy seemed to understand and said, You? Now only Hu appeared in the beast domain guy's eyes. On a clear morning, a cold voice that no one dared to disobey echoed,
Today I'll give you a choice. If you want to stay with me, you must practice martial arts and do tasks with us to earn food every day. In the courtyard, Hu, Xiang, Luha, and Bu Heishan were still diligently practicing.
In front of the group of kids appeared a boy, and the cold man said, If you don't agree, then get back to the slammer. A stubborn look appeared on Kwang Shishun's small face, and he gritted his teeth and said, HMPH, I must return to the beast domain.
Finally, Hu, unable to hold back against Kwang Shishun, retorted with a hint of awkwardness. You utter fool! If it weren't for Father Crane taking you in, you'd have died out on the border long ago. Xiang looked worriedly at this tense situation, while Lu stood behind, trying to mediate. What's all the commotion?
Kwang Shishun suddenly leaped towards Hu, yelling, Grr! Ugh! Ugh! You comparing me to a gossiping woman? Kwang Shishun, practically frothing at the mouth, bared his sharp teeth and shouted, I'm going back to the beast domain, I'm gonna kill that bastard.
Ignoring Hu's stunned expression, Kwang Shishun roared like a madman. Anyone who tries to stop me, I'll kill them.
Less than a second later, Bai Buquan backhanded Kwang Shishun across the face. Before Kwang Shishun even hit the ground, he could hear Bai Buquan's angry curses. Insolent brat. The blow sent Kwang Shishun sprawling, dazed and seeing stars.
Bai Buquan coldly glared at Kwang Shishun struggling on the ground and said, I don't need disobedient pawns, do that again, and you're dead. Hu was shocked by Bai Buquan's punch, thinking to herself, why does Father Crane put up with this? But she quickly pleaded, Father Crane, please forgive him, he's new and doesn't understand.
Bai Buquan didn't pay any attention, coldly turning to walk inside, only leaving the words, Hu, Father is just teaching him a lesson. Besides, remember you are future celestial venerate envoys, don't be carrying around this kind of sympathy. Meanwhile,
Kwang Shishun was getting pummeled by both Lu and Bu Heishan, who were gloating and jeering. Cause trouble, will you? Lu, standing nearby, chimed in with a mocking laugh. Yeah, Father Crane's right to beat him. Despite Xiang and Hu's worries, seeing the situation, Hu couldn't help but speak up, saying helplessly, Xiang, aren't we family? Why is Father Crane like this? Xiang calmly answered her. Looks like maybe we aren't. After a pause, Xiang continued. The reason we haven't been beaten might just be that we're very obedient.
Hu fell silent after hearing those words.
Xiang turned and walked back inside, resigned. Hu watched the two beating Kwang Shishun, unable to stop thinking. Obedient, huh? Shifting to another space.
A gloomy, damp place, where drops of water dripped from the stone ceiling onto Kwang Shishun's head. Drip, drip, drip. Kwang Shishun was now bound by both hands in chains, with half of his body submerged in water.
A pair of petite and soft white feet suddenly appeared in this dark place, and a voice inquired, Hey, are you awake yet? Kwang Shishun raised his head, revealing his blazing gold eyes, full of vigilance, yet he still said forcefully, What do you want? You here to beat me too, I'm not afraid of you guys.
Suddenly, Hu held out a roasted lizard in front of Kwang Shishun, startling him.
Hu gave a sly grin and said, Idiot, hurry up and eat, or you'll die. After saying that, she added quietly, I don't have a lot of merit points for this food, so enjoy it.
Now, Kwang Shishun couldn't help but remember the beautiful but impoverished woman in tattered clothes, holding food and saying to him, Shun Shun, there, look what mommy found in the kitchen, hurry and eat it, or someone will find out.
Now, suddenly, Kwang Shishun's eyes stung,
and a few tears appeared, causing him to blurt out, Mom, who, confused by Kwang Shishun's reaction, asked, Mom, what? Are you stupid from being hungry?
Kwang Shishun became increasingly unhinged. He sobbed and called out, Mommy. His pupils gradually disappeared, but even without pupils, Kwang Shishun still revealed a crazed expression and shouted, Mommy. Kwang Shishun recalled that day,
the day his father slammed his claws down on the back of his mother, who was protecting him, while he merely sneered, If I, your father, hadn't been drunk that time, I wouldn't have touched that disgusting Tiancheng woman. You even dared to raise this mixed blood.
That guy coldly glanced at Kwang Shishun and said, Finally found you in my bloodline. Don't need a mixed breed, so you can't live to become a joke of the royal family. This was Kwang Shixia, the beast domain's royal family's 6th-level spirit transformation.
At this moment, Kwang Shishun was only worried about his mother, and he asked fearfully, Mommy, how are you? His mother desperately grabbed his hand and said her last words, I'm sorry, Shun, where I can't give you peaceful days. Before she closed her eyes, she spoke her last breath and said, Quickly run, don't worry about me. Kwang Shishun trembled as he gripped her hand and said, Mom, let's go together, let's leave this place together. Kwang Shishun seemed to have realized something, and he muttered, Mom, as if to confirm Kwang Shishun's thoughts. His mother's hand fell to the ground in his shock. That Kwang Shixia only left a cold silhouette and raised his voice. She should have been refined into nutrients long ago. For her to die today, she should thank me. Meanwhile, Kwang Shishun kept calling out, Mommy, as his body gradually became surrounded in blazing flames.
Kwang Shishun, engulfed in flames, screamed wildly, You return my mother to me. Kwang Shishun was in the process of beastification, and he growled, making sounds of oog, urg when he had completely beastified. Kwang Shishun shouted, Ag! Kwang Shixia, of course, noticed the sudden change in his mixed-blood son and stopped in his tracks.
Kwang Shixia grinned, his beastly face filled with a craving expression. That's the aura of the Golden Lion bloodline. The golden eyes of the beast turned to size up the young Kwang Shishun, so infuriating. The Golden Lion bloodline I've been longing for was actually passed on to you, you hybrid.
Kwang Shishun had completed the awakening of the Golden Lion bloodline, his figure changing from human to beast human, a golden lion roaring. And the first thing the young Kwang Shishun did after gaining power was to rush forward for revenge. He lunged, using the tiny claws of a cub to swipe at Kwang Shixia's eye while he was stunned. Kwang Shixia never expected such a sudden attack. He could only stare with his one remaining eye at that hybrid son of his.
The incredibly fierce image of the legendary young golden lion appearing so clearly before Kwang Shixia's eyes.
This was the first time he seriously looked at his son.
But Kwang Shixia wasn't one to take it lying down. In an instant, sharp claws appeared. With a whoosh, Kwang Shixia grabbed Kwang Shishun's body with his hand of 5 sharp claws, ignoring the fact that his claws were digging deep into the child's flesh.
Even after awakening the power of the Golden Lion, Kwang Shishun was still just a child in the end, unable to compete in strength with the true royalty that had ruled the beast domain for so long. So Kwang Shishun was easily sent flying by Kwang Shixia, letting out a pained whelp.
Kwang Shishun was only the size of his calf. In the child's eyes, Kwang Shixia was no different from a demon.
Kwang Shishun still tried to glance towards his mother's cold body. Kwang Shishun dared to turn his back on the enemy 4 times his size, and hugged his mother's body tightly, fleeing from that mountain house. Kwang Shixia also came out of the house. He didn't chase after Kwang Shishun, but muttered to himself, his eyes full of anger, Run, just keep running, and one day you'll come back here on your own.
He watched the small figure carrying the corpse of an ordinary woman fleeing desperately into the distance.
Kwang Shixia didn't want to waste time chasing, because he was certain of one thing.
Because you are the heir to my golden lion, my son will have to return to me. Those words were like a curse haunting the child. Like the eyes of a lion, once it has identified its prey, it will never let go.
Back to reality in the cold, damp stone prison, Hu was suddenly startled by Kwang Shishun and fell to the ground, frowning and about to scold him, but seeing Kwang Shishun like that, she could only swallow her words.
But what happened before her eyes horrified Hu.
Because Kwang Shishun's human hands had been replaced by black fur and claws, lion fur, animal fur, was gradually covering Kwang Shishun's entire body. In an instant, what was in front of Hu was no longer the human Kwang Shishun, but a lion of the beast domain, roaring at her without any reason.
The strength of this lion was great. The iron chains were also broken by it.